In 1971, naive young wizards joyfully boarded the train destined for Hogwarts. Meanwhile, the Death Eaters were quietly gaining strength, and no one could discern friend from foe. Voldemort's power was soon to reach its zenith, and Hogwarts would emerge as the sole sanctuary for the British magical community. In the dim, damp room, a sense of despair permeated the air. A man with a hooked nose shouted at a cowering woman, spewing vile insults. Words like worthless and trash echoed with anger. The woman's countenance darkened further, yet she offered no resistance. In a corner, a boy with dark hair wept silently, his hands pressed tightly against his ears in a futile attempt to escape the alto-familiar scene that only deepened his anguish. Undoubtedly, he had failed. The quarrel continued unabated, the man not sparing a glance at the boy, focusing instead on berating his mother. Severus Snape could scarcely bring himself to refer to this man as his father. He could not comprehend, he could not fathom why his witch mother would shrink in fear before this muggle, a man unworthy of even wielding a wand. The boy's hands clenched into fists as thoughts of the drawer in his room occupied his mind. His mother's wand lay within, just one curse. Indeed, just a simple curse. Had he not read about many in his mother's books? Even the most rudimentary hex could teach this man a lesson. A lesson that wizards were not to be bullied by muggles. Wizards should reign supreme over muggles. The boy's fists tightened repeatedly, the impulse within him growing ever more intense. The man noticed Snape's unusual demeanor and, without a moment's thought, seized an object and hurled it at him, cursing, "You worthless thing, all you do is waste the food I've worked so hard to earn. Aren't you supposed to be magical? Go on, go steal, go rob, go fetch the money back." In a moment of distraction, Snape felt a sharp pain in his arm as his mother urgently grasped her husband, pleading, "Don't hit him, he's just a child." The fire within Snape was extinguished. He clutched his arm and hurriedly slipped past them, escaping through the door. Yes, he had fled, like his mother, in cowardice. Snape wandered aimlessly onto the street, devoid of purpose. This was Spinner's End, a district in Cokeworth that a dismal place, a slum, a veritable refuse heap. Here, Snape saw no glimmer of hope, just as in his home. Perhaps a wondrous life at Hogwarts awaited him, but that was still far off, and his impatience grew. He longed to escape this darkness, to flee from this grim existence. The suffering wrought by familial misfortune was profoundly difficult to remedy, especially when it fell upon a child. For children are powerless, their means to effect change exceedingly limited. They could only passively endure it all, absorbing the negative emotions from home and growing up in such a wretched environment. No matter how diligently a child strives to divert their attention, they remain ensnared by the clutches of fate. For a child must always return to the place that outsiders deem a home, yet which they perceive as hell. Snape blindly traversed the labyrinthine alleys, navigating past rows of dilapidated houses, walking upon cobblestones. Time passed, though he was unaware of it until he abruptly came to himself. He recalled the girl he had long observed, her radiant red hair and joyful smile. Would she be there today? Would she still be with her ignorant and bothersome sister? Would she be swinging there? Uncertain of the answer, Snape quickened his pace. Even the faintest glimmer of hope, even the slightest possibility, compelled him to pursue it. To seek out the only light he had discovered in this endless darkness, beyond the thick bushes, in a nearly deserted playground, two girls were swinging. The smaller girl soared higher on the swing, even surpassing the larger one. Hidden among the foliage, Snape felt a surge of joy, a longing manifesting on his face. "Lily, don't do that!" The older girl suddenly shrieked. Yet, the little girl let go at the peak of her swing, flying into the air, not a gentle descent, but a genuine flight. She laughed joyfully as she soared towards the sky, not crashing down onto the asphalt, but gliding through the air like an acrobat, lingering in defiance of gravity, before finally landing gracefully. "Mom says not to do that." Petunia halted the swing with a screeching grind of her shoes, then leaped up, hands on her hips, declaring, "Mom says you can't do that, Lily." "But I'm fine," Lily replied, still giggling, causing Snape to reveal a rare smile from his vantage point. "Petunia, look at this, see what I can do." Petunia glanced around the empty playground, confirming they were alone, and approached, torn between curiosity and discontent. As Lily awaited Petunia to come closer, she spread her hands, and petals danced in her palms, opening and closing like some peculiar, multi-layered shell. "Don't do that!" Petunia screamed. "I am not doing anything to you," Lily retorted, though she crumpled the flower and tossed it to the ground. "That's not right," Petunia said, her gaze following the fallen flower, lingering longingly upon it. "How'd you do that?" she inquired, her voice betraying her suppressed desire. "Isn't it obvious? Perhaps spurred by the day's unfortunate events, or perhaps by a moment of impulse. In disdain for Petunia's muggle foolishness, Snape no longer remained a silent observer. But leaped forth from the bushes. Petunia screamed, turning to run towards the swings, while Lily stood frozen in shock. Severus Snape seemed to suddenly regret his presence, perhaps fearing that this would cause Lily to never return to the playground, distancing him from this solitary light in his life. Yet, he did not flee again. Indeed, this was the first time he found himself so close to Lily. He gazed at her, a faint blush blossoming on her pale cheeks. "Was so clear?" Lily asked, puzzled yet curious. Snape appeared both anxious and exhilarated, nervously fiddling with the oversized, tattered coat that enveloped him. He glanced at Petunia, who was lingering by the swing, and lowered his voice, saying, "I know what you are." "What do you mean?" Lily inquired. You are a witch," Snape whispered. Lily felt insulted, particularly by such absurd words. "It is very rude to say such things to others." She turned on her heel, lifting her chin as she strode toward her sister. "No." Panic surged within Snape, his face flushed crimson as he hurried after the two girls. The flapping of his sleeves made him resemble a foolish bat, yet he did not shed the coat, perhaps fearing the exposure of the garment beneath a maternity dress. The sisters scrutinized him with matching expressions of disdain, each clutching a swing post as if it were a safe haven in a game of tag. "You are," Snape insisted to Lily. "You are a witch. I've observed you for some time. There is nothing wrong with that. My mother was a witch, and I am a wizard." Petunia's laughter was as cold as ice water. "A wizard," she exclaimed. "I know who you are. You are that boy from the Snape family. They live by the river in Spinner's End." She warned Lily with her tone. "Why were you spying on us?" "I wasn't spying," Snape retorted, flustered and uneasy, his hair appearing grimy in the bright sunlight. "I wouldn't want to spy on you," he added scornfully. "You are a muggle." Petunia clearly did not comprehend the term, but she understood his tone all too well. "Lily, come on, let's go," she shrieked. Lily immediately obeyed her sister and prepared to turn away, her eyes glaring at Snape, clearly having grasped his tone as well. Snape stood there, watching their figures retreat, particularly fixating on Lily, his heart heavy with sorrow and disappointment. He had envisioned this moment for quite some time, yet now those beautiful imaginings faded away, plunging him back into profound darkness. "He's right." Suddenly, a voice emerged from afar, startling all three as they turned to look toward the bushes. That a small boy had appeared there, and his tattered clothes suggested a modest background. However, both his jacket and shirt were surprisingly neat and clean, a stark contrast to Snape's appearance. Floating beside him in equal height were two daffodils, gently hovering in the air. Perhaps the boy's presence was more convincing, or perhaps the enchanting spectacle of the daffodils had captivated the sisters, for they halted, mouths agape, at the sight of this unexpected visitor. Snape's face turned a deep shade of red, for this boy had emerged from the very bushes where he had been hiding, possibly aware of how long he had been spying, thus threatening to expose his deception. Yet the boy did not spare Snape a glance. He approached the two girls, and the daffodils floated precisely to their chests, as if guided by some unseen force. The sisters exchanged glances before slowly grasping their respective daffodils, Petunia appearing notably more astonished, her mouth agape in wonder. Beautiful daffodils presented to two even more beautiful ladies. The boy smiled gently, that a flush of embarrassment spread across their faces, particularly for Petunia, who had never received such attention in Lily's presence before. "Please excuse my intrusion upon this little gathering." The boy's smile broadened, as though he recognized the inappropriateness of the term. He continued, "However, I believe it is necessary to clarify a few points on behalf of this gentleman." He gestured toward Snape and earnestly addressed Lily. "You are indeed a witch, just as I am." Lily instinctively wanted to object, but was taken aback when she saw the daffodil in her hand float once more, gliding between them before gently returning to her grasp. This is not an insulting term, much like Muggle. It merely denotes a different identity, referring to those who are born without magical abilities. However, I must say, the gentleman's tone leaves much to be desired, which has led to this misunderstanding. Lily contemplated the daffodil in her hand, while Petunia, after a moment of inner conflict, could not help but ask the boy, "What about me? Am I a witch too?" Lily turned in surprise, for this was in stark contrast to Petunia's previous demeanor. Petunia hesitated, but gazed at the boy with a flicker of hopeful expectation. The boy approached Petunia, shaking his head with a hint of regret, but before she could sink further into disappointment, he said, "Although these magical abilities are indeed an innate gift, they can also be a curse. A curse?" The sisters exclaimed in unison, startled. "Yes, indeed, a curse," the boy affirmed solemnly. "These magical powers, if mishandled, can inflict harm upon oneself or those nearby. However, there is no need for undue concern at present." He quickly added, "To mitigate such occurrences, we will attend a school called Hogwarts when we reach the age of 11, where we will learn to harness these abilities properly for our own protection." He turned to Petunia, "and for the protection of our families. Moreover, the journey of learning is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness may lead to harm, such as botched spells or failed potion experiments, which are exceptionally dangerous and must only be attempted under the supervision of a mature wizard to ensure swift medical aid if needed. The boy painted a rather terrifying picture of magic, recounting various horrifying examples that filled Petunia with relief at being a muggle, while Lily's expression was one of alarm. That don't listen to him, Snape suddenly shouted after a long silence. He is just, I believe. The boy raised his voice, abruptly interrupting Snape. More detailed explanations will be provided by this gentleman if you wish to hear them. Of course, I deem it exceedingly necessary that it is indeed essential for both wizards and muggles alike. The boy turned to Snape, his tone gradually intensifying. After all, I only decided to come over after I overheard the argument from a distance, rather than being here from the very beginning. That he added this statement unnecessarily. Snape's movements momentarily faltered, his complexion turning an unflattering shade of liver. Of course, wizards do not constantly encounter such risks, and muggles can also utilize some magical tool from the wizarding world. In other words, while this may seem somewhat inequitable, it is not entirely, so it is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Having uttered these words, the boy turned and began to walk away, leaving the three behind. Just as he was about to step into the thicket, he suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sandster." With a gentle gesture, he adjusted his newsboy cap and continued with a warm tone. "Callan Sandster. Curse Snape. Curse Snape." Snape painstakingly explained the intricacies of the magical realm to Lily and Petunia, carefully selecting the less perilous aspects in a bid to reshape Lily's initial perception of magic. At our age, it is exceedingly difficult to wield potent spells. Most manifestations arise merely from fluctuations of emotion, and the notion of causing harm to oneself or family is utterly unfathomable. Snape droned on until he noticed Lily's expression gradually softening, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Petunia regarded him with skepticism, leaning closer to Lily and whispering, "I believe Callan might be more convincing. Perhaps we should inquire with him again." After pondering for a moment, Lily nodded and asked Snape, "Do you know where Callan has gone?" Snape noted that Lily, like Petunia, had begun to refer to the boy as Callan, a name reserved for those with whom one shares familiarity, rather than Sansator. He stiffly replied, "I do not know." "Snape," Lily, sensing his demeanor, queried angrily, "don't you all know about the magical realm? Surely you must know him. Who would know such a person? Just some random fellow who appeared from nowhere," Snape muttered. Lily shot him a glare, grasped her sister's hand, and darted into the bushes. Snape, his face darkened, stood rooted in place before tightening his coat and following after them. "Cursed Sansator!" He cursed inwardly once more. Not far away, in a secluded grove, Callan sat alone on the grass, his gaze fixed intently on a stone before him, attempting to make it levitate. As a mere interloper, he was well aware of Harry Potter's feat of making an entire pane of glass vanish at that zoo. This was the vanishing spell, an advanced magic taught only in fifth-year transfiguration, yet a young wizard who had yet to enroll had accomplished it with such ease. There was no sense of fatigue, nor any discomfort. Even if it was merely due to Harry's inadvertent thoughts and actions, it was enough to set Callan's mind racing. If he could achieve such a feat, there was no reason I could not do the same. However, reality dealt Callan a harsh lesson. The existence of wands was indeed not without purpose. At present, the only wandless magic he could wield proficiently comprised the levitation charm and the moving charm. Indeed, he could not measure up to young Tom. Yet if I were to experiment with other spells, perhaps I too could reach a similar level of prowess. Callan gazed at the stone, the size of a head, floating before him, contemplating silently. Yet, if one does not possess sufficient expertise, how can one truly ascertain the extent of their capabilities? At least, it appears that I have already surpassed most first-year students, albeit limited to the levitation and movement spells. Callan chuckled to himself, lifting his palm beneath the stone with effortless strength, casting it into the higher realms of the air, and then allowing it to descend gently back to rest before him. "That shall suffice for today." He retracted his focus, and the stone obediently fell to the ground. Turning, he spotted Lily and Penny approaching, greeting them with an inquiry. "What brings you here?" The sisters had witnessed the remarkable spectacle from distance, and Lily could not restrain her curiosity. "How did you accomplish that?" "Why can't I?" Lily gestured toward the stone, then toward the sky. "This is known as wandless magic, a profoundly intricate skill," Callan explained patiently. "Generally, magic effects produced by children of our age, influenced by emotions, fall under the category of wandless magic. However, those are often mere accidents and tend to lack precise control. Furthermore, I strongly advise against attempting it deliberately, Lily." Callan's expression turned serious once more as he earnestly cautioned her. "Such actions, if not precisely controlled, can lead to unimaginable errors. For your safety, please refrain from pursuing this. Even I have merely mastered this small trick, and have not dared to venture beyond that. Even you? Severus had caught up with the sisters, and, upon hearing Kaelin's words, scoffed. You speak as if you were someone of great significance. Severus. Lily shot him an angry glare, while Severus's face flushed with rage and pain as he shouted at Kaelin. Then what do you mean by your earlier statements? Since you acknowledge the existence of the magical realm, you must know that the examples you provided are unlikely to occur. You are clearly trying to frighten them. Is that so, Kaelin? Lily inquired, then, as if to clarify, added, there is a significant difference between what Severus says and what you say, which is why we came to you. Is he telling the truth? Kaelin regarded Severus with a calm glance before turning back to nod at Lily and Penny. Indeed. It is true. I was intentionally trying to frighten you. Look, look, Severus crowed triumphantly, reveling in his perceived victory. But why would you do that? Lily, undeterred by Kaelin's response or Severus's demeanor, pressed him with her lingering doubts. Even Penny did not entirely side with Severus. Her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Kaelin. Kaelin smiled contentedly as he gestured towards Lily and Penny, remarking, I believe the bond between you sisters is quite commendable. Before they could pose further inquiries, Kaelin gently elaborated, in the realm of wizards, there exists a law known as the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which prohibits wizards from disclosing the existence of magic to muggles who do not have a legitimate need to know. However, this has rendered wizards a peculiar group in the eyes of muggles, particularly in the presence of outsiders. Within this context, Penny, as your sister, finds herself caught in the middle. On one hand, she is privy to the magical world because of you, yet on the other hand, her identity as a muggle prohibits her from wielding magic. For now, this is manageable, but if prolonged, it may lead to other sentiments. As you are both sisters, and yet, she perceives you as the anomaly. I'm not an anomaly. Lily couldn't help but retort quietly, casting a doubtful glance at Penny and inquiring, Penny, do you think I am strange? Penny hesitated before responding. Just as Lily's disappointment began to surface, Kaelin timely interjected, Of course, Lily, you're not strange, nor am I, nor wizards in general. However, the chasm between the wizarding world and the muggle world is profoundly deep, and you possess abilities that Penny does not have. If I were Penny, I too might experience some unusual feelings. This is not something to be worried about or ashamed of. It is simply human nature. I feel the same way. Kaelin emphasized this point to alleviate Penny's embarrassment, adding, thus, I intentionally sought to frighten you, primarily to unsettle Penny, as it would be preferable if she kept her distance from the magical realm. Kaelin openly acknowledged this intention. The existence of magic has already created a significant distance between wizards and muggles, but it would be cruel to allow this to cause a rift between two sisters. Time alters all things. However, some elements become more precious precisely because they have endured the test of time. Kaelin approached Lily and Penny, continuing, I believe that some matters may not withstand the passage of time, yet they still surpass magic in value. Just like the bond between you sisters. It is woven into your very blood, a noble and cherished existence. After speaking these words, flowers began to float around Kaelin, intertwining to form two floral crowns that naturally adorned the heads of Lily and Penny. Look, Kaelin smiled gently, just like this. Beautiful blossoms granted to two even more beautiful ladies. In my presence, there is no distinction between muggles and wizards. There exists only the bond that may yet be salvaged. Similarly, we may refer to this bond as family. Under Kaelin's gaze, Lily clutched her sister's small hand tightly and implored. Penny touched the crown of flowers atop her head, cast a glance at Kaelin, and finally, with a pout, conceded, Very well, you are not some weirdo. But there are certain matters that must be obeyed according to Mother-S wishes. Do not act recklessly. Pausing for a moment, Penny added softly, and Kaelin S too. Penny, Lily exclaimed joyfully, embracing her sister tightly. Kaelin, watching this tender scene, felt a profound sense of satisfaction that comes from performing good deeds anonymously. He smiled warmly and said, As I mentioned earlier, even as muggles, there are numerous magical toys and treats available to you. It will not entirely strip away the joy of magic. I believe Severus would be more than willing to clarify further details for you. I will not, Severus shouted, nearly beside himself with anger. This is the second time. Second time? Do you think I am your subordinate? Why must I heed your commands? And do you expect me to? Severus's finger pointed unmistakably at Penny, causing Lily to furrow her brow. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Kaelin suddenly appeared before Severus and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Severus. In the face of Kaelin's intimidating presence, Severus involuntarily recoiled, stifling his words. However, He soon became infuriated by his own reaction and summoned a fierce determination. Only to hear Kalan continue, "Look at what you have become." "What?" Severus blinked in confusion. Kalan casually tugged at Severus's oversized outer robe, causing Severus to clutch it tightly, desperate to conceal the maternity clothing beneath. Yet, Kalan's speed was too swift, and it was too late. Undeterred by Severus's menacing glare, Kalan pointed at his attire and remarked, "Is this how you should present yourself in front of two lovely ladies? Is this what a gentleman ought to look like, Severus?" Faced with Kalan's inexplicable interrogation, Severus's expression darkened further, his fury nearing a boiling point. "People from Spinner's End are all like this," Penny muttered disdainfully from aside, seemingly attempting to caution Kalan to steer clear of Severus. "That is not the case, Penny. I too reside in Spinner's End. It is all right." Kalan, unperturbed, addressed the visibly anxious Penny with patience. "In truth, I share your distaste for that place. However," Kalan emphasized once more, turning to Severus, "poverty is not an original sin. It should not be the cause of our inferiority, nor should it be an excuse for our moral decline. Perhaps I appear to be somewhat better off than you, but it is merely a result of putting in a little more effort. Although this may not enrich me, at the very least, it will prevent me from appearing discourteous in the presence of beautiful ladies." "What do you truly mean?" Snape was utterly taken aback. "Is it merely a matter of wearing slightly larger, less attractive, and ill-fitting clothes? A few alterations would suffice. It wouldn't require much effort. My own attire came to be this way." Snape couldn't help but regard Kalan with a measure of scrutiny, particularly noting that his garments were far more appealing in comparison. At that moment, Kalan began to pace around Snape, casually remarking, "Well, it's simply a matter of resizing from large to small, which is considerably easier. The excess fabric can perhaps be repurposed, thus avoiding waste." "And the hair?" "What the hair?" Snape retorted, covering his head and stepping back. "A simple trim would suffice. And do you not find long hair cumbersome? If left unwashed for too long, it becomes greasy." "Unnecessary." Snape expressed an unprecedented level of insistence. "TSK." Kalan tilted his mouth in displeasure as he regarded Snape, ultimately abandoning the notion. "In that case, it becomes much simpler. Tomorrow, I shall bring needles, thread, and scissors. Can both of you come?" Kalan inquired of Lily and Petunia, who conferred briefly before providing a time, indicating their willingness to join. "As for you," Kalan scrutinized Snape for a moment. "As long as you show up dressed appropriately, the four of us together should not take much time. It could all be done within a day." "Do not command me," Snape retorted, visibly agitated, his gaze once more shifting toward Petunia, clearly dissatisfied with her muggle status. "I believe," Kalan raised his voice, declaring, "if we wish to accomplish this task or cultivate a deeper friendship, we must cast aside all erroneous perceptions regarding the identities of wizards or muggles. Moreover, Lily is Petunia's sister, and Petunia," Kalan warned Snape, "is Lily's elder sibling. I am confident that if anyone were to harbor animosity towards Petunia for such a trivial reason, Lily would not assist such a person in any endeavor, nor would she ever befriend them. Am I not correct, Lily?" Lily nodded affirmatively, and Petunia echoed, "I feel the same." "Ahem." Kalan coughed awkwardly but quickly shifted his focus back to Snape, asking, "So, do you have any objections?" "Damn Slytherin." Snape glared at Kalan for a moment before responding stiffly. "None." "Excellent." Kalan felt a renewed sense of satisfaction in performing good deeds without seeking recognition. "Then, see you tomorrow." 3. The gift. The meeting on the following day proceeded far more smoothly than Kalan had anticipated. When the quartet reappeared in the woods, there were no further pointless disputes. Under Lily's persistent glare, Snape relinquished his intention to mock Petunia's ignorant inquiries. Petunia, upon seeing the maternity robe Snape wore, merely snorted in disdain and refrained from further comment. The transformation of the outer garment was relatively straightforward. It merely required trimming the excessively long portions, particularly at the hem and sleeves. The surplus fabric could undergo some simple alterations, a task entrusted to you and Petunia, while Snape could join as well. "I shall take responsibility for meticulously modifying this shirt." The oversized outerwear was inconsequential. After all, one must wear more layers in winter. However, the shirt ought to be more presentable. Upon the verdant grass, various sewing materials lay scattered about. Kalan distributed the tools to Lily and Petunia and gestured to the somewhat uncomfortable Snape, saying, "Do take it off." Snape furrowed his brow, hesitatingly glancing at Lily before mustering a response. "I don't need to change the shirt." A slight smile curved Kalan's lips as he discerned Snape's bashfulness. To Lily and Petunia, he remarked, "It appears our young gentleman is feeling shy. Might I trouble you ladies to turn your backs for a moment?" Allowing him some time to change? Lily joined in the laughter, while Petunia cast a scornful glance at Snape. The two then stepped a short distance away, turning their backs. Snape's face flushed a deep crimson as he slowly approached Kalan, removing the maternity robe to reveal his frail physique. He swiftly donned the outer garment Kalan had handed him, fastening it securely. This attire fit significantly better than before, the cut edges having been neatly rolled and sewn by Kalan, though it still appeared slightly baggy. Before Kalan could summon the sisters back, Snape suddenly leaned in and whispered, "I asked my mother yesterday, and she has no knowledge of any wizard named Snape residing in Spinner's End. Who exactly are you?" "Oh." Kalan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Snape's attentiveness, and replied with a smile, "I reside in Anthony's Lane." Snape was momentarily taken aback, then surprisingly uttered, "I apologize." "Not all," Kalan chuckled, forgiving him and calling out to the sisters, "Ladies, you may return." Petunia impatiently turned back, questioning Snape. "Do wizards typically take so long to change? It seems rather impressive, doesn't it?" "Petunia," Lily tugged at her sister's sleeve and quickly handed the tools to Snape, attempting to ease the tension. "Snape, why not tell us more about Hogwarts?" Meanwhile, Kalan carefully examined the maternity robe, contemplating where to begin. As time slowly passed, the shirt-like robe was completely cut open, and Snape frequently glanced back at Kalan with unease, anxious that he might ruin the garment. This was the only attire he could wear outside. However, it was fortunate that it didn't take long for Severus to dispel his doubts entirely. Under Kalan's skilled hands, not only was he able to sew a proper shirt anew, but he even crafted a vest from the surplus fabric, a piece that could be worn during the summer or layer beneath other garments. Severus's neck flushed crimson, as if he hesitated to express his gratitude, ultimately only managing a tremulous nod. It seemed the ladies would once again choose to avoid any awkwardness. After Severus donned his reassembled clothing, his previously peculiar appearance diminished by at least 80%, transforming him into an ordinary young boy. Moreover, he exhibited a significant change, revealing a glimmer of the endearing charm typical of his age. "Wow." Lily was momentarily taken aback by Severus's appearance. Her vibrant green eyes sparkled with delight. Even Petunia could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Severus, refraining from further mockery. "It appears my skills are commendable." Kalan spun around, surveying Severus with satisfaction. Upon noticing the admiration and hints in Lily's gaze, Severus finally mustered a quiet thank you to Kalan. Kalan waved it off nonchalantly, and the four of them settled back onto the grass to continue with the craft lesson that Kalan had organized. "So, Kalan, where do you live?" During this time, the trio had exchanged familial information, with Severus learning of Lily and Petunia's stable, middle-class home life, while the sisters became aware of Severus's troubled family background. Although the sisters might not fully grasp the implications of this disparity just yet, at least it would prevent Petunia from hurling insults at Severus, provided he did not provoke her. "Me?" Kalan responded without the slightest hesitation, stating confidently, "I reside at Anthony's Court, the only orphanage in Spidertail Alley, named after Mr. Anthony." "Oh, I'm sorry," Lily immediately exclaimed, and Petunia mirrored the sentiment of apology. "It's nothing," Kalan replied with a nonchalant smile. "If one has been an orphan from a young age, one wouldn't feel as much pain. Fortunately, I belong to the type who has little recollection of their parents." "Kalan, don't say that," Lily gently chided him, while Petunia appeared on the verge of tears. Severus sensed Kalan's indifference, but in light of the sisters' sorrow, he ultimately decided it best to integrate into their sentiment, as such matters were not to be trifled with. He lowered his head, allowing his long hair to shroud his face, blending in seamlessly. "What about your parents?" Lily inquired hesitantly. "I understand what you mean." Kalan nodded. "It is not abandonment. They are merely ordinary muggles who succumbed to illness due to their inability to afford medical care, as Mr. Anthony had confided in me during his lifetime." "I'm truly sorry, Kalan." Lily's tone was laden with deeper remorse, while Petunia had already dissolved into tears. Snape lowered his head even further, seamlessly blending into the shadows of the moment. "Wait, something seems amiss." Snape pondered with his head bowed, suddenly lifting it to question Kalan. "How do you know about the magical world? Mr. Anthony should have been just an ordinary muggle, after all." "Snape!" Lily snapped angrily at him. "Given Kalan's state, how can you still pose such a question? Is it truly that significant?" Snape yearned to retort that it was. Yet under Lily's piercing gaze, he averted his eyes, though the pressure of the needle he gripped intensified, a silent venting of his frustration and jealousy. "Why is it so? I was the one who arrived first." "This question is inconsequential, Lily," Kalan interjected, halting her attempt to press further, and turned to Snape with earnestness. "I have my own experiences that inform my knowledge, but you would not wish to know. I must keep it confidential." Under Kalan's ambiguous words, Snape silently nodded, relinquishing his curiosity. After all, He too felt a twinge of conflict when revealing his family background. Not everyone can articulate the hardships they have endured, especially when they are reluctant to revisit such memories. Karan offered a gentle smile, clapping his hands to break the awkward atmosphere, and cheerfully suggested, "Well, it seems we are all nearly finished. Why don't we exchange our creations?" Petunia immediately, with eagerness, handed Karan a crumpled piece of black fabric, seemingly poorly sewn together. It appeared she had intended to fashion it into a flower, but regrettably, it had not turned out as planned. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it," Karan said softly as he accepted the bundle of fabric, his smile warm. Petunia's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Lily, watching from the side, muttered indignantly, "I thought you would gift it to me. After all, I am your sister." Petunia paused momentarily, but her cheeks only reddened further as she dared not meet Karan's gaze. Lily, satisfied, let out a soft huff. She examined her own creation, a piece of black fabric intricately layered and sewn together, resembling a handkerchief. Though slightly juvenile, it was still quite commendable. Surveying her surroundings, Lily noticed Snape attempting to feign indifference, yet his flushed cheeks betrayed him mercilessly. With a furrowed brow, she turned to Snape and abruptly declared, "You may keep it. But you must first apologize to Karan." She clearly had not forgotten Snape's earlier inquiry, her heart still harboring grudge. "I'm sorry." Unexpectedly, Snape swiftly offered an apology to Karan, leaving Karan momentarily stunned, to which he responded, "Oh, it's nothing." "Oomph," Lily pouted, yet she still handed the black handkerchief to Snape. After receiving it, Snape examined it closely before folding it neatly and carefully stowing it away. "It's your turn," Karan remarked, somewhat exasperated, unable to resist prompting Snape. "Who are you giving it to?" Snape hesitated, lowering his head as his heart raced, and quietly replied, "I want to give it to my mother." "Oh." Karan raised an eyebrow. "You are quite the rogue, Snape." Lily glanced at Petunia and exclaimed, clearly indicating that Petunia should also be involved. However, she suddenly shot a glance at Karan and shouted again, "You are being utterly unreasonable." Snape stammered as he tucked the item he had created into his pocket, careful not to let Lily see. It's nothing really." Karan waved his hands dismissively. "I believe that for any mother, this would be a perfect gift." He then glanced at Petunia and Lily, expressing his slight distress. "It seems 2 ladies remain without gifts, yet I have only 1 left." Petunia's eyes widened in surprise at Karan, while Lily shot an annoyed glare at Petunia, who unapologetically returned the look, clearly implying, "Are you daring to compete with me?" Lily pouted and muttered, "Then you should just give it to Petunia." "No waities." Karan suddenly laughed, pulling out the item he had crafted. It was a thick piece of black fabric, but as his fingers slipped, the true nature of the fabric was revealed, a stack of card-like black cloth. Each piece intricately stitched with the full names of the 4, the colors corresponding perfectly to each person's eye color. Green for Lily Evans and Petunia Evans. Brown for Karan Santes. Karan handed Snape a piece of cloth that appeared nearly indistinguishable, saying, "Your eyes are black, which makes it hard to notice. So I made the black stitching a bit wider. At least it can be seen up close." Lily and Petunia eagerly took hold of their pieces, while Snape gazed in astonishment at his own black cloth card, nodding appreciatively as he repeated, "Thank you. Excellent. It seems each of us has received a gift," Karan declared as he rose, methodically putting away his tools. "That will be all for today. I have some matters to attend to." He made arrangements with Lily and Petunia for another meeting, before reluctantly departing with Snape. This time, they walked together towards Spinner's End, and along the way, Snape found himself at a loss for words, choosing instead to remain silent. Karan surveyed his surroundings, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he murmured, "Spider's Tail Alley. Truly an abysmal place. Every return here only serves to reinforce my dismal impressions. How utterly disappointing. Snape, you cannot possibly wish to reside here indefinitely, can you?" "What did you say?" Snape, momentarily taken aback, struggled to regain his composure. "Nothing," Karan replied, shaking his head. He then inquired, "By the way, is your mother a witch?" Snape nodded. "Indeed. Why do you ask? Does your household possess any, well, you know?" Karan gestured vaguely, offering Snape various insinuations. "That sort of thing." Snape's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance as he shook his head. "Impossible. Wizards do not lend their wands casually. You ought to know that. Moreover, my mother never allowed me to take my wand outside the room." After a brief pause, he added in a hushed tone, "She fears I might use dark curses on that person, which is illegal." Karan thought to himself, slightly perturbed. He redirected the conversation. "What about books? Surely you must have some tomes on magic at home. It should be permissible to bring those out." Snape hesitated, looking down, and remained silent. "You are aware my situation is rather unique. thus I have not retained any books. However, I believe discussing magic with Lily and Petunia could prove beneficial. Kalan nearly forgot to mention Petunia. Very well. Next time I shall attempt to sneak a few out. Snape ultimately acquiesced to the idea. Excellent. Kalan nodded in satisfaction. As they were about to part ways, he casually remarked, a lovely heart shape, but a black heart lacks romance. It should at least be red, pink, or even green would suit Lily's eye color better. Snape froze, astonished. You saw it? Rest assured, I shall not speak of it, Kalan replied, placing a finger to his lips and smiling enigmatically, leaving a motionless Snape behind as he turned to depart. Walking upon the uneven cobblestones, he expertly navigated past the dilapidated houses until he arrived at a well-ordered structure. At the entrance stood a small boy, glancing about anxiously. Upon spotting Kalan, the boy rushed over, and Kalan inquired, So, have Anthony's relatives ceased their disturbances? The boy responded promptly, No longer. Their reputation has spread throughout their respective neighborhoods, thanks to your orders regarding those vile attempts to seize the orphanage. Furthermore, individuals from the city have come to address the will issues, so there should be no further trouble. Kalan stretched his back, nodding in satisfaction. The young boy continued, Apart from the younger children, the older ones have found work, and their needs for food and clothing have been thoroughly addressed, leaving them with a considerable surplus. That is commendable. Kalan ascended the stairs alongside the boy. Remember, we orphans must rely on one another, with the older assisting the younger. Once the younger ones are sufficiently grown, they can give back to the Anthony home. If this practice continues, even if you intend to adopt more orphans in the future, self-sufficiency will be within reach. With this, Kalan surveyed the hall. Then Mr. Anthony can rest in peace. And what about you? Will you truly leave? The boy finally inquired. Kalan raised an eyebrow. Did I not mention this yesterday? My presence here is inconsequential now. The foundation has been laid. As long as you remain united, you will thrive, even with the expenses of the Anthony home, living better than most in Spider's Alley. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Kalan added, I cannot possibly spend my entire life in this dismal place. My agreement with Mr. Anthony was only until I turned 10, and this additional year has already been excessive. The boy had grown accustomed to Kalan's demeanor and said nothing, merely pausing alongside him to gaze at the portrait of the elder above, murmuring, Is it truly enough? A wistful expression crossed Kalan's face as he closed his eyes. Then opened them again. Perhaps it is sufficient, yet perhaps a lifetime would never be enough. After a moment of silence, the boy noticed the bundle of black cloth in Kalan's hand and could not resist asking, Kalan, what is this? Kalan looked down in confusion, realizing he was still holding Penny's gift. This? Kalan carelessly tossed it into the hall's waste bin, responding nonchalantly, Just a piece of rubbish I picked up. Dark magic. If there is anything worse than being transported to the era of Harry Potter, it would undoubtedly be the preceding generation. Of course, earlier eras might be even more dire, such as the Fantastic Beasts era, the Ancestor generation, or even the age of the Four Founders. Not to mention any time before the establishment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. However, Kalan's sentiments towards the preceding generation were far from satisfactory. The First Wizarding War had quietly ignited in 1970, and it was still merely 1971. The Order of the Phoenix was also founded in 1970. One wonders if the two had formally intersected. The location of the Horcruxes remains uncertain. Lucius was still in school, and Bellatrix had only just graduated in 69, likely having received no rewards yet. Regulus was a year behind Kalan, suggesting that the Slytherin locket had not yet been placed. As for Nagini, her whereabouts were undetermined. But that was not an immediate concern. Regarding the ring adorned with the Resurrection Stone, Karan vividly recalls Tom wearing it while inquiring Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes. Therefore, if one were to adopt a sufficiently pessimistic outlook, Karan could only ascertain the location of one Horcrux, the diadem of Ravenclaw, which was placed in the Room of Requirement in 1956, coinciding with Voldemort's return to Hogwarts in search of employment. This is a contest of 14, and this round is assured. Indeed, Voldemort is quite secure, immovably so. However, in contrast to these future events, Karen's focus rests more on the present. The matter concerning Penny can be deemed an unintentional act. Regardless of whether the unfortunate little Harry will be born, Karan finds himself unconcerned. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any potential rift between the sisters, Karan is willing to intervene occasionally, as it is not overly burdensome, merely requiring the timely nipping of any budding issues, leaving the rest to the dynamics between Lily and Penny. Yet, some matters seem far more resistant to change, particularly those deeply entrenched beliefs. Thus, all three of these books pertain to dark magic. Karan, with a look of dissatisfaction, cast aside the final book he had picked up and confronted Snape with an inquisitive glare. "What of dark magic?" Snape replied matter-of-factly. "It is powerful and possesses considerable might. Surely, you do not share the antiquated view that dark magic is inherently malevolent?" Karan remained silent, scrutinizing Snape with a discerning gaze. To the side, Lily and Penny wore expressions of confusion, with Lily being the first to inquire. "So, what precisely do you mean by dark magic?" "It is that which you ought not to touch," Karan asserted with unprecedented firmness. "At least for now." He seized the 3 books, making as if to depart. But Snape quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming in anger, "What do you intend to do? I did not present these for your perusal." Karan exerted a gentle push to dislodge Snape, frowning as he explained to the startled sisters standing nearby. "In magic, power itself is not absolute. Yet there remains a fundamental distinction between good and evil. Dark magic is indeed formidable, but it is equally malevolent. In the act of casting dark magic, a wizard must summon corresponding malevolent intent within their heart, be it the cold cruelty of indifference, the surging fury of rage, or the extreme brutality of murder. None of these books contain what you assert." Upon noticing the change in Lily's expression, Snape hastily clarified. "What is contained therein are merely some relatively common concepts and trivial curses. They can only be deemed as mere trifles, utterly devoid of the implications you suggest." Karan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, although I have only skimmed through them briefly, Snape is correct. If these are all that they contain, there should not be significant issues. However," in a tone laced with deceptive gravity, Karan gently coaxed Lily, "can you fathom the implications of a child, in the throes of development, employing dark curses on a daily basis? In other words, when these seemingly trivial negative emotions, such as anger, manifest consistently from the time you were 5, over time, do you believe you can discern whether this anger emanates from the curse itself, or if you have merely become a person habituated to anger? If 5 years cannot sway your willpower, what of 10 years? 20 years? Time alters all. Yet some individuals," Karan deliberately cast a glance at Snape, "persistently overlook the potency of time, ultimately dismantling everything they hold dear, including their very essence, thereby transforming into entirely different beings, souls rife with rage, coldness, cruelty, and sorrow. Any books you bring forth in the future must first undergo my scrutiny before Lily and Petunia can peruse them. I trust you will adhere to this. At the very least, do not clandestinely explore the tomes that Snape illicitly presents." Having imparted this caution, Karan retreated to the other side of the woods, where he sat cross-legged, engrossed in his reading. Lily glanced around before inquiring of the still fuming Snape. "Is what Karan said true?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lily, forcibly suppressing his ire, striving to respond with composure. "How could that be? He merely exaggerates. Had he not done so before? If it were indeed the case, how could I possibly present these books to you?" As he concluded, Snape's voice dwindled, and faced with the skeptical gazes of Lily and Petunia, he hastily shifted the topic. "Moreover, did you not see that he took those books away? If there were genuine danger, he would not dare to examine them himself." This was precisely when Karan unexpectedly returned, having been gone for merely a few minutes. He tossed the 3 books back and elucidated. "I was attempting to discern if there was anything worthwhile to glean from these texts. However," Karan unabashedly interjected, "if this is the caliber of dark magic you intend to bring forth in the future, I would strongly advise against further submissions. The so-called theory consists of only a scant few sentences, with the remainder laden with ridiculous antics. There is no discernible necessity for learning here. Remember, next time, to procure books on white magic. I am not your subordinate. You cannot command me." Snape seethed through gritted teeth. Yet Karan did not spare him a glance. Instead, he addressed Lily. "When it comes to dark magic, I implore you to maintain a vigilant stance at all times and from any source. Such vigilance is of utmost importance. Most forms of dark magic do not instantaneously transform one into a malevolent being. Rather, they insidiously erode your will, your intellect, and your spirit. This is not an overnight transformation, yet it is far more terrifying. For by the time we recognize this truth, it may already be too late. Dark magic will undoubtedly render you more extreme. At times, the distinction between evil and mere labeling is but a subtle one." "Nonsense, Lily. He is merely spouting absurdities." Suddenly, Severus Snape seemed to have an epiphany. He pointed an accusatory finger at Karan. "It was he who insisted I bring the magical texts yesterday. He masterminded this, intending to provide an excuse to chastise me and make me appear foolish before you." His voice dripped with conviction. Karan cast a sympathetic glance at Snape and, unabashedly addressing Lily and Petunia, proclaimed, "Do you see? He is already in the first stage of dark magic's insidious grasp, rambling incoherently. Soon, he will enter the second stage. Leaning closer to Lily, Karan whispered, he will soon turn his wrath upon himself. A laugh escaped Lily's lips, though she quickly stifled it. Petunia, however, was less restrained. Bursting into laughter, her gaze upon Snape akin to that of a spectator observing a curious jester. The sting of her gaze pierced Snape deeply. And the intimacy between Karan and Lily ignited a fury within him. His expression hardened, fixated on Karan. Suddenly, the branches overhead cracked ominously. Petunia glanced up, unable to suppress a cry. Even Lily recoiled in fear. Yet Karan remained unfazed, his gaze playfully observing Snape, while the branches that should have fallen floated gracefully between them, ultimately forming a small pile. Oh, quite a collection. Karan exclaimed in fine surprise. He turned to reassure Lily and Petunia before stepping closer to Snape. Severus, shaken by Lily's alarmed expression, was engulfed in regret and indignation. It's all your fault. He seethed, his eyes aflame with anger as he glared at Karan. You orchestrated this. Karan slowly shook his head, gently placing a hand on Snape's shoulder. How can it all be my doing? I have merely uttered a few words. The one who sought to harm Lily is you, Snape. Look at this pile of branches. Do you not comprehend? Even in my absence, there would be others, Dran. Tolan, someone would inevitably arise. Would you truly inflict harm upon Lily merely because of them? The power to choose your actions lies solely with you. The reins of control have always rested in your hands. Accept it. Snape, your anger has reached its zenith. Dark magic will not restore your composure. It will only intensify your rage. Karan suddenly grasped Snape's collar tightly, eliciting a low gasp from the two behind them. Heed my words. Dark magic will render you increasingly extreme, and the distinction between extremity and evil is, at times, merely a matter of nomenclature. This evil is not merely perceived as such by outsiders. You yourself will come to view your existence as utterly wretched, with pain and regret accompanying you throughout your life, until death liberates you from this torment. Snape was utterly stunned. No, Karan added thoughtfully, perhaps even death itself is incapable of such liberation. Remember my words, Snape. Karan reiterated, addressing the two behind him. It appears our gathering must conclude here. As for Snape, I trust he has learned enough. Let these branches remain as a cautionary symbol. Lily and Petunia hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, it was Lily who quietly voiced a time. She cast one last astonished glance at Snape, still reeling from his actions, before tightly gripping her sister's hand and fleeing. It seemed this was the end. A gentle smile returned to Karan's face as he ruefully adjusted Snape's collar. Fortunately, the two ladies are willing to grant you another chance. Otherwise, even I might have been unable to assist you. I believe two thoughtfully chosen gifts could alleviate today's awkwardness. They need not be extravagant, merely sincere. Lily would not be inclined to accept two gifts. Under Lily's peculiar gaze, Snape appeared to lose all strength as he muttered, It's Lily and Petunia. Karan scrutinized Snape with mild annoyance. Abandon your prejudice against muggles. If all muggles were truly as malevolent as your father, do you think the secrecy law would be so lenient? Not all muggles are wicked, at least the Mr. Anthony I encountered was quite decent. What did he do? Snape inquired softly. He adopted me and ensured I did not starve. That is sufficient, Karan replied nonchalantly. Of course. He also granted us orphans the respect we deserved, allowing us to live with dignity. That sounds more substantial, doesn't it? You simply drew the short straw with your father. The fault lies solely with him. To project this prejudice onto all muggles is exceedingly foolish. Do you know how many muggles there are? Thousands upon thousands, perhaps soon to be tens of thousands. Luck? Snape seemed oblivious to Karan's subsequent remarks, fixating instead on the earlier discussion. Karan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it is merely a matter of luck. Well then, let us reconvene at the appointed time. Just as Karan turned to leave, Snape suddenly asked, Why did you dare to read those books? Oh, Karan turned and paused, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he glanced toward the branches. Is this not quite evident? I am superior to you. In the cozy bedroom, filled with an array of delightful plush toys and dolls, Lily carefully adorned herself with a hairpin while gazing into a mirror taller than herself. She inquired of Penny, who lay sprawled on her bed. Penny, are you not going today? Severus did not mean it last time. He simply did not. Lily incessantly defended her friend. Yet Penny merely languidly fiddled with a plush toy, offering no response. Once again, Penny and Severus found themselves embroiled in conflict. Following that day, when Karan had intervened, Penny's prejudice against Severus had become insurmountable. Each encounter between the two was marked by sharp retorts and merciless jibes. Severus? Oomph. Penny expressed her discontent. Since when have you become so close with that fellow? Because we are friends, Lily pouted in reply, and he has shared so many intriguing stories with us. It was merely a name he called, nothing more. Did we not always refer to Sandster as Karan from the outset? Friends? I hardly think so. Penny blushed, ignoring the latter part of Lily's statement. Did you not see how he laughed the first time you called him Severus? Even Karan could not bear it, and told him to tone it down. When I left, I noticed that fellow swaying as if he were inebriated like father. What else could he be, if not a friend? Lily innocently queried. You know Severus's family situation. Making friends in such a household is a joy in itself. Is it not? For some reason, Penny's face flushed deeper, and she sulked in silence. Lily inadvertently glanced at her small cabinet, where, apart from the toys gifted by her parents, 2 new items had appeared. One was a fabric card gifted by Karan, which both she and Penny cherished, meticulously inspecting it each time they returned home for reassurance. The other was an apology gift from Severus following the incident, a green heart-shaped fabric piece. Its edges fashioned like wings, with Lily Evans' name intricately stitched in green thread. Lily vividly recalled Severus's blushing face, nearly steaming with embarrassment. Penny's gift, however, was less impressive, a mere square piece of fabric, the lettering of her name far less elegant than Lily's. Karan had spent considerable time explaining to Penny to help her calm down. Yet, Lily always felt that the justifications were somewhat inadequate, if time were indeed scarce. How could her own gift be crafted with such beauty? When had Severus's craftsmanship become so remarkable? Lily harbored suspicions that Severus had employed his mother's wand. Yet no matter how she probed, he merely flushed with embarrassment and anxiety, refusing to divulge any further information. As for the gift from Petunia, although Lily had persuaded her not to discard it upon returning home, it was nevertheless relegated to her least favored box, one that only opened when Petunia tossed something inside. Lily's report card had once found its way into that box, but had never been opened since. Petunia, are you truly not going? Lily inquired, lying beneath the bed with her hands supporting her cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Karan will also be attending today. Karan, Petunia muttered. The Karan who reads, the Karan who practices that floating spell, yet refuses to engage in conversation with us. What purpose does my attendance serve? Merely to listen to you converse with him? It holds no appeal. Petunia, Lily whispered apologetically. I'm not going. Petunia exclaimed, covering her ears. You go ahead. Go on your date with your little boyfriend. I refuse to go. Petunia, Lily shouted in frustration. He is our friend, just like Karan. How can you say such things? Lily pouted in indignation, glaring at Petunia, who had closed her eyes, before turning away in anger. Mom, I'm heading out. And Petunia? Aren't you usually together? She doesn't want to go today. Ha. It seems our little princesses are having a quarrel. Off you go. Return early. All right, Mom. With her fiery red hair glinting in the sunlight, Lily soon arrived near the amusement park, deftly navigating through the thicket. In a lush green woods, Severus sat on the grass, clad in a modified shirt with his coat set aside, 2 volumes of magical texts resting beside him. He gazed languidly towards the direction of the bushes. On the other side, Karan leaned against a sturdy trunk, his legs crossed, enveloped in dappled shadows, intently reading a book inscribed with dark magic. Since that fateful attack, Severus had ceased to overtly mention dark magic, yet he remained undeterred. Each time he brought books, alongside the essential tomes of light magic, he would also include additional volumes on dark magic. However, these were solely perused by Karan, while Lily and Petunia steadfastly avoided them. This seemed to be Severus's subtle form of protest, a hope to alter Karan's perception of dark magic, even if there existed but a faint glimmer of possibility. Karan, in turn, accepted these offerings without comment or persuasion, engaging in a silent duel of understanding with Severus. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that gradually instilled a sense of despair in Snape, for it seemed that Karan remained utterly unaffected, never once expressing any further interest in the dark arts. To Karan, it appeared that dark magic held little educational value, as he had previously remarked. Each time he finished perusing a tome on the subject, he would promptly return it to Snape, showing no hint of reluctance. The remainder of his time was spent either honing his skills in wandless magic or delving into books on white magic. During such moments, Lily would willingly offer her own book, regardless of whether she had completed it, for she believed she would have ample time to read in the future. At present, it was the whimsical tales of the magical realm that captivated her more. Hello, Severus, Karan, Lily greeted them cheerfully. Poppy didn't want to come today, so it's just me. Upon hearing Lily utter his name, Snape managed a faint smile. Although he could not fully suppress his shyness, he was markedly improved from his earlier demeanor, rising with a flushed face to hand her a book. Karan, however, merely waved his hand without lifting his gaze, treating it as a casual acknowledgement. Lily was accustomed to this, Kalen's diligence and dedication to his studies were exceptional, evoking in her a quiet sense of urgency towards academic excellence, though she often relaxed her expectations upon observing Snape. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Lily set the book aside without haste, opting instead to sit across from Snape, tilting her head in curiosity. "Let us discuss the matter of the trace, shall we, Severus?" Snape's smile remained unwavering as he recounted his mother's teachings, explaining, "It's a school regulation that before turning 17, one must sign a contract upon leaving school, stating that they cannot use magic outside, otherwise." Their conversation meandered from the trace to warnings from the Ministry of Magic, the secrecy laws, and eventually to wands. After a moment of contemplation, Lily suddenly exclaimed, "But I've cast spells outside of school." Snape replied earnestly, "It doesn't apply to us. We neither possess wands, nor are we yet 11. Children are not subject to such regulations." He added with a hint of gravity, "Otherwise, Kalen wouldn't have escaped capture so often." There was a notable weight in Snape's tone, as if he secretly wished for Kalen to be apprehended. "Bang! Oh, Severus!" Kalen interjected sarcastically, as the dark magic book in his hands had inadvertently floated near Snape and collided with his head. "My apologies, Severus. Could you toss over that white magic book beside you?" Ever since Snape revealed that rather comical grin, Karan has often taken to teasing him by invoking his name, albeit with an exaggerated tone that only served to exacerbate Snape's irritation, leaving him at a loss for a retort. "Karan!" Lily exclaimed, a mix of exasperation and amusement lacing her voice as she curbed Snape's impulse to hurl a book at Karan. Instead, she casually snatched the book and tossed it toward him, though it drifted languidly into Karen's embrace, eliciting a pang of envy from Lily. Yet, under Karen's watchful gaze, she refrained from attempting such a feat herself, wary of the potential consequences. "Ah, my apologies, Lily," Karan quipped with a sarcastic lilt, his eyes darting towards Snape. Snape's cheeks flushed crimson. He was on the brink of exasperation. Lily pouted in dissatisfaction, but soon directed her attention back to Snape, inquiring, "Is it true that letters are delivered by owls?" "Generally, yes," Snape replied, having mentally cursed Karan 100 times before finally managing a calm response. "But since you are of Muggle descent, the school will send someone to explain it to your parents." At this juncture, Snape hesitated momentarily. "I experienced something similar," Karan lazily continued, having detected Snape's uncertainty. "Moreover, not only am I of Muggle origin, but I also bear the burden of being an orphan. So the school will undoubtedly send someone in my case as well." "Karan!" Lily exclaimed in irritation, unsure of the source of her vexation. Perhaps it was a reluctance to see Karan speak of such sorrow with nonchalance, or perhaps a desire to shield him from the sadness of his orphan status, for she regarded Karan as a friend and wished to spare him heartache. "Nothing to worry about," Karan chuckled lightly. "Honestly, I would rather be an orphan than have a father like Snape's." "Karan!" This time, Lily was genuinely angered. Snape, however, remained silent, offering no rebuttal. All right, Karan waved dismissively. "No more on that topic." After a moment of glaring at Karan in frustration, Lily turned to Snape with a hint of concern, asking, "How are things at home?" Snape furrowed his brow slightly. "It's manageable. They're not fighting anymore." "Oh, they are," Snape replied, instinctively tearing a leaf to shreds, seemingly unaware of his actions. "But it won't last much longer. I'll be leaving soon." "Does your father dislike magic?" "He dislikes everything," Snape answered. They fell into a contemplative silence, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves and Karen's distant page-turning. "Is there a difference in being of Muggle descent at Hogwarts?" Lily suddenly inquired. Snape hesitated. "Is there a difference in being of Muggle descent?" "Indeed there is. Even setting aside the notions of blood supremacy held by the pure-blood families, and without delving into his lingering disdain for Muggles, Severus Snape had faintly gleaned some information from his mother regarding the enigmatic figure known as the Dark Lord. It appeared that he harbored a particular aversion to wizards of Muggle descent, having engaged in numerous activities within both the Muggle and magical realms, seemingly in an effort to purify the bloodlines of wizards. Snape gazed at Lily's pallid face framed by her deep red hair. "No," he asserted, casting a worried glance at Carlin, swiftly adding, "There will be no difference." Carlin's eyes remained fixed on the book, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, choosing not to disrupt their exchange. "That's wonderful," Lily exhaled in relief, evidently having harbored concerns about it. "Indeed, it truly is wonderful," Carlin echoed, causing Snape's face to flush a deep crimson. "Lily, you will master many spells." Snape seemed to be deliberately clarifying something, stammering, "I've seen it. I've been secretly watching you." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Lily, however, did not heed his words, instead stretching her limbs and reclining upon the verdant, leaf-strewn grass, gazing up at the dense canopy above. Snape looked at her with longing, reminiscent of their initial encounters in the playground. At that moment, Carlin feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What? Severus? What did you just say? I must have misheard. You're one of those people?" Snape was rendered utterly speechless. Lily sat up, her curiosity piqued Carlin. "What are you talking about?" He said nothing. He.s. just rambling. Snape was thoroughly flustered, hastily grabbing his clothing, his face ablaze, stammering, I must be going." With that, he bolted, forgetting his book entirely. "Severus," Lily called out urgently, but he nearly stumbled as he regained his balance and continued his flight, not pausing for a moment. "I'll return these books to him later. I know where he lives," Carlin said, settling down across from Lily, picking up another book beside her, and resuming his reading with a nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any guilt for instigating the situation. "Carlin, what did he just say?" Lily inquired, bewildered. "Oh, it was nothing. I merely wanted to frighten him a bit," Carlin replied with a smile, then abruptly posed a seemingly random question. "Lily, what do you think of Snape as a person?" "What do you mean?" Lily was increasingly perplexed. "He is obviously a friend, just like you, Carlin, and we'll be classmates in the future. What else is there?" "Well," Carlin said, his brow furrowing deeply, and, after much contemplation, he persisted in his inquiry if, hypothetically, if you had to choose between me and Snape as a boyfriend, whom would you select? "Boyfriend?" Lily was momentarily startled, her green eyes widening in surprise. "I never considered such a thing, but if I must choose." She rested her chin on her hands, blinking rapidly. Just as Karan was about to finish the last book, she finally uttered, "I choose Severus." "Oh." This time, Karan was taken aback, neglecting his reading to urgently inquire, "Why?" "Well, if I must provide a reason," Lily blinked, "I believe Severus would treat me better, while you, Karan, would only be preoccupied with books and studying magic. Who would want a boyfriend like you?" "Your words are truly hurtful." Karan clutched the area over his heart, feigning a wounded expression, which made Lily unable to suppress her laughter. After her mirth subsided, she hesitated and added, "I can't shake the feeling that you're somewhat intimidating. Especially on that day, when Severus almost attacked us. The way you spoke to him frightened me. Is that so?" Karan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, while Lily silently nodded, as if that day had indeed cast a significant shadow over her. "However, it is only natural to be afraid of me." Suddenly, Karan's demeanor shifted, rendering him almost unrecognizable to Lily. He leaned closer, his tone low and serious, locking his gaze on her averted eyes. "I have killed." Lily appeared momentarily stunned. But it didn't last long. She laughed and pushed Karan away. "What nonsense are you spouting, Karan? Severus was right. You do love to exaggerate." Karan joined her laughter. "Who told you not to choose me? Clearly, I am far superior to Snape. Handsomer, and I even crafted the clothes he wears. Yet you chose him." "Umph." Karan pouted in dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." Lily laughed uncontrollably, gradually calming down after a long while. Karan then redirected his focus to the books, while Lily remained silent, lying back on the grass, gazing at the clouds above. "Karan, you were joking, right?" Karan cast a casual glance at Lily. "Of course, I was joking. I'm just a child. How could I possibly do such a thing? I'm not a dark wizard." As the new school year commenced, within a locked tower at Hogwarts, lay the acceptance pen and the book of admission, two essential items that together establish the criteria for student acceptance at Hogwarts. The acceptance pen, crafted from the feather of a divining bird, typically rests within a silver inkwell. Although the inkwell is empty and the feather repels ink, it possesses the remarkable ability to write. When a child first exhibits magical talent, a quill emerges from the inkwell, eager to inscribe the child's name in the book of admission. However, the criteria for this esteemed tome are exceedingly stringent, unless one possesses unequivocal evidence of magical ability. The quill will refuse to pen the name. The quill's sensitivity, coupled with the rigorous standards of the book of admission, ensures that it has never erred. Each year, Professor McGonagall meticulously examines this volume and dispatches letters via owl to those children who have just turned 11, inviting them to attend Hogwarts. Yet, children of Muggle heritage, or those with unique circumstances, necessitate a personal visit from the school staff to clarify their situations and avert any misunderstandings. On this particular day, a stranger appeared in Spinner's End. Dumbledore, clad in a meticulously tailored deep blue velvet suit, strolled along the street. His affluent appearance and extraordinary demeanor captured the curious gazes of many passers-by. Initially, he had intended to don his favored burgundy velvet suit, but after much contemplation, reflecting on past events, he ultimately opted for his second favorite, perhaps in hopes that fate would not repeat itself. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore had long since ceased to perform this task, yet his familiarity with the orphanage from whence he came compelled him to personally ensure clarity. Intending to observe the child, he was to meet in detail. One Voldemort was more than sufficient, although the signs were not yet overt. The recent spate of terrifying attacks hinted at Voldemort's methods and aims. The late-night discussions at the Order of the Phoenix had inevitably left this near-century-old man with a semblance of fatigue, yet behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, the blue glow of wisdom still radiated. Before long, Dumbledore arrived at his destination, Anthony's courtyard. At the entrance stood a young boy, leaning against the door, who had noticed Dumbledore from afar. He regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. As Dumbledore approached, the curiosity faded, leaving only vigilance. "Who are you?" the boy inquired, his voice steady, before Dumbledore could utter a word. Dumbledore, undeterred by the boy's demeanor, smiled gently. "Hello, child. May I ask if there are any adults here?" "None," the boy replied succinctly. "Since Mr. Anthony passed away, there have been no adults here." After a moment, he added, "Because we cannot afford to pay their wages." "Who has come?" As Dumbledore marveled at the boy's response, an older child approached from the hall, his gaze wary upon noticing Dumbledore's attire. Though discreet, Dumbledore perceived that the child appeared to be concealing something within his sleeve. "You should go eat. I can handle this," he suggested, despite it being well past the usual mealtime. The young boy nodded silently and hurried away. "Who are you?" inquired the older child, his tone laced with suspicion. Dumbledore regarded him intently, and the boy, evidently uncomfortable under Dumbledore's scrutiny, pressed further. "Who exactly are you?" "My name is Albus Dumbledore," he replied, a semblance of understanding dawning upon him. "I am here to speak with Mr. Colchester regarding matters of his future." "You wish to see Calsan?" The boy's vigilance deepened, and without a moment's hesitation, he retorted, "Calsan is not here. If you have something to discuss, you may relay it through me. I will ensure he is informed." "That may not suffice," Dumbledore countered gently, shaking his head. "It is preferable that I speak directly with Mr. Colchester, as these matters are rather private and not suited for others' ears." "Then you should leave," the boy insisted, reiterating, "Calsan is not here." Dumbledore smiled faintly, intrigued by this unusual encounter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the hall as a group of 7 or 8 children of varying ages rushed out, led by the very boy who had just been on his way to eat. They positioned themselves at the doorway, the older child retreating slightly to blend in with the others, all of whom regarded Dumbledore with keen vigilance. Silence fell, and Dumbledore furrowed his brow in confusion. "What is happening?" At that moment, Calsan entered from outside, peering into the room from behind Dumbledore before turning to him and asking, "Who are you?" "He is here for you," the leading child interjected, "specifically seeking you." He gestured for Calsan to maintain his distance from the enigmatic old man. Yet Calsan did not budge. Inquiring once more, "May I ask who you are?" "Albus Dumbledore," he replied gently. "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, here to extend an invitation for you to attend our school, Mr. Colchester." "Oh," Calsan acknowledged with a nod, clapping his hands together. "All right, everyone disperse. There's no issue here. You can all go." The children hesitated briefly before scampering back, leaving only the initial young boy standing in place. Karan stepped inside, gently ruffling the little boy's hair, and addressed Dumbledore, saying, "I have heard of you from Snape, headmaster. I am well aware of what is necessary, including matters pertaining to purchases. Therefore, you must be here to provide financial assistance, correct?" Karan could not help but chuckle, as even he found his words rather blunt. However, Dumbledore did not simply toss the prepared galleons to him. Instead, he entered with a gentle demeanor and remarked, "We can discuss this matter later. But this indeed is a rather intriguing place, Mr. Sandster." Kalan self-deprecatingly mused, "The world is often unkind to orphans, especially in a place like Spinner's End, were it not for Mr. Anthony." His gaze drifted to the portraits adorning the hall, pondering how few of those depicted might still be alive. Kalan had long suspected the reason for Dumbledore's visit. Such shared living circumstances, whether among muggles or the descendants of wizards, were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 2 notable examples in recent years, Tom Riddle and himself. Had he been Dumbledore, he would not have hesitated to spare a moment for such a discussion. As for the precautions he ought to take, such as mental occlusion, Kalan could only express a wry smile. He saw no glimmer of hope in either the source of knowledge or the process of learning. Magic was no trivial matter, otherwise. Why would he still be practicing levitation charms when he could simply master vanishing spells? Imagine the exhilaration of making anyone who displeased him disappear, be they Tom or Saddam. He could even declare, "The fault lies not with me, but with the world. Let us all ascend together." Thus the Earth would vanish, the gravitational system disrupted, the solar system annihilated, all thanks to Kalan alone. Yet therein lay the crux of the matter. It was exceedingly difficult indeed. Kalan found himself unable to become a wandless superhero, So how could he expect anything else to be simpler? He decided to lay his cards on the table, unreservedly suggesting that Dumbledore delve into his mind. Perhaps the tales of a time traveler might inspire the old man to conjure a spell even more formidable than a Horcrux, capable of eliminating young Tom outright. As for himself, he would take things one step at a time. What other choice did he have? Let's confer in my room, he proposed, as these matters are not suitable for the ears of others. Leaving the little boy behind, Karan led Dumbledore towards the staircase. It was evident that although the place bore signs of age, it had been diligently cleaned, devoid of dust. A very tidy place, Dumbledore remarked. Those capable of seeking employment earn their keep, while those less fortunate are relegated to menial tasks such as cleaning. It is unreasonable to allow them to live without contributing. After all, they are orphans, and what distinction remains among them? They all strive for survival, endeavoring to create an environment that resembles a home. Upon arrival, Karan opened a door, ushering Dumbledore inside. However, the room before them bore little resemblance to an orphanage. It was, in fact, more opulent than many ordinary households. On the windowsill, a collection of fresh flowers thrived, and Karan deftly picked up a watering can attend to them. Would you care for a drink, Headmaster? There are various spirits left by Mr. Anthony, whiskey, brandy, or something else. Dumbledore surveyed his surroundings and sank into a plush sofa, exclaiming, "This exceeds my expectations, Mr. Sandster. It seems the status of being an orphan is rather advantageous." Karan chuckled softly. Worn garments alone are sufficient to cast a certain preconceived notion upon others. Yet, who would suspect that a group of orphans could possess such wealth? Karan poured a glass of whiskey for Dumbledore, adding a few ice cubes, while he himself sipped on a glass of juice. It took considerable effort to preserve these comforts, he remarked. Preconceived notions, Dumbledore mused, raising his glass for a sip. Who would have thought that a student would impart a lesson to a teacher? A rare experience indeed. Karan smiled, but said nothing further, and a silence enveloped them. After a moment of quiet contemplation, curiosity got the better of Karan, who cast a few sideways glances at Dumbledore, pondering, "What is this? We're nearly halfway through the whiskey, and this is more than mere autumn wind." Seizing the opportunity to break the silence, Karan inquired, "So, Headmaster, does Hogwarts permit students to stay during holidays?" "Oh." Dumbledore naturally refilled his glass, responding, "Students are allowed to remain during the Christmas and Easter holidays, but extended breaks are typically not permitted, as such instances are quite rare. Besides, is this not pleasant? Though it may seem inappropriate for a headmaster to say, I must remind you that the environment here surpasses that of any student dormitory. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to remind you, Headmaster," Karan replied with a hint of resignation, "that this is an orphanage. No matter how splendidly it may be constructed, it does not alter the fundamental truth of its nature. Coincidentally, I happen to be an orphan myself. If possible, I would prefer never to return here." "I am truly sorry," Dumbledore replied sincerely, devoid of pretense. Yet, the sight of him refilling his glass caused Karan's eyelids to flutter with unease, rendering him momentarily speechless. As the wine bottle neared its end, it appeared that Dumbledore began to feel a touch of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You might consider purchasing a house of your own, away from Spinner's End. That could prove beneficial. As for remaining at the school, I regret to inform you that, in the near or perhaps even distant future, the institution will not permit students to stay on campus during extended holidays. I believe there may be some misunderstanding. Headmaster," Karan inadvertently added a term of respect. "The legacy left by Mr. Anthony may be substantial, yet is intended solely for the orphanage. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is unlikely that these funds will be accessed. Otherwise, Mr. Anthony would not have entrusted such a considerable inheritance to us orphans." "Us?" Dumbledore chuckled. "I suppose it is only you, Mr. Sandster." "I assented." Karan grimaced. "Yes, indeed, it is just me. That infuriating old man has left me with such a burden. If he merely claimed it was for the orphanage, I might not have intervened. However, stating that this money is for my personal use complicates matters. How could I possibly have the audacity to utilize such funds? It feels like a deliberate attempt to vex me." "That wretched old man," Karan muttered under his breath. Dumbledore, rather amused, replied, "It seems that the late Mr. Anthony was a man of great wisdom, having found an apt successor in you. I can somewhat comprehend your eagerness to depart from this place." With that, Dumbledore finished his last glass of wine, producing a pouch of coins and placing it before them. "It appears our meeting must conclude here. I hope to encounter you once more at Hogwarts, Mr. Sandster." Karan took the pouch, weighing it silently before saying, "One moment," and then retrieving a bag to collect every bottle of wine in the room, placing it before Dumbledore. "These wines are rather difficult to manage, and given that the orphanage is filled with underage children, I do not wish to instill in them a habit of alcoholism. Thus, I shall gift them to you, headmaster. These muggle beverages are not without merit. Pausing, Carlin added, and they are free of charge. Dumbledore chuckled, extending his hand, and the bag vanished entirely. He playfully inquired, truly free? Carlin scoffed, otherwise any funds acquired would need to be utilized for the Anthony orphanage. It is not as though I could use it myself. In any case, gifting it to anyone else is merely a means to irritate him one last time. However, Carlin suddenly shifted his tone, since I have bestowed a gift. It would not be too much to request a favor in return from you, would it? A simple task, really. What is it? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. There is a family nearby by the name of Evans. Their daughter, Lily, should be entering the same year as I, but their eldest daughter, Petunia, is a muggle and seems to harbor some jealousy towards Lily. Although I had taken certain measures to alleviate their jealousy, problems were bound to arise. However, if it were you, Principal, you could certainly offer Penny some sound advice to prevent any adverse effects on the sisters due to this matter. Karan swiftly articulated a plethora of thoughts, evidently premeditated. Indeed, such matters warrant careful consideration. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, then inquired of Karan. May I ask why you chose to intervene, Mr. Snape? After a moment of contemplation, Karan replied, because they are the only children from a muggle family that I know. I hope this reason suffices. Dumbledore, without much deliberation, nodded and smiled. It is indeed sufficient. Until we meet again at Hogwarts, Mr. Snape. With that, Dumbledore turned and departed. Karan stood silently in the room for a while before returning to the sofa, seemingly relieved, yet his brow furrowed in contemplation. Either Dumbledore had not employed legilimency on me, or could it be? Meanwhile, Dumbledore had exited the confines of Spinner's End and was making his way towards the Evans household, given the short distance. It was indeed his intention to visit this family next, and Karan's request was merely a trifling task. Nonetheless, a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind, a natural master of mental occlusion. Today marked the day for a visit to Diagon Alley. Upon learning that Lily's friend Penny was also a witch, the Evans family readily offered to accompany Severus and Karan to Diagon Alley. However, as their private car could only accommodate 4 passengers, Karan politely declined the invitation through Lily, while assuring them that he would procure the items on the list on the same day, albeit separately. Severus sat in his dimly lit bedroom, idly using his mother's wand to swat at flies on the ceiling, quietly awaiting the appointed time he had arranged with Karan. His hair remained in its typically greasy state, and his gaze inadvertently drifted to the small bag on the bed, a scholarship fund that Dumbledore had brought during his home visit. Coincidentally or not, Dumbledore had arrived when Severus's father, Tobias Snape, was absent and had handed the gold galleons to Severus's mother, Eileen Prince, who subsequently entrusted the entire sum to him. Though Severus did not share Karan's status as an orphan, the prolonged experience of Muggle life and extreme poverty had nonetheless placed him within the criteria for school assistance. Reflecting on this, along with the memory of his mother's quiet sigh of relief at that time, caused Severus's aim to falter, leaving him feeling increasingly agitated. He resolutely stood up and adjusted his only outfit in front of the worn mirror once more. In truth, there was no need for further inspection. Kalen's transformation was remarkably flawless, rendering the garments unrecognizable from their original state. Even Tobias Snape exhibited a rare expression of astonishment upon seeing him, though his demeanor remained as unfriendly as ever. Meanwhile, Eileen Prince seemed to be lost in thought, softly murmuring, "Making friends is ultimately a good thing." Snape was puzzled by his mother's statement. Their infrequent conversations had fostered a growing estrangement between them. Eileen had never shared with him the events of her school days, and since Snape's birth, she had perpetually worn a melancholy expression, as if joy had eluded her throughout her life. A sense of restlessness began to stir within Snape, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of impatience and anger. He was uncertain whether this stemmed from his resentment towards his father or his disdain for his mother's perceived cowardice. Perhaps it was inconsequential to discern the source, as he would soon be heading to Hogwarts, where freedom awaited him. Moreover, Lily would be there as well. The mere thought of Lily brought a rare smile to Snape's face, a gentle expression that neither Kalen nor Lily had ever witnessed, one he allowed himself only in solitude. However, upon recalling Kalen, that smile gradually faded. Yes, there was still Kalen. Snape remembered the penetrating gaze during Dumbledore's home visit and the singular question posed to him. "Mr. Snape, what do you think of Kalen Sarnster? What kind of person? Annoying, loquacious, prone to exaggeration, and harboring an abhorrent attitude towards dark magic, yet simultaneously embracing it with open arms, not to mention his frenzied thirst for knowledge of the arcane." During that brief period, Eileen's collection of spellbooks had been thoroughly perused by Kalen, and though it was uncertain how much he retained, it was undeniably a considerable quantity. A rather peculiar individual. Professor Dumbledore, Snape ultimately replied. Indeed, in Snape's eyes, Karan was a curious enigma, brimming with contradictions. He cherished magic, yet bore no disdain for muggles. He adored white magic, while maintaining a personal threshold for dark arts. Furthermore, his attitude toward both himself and Lily resembled a nonchalant form of care. Though the approach may not have been particularly endearing, the outcome seemed to yield positive results. Staring blankly into the mirror for an extended period, Snape slowly exhaled, placing his mother's wand into his drawer and finally adjusting his attire. This one would likely be the last he would ever use. Descending the small attic, he chanced upon his mother, diligently cleaning the house. Snape could not fathom why she chose to employ muggle methods for such tasks, rather than utilizing magic. It seemed utterly foolish, even for his mother. Princess lifted her gaze, revealing a lingering weariness and melancholy etched upon her face. Upon noticing her son silently observing her from the staircase, she lowered her head once more, searching for dust within the confines of their home. It appeared that only in this manner could she converse with Snape. Truly, do you not require my company? Snape turned away, intentionally avoiding eye contact with his mother, unconsciously smoothing the cracks on the wall with his fingers. In a subdued tone, he replied, No, I will first meet with Karan, and then shop in Diagon Alley with the Evans family. It should not take long. That is well, murmured Princess softly, repeating, It is always a good thing to make friends. It seemed she wished for her child to value this hard-won friendship, yet for some reason, those were the only words she could muster. Silence enveloped the room, save for the gentle sounds of Princess tidying up. Snape felt as though this silence might drive him to madness. Just as he had never appreciated the arguments of his parents, this wordlessness filled him with profound disdain. The Evans family, in contrast, never behaved in such a manner. Lily had never expressed such distress, at least not in Snape's hearing. And even Karan never reminisced about his own parents. Perhaps it would be better if I were truly an orphan, Snape thought for the first time, filled with a sense of malice. At that moment, Princess, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts, abruptly approached Snape. It was the first time he had been so close to his mother since he could remember. He sensed, with an inexplicable unease, what might transpire next. Yet, Princess merely bowed her head, retrieving a crumpled pile of pound from her apron and placing it into Snape's outer coat pocket, awkwardly suggesting, Take this and buy something. At the very least, do not purchase second-hand robes. Princess lifted her gaze to meet her son's, her arm twitching slightly as if she wished to caress his face. As mothers often do. However, she ultimately lowered her head once more, resuming the seemingly endless household chores. In that fleeting moment, Snape suddenly felt a sense of breathlessness, as if he were suffocating. He stood there, trembling slightly, but this silence no longer filled him with disdain. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. I'm leaving, he croaked softly, uttering those words before departing. At the leaky cauldron, why are your eyes so red? Karan asked, taking a bite of the apple in his hand and offering one to Snape as he continued. Did your father hit you? Or did your parents have another quarrel? Mind your own business. Snape snapped, biting into the fruit with such force that it seemed he was releasing some pent-up frustration. Karan, unfazed by Snape's demeanor, murmured in bewilderment. Do wizards enter puberty this early? What did you say? Snape instinctively replied, though he hadn't quite caught it, sensing that Karan's words were far from complimentary. Nothing. Karan casually dismissed. By the way, you know where the leaky cauldron is, right? I know, Snape replied begrudgingly, still perturbed by Karan's previous remark. It's located between 48 Charing Cross Road and 12 Great Newport Street, invisible to muggles. Good to know, Karan replied as they stepped out of the confines of Nocturne Alley. Glancing around the street, Snape had no choice but to halt alongside him, tossing the apple core into a nearby bin and furrowing his brow as he asked, Why are you stopping? If we don't hurry, we'll be late for the meeting with Lily. Walking? Karan repeated with a hint of amusement. You think we can walk several miles? Then what do you propose we do? Snape remained sullen, seemingly finding no humor in the situation, but soon he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Karan, with a magician's flair, produced a stack of pounds, all in high denominations, and smiled as he said, We're not walking. We're taking a cab. Even upon disembarking, Snape remained in a state of shock, realizing that compared to Karan, the few pounds he carried were merely a pittance. Where did you acquire such wealth? You're not an orphan. Snape frowned, hesitating to voice the word orphan completely, after Lily's enduring influence. He had learned not to bring up the subject himself. Oh, Karan raised an eyebrow, but did not directly answer the question. It seems I'm not only stronger than you, but also wealthier. Snape remained silent, his expression dark, his hands instinctively clenching in his pockets. Let us move quickly. We can't waste any more time, Carlin said, seemingly oblivious to Snape's turmoil, smiling brightly. The leaky cauldron, as Severus had remarked, remained invisible to Muggles, who, despite being aware of a blank space on the map, could never locate it. However, perhaps due to the arrival of the school term, there were occasionally parents escorting their children into the establishment. Nevertheless, a duo composed entirely of children, like Karan and Severus, was indeed a rare sight. Karan ignored the scrutinizing gazes and entered the pub alongside Severus. Even with some mental preparation, the dismal atmosphere still evoked a sense of distaste in Karan. As a renowned locale, it was excessively dark and filthy, hardly befitting the title of an entrance to Diagon Alley. Especially for Muggle families visiting the magical world for the first time, such an environment was decidedly unwelcoming. At this time, the younger version of the proprietor, Tom, was far from the unsightly figure he would later become. Judging by his slightly thinning hair, he could be considered a middle-aged man at best. Tom stood behind the counter, lamenting to an elderly patron about the premature retirement of Fleamont Potter, asserting that inventing a hair tonic was of no use to those lacking hair, and that the profits from a hair growth potion would be significantly greater. As he spoke, Tom absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his hair, while the old man nodded in agreement. Upon noticing Karan and Severus, this unusual pair of children, Tom hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, unable to suppress his astonishment. Merlin's beard. Children, are you new students? Were your parents? Did they not accompany you? Yes, we came on our own, Karan replied politely, offering no further explanation. Ah, I see. Tom, understanding without further inquiry, recalled that such students, while not plentiful, did exist. He remembered a time, when he had more hair, meeting a similarly unfortunate new student who coincidentally shared his name, Tom. With a sympathetic gaze directed at the two children, Tom contemplated whether to offer them some complimentary beverages. This left Severus pondering whether he should clarify the situation or remain silent. Fortunately, before Severus could deliberate for too long, Karan took the initiative and said, "We intend to visit Diagon Alley. Would you be so kind, sir?" "Oh, certainly. No problem at all." Tom cheerfully guided the pair through the bar, leading them to a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Aside from a trash bin and some weeds, there was little else to be seen. At that moment, Karan suddenly inquired, "Is Gamp's old white wine available for purchase here?" "Of course, my dear child," Tom replied warmly. "This beer is named after the first Minister of Magic, Uric the Oddball, created to honor his decision to allow the leaky cauldron to continue its existence following the implementation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Although it is somewhat pricey, costing a full galleon, anyone who manages to consume a pint of this ale will receive a reward of 100 galleons." However, Tom noticeably observed Snape's unusual demeanor and smiled as he added, "This brew is notoriously difficult to drink. Since the 18th century, no one has successfully accomplished this feat," he emphasized, "not a single soul." Karan also smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Snape before paying close attention to Tom's actions. "Take note, my child." Tom drew his wand and placed it against the refuse bin, patiently instructing, "Count 3 blocks upward from the trash can, then 2 blocks horizontally. But fret not if you forget. You may always seek my assistance again." With that, Tom rapped 3 times on the wall. The brick he struck trembled and began to shift, revealing a small opening that gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway appeared before them, leading to a winding, cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Welcome," Tom turned and smiled at the two. "Welcome to Diagon Alley. You know about that particular ale?" At this moment, the archway had narrowed and reverted to a wall, with Snape and Karan standing on the opposite side. Karan gazed dreamily at the sign of a cauldron shop, brass, bronze, and tin cauldrons, all models available, collapsible. There was no model for automatic stirring, but the inventor what? "What did you say?" Karan, momentarily distracted, responded. "How do you know about that ale?" Snape inquired again. Such matters were not disclosed to him by Prince, so Snape was naturally unaware. Yet, inexplicably, Karan always seemed to possess information from unknown sources. "Oh, that's called Gamp's Old Cider," Karan reiterated, still not explaining the origin of his knowledge, but instead casting a playful glance at Snape. "What? Are you tempted to try? It only costs 1 galleon, and if you succeed, you could turn it into 100 galleons. What do you think?" I believe Tom wouldn't strictly enforce age restrictions for such a rare challenge. Snape lowered his head in silence, but it appeared he was genuinely intrigued, weighing the potential gains and losses. Karan chuckled, "Come on, before Lily and the others arrive. We have a few matters to attend to." Snape furrowed his brow and asked, "Shouldn't we wait for them inside the leaky cauldron?" "No hurry. There is plenty of time for you to spend with Lily." Karan jested with Snape, completely disregarding his displeased and flushed countenance, and strode ahead. Although Snape was somewhat reluctant, he silently followed suit. Kaelin, with keen interest, surveyed his surroundings. A stout woman stood outside the apothecary, shaking her head as they passed, muttering, "Dragon liver. 10 sickles an ounce, they must be mad." Kaelin observed the cheerful shopkeeper within, surmising that even if the price soared to 16 sickles an ounce, the shopkeeper would remain unfazed, merrily attending to his customers. A soft, melancholic whimper emanated from a dimly lit shop, its sign reading, "Hooting Owl Emporium, Grey Owls. Bawn Oafs, Snowy Oafs." Several boys, of a similar age to Kaelin, pressed their noses against the display glass, where flying broomsticks were showcased. "Look," one boy exclaimed. "That's the latest Nimbus 1001, the fastest model." Other shops offered robes, telescopes, and an array of peculiar silverware that Kaelin had never encountered before. One window was crammed with baskets of bat spleens and eel eyes, surrounded by spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion bottles, and celestial globes. This blend of familiarity and strangeness always evoked a curious sensation within Kaelin, but fortunately, it wasn't too long before they reached the destination of Kaelin's venture, Gringotts. They arrived at a towering, snow-white edifice, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding shops, adorned with a gleaming bronze entrance. Upon seeing this, Snape's expression darkened further, a wave of inferiority flooding through him, quickly overshadowed by a deeper sense of guilt. "What are you dawdling for?" Kalan urgit, tugging at Snape's sleeve and pulling him inside. The goblin at the entrance, even before 2 young children, performed a courteous bow, subsequently revealing a second door, silver-hued, inscribed with ominous warnings such as "Beware of greed, punish the thief." Witnessing this, Kaelin internally scoffed. The goblins, who fancied themselves the custodians of wizards' economic lifeblood, presumed they held a significant position, were indeed the most avaricious yet blissfully unaware of their own greed. If galleons were truly so invaluable, Kaelin had not witnessed a single goblin bravely resist when Voldemort forcibly seized Gringotts. At most, they had fled in disarray. When individual power reaches a certain threshold, such soft threats become ineffective. Here, in this realm, was precisely that of the magical world. 2 goblins bowed to them and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat behind a long counter on elevated stools, some weighing coins on brass scales, others examining gemstones through magnifying glasses, while hastily scribbling in large ledgers. The hall was filled with countless doors, each leading to different destinations, while numerous fairies guided the ebb and flow of people entering and exiting these portals. "Hello," Kaelin greeted a seemingly idle fairy. "Ah, greetings to you, little wizards of the human realm." Due to the height of the counter, the fairy had to strain to look down, glancing around as well. "I seem to see no adults. Only us." Kaelin had no intention of engaging in idle chit-chat with the fairy. He promptly retrieved a bundle of pounds from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "I have heard that for certain young wizards living in the Muggle world, it is possible to exchange Muggle currency for galleons." Although Kaelin had access to the Hogwarts Scholarship Fund, he had no desire to squander his resources, and he was not without his own modest savings. While his funds paled in comparison to Mr. Anthony's inheritance, they were sufficient to afford him a relatively comfortable existence. "Indeed, that is correct," the fairy replied, seemingly astonished by Kaelin's maturity and composure. However, he unfurled the stack of banknotes, scrutinizing them before inquiring, "And what is your name?" "Kaelin Sanchier." The fairy flipped open a ledger, diligently searching. "Hogwarts freshman, born into a Muggle family, an orphan." The fairy's voice gradually lowered as he casually glanced at Kaelin, then back to the currency in his hands, pulling out a single note and asking, "If I am not mistaken, may I inquire if this is a bloodstain, Mr. Sanchia?" Snape's eyes widened slowly. Kaelin observed the dark red smudge on the banknote, raising an eyebrow in response. Would this have any implications? The fairy regarded Kaelin for a moment. "No, certainly not. Money does not lose its value due to such trivial matters." Thus, the fairy produced the excess amount, stating, "Gringotts has certain restrictions on the exchange of Muggle currency, allowing a maximum of 1,000 pounds, with an exchange rate of 5 to 1, translating to 200 galleons." At this juncture, the fairy suddenly wrinkled his nose and begrudgingly added 2 words, "per year." Clearly, this fairy was quite dissatisfied with the policy, as Muggle currency lacked the allure of glittering gold in their eyes. However, Kaelin was aware that during the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy, the fairies had vehemently opposed this policy, as they had substantial interests in the Muggle world at that time. Yet, to avoid becoming estranged from the heart of the magical community like the Malfoy family, the fairies reluctantly acquiesced to this legislation. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the Malfoy family was still human, whereas fairies were simply fairies. For the resolute wizards of that time, it was difficult to fathom the consequences that would ensue if the fairies continued their obstinate opposition. Undoubtedly, the fairies themselves would not relish the outcome. Yet now, the fairies found themselves in the position of resolving the issue of currency exchange for the wizards, a task that would be challenging to accomplish without the unanimous consent of all the fairies involved. Karan calmly accepted a small pouch of gold and the returned pounds, and then, with a seemingly effortless motion, handed the pounds to Snape, tilting his head slightly to indicate the fairy's location and uttering, "Go ahead." Both Snape and the fairy were taken aback. The fairy's nose wrinkled even more, and Snape was not faring much better. He spoke in a low, gravelly voice to Karan. "Do not command me." However, under Kalen's indifferent gaze, Snape's fury dissipated like a punch landing on soft cotton, lacking any real force. Ultimately, he silently cursed the wretched sandster in his mind and surrendered the stack of pounds at the counter, muttering to himself, "Snape, severe as Snape." The fairy, still wrinkling its nose, opened a ledger and meticulously checked it 3 times before addressing Snape. "There are only 950 pounds here. Are you certain you wish to exchange this, Mr. Snape?" The emphasis on Mr. was palpable. At that moment, Snape hesitated, his hand tightening once more in his pocket, stealing a glance at Karan, who appeared to be engrossed in observing a nearby assortment of weight gems. Snape swiftly retrieved the money that Prince had given him and whispered, "Add this as well." Upon witnessing this, the fairy seemed to grasp the situation better, and its gaze towards Snape was devoid of the disdain it held for Karan. It nodded quietly. "That makes exactly 1,000 pounds. Here are 200 galleons. Please accept them." After exiting Gringotts, Karan instinctively extracted 10 gold galleons from the pouch and placed them in Snape's hand, who remained silent as he accepted them. However, Karan suddenly counted out an additional 19 galleons and handed them over again. Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does this mean?" "A 10% handling fee. I cannot allow you to assist me without compensation," Karan replied with a nonchalant smile. "Do you take me for someone who does not appreciate reciprocity? Take it." Before Snape could refuse, Karan directly placed the money into Snape's pocket. Snape was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately lowered his head, saying nothing. Yet, during their leisurely stroll, Snape could not help but lean closer to Karan and murmur, "What exactly was that about?" "What?" Karan, engrossed in observing an ice cream shop, had not caught the words. "The bloodstains on the money." Snape's voice dropped even lower. Karan then turned to Snape, feigning surprise as he remarked, "Do dark wizards truly concern themselves with such trivial matters?" "Lower your voice." Snape quickly interjected, noticing the curious glances of those around them. "I'm not jesting, Karan. How exactly did you acquire that money?" "Hogwarts did not reject my admission," Karan suddenly stated. Snape paused in disbelief. "What I mean," Karan explained with a hint of resignation after witnessing Snape's reaction, "is that regardless of how I came by that money, Hogwarts did not bar me from entry. Is that reason not sufficient?" "Not enough," Snape insisted, his usually greasy hair framing a gaze of unprecedented determination. "If this could potentially affect Lily, then it is far from sufficient." This marked the first occasion in which Snape openly expressed his innermost thoughts before Karan. To his surprise, Karan looked at him with a measure of pity. "What do you mean by that?" Snape inquired, maintaining a stern expression. After studying Snape for a moment, Karan silently shook his head, opting not to answer, but instead continued. "You are aware of the conditions in Spinner's End, I presume?" Snape nodded. Karan spoke softly again. "In such a dire environment, if I occasionally resorted to cleaning, do you deem that wrong?" Although still somewhat unclear, Snape discerned the essence of Karan's words. His attitude towards Karan shifted from hostility to astonishment as he asked, "Are you implying magic?" "But that is illegal." Snape was well aware that Karan's magical prowess surpassed his own, while it might raise suspicions of impropriety. Karan could indeed wield some wandless magic, sufficient perhaps to intimidate a few muggles. "Magic," Snape mused, only to be met with Karan shaking his head in a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Ultimately, Karan said to Snape, "I truly cannot tell whether you hold that wretched lot in too high esteem or underestimate me, Snape." Before Snape could grasp the meaning behind Karan's words, Karan forcefully led him towards the location of the leaky cauldron. "Come now, cease your futile musings. The Evans family should be arriving shortly. Oh, and there's Gamp's vintage cordial." Karan added suddenly, "It's merely 1 galleon. You should give it a try." As Snape took a sip, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, unlike any he had experienced in the 11 years of his life. What was ostensibly a flavorless drink turned out to be an incredible source of revulsion. This was not wine. It was a veritable emetic. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged within him, and he hurriedly leaned over the toilet to expel the contents of his stomach once more. "Cursed be that wretched Calsan." He incessantly berated within his mind. Indeed, it was all deliberate, a calculated ploy to humiliate me. Not to mention the utter waste of an entire gallon. Although Calsan had unjustly bestowed upon himself 19 gallons. To Severus Snape, this was an entirely different matter, distinct and irreconcilable. Gratitude still lingered, yet it could not mitigate the jest-like malice. Fortunately, Lily remained oblivious to the scene. This was the sole solace Snape could cling to. As he staggered out, Tom immediately raised his goblet, exclaiming loudly, "A toast to our little hero! A toast to our little hero!" The guests responded with smiles, yet Snape's spirit had dulled to the point where he could scarcely register their cheers. He forced himself back to the table. There, Calsan maintained a cautious demeanor, scrutinizing the glass of red wine that had barely been sipped. Gamp's vintage cordial. Merlin's beard upon witnessing Snape's dazed expression. Calsan could not suppress a gasp, stifling laughter with great effort. "How do you feel?" Calsan inquired. Snape's lips quivered as he retorted fiercely, "You might as well try it for yourself." Calsan, carefree and unperturbed, shook his head. "I'm not lacking in funds." With his scholarship, he now possessed nearly 450 gallons, a sum that hardly classified him as impoverished, thus rendering any risk unwarranted. Moreover, Calsan had no intention of attempting such a feat. Until 2014, no one had accomplished this daunting task, a testament to its terrifying nature. One could only wonder if the bar owner harbored some private grudge against Gamp, concocting such a drink to deliberately vex him, as well as all who dared to think of it. Seeing Coulson's demeanor only intensified Snape's ire. He felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the drink into Coulson's face. Yet, before he could enact such a reckless act, Tom intervened, cheerfully approaching with 2 glasses of juice, presenting them as complimentary refreshments, and promptly reclaiming the scarcely touched Gamp's wine. Clearly, he had noted Snape's predatory glare. Coulson silently contemplated the differences in the magical world's juices. It wasn't long before he noticed something unusual at the bar's entrance and alerted Snape. The Evans family has arrived. Evidently, within the Evans family, only Lily possessed the ability to perceive the leaky cauldron, necessitating their vehicle to be parked at a nearby establishment. Subsequently, Mr. and Mrs. Evans, along with Petunia, guided Lily inside in an exceedingly peculiar manner. "Hello, Calsan. Severus, what is the matter with you?" Lily inquired, her tone a blend of curiosity and concern directed at Snape. Although he no longer trembled, his countenance remained alarmingly pale. At that moment, a nearby patron spoke up on Snape's behalf, declaring, "He is our little hero." This elicited a burst of laughter from those in the bar. "It's nothing," Kalan promptly defended Snape, for he feared that Snape might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. "Let us depart." Kalan tugged Snape to his feet and politely bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Evans, as well as Petunia, before the group followed Tom down the winding path to Diagon Alley. The entire journey proceeded smoothly, save for a minor incident upon encountering the goblin at Gringotts again. The goblin assumed that Kalan had intentionally brought along a throng of young wizards with quota-bearing credentials, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Thankfully, Kalan managed to provide a timely explanation that calmed the goblin's nerves. Mr. and Mrs. Evans were elated that their daughter would be attending a magical academy, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in their surroundings. Petunia's hostility towards Lily had noticeably diminished. It seemed that Dumbledore's visit had indeed made a difference. She merely reminded Lily to be prudent with her purchases. Aside from that, her demeanor was much less antagonistic. As for Lily, upon catching sight of Kalan's satchel, she gasped in astonishment. However, she devoted most of her attention to caring for Snape, particularly when she learned he needed to visit a second-hand bookstore. Without hesitation, she assisted him in selecting well-preserved used books, which proved to be a significant help, especially given his ghastly pallor. Her kindness stood in stark contrast to Kalan's cheerful demeanor as he observed the scene. "Kalan, why are you still standing there? Come join us." Only after Lily expressed her mild frustration did Kalan reluctantly crouch down to join them. Nonetheless, it was clear that Snape's robes and similar items would no longer require second-hand options, perhaps lightening his heart a little. The items first-year students needed were mostly similar, with no substantial changes required in their books, although the editions might differ. For instance, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had reached its 43rd edition. One must commend Mr. Scamander for his unyielding spirit. Even in his advanced years, he continued to explore magical creatures, dedicating his finite life to an infinite number of revisions. Remarkably, even a consolation prize like the Order of Merlin, second class, would not be awarded until 1979, and by the time he retired, it would already be the 1990s. Truly, he was a legendary magical zoologist. Of course, One could also argue that the magical realm is sorely lacking in high-caliber talent across various fields. After reflecting on this inexplicable sentiment, the group finally arrived at their last stop for purchases. The shop appeared small and dilapidated, its gilded sign now peeling, which proclaimed Ollivander's, since 382 BC, expertly crafted wands. In the dust-laden display case, a solitary wand rests upon a faded purple cushion. Is this truly the finest wand shop? Not only Lily, but even the Evans couple could not suppress their skepticism. Indeed, Karan nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with longing. 2 millennia of wand craftsmanship, the oldest and the best. Come, let us enter. Thus, under Karan's guidance, the group stepped into the wand shop. As they entered, a cacophony of tinkling bells resonated from somewhere in the back of the modest store. The shop was small, containing little more than a few benches. Karan led them to sit silently on the benches, while the Evans family gazed in astonishment at the thousands of slender boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Severus, still seemingly not entirely recovered, felt a slight flush creep to his cheeks, sitting close to Lily. "Good day," a soft voice greeted, startling everyone, including Karan, while Severus felt a wave of nausea wash over him once more. An elderly man stood silently before them, his pale, large eyes shining like 2 luminous moons in the dimly lit shop. "Hello," Karan responded first. "Oh, greetings, my dear children," Mr. Ollivander smiled warmly. "And to the adults as well." The Evans parents followed suit with their own greetings. Now, then, Ollivander lowered his gaze, letting it pass over Petunia, which made her pout in displeasure, prompting Lily to offer her comfort. "Who shall go first? Young wizards." Karan glanced around, not rushing to procure a wand, and instead pointed to Lily, saying, "Ladies first, Mr. Ollivander." "Very good. A most gallant young man," Ollivander commended Karan, then turned to Lily and inquired, "So, my dear girl, which hand do you favor?" Lily, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, "My right hand. I'm accustomed to using my right." "Right hand. Splendid," Ollivander remarked, producing a long tape measure adorned with silver markings from his pocket. "Please raise your arm." He began to measure Lily, from shoulder to fingertips, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, her head circumference. Throughout the process, Lily trembled, as if she were about to be precisely cut. "Do not be afraid, my dear." Ollivander noted her nervous demeanor and reassured her, "It is merely a necessary procedure. It seems you come from a Muggle family, am I correct?" Lily nodded towards her family behind her, affirming, "Indeed, sir." "Excellent," Ollivander replied with a smile, though it was unclear what exactly was excellent about it. "Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties." He then began to expound on the essence of wands. "We utilize the hair of unicorns, the feathers of phoenixes, and the heartstrings of fire dragons." "Indeed, that is correct." Upon observing the astonishment of the Evans family, Ollivander paused momentarily before continuing. "Each Ollivander wand is utterly unique. For no 2 unicorns, fire dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Naturally, should you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, the results would be far from optimal." As the measuring tape extended to gauge the distance between Lily's nostrils, Karan suddenly inquired of the wandering Mr. Ollivander, "Pardon me, sir, but do not these measurements change with age?" To which Ollivander replied, "Ah, this selection process. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, my dear young sir." Approaching with an armful of long boxes, Ollivander patiently elucidated, "While it may appear that the wizard selects the wand, in truth, it is the wand that selects the wizard. As for your query, I must confess that many have pondered the same. However, forgive my candor, Ollivander wands are invariably the finest, and this is not without justification. You must hail from a Muggle family, am I correct?" "Indeed," Karan replied with a courteous nod. "Precisely," Ollivander chuckled. "It is common for young witches and wizards, as well as adults, to pose similar inquiries. Yet, I can only assert that wand lore is a profoundly intricate discipline. As for the rest," Ollivander winked mysteriously, "that remains the secret of the craft. I am afraid I cannot divulge further." "Thank you, sir," Karan politely expressed his gratitude. Yet, internally, Karan marveled at how Muggles possess no inkling of magic, and how even the most seemingly offensive remarks about their ignorance are delivered in such a manner that they elicit no disdain. Truly, a testament to a craft honed over 2 millennia. "Now, let us proceed," Mrs. Evans, Ollivander declared, presenting a wand to Lily. She appeared notably exhilarated, but in her eagerness, a beam of light unexpectedly shot forth from the wand's tip, causing a box to explode. "Oh, no worries, no worries. This is quite common," Ollivander chuckled, raising his own wand and whispering a charm aimed at the damaged box. Instantly, it was restored to its pristine condition. "Now let's try this one." The process of selecting a wand, or rather, being selected by it, is always lengthy, yet imbued with fascination. Within the small wand shop, the startled gasps of the Evans couple occasionally pierced the air, but ultimately, Lily discovered a wand that felt entirely remarkable. Measuring 10 1/4 inches, made of willow, and containing a phoenix feather. Wonderful, truly splendid. Mr. Ollivander took the wand, placed it into its box, and wrapped it in brown paper, all the while explaining to the delighted Lily. The phoenix feather, undoubtedly, is the most rare type of wand core available, capable of casting the greatest variety of spells, although it may take longer to manifest its true potential. However, the phoenix is notoriously selective when choosing its master. For the phoenix itself is one of the most independent and transcendent creatures in existence. Here you go, my dear. Lily expressed her gratitude joyfully and continued to inquire. What about the willow wood, Mr. Ollivander? Regarding that. Ollivander's expression suddenly became somewhat inscrutable. Willow wood typically selects wizards of immense potential rather than those who are overly self-assured. Only those with grand aspirations are deemed worthy of willow. At this point, Ollivander's gaze drifted, uncertain whether to look at Snape or Carlin. Meanwhile, Carlin subtly cast a sidelong glance, and Ollivander, understanding the unspoken message, turned to Snape. It is unfortunate that the owner of Willow Wood, no matter how much they wish to conceal it, often inexplicably lacks a sense of security. Under Ollivander's piercing gaze, Snape suddenly froze, as did Lily beside him. All right, Ollivander continued, smiling. Who shall be next? Let him go first, Carlin insisted once more, nudging Snape forward, lost in contemplation of Ollivander's earlier words. Snape hardly registered the moment when the measuring tape began to operate autonomously around him. Carlin, seizing the opportunity while Ollivander sought a suitable wand for Snape, leaned closer to Lily and whispered, What were you doing just now? What? Carlin feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. I saw you signaling to Mr. Ollivander, Lily retorted angrily. Carlin blinked, muttering softly, Well, you didn't choose me anyway. Carlin, Lily exclaimed, hitting him in frustration. Didn't we agree not to bring that up again? What matter? At that moment, the measuring tape had fallen from Snape, who regarded the two with a suspicious gaze, particularly directed at Carlin. It's none of your concern. Before Carlin could respond, Lily blushed and shot him a glare. This nearly shattered Snape's composure, but fortunately, he was drawn back to the moment by the ever-patient Mr. Ollivander, who had been waiting nearby with a wand in hand. The commotion resumed, yet Snape appeared somewhat indifferent until he finally found and selected his wand, awakening from his reverie. Splendid. Marvelous. Ollivander praised once more. Carlin couldn't help but wonder if he had uttered the same words to every young wizard. 11 1/4 inches, you would. Heartstring of a fire dragon, excellent choice. As Ollivander carefully packed away the wand, he patiently elucidated to Snape. Generally speaking, the heartstring of a fire dragon can forge the most formidable wands, capable of casting the most exquisite spells. However, such wands are also prone to easily altering their allegiance, often becoming the most susceptible to turning into dark magic wands, although they do not inherently lean in that direction. At that moment, Karan inquired aptly, so ultimately, whether it is dark magic or white magic, the choice rests with the wizard, does it not? Snape slowly lifted his gaze, and Ollivander smiled in affirmation. Indeed, that is the case. Snape bowed his head once more, lost in thought. As for the you, at this juncture, a swell of pride suddenly illuminated Ollivander's expression. The U wand is invariably associated with courage, and my ancestor, Garrick Ollivander, once expressed his pride in finding a suitable master for the U, for he understood the destiny of the U wand's owner. Ollivander gently placed the box in Snape's hands. To die with honor. I hope you may become a true warrior, my child. Snape stood utterly stunned. However, Ollivander did not continue, instead casting an expectant glance at Karan. It seems the next moment belongs to you, my dapper young sir. Karan nodded, stepping forward, while softly whispering in Snape's ear. You must have heard, the power of choice always lies in your hands, Snape. Snape's expression gradually darkened. It had been quite some time since he and Karan had discussed dark magic, yet here it was, brought up by Karan unprompted. But Karan did not look back at him. He simply stood obediently in place, allowing the measuring tape to move up and down. Before long, Karan reached the stage of testing the wand, and, as with the previous two, there were a few minor surprises. Ultimately, after experimenting with an unknown number of wands, Karan suddenly felt an unusual sensation, as if his arm had inexplicably elongated. Excellent, truly splendid, Ollivander praised once more, taking the wand from Karan's hand and examining it closely. 11 1/4 inches, unicorn tail hair with white ash, splendid. He then began to explain. Unicorn tail hair typically produces the most stable magic and is particularly resistant to dark magic. At this point, Snape immediately glanced at Karan. Ollivander, undeterred, continued. Moreover, while wands made from unicorn tail hair may not possess extraordinary strength, they yield the most loyal of wands, especially when combined with white ash, which accentuates this tendency. Thus, we have the most loyal wand. At that moment, Lily suddenly inquired with a hint of confusion, "Is it merely loyalty?" She gestured towards herself and Snape, suggesting that there seemed to be no wand stronger than theirs. "No, it is not so." Before Ollivander could respond, Karan gently countered, eagerly taking the wand from Ollivander's hand, cradling it as he savored an inexplicable sense of familiarity, caressing it softly. His gaze was unprecedentedly fervent. "Loyalty is all that is required," Karan whispered. Outside the Flor and Fosket ice cream parlor, Karan, Lily, and Snape settled at table. Meanwhile, the Evans couple's curiosity about the magical world had evidently not been entirely quelled, prompting them to wander off for a bit longer. Concerned by Snape's pallid complexion, Lily chose to remain behind. Karan generously ordered 3 servings of ice cream, prompting Lily to finally ask the same question. "Karan, where do you get all that money?" Snape glanced at Karan, his expression subtly complex, as if he preferred Lily remain oblivious to such matters. Karan exchanged glances between the two, nonchalantly remarking, "So, you genuinely believed me when I said I was poor? What else could it be?" Lily replied. Karan shrugged. "As an orphan, do you think it appropriate to disclose such things? Spinner's End is hardly a safe haven." He deftly sidestepped the source of his wealth, instead emphasizing the matter of safety. As for how Lily chose to interpret this, it was of no concern to Karan. "Let us not dwell on that," Karan said, and, at a pivotal moment, faced with Lily's lingering skepticism, he mischievously recounted one of Snape's past embarrassments, completely disregarding the murderous glare directed at him. To Snape's astonishment, Lily harbored no disdain. Instead, she burst into laughter and curiously asked Snape if it truly was that distasteful. "I don't recall," Snape stammered, his face flushed. "It's a feeling that's hard to describe." After the laughter subsided, Lily gently stroked the orange kitten nestled in her arms. A hybrid cat she had just acquired and named Balian, a little girl. Taking another bite of her ice cream, she hesitantly asked the two, "Are you really not considering getting a pet? Isn't it allowed at school?" Karan shook his head. "The school provides communal owls. Toads are disgusting. And as for cats," he shot a disdainful glance at Balian, "I have no desire to acquire a master." In response, Balian regarded Karan with an equally scornful look. The standoff between the boy and the cat quickly escalated, each glaring back and forth. As for Snape, he remained silent. Although he could afford a pet, it was evident that he did not wish to squander his scarce galleons on such a frivolous indulgence. He was far from reaching the extravagant heights of Karan, or even Lily. At this moment, Karan, after casting a fierce glare at Balrian, redirected his attention and said to Lily, "When you return, do bring Snape along, as it would be quite difficult for him to carry all those items by himself." "And what about you?" Before Lily could respond, Snape inquired with a hint of confusion. "How will you return?" Karan shook his head. "I want to be going back. I intend to stay at the Leaky Cauldron until school starts. It won't be long and won't cost much." Lily and Snape exchanged glances, both choosing to overlook Kalen's air of affluence, and instead asked him, "Why the sudden decision not to return?" "What'll we do then?" Karan shook his head again. "I have already secured my train ticket. I will see you all again when school begins. As for why I don't wish to return," Karan reluctantly reiterated what he had once told Dumbledore, "because that place is an orphanage." A heavy silence fell upon Snape and Lily. Although they had long been aware of this fact, they had somewhat neglected it, growing accustomed to their interactions in the woods, whether studying or conversing. The sudden shift was overwhelming for both, including Snape, who, after all, had few friends. Lily, being more sensitive, could not conceal her sorrow. Her melancholy was evident as she quietly consumed her ice cream, not wishing to speak. "Come on," Karan suddenly exclaimed, startling both Lily and Snape. "I'm merely not going back to Spinner's End. You don't need to rush to arrange my funeral." Lily shot Karan an irritated glance, struggling to find her voice, while Snape instinctively reached out to pat her back, only to halt mid-motion. Karan found the scene rather amusing. "All right, I'm off now. Just let your parents and Petunia know for me. It will save me the trouble of repeating it." With that, Karan waved his wand and executed several elegant levitation and movement spells, effortlessly transporting his belongings away, leaving Lily and Snape staring at each other in disbelief. "Did he really leave?" Lily asked incredulously, turning to glance behind her, but Karan had vanished from sight. Snape, equally astonished by Kalen's decisiveness, looked back as well. I suppose he did, leaving so swiftly. However, it did not take long for Snape to realize a stark truth. Only he and Lily remained in this moment. Could it be that Karan is doing this on purpose? Severus thought, perplexed. Lily, however, exhibited a far more generous demeanor. She merely pouted in frustration before a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her to furrow her brow and, with a hint of petulance, inquire of Severus. Dark magic? What? Severus was still regaining his composure. Dark magic. Lily rhythmically tapped the table with her spoon. Severus, your wand. The heartstring of a dragon. Oh, indeed, Severus nodded absently. There's indeed a tendency towards dark magic. Severus, Lily exclaimed in irritation. Were you even listening to me? Karan has already mentioned this. Upon hearing this topic, Severus couldn't help but frown, and he retorted defensively. Dark magic isn't solely as Karan describes. Much of it is merely jest and power. Power, I know. That is what Karan has said. But did you see the levitation charm Karan just performed? I recall you mentioning that one begins with feathers. Do you believe you can compare yourself to Karan? With that in mind, do you still think dark magic is so formidable? Although hearing Lily compare herself to Karan stirred no anger within Severus, he merely replied sullenly, Karan is different. Severus repeated, he is different. Severus, at that moment, Lily's tone softened, as if something within her could no longer be contained. Do you remember what Mr. Ollivander once said? Do you truly wish for a glorious demise? Severus stared at Lily, as though it were the first time he truly recognized her. Yet, he ultimately swallowed the words he longed to express. If it were for you, I would. The arrival process at the leaky cauldron proceeded seamlessly, with Tom warmly welcoming Karan and openly praising his remarkable levitation charm. I dare say, among the first-year students, you are undoubtedly the finest spellcaster. In response, Karan politely expressed his gratitude. Under Tom's arrangements, Karan settled into room 11 on the second floor, coincidentally the very room Harry had occupied before his third year. Within this room, there also resided a talking mirror. After neatly arranging his belongings, Karan surveyed the room. In comparison to the bar on the ground floor, it was decidedly more tidy, leading him to suspect that the disorder in the bar was a deliberate choice to preserve the establishment's historical ambience. Not bad, Karan muttered to himself in admiration. After seeing the first floor, everyone seems to think so, the mirror gently remarked. As Kalan gazed into the mirror, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. He retrieved his wand once more, eagerly tracing his fingers along its surface. While diligently recalling the contents of the books he had perused regarding the Snape family, silently practicing his spells. For an entire day, Kalan sequestered himself within his room, even neglecting meal times. He ceased to ponder the matters concerning Snape and Lily, instead immersing himself fully in the intricacies of spellcasting. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Kalan finally stretched his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds. You seem to need more exercise, my child, the mirror remarked. Kalan raised an eyebrow, responding, Indeed, I shall make it a point to do so. With that, he donned his wizarding robes and stepped outside. Navigating the familiar path away from the leaky cauldron and into Diagon Alley, he noticed that the crowd had considerably thinned, with many shops already shuttered for the evening. Kalan surveyed his surroundings with care, his wand concealed within his sleeve, until he once again stood before the wand shop. A gentle chime heralded his arrival. It's you, Ollivander, who was busily arranging boxes, exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Sandster, the charming young gentleman we encountered earlier today. What brings you back? Is there an issue with your wand? Not at all, Mr. Ollivander, Kalan replied, somewhat awkwardly. In fact, after returning home, I contemplated many things regarding wands. Please, take a seat, Ollivander invited with a smile. Curiosity is always a commendable trait. Thank you, Kalan said as he settled onto a bench opposite Ollivander, who generously poured tea for both of them. So, what is it that occupies your thoughts? Ollivander inquired. It's this, Kalan began, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. You see, being from the Muggle world, I have often wondered why one can possess only a single wand. Moreover, I noticed that during my initial wand trial, several boxes remained unopened, which compelled me to return for another attempt. I see, Ollivander replied, clearly possessing experience in addressing such inquiries. In wand lore, it is evident that a wand chooses its wizard. Thus, there exists an optimal pairing of wands and wizards. While this is not an absolute rule, it does hold true for the majority. However, he added, rising from his seat, occasional experimentation may indeed yield fruitful results. Kalan responded with a grateful smile. As Ollivander turned to retrieve the boxes, he continued, In truth, you are not the first young wizard to entertain such thoughts. As a wand maker, I am more than willing to explore further possibilities, though I have yet to achieve the desired outcomes. Ollivander began to bring forth various boxes. setting them before Karan. Therefore, it is wise to approach this with a mindset prepared for potential failure, Mr. Sandster. Thank you for your assistance. After expressing his gratitude for the last time, Karan meticulously extracted each wand from the box, savoring the experience. Having learned from previous encounters, the process unfolded swiftly, with the empty boxes forming a towering stack as the remaining ones dwindled. Yet, Karan exhibited no signs of discouragement, while Ollivander observed him with a glimmer of hope. Soon, only the bottommost wooden box remained. It appeared that we had but one final opportunity. With a complex gaze, Ollivander personally handed this box to Karan. Karan nodded silently, carefully retrieving the wand within. This time, there was no need for further attempts. The moment he touched the wand, Karan felt an immediate connection. This was his second wand, equally flawless, marvelous, utterly delightful. Ollivander unmistakably noticed Karan's reaction, rising in excitement, trembling hands reaching for the wand. Truly astonishing. Ollivander, in disbelief, glanced at Karan once more, who appeared perplexed. Indeed, Ollivander eagerly explained, this is a successful creation, yet perhaps also a failure, embodying a dream I once held in my youth. Admittedly, that dream remained unfulfilled, but this wand has been flawlessly crafted. My dear boy, this is a you wand. Upon hearing this, Karan's heart skipped a beat. Yet, Ollivander remained captivated, continuing, 11¼ inches heartstring of a fire dragon. You may have heard of the fire dragon's heartstring, my boy. It symbolizes great power, which is why I chose it. Karan nodded in silence. As for you, Ollivander once again revealed that same fascinated expression. They possess immense magical potency, yet disdain to accompany those who are not extraordinary. Wizards wielding you wands often find themselves in the limelight, regardless of how long they have possessed them. It is akin to a dream. Karan listened intently to Ollivander's words, suddenly inquiring, how rare is it to find a master for such a wand? Not many, indeed exceedingly rare. Ollivander slowly shook his head. I too once yearned to find a master for a yew wand, yet it seems akin to legend. As for you, Ollivander looked down at Karan. In all my years of selling wands, you were the only one. Karan squinted slightly, and, after a moment of silence, he asked again, you must know that I just purchased a wand today. Yes, indeed, Ollivander nodded. 11¼ inches, unicorn tail hair, ashwood. A symbol of unwavering loyalty. Is such a situation common? Karan inquired. Is it normal for a wand of ash to be paired with one of elder? Ollivander closed his eyes, contemplating gravely for a moment before shaking his head and replying, I am afraid, my child, that, to my knowledge, those chosen by the elder wand typically exhibit a strong affinity for those selected by the yew wand. However, ash. Ollivander shook his head once more. Perhaps it is a new direction in wand making, but I must apologize, my dear child. I have never heard of any connection between ash and elder. With that, a profound silence enveloped the two, for Karan's ash wand had somehow come to rest pointedly at Ollivander. I am truly sorry, Mr. Ollivander. I merely intended to purchase a spare wand. Karan reached for the wand in Ollivander's grasp, and after a slight tug, fearing the wand might sustain damage, Ollivander surprisingly relinquished his hold, allowing the wand to slip free. What a pity, Ollivander lamented, unperturbed by any threat. It is indeed a great loss. However, I must correct you. It is the wand that chooses the wizard. Karan nodded. I shall bear that in mind, Mr. Ollivander. You seem to harbor some doubts, my child. Ollivander remained seated and inquired, is there something troubling you? Indeed, sir. Karan's fingers remained steady. The heartstring of a fire drake, combined with elder, inevitably conjures thoughts of dark magic. I genuinely harbor concerns about this. An impressive memory, Ollivander praised. Yet, as I have mentioned, the wand selects the wizard, but it does not control them. The greater choices are always made by the wizard. On this matter, I believe you need not worry. For both the ash and the unicorn tail hair have chosen you. You must understand what this signifies, my child. In that moment, Ollivander resembled a teacher patiently instructing a student. Thank you for your clarification. Karan expressed his gratitude sincerely, and softly asked, is there anything else you wish to convey, Mr. Ollivander? Ollivander's gaze shifted to the elder wand, his eyes still filled with profound fascination. Treat it well. My child, cherish it. I shall. A momentary flash of light crossed Ollivander's face, rendering him momentarily bewildered. Karan chose not to utter another word. He placed the elder wand within its wooden box, concealed it beneath his robe, and departed. Once outside the wand shop, facing the brisk wind, Karan suddenly felt a chill envelop him. Yet ultimately, he could not suppress the inner murmur that escaped his thoughts. Wizards, indeed, are a mad bunch. Thus marked the dawn of a new day. After Mr. Ollivander had dressed impeccably, He opened the door to his shop and exchanged brief yet courteous greetings with the neighboring storekeepers. He then retreated to the rear of the wand shop, where his private study awaited, a sanctuary dedicated to contemplating the art of wand making. As the foremost wand merchant, Ollivander held himself to the highest standards. Each day, aside from attending to wizards in need of wands, he immersed himself in the company of unfinished wands. He cherished both the wands themselves and the quest for their rightful owners. A soft chime echoed through the air, reaching the secluded depths of his workshop. Ollivander set aside his materials, unperturbed by the interruption, and stood gracefully, as if he had been anticipating this moment all along. He glided silently down the narrow corridor, resembling a wraith. "Good day to you," Mr. Ollivander suddenly announced, startling the mother and son who stood before him, a rare jest on his part. "Oh, hello, Mr. Ollivander." The visitor, a middle-aged woman, replied, introducing her son. "This is my son, Peter Pettigrew." "Greetings, young Peter," Mr. Ollivander said warmly. Yet, Peter appeared somewhat timid. Clearly shaken by the unexpected encounter, a timid and feeble child, Ollivander noted silently. He continued gently, "Now, which hand do you favor, young Mr. Pettigrew?" Peter hesitantly raised a hand. "My right hand, sir." "Excellent," Ollivander praised, having encountered many children of similar age and knowing how to soothe their nerves, of course, with the exception of muggles, who were incapable of wielding wands and thus unworthy of his precious time. "Now let's try this one." After a brief moment of anticipation, young Peter suddenly sensed the wand's unique quality, a realization that did not escape Ollivander's keen eye. "Remarkable, truly splendid," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, gently retrieving the wand from the tearful grip of young Peter, examining it closely. 14¼ inches, unicorn hair, hawthorn wood. Extraordinary materials indeed. "Yes, they're quite remarkable," Ollivander confirmed, meeting the curious gazes of mother and son. Hawthorn wood is known for producing a rather peculiar and paradoxical wand. Much like the tree itself, its leaves and flowers possess healing properties, yet its cut branches exude an aura of death. "Now, this wand is yours, young Peter." Ollivander extended the neatly packaged box, yet Peter's face once again displayed a look of trepidation, unsure whether to accept it. Observing this, Mrs. Pettigrew decisively thrust the box into Peter's hands, her impatience evident as she urged, "Come on, let us be off. There are still many things to purchase today." "Mr. Ollivander watched the pair depart, finding it intriguing to behold a timid and cowardly young wizard, rife with contradictions. Although a wizard's strength is largely self-derived, Mr. Ollivander could not help but sense a distinction between this hawthorn wand and the white ash wand from the previous day. He personally favored the latter, as it symbolized a deeper, more profound loyalty with its core of unicorn tail hair. The chime of the bell indicated the arrival of the second customer for the day. After a brief startle, a middle-aged gentleman politely introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I am Lyle Lupin, and this is my son, Remus Lupin." "Mr." Lyle's face bore the marks of weariness and hardship, and young Remus mirrored this, appearing rather pale and frail. Their attire suggested a similar financial plight to that of the preceding mother and son duo. "Are you both well?" Mr. Ollivander inquired with a hint of concern, graciously summoning a tea set to fill their cups. "Please, take a moment to rest. Nothing to worry about, just a few minor mishaps," Mr. Lyle replied, clearly accustomed to such inquiries. Meanwhile, young Remus silently lifted his cup to drink, whether out of parental instruction or merely due to his exhaustion remained unclear. After a brief silence, young Remus stood once more, exuding an air of silence and an overwhelming sense of inferiority, laced with self-loathing. Mr. Ollivander sighed quietly within, redoubling his efforts in his work, hoping that a small act of kindness might bring some joy to the boy. The wand testing process unfolded in a similarly peculiar atmosphere of eerie silence, until Mr. Ollivander finally discerned a change in young Remus's expression. "Splendid." Before young Remus could fully respond with delight, Mr. Ollivander, filled with his own surprise, eagerly took hold of the wand. 10¼ inches, unicorn tail hair. "Birch, splendid indeed." Mr. Ollivander reiterated. "Birch wands are typically associated with courage," he explained patiently, echoing words he had shared the day prior. "And the one who possesses such a wand shall meet a glorious end." Both Lyle and Remus appeared momentarily startled. "Do not worry, there is no need for concern." Mr. Ollivander chuckled softly. "In fact, just yesterday, I encountered a young boy perfectly suited for you wand. Yes, I can discern that deep within your hearts lies a similar courage. May you, too, become another valiant warrior, young Mr. Remus." Remus stood momentarily in astonishment as he accepted the wand, a flicker of hope suddenly gleaming in his eyes. It seemed he wished to whisper a question, Yet ultimately, he simply pressed his lips together tightly, refraining from uttering a word. "Is there something you wish to inquire?" Ollivander, perceiving this unspoken curiosity, willingly extended his assistance. "Yes, sir." Remus hesitated. "Was that boy also a new student?" "Indeed, I believe so," Ollivander replied with a smile, momentarily envisioning Severus and his wand core, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. However, the thought of Karan and Lily beside Severus eased his expression once more. "I trust you shall become friends, young Mr. Remus." A faint smile finally graced Remus's face, while Mr. Lyle cast a grateful glance at Ollivander. As the lunch break arrived, Ollivander was pleasantly surprised to encounter the young wizard Karan Sandster, who had come the previous day to purchase a wand, as they sat together in an ice cream shop. "Are you planning to study divination, Mr. Sandster?" Ollivander inquired, gesturing toward the book piercing the veil to see the future and the crystal ball on the table. For muggles, divination always possesses an air of mystery and allure. "Indeed, that is correct," Karan replied politely. "Ah, curiosity is a treasure worth cherishing. I hope you glean much from it," Ollivander remarked with a gentle smile. For some reason, Karan's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly composed himself. During their ensuing conversation, Ollivander recounted the tale of the yew wand from the morning, which piqued Karan's interest considerably. "Are such wands rare among their owners?" Karan asked curiously. "Indeed, they are not particularly common, though they are not the rarest either," Ollivander replied after a moment of contemplation. Karan appeared taken aback once more. Yet this time, he concealed it well, ensuring Ollivander remained oblivious. "I hope you will become friends," Ollivander mentioned casually, sharing his observations about Remus, treating it as a small gesture of goodwill for the child. "Perhaps," Karan raised an eyebrow, offering no definitive answer. After their light-hearted exchange, the two parted ways, and Ollivander returned to his wand shop, contentedly awaiting the arrival of his next customer. Ding ding. The first customer of the afternoon had arrived. "Good day to you all." Mr. Ollivander suddenly reappeared once more. Yet, unusually, this time his entrance did not evoke the expected fright. The guest consisted of 4 individuals, a couple accompanied by their 2 sons. All 4 were adorned in exceedingly luxurious robes, clearly of noble lineage. The male host was engaged in a heated argument with their handsome elder son, while the lady of the house occasionally interjected in support of her husband. Only their younger son was startled by Ollivander's sudden appearance, retreating behind his mother. Ollivander offered a gentle smile to the child, having already recognized this distinguished family, the eternally pure-blooded Blacks. After a moment of silent anticipation, Ollivander cleared his throat twice to announce his presence and inquired, "How may I assist you, Mr. Orion Black?" It seemed that Orion Black had only just noticed Ollivander. He ceased his quarrel with his son, fiddling with the gold ring adorned with the Black family crest on his finger, and addressed Ollivander with a polite yet somewhat haughty tone. "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, we have come to purchase wands." With that, he cast another glare at his eldest son. "I trust you have met my eldest, Sirius Black." Sirius met his father's gaze with fearless defiance. Or this one. Ollivander chose to ignore their bickering and turned his attention to the younger boy. Regulus has yet to reach the age for schooling. He will require a wand next year," Orion's wife, Walburga Black, remarked in the same condescending tone. "Very well," Ollivander replied habitually, then retrieved a measuring tape, addressing the handsome young Sirius. "Which hand do you typically favor, young Mr. Black?" Sirius's demeanor towards Ollivander was markedly different from that of his parents. He was notably more courteous, even more so than when addressing his father. "The right, sir," he responded. "Excellent," Ollivander repeated with a smile. This child exuded a distinct aura, unlike most members of pure-blood families. After a meticulous measurement, Ollivander swiftly returned with a collection of wooden boxes just before another argument could erupt between father and son, presenting them to Sirius for selection. It did not take long for the fitting result to emerge. The wand had chosen its wizard. 12 inches, phoenix feather, red oak. "Marvelous," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed. Ignorant souls might perceive the red oak wand as a symbol of its owner's fiery temperament. However, in truth, those truly suited to wield a red oak wand possess an extraordinary reflexive ability. It is an exceptional dueling wand, and its ideal owner typically exhibits deftness in handling situations, wit, agility, and adaptability. As Ollivander recounted his tale, the Black couple, though still harboring resentment towards their eldest son, could not help but display a sense of pride. For only such an exceptional wand could truly befit a member of the illustrious Black family. Regulus' face was awash with envy. "Indeed, I too consider this wand to be among the most exquisite of all." Ollivander smiled as he placed the wooden box in Sirius's hands, generously complimenting him. "Just like you, my child." Sirius shot Ollivander a quizzical glance. I'm a boy, sir. I believe that beauty and handsomeness can sometimes be interchangeable. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ollivander? Mrs. Walburga ruffled Sirius's hair, her demeanor markedly transformed, clearly still proud of her eldest son's appearance, while Mr. Orion could not help but smile faintly. Sirius furrowed his brow, evidently still a bit irked, yet ultimately refrained from saying anything as he followed his family out. Witnessing this scene, Ollivander could not help but chuckle softly. However, before he could return to the back room, the doorbell chimed once more. Hello, Garrick, my old friend. The newcomer was evidently of a different ilk from the previous guests, addressing Mr. Ollivander by his first name. Upon hearing that voice, Ollivander instantly envisioned the flowing hair. He already knew who had arrived. Greetings, Ollivander replied with a smile as he turned around. Fleamont, Euphemia, I presume this is your son, James? Indeed, that's the lad, Fleamont Potter responded warmly, shaking Ollivander's hand, unabashedly exclaiming, it took us quite a bit of effort to bring him into the world. Fleamont, Euphemia scolded her husband with a poke, though a hint of a smile still adorned her face. Having nearly given up hope as they approached middle age, they ultimately received this hard-earned gift, their only son, James Potter. This child was entirely different from those Ollivander had encountered that day. He was evidently showered with affection, showing no signs of shyness upon hearing his father's words. Rather, he wore an expression of pride. A splendid young man, Ollivander praised with a smile. He had known the Potters for quite some time. It was during Fleamont's invention of Sleek Easy Hair Potion that they first met, when he opened a shop in Diagon Alley, quadrupling their family fortune. However, shortly thereafter, Fleamont retired, selling the company at a substantial profit to dedicate himself to the noble pursuit of creating life. Seeing his old friend's success, Ollivander felt genuinely happy for him. Well then, young James, do tell me which hand you typically favor, Ollivander inquired. After a series of attempts, a look of delight spread across his face. Splendid. Ollivander extended his hand to receive the wand from James, noting its 11-inch length, crafted from phoenix feather and cherry wood. With a smile, he explained to the Potter family. This wand is remarkably pliable, particularly suitable for transfiguration, which is arguably the most challenging subject at Hogwarts. It seems James is on the path to becoming an exceptional transfiguration master. Moreover, the phoenix feather is exceedingly rare and demands much from its owner. Intriguingly, within the past 2 days, I have encountered 3 other owners of phoenix feather wands, all of whom are also first-year students at Hogwarts. Perhaps you shall find camaraderie among them. Ollivander gently placed the wooden box in James's hands, who wore an expression of rightful expectation at possessing such a fine wand, a sharp sword befitting a valiant warrior of Gryffindor. The Potters chuckled, their faces brimming with affection. After departing from the wand shop, the trio settled into a vacant spot at the ice cream parlor. James cast a curious glance at a solitary boy at the adjacent table, but soon turned to his father with a question. May I acquire a Firebolt 1001? Just as Fleamont was about to indulge his son, Euphemia, who was reviewing their shopping list, interjected, Not yet, James. First-year students are prohibited from bringing flying broomsticks, unless you exceptionally join the Quidditch team as a first year. James looked to his father with a beseeching expression. Fleamont shrugged helplessly, explaining, but such a case has not arisen in nearly a century. With a resigned sigh, James expressed his disappointment, while Fleamont offered him a sympathetic glance. However, after discreetly glancing at Euphemia, he leaned closer to James, whispering, I have heard that Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, suffered a concussion and fractured several ribs during a Quidditch match in her 7th year due to a foul from Slytherin. Since then, her lifelong ambition has been to see Slytherin's downfall. If Fleamont's voice trailed off, lowering further, compelling James to lean in closer to catch his words. If you can demonstrate exceptional talent in flying lessons, such as executing a Wronski feint, it may not be impossible. Clearly, both father and son considered James's admission to Gryffindor a foregone conclusion. Fleamont, Euphemia, initially reluctant to interrupt their father-son conversation, could not contain herself any longer upon hearing this. She tapped her husband with a list, exclaiming, James is only a first year. How could you suggest he attempt something as perilous as a Wronski feint at this stage? Fleming continually reassured his wife, casting a powerless glance at James, yet inadvertently raised an eyebrow, to which James subtly nodded in understanding. Clearly, there were matters between this father and son that Euphemia remained unaware of. At that moment, James noticed the table beside them, which had remained unvisited, save for the solitary boy who sat there. Curiously, he inquired of his father, Is it common for students to come alone? Very rarely, Fleming replied. Glancing back before suddenly frowning as he addressed his wife, it appears to be a new student. Euphemia nodded with compassion. Indeed, such a pitiable child. Karan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, found it difficult to remain seated. Throughout the day, numerous wizards had come and gone, yet few matched the peculiarities of the Potter family. He glanced at the time, sensing it was nearly time to depart, and thus gathered his belongings, rising to offer a friendly nod to the Potters. Euphemia, with genuine concern, asked, "Would you care for another serving of ice cream, dear?" Karan's immaculate appearance and polite demeanor made it hard for her not to feel fondness for this child with a troubled background. "Thank you, but no, ma. Karan politely declined Mrs. Potter's kindness and walked away. "What a strange fellow," James muttered under his breath as he watched Karan's retreating figure. However, upon noticing his mother's increasingly stern gaze upon him, he immediately averted his eyes, feeling guilty. At that moment, Karan had reached the entrance of the wand shop, and, without hesitation, stepped inside once more. "Welcome. Ah, it's you, Mr. Sandster," Ollivander greeted with a smile. "Is there an issue with your wand, child?" "No, sir." Karan replied somewhat awkwardly. "I have some inquiries regarding wands." Of course, Mr. Ollivander said, showing no inclination to refuse. He was well aware of the fascination that children from Muggle families had for magic. "What questions do you have?" Karan obediently took a seat and engaged in polite discourse with Ollivander regarding wands, continuing until half an hour had elapsed, at which point he stood to say, "Thank you for your insights, sir." Mr. Ollivander held a fondness for this courteous child and smiled as he watched him leave. As night fell, signaling the end of the day, Ollivander routinely closed the shop door and traversed the lengthy corridor, meticulously inspecting the wooden boxes containing the wands. For someone with Ollivander's remarkable memory, this process was swift and efficient. Just as he was nearing the conclusion of his inspection, he suddenly paused, gazing at a towering stack of boxes, his expression a mix of confusion. Have I forgotten something? However, it was not long before he shook his head in denial of that notion. His memory could not possibly be erroneous, unless it pertained to a surprise experienced once before. Although Ollivander believed he had lived long enough, even a surprise, no matter how many times it was encountered, was still far from sufficient. If it were related to wands, all the better. The days spent at the Leaky Cauldron were both comfortable and delightful, especially with over 400 galleons at his disposal. Of course, after acquiring the necessary school supplies, Karan's savings had dwindled to just over 300 galleons. Nevertheless, overall, it was quite satisfactory. Each day, aside from secretly practicing some spells in his room, Karan would venture to Florent Foskett Ice Cream Parlor during the day to secure a spot and quietly immerse himself in reading. Although complimentary ice cream was not offered every half hour at the outset, Mr. Foskett, upon becoming familiar with Karan, was quite willing to provide him with some free treats and discounts, particularly after learning of Karan's status as an orphan. This trend became even more pronounced. Karan's politeness and commendable appearance consistently endeared him to others, not only in the ice cream parlor, but also in various other shops. The proprietor of the Elops Owl Emporium even offered to gift him a young owl upon discovering that Karan had not purchased a pet, yet he politely declined. "Madam, I merely worry that I will not have the time to care for a pet at school. I appreciate your kindness." Karan carefully returned the little owl to its cage, which, in its indignation at being rejected, pecked his finger in protest, nearly prompting Karan to succumb to the desire to buy it and give it a proper scolding. Yet he managed to restrain himself. In addition, Karan occasionally wandered into other shops. He had a fondness for broomsticks, but as Euphemia had noted, first-year students were not permitted to bring them. Thus he had to forego that desire. Moreover, despite his insatiable curiosity about magic, he exhibited remarkable restraint, refraining from spending all his money at once. Instead, he patiently perused the textbooks he would soon be studying, having already read quite a few from Snape. And with the school library at his disposal, there was no need to squander his finances. Nonetheless, he immediately purchased an additional book titled Clearing the Mists to See the Future, along with a crystal ball. Divination. If he were to identify any advantage, it would undoubtedly be this prophetic ability. Although severely restricted in this era, it still held considerable utility, and perhaps Karan possessed a latent talent for divination. Alas, no matter how many times Karan attempted, the crystal ball revealed only an unchanging haze, and other methods of divination he tried yielded the same results. He possessed no discernible talent for divination. However, Karan, after lamenting the gallant expenditure on the crystal ball, soon reconciled himself to this fact. Subsequently, he ceased to dwell on the matter of divination, though from time to time, he would reminisce about his second visit to the wand shop and the acquisition of his second wand, 11 1/4 inches, with a core of dragon heartstring and crafted from elder. As he had once confided to Mr. Ollivander, Karan intended merely to procure an additional wand as a backup, regardless of its compatibility. Yet, he had not anticipated the ensuing events. The effects of the forgetfulness charm had been confirmed once more by Karan, and subsequent conversations indeed revealed that Mr. Ollivander had forgotten this occurrence. Nevertheless, Karan retained the memory. The Elder would inevitably evoke thoughts of one of the Deathly Hallows. The Elder Wand, 15 inches long, with a core of thestral tail hair and similarly composed of elder wood, now in the possession of Dumbledore. This caused Karan some consternation, as he harbored no desire to witness such matters unfold. For while Elder would symbolizes great power, it equally signifies endless complications, which prompted him to take the risk of erasing Ollivander's memory, even at the possibility of failure. Karan was determined to prevent any exposure of this secret, no matter how slight the chance. Although he managed to avoid revelation, the issue remained unresolved. In truth, Karan had long recognized his magical aptitude was not negligible. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully cast the levitation charm and the moving charm without a wand. Yet, he felt he had not reached an extraordinary level, and the forgetfulness charm was merely content typically learned in the second year. However, there was one distinct difference. With a wand in hand, his levitation charm proved significantly more potent. In other words, he could potentially manifest stronger effects from the same spell. This might stem from the training he received through wandless magic or the cumulative progress from relentless practice. Yet Karan never forgot the humble beginnings of his levitation charm, a single feather. Now, even without a wand, he had long since mastered this feat. Under the influence of a wand, the power of the levitation charm would be further amplified, perhaps before long. He would indeed attempt to cast it upon himself to discover just how high he could soar. Thus, possessing a talent for wandless magic and the capability for more formidable spells, Karan silently acknowledged his advantages. His daily practice grew increasingly diligent. Yet residing in the leaky cauldron necessitated a profound sense of restraint, preventing him from indulging too freely in experimentation. As for that other wand, it had long been tucked away by Karan, never to be wielded in everyday life. After some contemplation, Karan had distinctly perceived the differences between the two wands. The wand made of ash wood was undeniably loyal, while the Elder Wand was far more formidable, especially when its core was the heartstring of a fire dragon, a trend that became even more pronounced. However, its disadvantages were equally evident, primarily its lack of loyalty. This was precisely what Karan despised most, an attitude he maintained even towards the Elder Wand. He relished power, yet preferred power that could be controlled, rather than that which could betray. Otherwise, the more assistance provided, the greater the eventual harm, as Voldemort's fate had shown. Moreover, he would not harbor such a cautious attitude towards dark magic otherwise. Whether it was Grindelwald's heart-rending curse during their three-way duel, Snape's later furious utterance of mudblood, or the current incarnation of Voldemort, Karan perceived all as manifestations of extreme behavior. An extremity can sometimes be synonymous with evil. Karan did not fear becoming evil, but he maintained a respectful distance from such extremes and emotional impulses. All he desired was to master power, not to be mastered by it. As for the Elder Wand, it would likely only be employed under extraordinarily extreme circumstances. After all, Karan did not wish for his wand to suddenly turn against him mid-battle. In such a case, regardless of whether one wielded the Elder Wand or a lesser one, the wizard would inevitably face ruin. Of course, Karan's own Elder Wand did not change its master as directly and simply as the Elder Wand, where a single defeat would lead to immediate loss. Nevertheless, Karan preferred to err on the side of caution, for he was still not entirely familiar with magic. It was akin to navigating Nocturne Alley, although he knew that Borgin and Burks housed the vanishing cabinet leading to Hogwarts, and that the Hogwarts cabinet had likely remained undamaged since Peeves had not meddled with it. He still refrained from risking entry into Nocturne Alley to inquire about the vanishing cabinet. Due to his unfamiliarity, it was prudent to exercise caution. After all, these things would eventually belong to Karan. However, not acquiring them did not trouble him, for he believed he had already gained enough. Magic was more than sufficient. That day, Karan routinely visited the ice cream shop, where Mr. Fawcett, familiar with him, inquired, "Strawberry and nut with a cone, correct?" This was the flavor Karan ordered every time. He politely replied, extracting money and handing it over. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Fawcett." Mr. Fosco, however, pushed the money back, smiling at Karan as he said, "Tomorrow marks the beginning of the school year, and I suppose it will be quite some time before I see you again. Today's treat is on the house." Karan did not decline the offer, but expressed his gratitude once more, saying, "I truly appreciate it." Mr. Fosco waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was no trouble at all. However, while preparing the ice cream, he inquired of Karan, "Have you decided which house you wish to join? Given your evident love for reading, I assume you would be sorted into Ravenclaw. Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure," he mused, his tone almost melodic. It seemed that students with a profound sense of belonging to Ravenclaw often articulated that sentiment in such a manner, and Mr. Fosco was, after all, an alumnus of that very house. "I'm not quite sure yet," Karan replied with a hint of resignation, jesting along with Mr. Fosco. After all, one must defeat a troll to earn the right to choose a house. It must be said that the tradition of jesting about the sorting at Hogwarts seemed to surpass even the most fervent of loyalty spells. Every adult Karan encountered seized the opportunity to frighten him with tales of basic trolls or magical prowess, and some even spoke of battling dragons. In response, Karan could only feign innocence, adopting a guise of naivety as if genuinely startled. This was, without a doubt, more exhausting than the process of learning spells. While quietly immersed in his reading, Karan occasionally observed the passers-by along the street. Although the First Wizarding War had commenced in 1970 and the Order of the Phoenix was established in the same year, as of today, in 1971, Diagon Alley appeared to have remained largely unscathed. Rumors were scarce, as if everything were still in a tumultuous undercurrent. Or perhaps the inept Ministry of Magic had forcibly concealed these matters. Karan suspected that the current Minister of Magic might indeed resort to such tactics. Eugenia Jenkins served as minister from 1968 to 1975, although she successfully managed a pure blood riot during the protests of the late 60s. She ultimately resigned due to her inability to effectively confront Voldemort's first rise to power. Alas, in August of 1971, a young wizard felt no excitement for the impending life at Hogwarts, but instead sighed softly for the future of the magical world. The next morning, Karan awoke early. He tousled his unruly hair and slowly ambled to the mirror, began brushing his teeth, and sleepily greeted, "Good morning." "Good morning, child," the mirror replied, sounding as though it too had just awakened. "Are you leaving today?" it inquired. Karan spat out the water and nodded indeed. "How unfortunate," the mirror lamented, its tone tinged with a hint of reproach. "I shall no longer see such a delightful face every day." Karan smiled gently as he picked up his wand and cast a cleaning charm, dispelling the fog that clung to the mirror. "Thank you, dear child," the mirror replied wistfully. "Goodbye. I shall miss you." "Goodbye," Karan responded softly, and with that, he took up his suitcase and departed. Upon encountering the newly awakened Tom, Karan politely greeted him and, citing concerns about business, declined Tom's offer to escort him to the train station, choosing instead to venture outside alone. Lacking the ability to apparate without a portkey and unable to use flue powder to reach the station, Karan extended his hand, and a taxi came to a halt. He climbed in with his luggage. For Karan was affluent. After settling the fare, he noticed that the train station was already bustling with travelers. Following the directions on his ticket, he paused at a partition and, seizing the moment when the crowd thinned, swiftly made his way inside. He had arrived at platform 9 3/4. Karan glanced back, feeling a sense of wonder, but quickly stepped aside to avoid colliding with those behind him. He was bound for Hogwarts. Even Karan felt a flicker of anticipation and excitement in his heart. His brown eyes surveyed the platform. A cat mewed in its owner's embrace. An owl flapped its wings in a cage, and students donned their robes, cheerfully greeting their classmates after summer apart, while newcomers exchanged final farewells with their families. Karan stood alone, clutching his suitcase, surveying his surroundings. Without family or friends by his side, he felt a twinge of solitude, perhaps even a touch of pity. With a self-deprecating smile, he inhaled deeply and strode toward the train. The suitcase appeared heavy, but it was merely an illusion. Karan had discreetly cast a levitation charm on it, allowing him to board the train with ease. Navigating through the crowded compartments, he discovered an empty one in the middle and settled inside. "I shall wait for them here," he thought. Sitting by the window, he gazed out at the lively throng, a rare look of bewilderment crossing his face as his thoughts began to drift. The relentless busyness of his life had, unbeknownst to him, dulled this awareness in many ways. He was a solitary wanderer. However, this feeling was swiftly suppressed, and he took out his white waxwood wand, caressing it gently. "As long as you are with me." "That seems sufficient," Karan murmured to himself, his face once again alight with fervor. Suddenly, he sensed a faint tremor in the wand, as if it were striving to respond to him. Good child, good child." After a few gentle strokes with his fingers, Karan cautiously stowed away his wand, cast a glance out the window at the scenery, and then closed his eyes, attempting to indulge in a brief nap. "Do you think he has drifted off?" Faintly, Karan seemed to hear sound. "Perhaps he has, Just observe how tightly he has shut his eyes. Hey, Lily, what are you up to? Lily's voice carried a hint of anger. Who told him to just leave that day, making us wait at the platform for so long, only to arrive early and dare to take a nap? Penny was so heartbroken that she was in tears. Snape's voice, however, was tinged with hesitation. Maybe we shouldn't. What if Karan gets angry? I can't stop him. Oh, it's fine. Lily realized this, but still maintained her bravado. Besides, there's Barian. Barian will protect me. Barian, meow. Snape weakly murmured, I will too. Suddenly, Karan opened his eyes wide. Opposite him sat Snape, now donned in the school's robes, seemingly tidied up for the new term, his long hair appearing less greasy, as if thoroughly washed. Beside Karan, Lily held a pen. Leaning towards him, its tip aimed at his face, hovering right in front of him. Barian crouched in Lily's embrace, her claws also directed at Karan, seemingly seeking revenge for their previous glare contest. What do you intend to do? Karan coldly inquired, annoyance evident in his tone. The trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, were startled by Karan's sudden outburst, as were the 2 boys in the carriage, James Potter and Sirius Black, the young Padfoot. They had initially planned to witness a spectacle, but now felt somewhat ensnared in the unfolding drama. Under Karan's frosty demeanor, the atmosphere in the compartment turned palpably chilly. Vouve. Lily's fingertips and voice trembled, but before she could utter anything, the pen floated from her grasp, and with a sharp thud, it fell to the ground. The 4, along with the cat, felt as though they were on the brink of suffocation. Meow, 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 meow. At that moment, Barian suddenly erupted in frantic cries, slowly levitating towards Karan, incessantly clawing at her mistress. Yet Lily chose to resolutely ignore her, exchanging a look of mutual understanding. Meow, meow, meow. Barian was on the verge of tears. Karan firmly placed Barian onto his lap, staring intently into her eyes. Barian's gaze flitted about, yet she dared not meet Karan's eyes. Look at me. A hoarse and heavy voice erupted from Karan's lips, causing James and Sirius to jump in fright. Huddling against the doorframe, Snape leaned back in astonishment, while Lily let out a terrified scream. What are you doing? At that moment, the box door suddenly swung open from the outside, revealing a tall upperclassman clad in a robe with green trim. A gleaming badge adorned his robe, prominently displaying the letter P. Even without a name tag, Karan recognized him by his light golden hair. Lucius Malfoy, the 7th-year head of Slytherin. Behind him stood 2 imposing students, likely Old Goyle and Old Crab, mirroring the company of his son. They were, after all, 3 future Death Eaters. Nothing, just a bit of fun, Karan replied lazily, meeting Lucius's gaze. Perhaps due to the absence of Slytherin students and the distinctly eerie atmosphere of the box, Lucius merely narrowed his eyes and remarked, I hope it remains so, new student, before departing with his 2 lackeys. The remaining group cautiously settled back into their seats. Karan pulled the trembling Balian into his embrace, gently scratching its neck. Balian remained utterly still, allowing Karan to attend to it. It would be best not to disturb me when I am sleeping, Karan whispered softly. This is for your own good. Lily and Snape nodded vigorously. Even James and Sirius followed suit, though they were uncertain as to why. The atmosphere, though quickly subdued, escalated even faster. The Hogwarts Express sped through the countryside, all compartments resonating with lively chatter, and Karan's was no exception. Lily had regained her composure and was now reproaching Karan, incessantly lamenting. Penny cried. She cried. Did you know that? Snape coughed lightly, signaling Lily to temper her tone. But she met him with relentless disdain, having witnessed his earlier embarrassment, although her own situation was hardly any better. While fiddling with Balian, Karan replied with a hint of exasperation. All right, I understand. At last, Lily ceased her complaints, observing Karan as he took deep breaths near Balian. She couldn't help but say, why do you always sniff it? If you liked it so much, you could have just bought one for yourself. I have no interest in raising a pet, Karan retorted, inhaling deeply once more, while Balian remained motionless, casting a pleading glance towards Lily. It must be said that Lily truly cared for Barian, who was enveloped in a refreshing fragrance. Karan, feeling quite satisfied, returned Barian while remarking, occasionally a gentle nuzzle is sufficient. Barian's gaze grew increasingly despondent. We may not even be sorted into the same house, Lily murmured softly, tenderly stroking Barian, her heart aching as she considered the possibility of fewer opportunities to meet in the future. It would be wonderful if you were sorted into Slytherin, Snape mustered the courage to say, casting a glance at Karan, evidently sharing the same sentiment. However, Karan merely scoffed. Slytherin? A house that ensures a job with the Death Eaters post-graduation? No, thank you. It was clear that Karan was not alone in his disdain for Slytherin within this compartment. Who would wish to be in Slytherin? I certainly do not wish to be there. What about you? James Potter inquired of Sirius, who had resumed a leisurely demeanor. Yet, Sirius did not smile. Our entire family belongs to Slytherin. James expressed mild surprise. I thought you were rather decent. Sirius grinned. Perhaps I shall break tradition. If given a choice, where would you wish to go? James raised an imaginary sword. Gryffindor, where bravery lies buried deep within. Just like my father. Snape let out a contemptuous snort, prompting James to turn and regard him, inadvertently glancing at Karan, who was observing the scene. What, do you have an issue? No, Snape replied, but his haughty smile conveyed an opposing sentiment. However, if you prefer brawn over intellect, then where do you wish to go? Sirius interjected suddenly, though he, like James, cast an accidental glance at Karan, who was now focused on him. It seems you are lacking in both. James erupted into laughter, with his gaze intentionally drifting towards Karan. Lily, her cheeks flushed, straightened up, casting an annoyed look at James before glancing at Sirius. Finally, she turned to Karan. Karan, they are bullying Severus. James ceased his laughter, while Sirius's hand casually slipped into his robes. Karan was taken aback. What? As he enjoyed this rare moment of familial interaction, he was abruptly halted by Lily's inquiry. What did you say? Those two, Lily reiterated with evident disdain, pointing at James and Sirius. They are bullying Severus. Snape, with a wary expression, directed his gaze towards James, then turned to Karan. I will handle this, Karan. The other one is yours. Wait. Karan suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. Faced with the gazes of 4 individuals and a cat, he ultimately curled up slightly and whispered to them, You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Can you actually perform the disillusionment charm? James's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized Karan as the peculiar individual from their past encounters. Albeit with little interaction at the time. With a subtle movement, his hand slipped into the folds of his robe. Karan suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. He extended his palm between Snape and James, casting a warning glance at Sirius, and then abruptly raised his hand, declaring, one-on-one, Fight me, Karan. Lily, exasperated by Karan's antics, exclaimed, What are you doing? Karan shrugged in resignation. What do you expect me to do? I just said. He pointed at James, who immediately evaded the direction of Karan's finger, clearly still wary from the previous wandless spell. Karan, with a hint of disdain, withdrew his finger. This individual just stated that Gryffindor is the house of his father. Snape's words are an affront to his parent, a slight that I could scarcely endure myself. Of course, Snape might regard it as trivial, considering his father leaves much to be desired. Snape was taken aback by Karan's sudden focus on him. His face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Wise choice. James's opinion of Karan visibly improved as he shouted, while Sirius regarded Karan with a curious gaze, leaving him perplexed by the dynamics among the three. However, before Lily and Snape could respond, Karan coldly turned his gaze towards James and Sirius. You are insulting my friend in my presence. James and Sirius's expressions froze momentarily. So, let this matter rest, Karan added before the atmosphere could grow tense once more. After all, his mother is rather kind. She even offered to treat me to ice cream once. Once again, Karan pointed at James, who was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Karan remembered such details. Therefore, we should be fine, right? He glanced at both James and Sirius. Though it was a mere casual look, both felt a sense of intimidation. As for Snape, after a period of silent reflection, he turned back, his expression darkened. You see, this is rather agreeable. I assent it? Karan remarked with a smile directed at Lily, yet she remained upset over his failure to defend their friend and turn away, ignoring him. Karan rolled his eyes, choosing silence instead. The atmosphere within the compartment grew exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, before long, the door swung open once more, revealing a pale, weakened boy accompanied by a short, pudgy companion. Upon sensing the peculiar atmosphere within the compartment, Remus Lupin momentarily froze. He murmured to Peter behind him, Perhaps we should continue searching. There may be vacant compartments further down. That won't be necessary, Carlin interjected suddenly. He retrieved his luggage and addressed the two. You two may sit here. We shall leave at once. With that, he cast a levitation charm on Snape and Lily's suitcases, causing them to rise and follow him. Carlin glanced at Lily and Snape, inquiring, Or do you wish to remain here? In no time, the three had closed the compartment door once more. Carlin regarded the two behind him and muttered under his breath, What a bore. As they aimlessly traversed the narrow corridor, Lily incessantly whispered behind Carlin, Carlin, how could you speak up for someone like that? It's not as if you couldn't handle them. You are undeniably formidable. Snape silently nodded in agreement from behind her. Suddenly, Carlin sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He halted abruptly, casting a suspicious glance at the pair. Is there something I'm unaware of that transpired between you two after I left? He turned to Lily, asking, since when did you start referring to Snape as Severus? Have you suddenly become so familiar? Then he directed his gaze at Snape. And when did you begin so openly soliciting my assistance? I would have thought you would remain silent. What is going on? Lily and Snape exchanged glances, and then Lily, with a hint of pride, informed Carlin. This is precisely what we intended to discuss with you. After purchasing our wands, did not Mr. Ollivander say a few things? Carlin nodded, recalling the matter concerning their wands. Lily continued with evident delight. Afterward, Severus and I analyzed those remarks and realized that the shortcomings seemed quite manageable. Since I feel insecure, if Severus were to lose interest in the dark arts, I might feel a bit better. And you, Carlin, have always disdained the dark arts. Thus, Severus and I agreed that as long as I continued to address him in that manner, he would endeavor to engage with the light arts and gradually relinquish the dark arts. Well done, lad, Carlin remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Snape. He then turned back to Lily, asking, and what of me? This seems unrelated to my interests. On the contrary, Lily replied, you are stronger than Severus. As she effortlessly lifted her suitcase, she continued, Severus mentioned that such a powerful levitation charm could only be performed by upperclassmen. It certainly would not be achievable among younger students. Moreover, you employed light magic. Snape nodded once more, seemingly having come to terms with this realization during Kalen's absence. Kalen furrowed his brow and remarked, however, my circumstances may be irreplicable, perhaps due to innate talent. Lily pouted in dissatisfaction, stating what talent? Without the process of hard work, how can one truly harness the significance of talent? We have seen how you usually are. You're either immersed in books or practicing your wandless magic. As long as Severus continues in this manner, he may yet reach your level. Am I really that exaggerated? Kalam bilinkit, somahat perpliet. Indeed, you are. Lily affirmed with a serious nod, her small face etched with determination, and Snape mirrored her expression. In truth, had it not been for their accustomed resilience, Kalen's diligence would have driven them both to madness. The mere thought that such students might exist at Hogwarts filled the two budding scholars with a sense of despair regarding their academic prospects. Oh, Kalan chaklit odli. Contemplating that had he not acquired the second Elder Wand later on, he might have genuinely believed Lily's words. He appraised Snape with a discerning gaze, saying, then strive to catch up, but I advise you to prepare yourself mentally, for this is no trivial endeavor. It was even possible that it might be an unattainable feat for Snape. However, Snape misinterpreted Kalen's comment, dismissing it as mere disdain, akin to Kalen's final words during the prior attack. Thus, he merely smirked and chose not to elaborate further. The trio continued their search for an available compartment, and Lily persisted in addressing Kalen from behind. By the way, it seems that your wand is the finest, lacking any glaring deficiencies, and it is particularly loyal, unlike mine. Kalen, without turning around, reminded her that notion is misguided. It is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. First, one must consider the essence of who they are, which will determine the type of wand that is most suited for them. Lily pondered Kalen's words thoughtfully, casting a worried glance at Snape. At that moment, Kalen abruptly halted before a compartment door, exclaiming, it appears there is space here. He pushed the door open to reveal two individuals inside, a boy and a girl, seated opposite each other. The boy was chattering incessantly while the girl was laughing heartily. Did you know? There might even be a species of balloonfish known as the big-mouthed balloonfish. Hello, are you new students as well? My name is Xenophilius Lovegood. Young Mr. Lovegood greeted the trio with remarkable enthusiasm, his appearance exceedingly peculiar, adorned with a necklace made of bottle caps acquired from unknown origins, his wand tucked behind his ear, and a bizarre crown perched atop his head. What is that? Lily inquired curiously, pointing at the crown. This? Lovegood appeared quite delighted by the inquiry. He removed his crown, revealing a pair of elegantly curved, golden devices resembling hearing aids on either side, with a pair of sparkling blue wings affixed to the headband and a small, bright orange carrot perched on another band. This is my most charming invention, Lovegood exclaimed with enthusiasm. It is perfectly sculpted to complement the exquisite shape of Rowena Ravenclaw's head. The remarkable intellect is humanity's greatest treasure. As he pointed out each component, he elaborated, this here is a harassment fly siphon, capable of expelling all distractions from the thinker's vicinity. This, he gestured towards the small wings, is the inspiration propeller, which facilitates the entrance into elevated states of thought. Lastly, he indicated the orange carrot. This is the airship Lee, which enhances the capacity to accept extraordinary phenomena. What do you think? Lovegood looked at the three, seemingly awaiting their praise. Lily exchanged glances with Karan and Snape, noticing their reluctance to speak, and redirected her attention to the girl. What do you think? The girl, appearing more ordinarily dressed, chuckled and shook her head. Haha, I completely don't understand what he is saying. Then what are you laughing at? Lily inquired curiously. The girl laughed even more heartily. But don't you find him amusing? Suddenly, Karan was struck by a pungent odor. He abruptly asked, "Who are you?" The girl responded with a smile. "You can call me Pandora. Sorry for the interruption." Without hesitation, Karan closed the compartment door. Well, it's confirmed. It's the feeling of love. It seems Luna is also quite settled. Firmly so, Karan mused. Let us continue our search. Lily and Snape nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio discovered another vacant compartment, occupied solely by a boy. They exchanged glances, and Karan took a deep breath before opening the door. Hello. The boy greeted them warmly upon seeing the three. Are you also freshmen? My name is Steve Scamander. Scamander? Karan asked with curiosity. Is Newt Scamander your? Indeed, Steve replied with a smile, producing a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and pointing to the authoress name. This book was written by my father. Hello, Karan exclaimed, rushing forward. Lily and Snape were taken aback, but Karan unabashedly shook Steve's hand vigorously. I'm Karan Sonster. And we are freshmen too. Oh, hello. Steve seemed slightly taken aback by Karan's enthusiasm. What are you still standing there for? Come in, Karan urged, turning to Lily and Snape. Oh, right. The two individuals entered the room in a daze and closed the door to the compartment. As the son of an esteemed magical biologist, Steve, despite being a late child like James, exuded a warmth that was notably more inviting than James's demeanor. Lacking any semblance of arrogance and brimming with a spirit of camaraderie. I have a strong inclination to be sorted into Hufflepuff. My father belongs to that house. What about you? Steve inquired cheerfully. Snape's lips twitched slightly, seemingly poised to mock Steve's choice, yet Karan shot him a warning glance, prompting Snape to merely curl his lip and let out a disdainful huff without uttering a word. Lily appeared somewhat indecisive, caught between Snape, who clearly favored Slytherin, and Karan, who had previously scoffed at that house, leaving her uncertain about which house would be preferable. A commendable choice, Karan remarked without hesitation, flashing a grin. As long as it isn't Slytherin. And what is wrong with Slytherin? Snape asked, his voice low and resentful. Just a trivial opinion, Karan replied nonchalantly. To me, the individuals, they're merely a bunch of rubbish. With only a handful of people in the compartment, Karan felt no need to conceal her genuine thoughts, expressing them candidly. Snape was momentarily taken aback, and Lily's mouth fell open in astonishment. This was the first time Karan had revealed such extreme sentiments in their presence, particularly for Snape. It evoked memories of when he had inquired about Karen's sources of wealth, and she had similarly dismissed some individuals from Noctur Alley as trash, prompting him to discreetly clutch his pocket, anxious about his future. Steve glanced around, suddenly sensing a disquieting shift. Hadn't these three entered together? Were they not friends? How had the atmosphere transformed so abruptly? After a brief silence, Steve attempted to mediate. Well, regarding houses, I believe these biases can sometimes be exaggerated. For instance, Hufflepuff produced the very first female minister for magic, yet so many still look down upon that house. My father, despite having authored a book that became a Hogwarts textbook, still faces entrenched prejudices. It's all just bias. Karan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the biases are quite excessive. I detest those who harbor prejudices against houses, especially Slytherin students. Steve opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent, realizing there was no mending the situation. Are you done yet? Lily groaned, leaning wearily on the table, feeling a sense of exhaustion as she found herself caught between the two. Are you done? In truth, Karan had no intention of intervening excessively regarding Snape's potential admission into Slytherin, as such matters are not easily altered. It is akin to a wand. One must first understand the essence of a person before determining which house suits them best. Karan was not so arrogant as to believe he could fundamentally change someone in a short span of time. This is precisely why, despite Snape having undergone some minor transformations, Karan previously refrained from intervening. He understood the futility of such attempts. The words Lily had spoken earlier had indeed left a mark on him. Given that Snape had shown a burgeoning interest in white magic, Karan felt no hesitation in subtly encouraging him to seize this rare opportunity. Regrettably, it appeared that the moment was not yet ripe. Slytherin, after all, is not a house renowned for the study of white magic. Karan merely hinted at this notion and chose to say no more. Lily immediately straightened in her seat, her gaze fixed on Snape. Is there any truth to this, Severus? Snape furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice, Lily, don't listen to Karen's nonsense. Not all Slytherins are dark wizards, and I have already promised you. At this point, Snape's face flushed slightly. Surprisingly, the previously inconspicuous Steve suddenly interjected, Slytherin has indeed produced the highest number of dark wizards, even if its student body is smaller than Hufflepuff's. Snape shot an angry glare at Steve. He had never backed down when facing anyone other than Karan and Lily. Steve, however, merely chuckled nonchalantly. He had occasionally heard from his father about dark wizards, and although it seemed merely a matter of differing magics, he did not particularly favor Slytherin House. What is this? Karan had planned to continue observing the scene when he suddenly noticed a deep blue ribbon-like object wrapped around Steve's wrist, prompting him to inquire. Oh, this is a toy my father made for me. It can also serve as a handkerchief, Steve replied, untying the blue ribbon. As he tugged on both ends, the entire ribbon expanded, continuing to grow until Steve's arms were fully outstretched, clearly possessing even more elasticity. This is a feathered serpent's shed skin. A feathered serpent. In that instant, Karan felt both astonished and exhilarated. The Ministry of Magic categorizes magical creatures into 5 levels of danger, from 1x to 5x, the more excess, the more perilous the creature. The feathered serpent ranks at a formidable 4x level, just 1x shy of the highest danger classification. Certainly, such distinctions are merely relevant to the average individual. Figures like Hagrid are indifferent to such matters, and Mr. Scamander is clearly not among those concerned. One of these two is simply foolish, while the other possesses genuine skill in handling magical creatures. The most notable characteristic of the serpentine bird is its ability to stretch and contract at will, enabling it to expand, to fill an entire space, or shrink according to limited confines. It is likely that Steve's toy possesses this same trait. Generously, Steve offered the ribbon, which Kaelin immediately cherished, reveling in its texture and experimenting to determine its maximum length. If you like it, it's yours, Steve remarked nonchalantly, observing Kaelin's delight. I have plenty more like it. My parents often make these for me, and I have over a dozen of just this type of ribbon. As he spoke, Steve opened his luggage, cheerfully introducing its contents. This is a stinger from a billy wig that I secretly collected. Its sting induces a light-headed sensation. Additionally, I have fans made from various feathers, Thunderbird, Snidget, and even from the serpentine bird. He then lifted a large piece of white fabric made from white fur. I have an invisible beast at home, and I collect its shed fur. Over time, it gradually transforms into this invisibility cloak. With excitement, Steve continued. If you were sorted into Hufflepuff, we could sneak out for nocturnal adventures at Hogwarts without anyone catching us. Upon witnessing the dazzling array of magical items in the suitcase, Lily and Snape had long since dismissed their previous quarrel. They exchanged peculiar glances at Kaelin, who was inspecting the items one by one. Curiously, Lily inquired of Steve, "What is that spinning top? Why does it keep glowing?" "Huh?" Steve replied, perplexed, as he picked up the glass spinning top. "This is a CRS lens, as instructed by my father. It glows and spins if there are suspicious individuals nearby." Placing the lens on the table, it began to rotate on its own. What is happening? At that moment, Kaelin, holding the invisibility cloak, casually remarked, "It's probably broken." "Broken already?" Steve exclaimed as he tapped the lens twice, and indeed, it ceased to shine and spin. "My father said he specifically obtained this from contact at the Ministry of Magic. It's the latest model. Yet it's surprisingly subpar," he lamented softly. Lily and Snape exchanged increasingly peculiar expressions, but under Kaelin's watchful gaze, they ultimately bowed their heads in silence, refraining from uttering a word. It seemed they had come to understand Kaelin's warmth towards Steve. The interaction with Steve was remarkably enjoyable, particularly as he shared some unpublished speculations regarding magical creatures, which added an intriguing layer to the conversation. Mr. Scamander maintained a meticulous approach during the revision of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to avoid misleading young wizards. His intention is to foster a harmonious coexistence between magical beings and humans, emphasizing the necessity of mutual understanding. Therefore, many conjectures about magical creatures must await accurate confirmation before being included in the text. For the sake of these fascinating discussions, the trio momentarily set aside their prejudices against the Academy, listening with rapt attention. However, Lily and Snape cast increasingly peculiar glances at Kaelin, who remained unfazed. By the way, there was also the matter of the Neasels. After recounting some terrifying tales about the Chimera, a creature classified as a level 5 dangerous being of formidable power, Steve glanced at Balian with a hint of caution and whispered, "Although I have 3 Neasels at home, all of whom appear quite adorable, I swear at this point." Steve lowered his voice further, prompting the trio to lean in closer to catch his words. "I once distinctly heard them conspiring on how to enhance their own treatment. The very next day, my mother purchased them a superior cat tree and plush cushions. He seemed somewhat aggrieved as he added, "Not even I have had the privilege of using them." Snape interjected, "A cat tree? It's the cushions." Steve retorted indignantly, "Those cushions are so good that I've secretly sat on them once. They're even better than the sofa in my room, more comfortable than my pillow." "This must just be a misunderstanding," Lily remarked, casting a dubious glance at the yawning Balian. "Absolutely not," Steve declared with unprecedented conviction, casting another wary look at Balian. "Moreover, I suspect these Neasels possess extraordinary intelligence. It is entirely possible that they are subtly manipulating wizards through their endearing antics to dominate the entire magical realm." The four turned their heads in unison to Balian, who clearly paused, momentarily halting her grooming before silently averting her gaze. "See," Steve exclaimed, pointing at Balian. "She comprehends. And she feels guilty. I am not mistaken." "Steve," Lily shouted in mild exasperation, "you frightened Balian. There's no conspiracy. Look, this time," Steve directed his finger at Lily. "She has already been manipulated. The Neasels are employing this tactic to sow discord among us, picking us off one by one to achieve their nefarious goals." Now, it was Karan and Snape who regarded Lily with a strange expression, while Lily widened her eyes in disbelief. "You can't possibly believe that." Karan furrowed his brow and murmured. "Perhaps," Snape replied in a calm voice, "it is possible. No, I must examine this thoroughly once more." Suddenly, Karan exclaimed as he seized Balian from Lily's arms and placed her upon his lap, fiddling with her. Steve, on the other hand, cautiously shrank back, saying, "That's why I didn't bring a pet to Hogwarts this time. I was afraid of being ensnared by a catfox." Karan arranged Balian into an S shape, puzzled, and inquired, "Don't you have many magical creatures at home? Why not bring catfox?" Steve replied indignantly, "My dad won't allow it." Karan was momentarily at a loss for words and shifted his question, "Can you understand what Balian is saying right now?" Mr. Newt possessed the remarkable ability to communicate with magical creatures, and it seemed Steve had inherited this trait as well. Steve leaned forward as Balian meowed twice. He nodded and finally said, "She says if Lily can't save her, then let Snape do it, or else she'll reveal Snape's secret to everyone." Upon hearing this, Steve curiously inquired of Snape, "What is the secret she refers to?" Snape paused, recalling the inexplicable glances Balian had cast at him when Lily had unexpectedly encountered him in the woods after Karan had departed. "What did she say?" Snape exclaimed in a panic. "Quick, give her to me, Karan." Snape's face flushed red, and he seemed almost impatient to snatch Balian away. Karan cast a strange glance at Balian before tossing her towards Snape, remarking, "Fortunately, I haven't purchased any pets." Meanwhile, Lily appeared to have recalled something, her cheeks reddening as she shouted at Steve in indignation, "You are never to go near Balian again." Steve helplessly shrugged and turned to Karan, saying, "See, the rift is only widening." Karan looked at Steve in confusion but could not bring himself to voice the truth. "Yes, you are correct." He was utterly astonished by Steve. Indeed, wizards were a rather deranged lot. At that moment, Balian had already shifted back into Lily's embrace. She pointed at Balian's head, whispering softly, "You mustn't talk to strangers. Especially that fellow named Steve's commander. Remember to keep your distance, understood?" After saying this, she bashfully added, "What I've told you must remain a secret. No one is to know." Snape, however, paid no heed to Lily's words. He had never anticipated such a threat would emerge apart from Karan. His hand fidgeted within his robe, searching for his wand, as if contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to eliminate Balian entirely. Steve, rather boisterously, picked up the broken spyglass and began to fiddle with it again, muttering to himself, "How could it possibly be broken? What am I to do now? Will I lose my pocket money?" Meanwhile, Karan silently contemplated the utility of Steve's peculiar ability, occasionally glancing at the satin ribbon, seemingly pondering its potential use. For a moment, the compartment fell into an eerie silence. Thankfully, this stillness was soon shattered by the loud clattering of a cart in the corridor. As a woman with a charming smile and dimples pushed open the door and inquired, "Darling, would you like to purchase any snacks from the cart?" Snape paused momentarily, lowering his head in silence. Karan raised an eyebrow and, without waiting for Steve and Lily to respond, politely addressed the lady, "I would like one of everything. Thank you, madam." He turned to glance at his companions, smiling as he added, "It's on me." The prices for the card's offerings were modest. Even with Karan ordering an entire spread, it would hardly cost him a single galleon. More likely just a handful of silver sickles, a trivial amount in his eyes. Karan did not make a special mention to Snape. He simply called out a cheerful, "Let us eat," as he eagerly opened the packaging. Inside, he found a delightful assortment. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chewy super bubblegum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an array of peculiar snacks he had never encountered before, all of which he had longed to try. Snape raised his eyes to Karan. silently observing as he too opened his package, while Lily sampled each treat, contemplating whether to purchase some extra to send to Petunia. Steve, exhibiting even less reserve than the other two, enthusiastically introduced each item to the trio, exclaiming to Kalan, "You're quite wealthy." He had seen the small pouch Kalan had just produced, filled to the brim with galleons, a sum far surpassing his own pocket money. Kalan mirror similed nonchalantly, unwrapping a chocolate frog and immediately opening the card inside. It was Albus Dumbledore. "This is a chocolate frog card," Steve explained to Kalan, adding with a flourish, "I have several complete sets at home, some for my parents and others I've collected myself." Clearly, while Steve's allowance was modest, the publication of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had allowed his father to amass considerable wealth. Kalan flipped the card over, reading the text, pausing momentarily at Grindelwald and Newt Scamander before turning it back to the front, only to find Dumbledore still smiling at him. Intrigued, Kalan poked at Dumbledore's image, causing the figure to furrow his brow in irritation. "Once you leave the card, where do you go?" Kalam musit. "I have no idea." Steve cautiously observed a birdie bot's every flavor bean while nonchalantly remarking, "Perhaps it will venture into another portrait. After all, there are so many portraits around." "Go away." For reasons unknown, Kalan felt an inexplicable sensation of Dumbledore watching him. He flicked the portrait with some force and urged move along. Dumbledore, rarely showing irritation, cast a rare glare at him before turning away from the edge of the frame. However, Kalan chose not to keep the portrait. Instead, he handed it directly to Snape, saying, "Look at him. This is Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard in the world. You ought to learn from him." Snape was taken aback that Kalan could connect everything to matters of black and white magic. He nearly choked on the cake lodged in his throat. And it was only after Lily vigorously patted his back that he regained his composure. Glaring weakly at Kalan, she seemed to imply that he had orchestrated the entire situation. Kalan merely smiled indifferently and casually asked Steve, "What about the acromantula? Any unverified speculations?" Steve regarded him with curiosity, but patiently responded, "I don't keep acromantulas at home, so I don't know much." At that moment, the compartment door swung open from the outside, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Had she not been devoid of a school robe, Kalan might have mistaken her for an upperclassman. She surveyed the 4 occupants of the compartment and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "It seems there is still space here. May I come in?" Kalan scrutinized her, his gaze lingering on her suitcase. How could she appear at such a time? The train had already departed for a while. Frowning slightly, Kalan placed his legs on the adjacent empty seat, crossing them, and subtly signaled to Lily before addressing the girl, "I'm sorry, but the seats are already taken." Lily was momentarily taken aback by Kalan's actions. She noticed the girl smile at Kalan before shifting her gaze to her. Under the weight of their stares, Lily ultimately refrained from emulating Kalan's rudeness, merely placing the cat, Balian, gently on the empty seat beside her. Such an annoying little brat. Unexpectedly, the girl still entered, leaving the cat undisturbed and instead sitting down next to Kalan. He immediately turned his head away and, astonishingly, extracted his suitcase, stating to Lily and Snape, "Let us go." He then opened the compartment door and exited. Snape and Lily watched in astonishment as Kalan left before hurriedly gathering their belongings to follow him. "Aren't you coming?" The girl turned back to glance at Steve, who had been in a daze since her arrival. He too wished to pursue Kalan, but he stammered in disbelief, "Dorcas, what are you doing here?" "It is Sister Docus, truly an impolite little rascal." Docus tapped Steve on the head, leaving one to wonder whether she was referring to him or to Kalan. "Could it be that you are?" Steve inquired, his voice tinged with confusion, followed by a hint of disbelief as he remarked, "No way." "What is the matter?" Docus provocatively glanced at him. "Do you have an issue with me?" "No. No." Steve hastily waved his hands in denial. "All right then, you should leave as well." Docus reached out and pulled Steve up, retrieving his suitcase simultaneously. However, at that moment, she suddenly furrowed her brow and cast a suspicious glance at Steve. Steve chuckled awkwardly, his demeanor betraying a sense of guilt. "Be careful," Docus said, handing the suitcase back to him. "Don't cause any trouble for Mr. Newt. Hogwarts is not as safe as it once was." I know, Steve nodded repeatedly, clutching a considerable amount of snacks, and then he pushed open the compartment door and dashed away. Docus settled back in her seat, her long legs crossed just like Kalan S. in the vacant space beside her. She picked up the Dumbledore card that Snape had forgotten, noticing Dumbledore frowning at her, clearly displeased. "After all my hard work, not a single word of praise, just reproach over trivial matters." Docus lightly tapped the card with her finger, murmuring a few words under her breath. After pondering for a moment, she decided against discarding the card and instead stored it away carefully. Before drifting off to sleep, she softly remarked, This is already the 107th card. When will I manage to complete the collection? Professor Karan. Behind Karan, Lily and Snape struggled to pull their suitcases as they hurried to catch up with him. Once he regained his composure, he cast a levitation spell on their respective luggage, alleviating their burden somewhat. Yet Karan still appeared lost in thought. They soon found an empty compartment at the rear of the train and promptly entered. Karan, what just happened? It was not Lily who posed the question, but rather Snape, his expression grave, clearly aware that something was amiss. I think that student is fine, just a bit odd. Karan responded. But why did you? Lily hesitated to finish her sentence. She is not a student. She should be one of our instructors. Karan remarked with a furrowed brow, ignoring the astonishment on their faces as he continued. Specifically, she is likely the defense against the dark arts professor. Around 1956, after Voldemort's second attempt to acquire this position was personally rejected by Dumbledore, the role became shrouded in a mysterious curse. Since then, no defense against the dark arts professor has lasted more than a year. Of course, the curse appears easily breakable. One merely needs to introduce a new course while teaching the same content. However, the reality is far from such. For curses represent one of the most malevolent forms of dark magic, far surpassing the malevolent hexes and jinxes that also belong to the realm of dark sorcery. Such phenomena cannot be elucidated or contemplated through conventional reasoning. They must be addressed through the arcane arts. Albus Dumbledore is indeed the most formidable white wizard in existence. Yet his prowess is predominantly manifested in white magic. Conversely, Voldemort is renowned as the most perilous dark wizard in history, having achieved unprecedented mastery in dark magic, a level of expertise that Dumbledore does not possess in that domain. In other words, had this issue been resolved earlier, Dumbledore would not have been unable to dispel the curse until his dying breath. As Kaelin's thoughts wandered, Lily could not restrain a gasp. Professor? So young. I thought she was merely a student. Indeed, she appeared exceedingly youthful. Kaelin nodded in agreement, then glanced at both Lily and Snape with a hint of exasperation, saying, It seems I've already caught her attention. She has her sights set on you. Why? Snape did not perceive this as a commendable remark. Kaelin slouched in his seat, chuckling lightly as he quipped, Being an orphan does afford certain privileges. After all, such young wizards are a rarity. That's utterly outrageous, Lily retorted, visibly indignant. Just then, Steve approached, burdened with an assortment of snacks, stepping back slightly, looking rather grandiose as he remarked, I thought you would welcome me. I wasn't referring to you, Lily scoffed, but immediately turned her attention to Steve, inquiring, Scamander, we all witnessed your earlier demeanor. Do you know that woman? After placing his belongings and snacks down, Steve cautiously peered outside before whispering to them, I do know her. She is supposed to be our defense against the dark arts teacher. Steve had anticipated this revelation would astonish them, yet he found no reaction, only their unwavering gazes fixed upon him. You all knew? I just figured it out, Steve asked, astonished. We only just deduced it ourselves, Snape replied nonchalantly, leaning forward as if to exert some pressure on Steve, but we do not know who she truly is. Her name is Dorcas Meadows, Steve divulged without reservation. She was once a student at Hogwarts and has visited my home on several occasions, although most of the time she conversed with my parents. However, Steve suddenly adopted an air of mystery, cautioning, I advise you not to provoke her. Dorcas is quite formidable. He seemed to remember something, involuntarily shuddering. Dorcas Meadows. Kaelin had already discerned her identity. During the First Wizarding War, Meadows had joined the Order of the Phoenix and met her demise in 1981. The only distinction lay in the fact that she was slain by Voldemort's own hand. This alone suffices to attest to her formidable prowess as a sorceress. Kaelin furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had long anticipated that his lineage would draw Dumbledore's attention, yet he had not foreseen such subsequent developments. However, Kaelin did not believe that Meadows' actions were directives from Dumbledore, for they appeared excessively deliberate. Dumbledore had never been a man of overt force. He preferred to offer gentle guidance, allowing others to make their own choices. Meadows' conduct could not possibly reflect Dumbledore's ethos. Thus, it seemed that Meadows had somehow acquired information about him and had taken it upon herself to approach him. After all, coming from an orphanage, one was easily associated with Voldemort. Kaelin felt a twinge of concern, but quickly regained his composure. If Dumbledore could not perceive the issue, how could one so readily uncover it? At that moment, under the relentless questioning of Lily and Snape, Steve finally divulged some information regarding Meadows, albeit with the caution to keep it confidential. I should have mentioned that my family harbors some magical creatures, right? The trio nodded eagerly, with Lily urging him on. Take your time, take your time. Steve appeared hesitant about whether to reveal more, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and stated, These magical creatures are not merely of the ordinary 3X classification. They even encompass several 4X and even 5X classified perilous beings. This information must remain a secret. The Ministry of Magic must not be informed. The trio promptly nodded in agreement, assuring him they would not divulge a word. Among the 5X classifications were the venomous leopard, the chimera, and a juvenile Ukrainian ironbelly. So many. Karan could not suppress a faint exclamation. There were scarcely a few 5X magical creatures. Yet who would have imagined that Mr. Scamander secretly harbored 3, especially the chimera and the colossal Ukrainian ironbelly, of which Karan was previously unaware. Indeed, at this juncture, Steve relaxed further. The 4X classifications are even more numerous. The bird snake, the naga, the water horse, the griffin, the horned serpent, the venomous horned beast, and the invisible beast. Steve rambled on, listing an array of creatures, some familiar to Karan and many that were not. Your home must be vast, Lily remarked in awe. It is due to the undetectable extinction charm. Steve grinned. My father is quite adept at it. The neighboring residents still remain oblivious to the source of those roars. So what comes next? As the conversation drifted further afield, Snape could not help but interject a reminder. What I am about to share must remain confidential. Steve's small face was striving to appear serious, yet it only accentuated his cuteness. Once I had surreptitiously approached the chimera, despite my father's usual prohibitions, as such a 5X level magical creature is exceedingly perilous. On that occasion, the chimera revealed to me that all 5X level magical beings, including itself, have been vanquished by a woman who appeared only sporadically, wielding powerful magic. Lily could not help but exclaim, "Is that woman Meadows?" Steve nodded affirmatively. Snape furrowed his brow and inquired, "Could it be some underhanded tactic? For instance, the eye curse, which I recall is particularly effective against dragons." No, Steve shook his head. It was a straightforward confrontation, a complete defeat. Oh, Kalen's mind shifted, and he raised an eyebrow. Had Meadows taken an interest in him? Excellent. Ignoring Dumbledore's directives and acting independently? Perfect. Because it seemed the serpent creature in the Chamber of Secrets had a lead after all. As night deepened, Karan glanced out the window, noting the darkness that enveloped the landscape, with the deep purple sky reflecting upon the mountains and woods. The train appeared to slow down, indicating their imminent arrival. It was time to don their black robes. Karan surveyed the compartment, realizing only Lily had not changed, though she swiftly donned her robes over her clothes, readying herself. What about Barian? Lily gently poked Barian's cheek. And what the luggage? Do not worry. Arrangements will be made, Snape reassured him. Ultimately, the train came to a halt, yet Lily began to feel anxious. Surely, we won't be sorted into different houses, will we? This query was directed primarily at Karan and Snape. As for Steve, Barian should maintain a significant distance from him. It's quite likely, Karan replied nonchalantly. And upon witnessing Lily's incredulous glare, he added with a resigned smile, "Regardless, we are all at the school. It is only a matter of time before we meet again." "But Karan, you may not," Snape interjected unexpectedly. Books, magic, Lily sharply critiqued Kalen's prospective school life. "Why not join us?" Karan smiled. "After all, we are all first years. Our coursework will hardly differ." "And what about me?" At this moment, Steve suddenly asked with a hint of hope, seemingly recognizing Kalen's scholarly prowess and eager to align himself with such an advantageous companion. Karan, amused yet exasperated, ushered the 3 out of the compartment. "Hurry, or we will miss the sorting." The 4 individuals approached the carriage doors alongside the wizards. As they passed the previous compartment, Karan glanced inside, only to discover that Meadows had vanished and all the leftover snacks had been tidied away. "Such an appetite," Karan murmured softly. They stood on a small, dimly lit platform when a lamp swung above their heads, accompanied by a voice calling out, "First-year students. First-year students, come this way." "Steve, over here, how are you?" Hagrid boomed. Having taken on the role of the official keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts since the retirement of Og in the 1960s. Faced with the curious gazes of the trio, Steve smiled and said, "This is Rubeus Hagrid. He has a great fondness for magical creatures, hence his acquaintance with my father." "Greetings, little ones," Hagrid beamed, his bearded face breaking into a grin as if he wished to pat them on the head. Karan quickly pulled Lily aside, narrowly avoiding Hagrid's large hand, while Snape nearly toppled over. "Oh, my apologies. Are you all right?" Hagrid clumsily brushed the dust off Snape, who felt as though he might be crushed. "Scourgify," Karan murmured, pointing his wand at Snape. "Oh, thank you," Hagrid exclaimed, looking astonished at Karan. He then shouted to the first years, "All right, first-year students, follow me. Watch your step. Keep up. Beautiful spell." Steve complimented Karan. Karan smiled, choosing not to elaborate. while he noticed that James and his friends had already become quite familiar with one another. Upon seeing them, Lily immediately distanced herself, moving to Kalen's other side to keep away from their company. "Just around this bend, you shall soon behold Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid called back. A chorus of oohs erupted as the narrow path suddenly opened up to reveal a vast, dark lake. On the opposite shore, a towering castle loomed majestically atop a steep hill, its spires reaching for the sky, and its windows twinkling like stars against the night. Witnessing this scene stirred even Kalen's heart with excitement. "No more than 4 people per boat," Hagrid announced, pointing to a line of small boats moored at the shore. The 4 of them fit perfectly into one of the empty boats, only to find that seated adjacent to them were James and his trio. "Hello." Upon noticing James and Sirius glancing their way, Steve cheerfully greeted them. However, he soon realized that neither of the two responded, while the 3 beside him began to act somewhat strange. James whispered something to Lupin and Peter, and the 4 of them immediately adopted a cautious demeanor as they turned their attention towards Steve's small boat. "What is going on?" Steve observed Lily, turning her back directly to the others, while Snape wore a mocking expression. As for Karan, he hesitated with a peculiar flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, uncertain whether to consume it or not. "What is the matter?" Karan glanced sideways and nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, those 2 over there had some conflicts with us previously, but they have been amicably resolved." Steve remained skeptical, as the gazes of the 4 did not convey a sense of resolution. Eventually, Karan mustered the courage to try the bean, only to discover it was watermelon flavored. "Not bad," he commented, as Karan's words echoed. Small boats began to glide quietly across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Silence enveloped everyone as they gazed at the towering castle that reached toward the heavens. As they approached the cliff where the castle stood, it appeared to loom above them. Gradually, they traversed a dark tunnel that led them beneath the castle, ultimately arriving at a place reminiscent of an underground dock, before ascending onto a terrain of gravel and pebbles. Everyone disembarked from the boats and followed Hagrid through a tunnel carved into the rock, eventually reaching a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle shadow. They climbed a set of stone steps and gathered before a grand oak door. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the door. It swung open immediately to reveal a tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe, Professor McGonagall, who appeared relatively young. Her expression was serious, yet Karan suspected she had been waiting there for some time, as such an entrance added a touch of ceremony. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied, pulling the door wide open. Inside, the stone walls were illuminated by blazing torches, and the ceiling soared so high it was nearly invisible. Before them lay an opulent marble staircase leading to the upper levels. Following Professor McGonagall, they walked along the stone-paved floor, and Karan heard the buzzing chatter of hundreds emanating from a door on the right. However, Professor McGonagall guided them to a small empty room at the other end. They all crowded in, gazing intently and nervously at their surroundings. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to begin, but first we must determine your respective houses, which is a significant ceremony." She continued, "The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses a proud history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your commendable achievements will earn points for your house, while any rule violations will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the college that garners the highest score shall be awarded the prestigious College Cup. Arimarque Belonor. I sincerely hope that regardless of which college you are assigned to, you will strive to bring glory to it." In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire faculty and student body. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and adopt a more spirited demeanor while you wait. Once preparations are complete, I shall come to escort you. Professor McGonagall instructed, "Please maintain silence while you await." With that, she exited the room. Lily exhaled softly, turning to Carla and Snape to express her discontent. "That professor is rather intimidating." Snape nodded in agreement, while Steve chimed in, "Indeed, she is quite fearsome. Whenever Professor McGonagall visits my home, I find myself hiding in my room." Carla looked at him quizzically. "How come you have so many guests at your house?" Steve grinned. "Wizards tend to keep a few pets, and magical creatures are indeed quite endearing." Suddenly, a few students screamed as approximately 20 ghosts emerged unexpectedly from the wall behind them, gliding across the room while whispering among themselves, seemingly engaged in a debate. A plump, monk-like ghost proclaimed, "We ought to forgive, we ought to forget. I say we should give him another chance." Listening to this oddly familiar phrase, Carla felt as though he had stumbled upon something rather significant. The haughty ghosts, the pitiable Peeves, and the cunning little monk. If they simply wished to greet the newcomers, why not express it plainly, rather than reenacting the same scene year after year? Although Carla maintained a calm exterior, he noticed Lily appeared somewhat startled, and he could see that Peter, over by James, had also been taken aback. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall soon returned. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. Please line up in single file and follow me. The quartet quickly formed a line, with Carla at the front. The other years had already gathered around the 4 long tables, and Carla curiously surveyed his surroundings, intermittently catching snippets of hushed conversations from older students. That boy is quite handsome. This was directed at Sirius, who feigned indifference, seemingly oblivious to the remark. That girl is adorable. This was said about Lily, who immediately blushed and lowered her head, eliciting a wave of giggles from the surrounding girls. That boy is also quite handsome. This was about Carla himself, though he was too preoccupied with gazing at the teacher's table to notice the whispered compliments. The faculty had not changed significantly. The only heads to be wary of were the head of Slytherin and Potions, Professor Horace Slughorn, along with the notably youthful Professor Meadows, who had captured the attention of the majority of students, especially as she was seated directly to the right of Professor Dumbledore. She was engaged in a hushed conversation with Dumbledore, and upon noticing the arrival of the new students, they both cast their gazes towards them, even exchanging a brief glance with Karan. Dumbledore wore a benevolent smile, while Meadows displayed a smirk that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. Karan unabashedly rolled his eyes at Meadows, choosing to avert his gaze from her. Yet, he seemed to hear the sound of a spoon being crumpled, though he still refrained from looking her way. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had already produced a stool and placed it before the students, atop which sat a patched hat, the sorting hat. I am the most splendid of magical hats. I am the most splendid of magical hats. Amidst the astonished stares of the new students, the sorting hat finally concluded its song, having pondered it for a year, eliciting a thunderous applause. It relished the moment internally, yet maintained its composure as it bowed graciously to the 4 long tables, subsequently becoming still. As one of the founders of the school and the hat of Godric Gryffindor, it was imbued with the thoughts of all 4 founders, ensuring the sorting of new students into their respective houses even after their demise. Of course, it harbored a secret known only to a select few. The sword of Godric Gryffindor, the only known relic of the founder, could be drawn from the hat by any brave Gryffindor, regardless of where the sword had previously been kept. However, such occurrences had become exceedingly rare, perhaps due to the sword often residing in the headmaster's office, or perhaps because it had been long since anyone qualified had appeared. Albus Dumbledore might have been capable, and Minerva McGonagall perhaps could have done so as well, but neither had attempted it, likely due to the sword's presence in the headmaster's office. At this juncture, the sorting hat observed McGonagall stepping forward, sensing that the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Apart from singing, this was its favorite part of the year, as it encountered a myriad of young wizards, transforming their anticipation and anxiety into delightful outcomes. As a significant participant, it too could feel the rich tapestry of emotions and would occasionally reflect on them throughout the ensuing year. James Potter. The sorting hat heard Professor McGonagall call the first name. A slender boy with dark hair, yet still possessing a certain handsomeness, strode forward with pride, clearly relishing the attention bestowed upon him as the inaugural participant in the sorting ceremony. Upon donning the sorting hat, James Potter heard a faint voice whisper in his ear. Courage, kindness, a desire for recognition, and perhaps an inexplicable urgency. This prompted James to think of Karan. Yet he confidently reassured himself. I shall be sorted into Gryffindor, won't I? Gifted and possessing a kind heart. Indeed, my dear child, you are a natural-born Gryffindor, just like your father. The sorting hat proclaimed loudly. James, beaming with delight, placed the hat down, and the Gryffindor table erupted in a fervent cheer. Sirius Black. Professor McGonagall called out the name of the next child. An exceptionally handsome boy stepped forward, instantly capturing the attention of several older girls who huddled together, whispering about which house he would be sorted into. However, Sirius remained oblivious to all, calmly placing the sorting hat upon his head. A child of the Black family, eternally pure, if I recall correctly? The sorting hat inquired. Indeed, Mr. Sorting Hat, young Sirius silently responded, devoid of the distasteful arrogance typically associated with the Black lineage. An interesting child. I have encountered many from the Black family, yet you are the first of your kind. Not Slytherin, Sirius fervently thought. I absolutely refuse to go to Slytherin. Oh, are you quite certain? The sorting hat's interest piqued. Are you truly determined to avoid Slytherin? I am certain, Mr. Sorting Hat. Very well, the sorting hat whispered softly, then as you wish. Gryffindor, it declared triumphantly at last. Many students at the Slytherin table froze, while Gryffindor erupted in unprecedented cheers. James pounded the table, welcoming his new friend with fervor. Sirius smiled slightly, striding back towards the Gryffindor table and taking a seat beside James, casting a teasing glance in the direction of Slytherin. "Damn it," hissed Narcissa Black, the sixth-year Slytherin prefect, glaring at her sister, the seventh-year prefect Andromeda Black, who was clapping her hands. "Why are you applauding? That insufferable cousin of ours should have been sorted into Slytherin." "Such disrespect," Andromeda gently chided, tapping Narcissa on the head. "Isn't it rather amusing that a Black has emerged as a Gryffindor? When her parents find out, they'll see just how amusing it truly is," Lucius Malfoy remarked coldly from the side. Andromeda shot him a sidelong glance, seemingly poised to retort, but before she could speak, the Slytherin table erupted in cheers, attempting to overshadow Gryffindor's celebration. "It's Wilson Avery. He has been sorted into Slytherin," eliciting a chorus of boos from Gryffindor. "Silence." Professor McGonagall glared sternly at the Gryffindor students, quelling their impolite behavior. Next, Lily Evans. Lily cast a desperate glance back at Karan and Snape. Snape, equally anxious, unconsciously clenched his hands, while Karan offered her a reassuring nod with a smile. Trembling, Lily approached and seated herself on the wobbly stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head, pressing down on her lovely, deep red hair. "Ah, quite a dilemma," a faint voice whispered in her ear. "Reluctant to part from your friends, yet unwilling to join Slytherin? Alas, dear child, you will be sorted into the house that suits you best. Trust me, you will come to cherish Gryffindor." "Gryffindor," the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. Lily removed the hat and returned it to Professor McGonagall, hurriedly making her way towards the jubilant Gryffindor students. However, she glanced back at Karan and Snape, particularly at Snape, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. Snape let out a soft sigh, his expression clouded with melancholy as his gaze followed Lily's retreating figure. He noticed Sirius politely making room for her, only for Lily to quickly recognize him, crossing her arms in anger and turning away. Karan patted Snape's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, but soon adopted an overly dramatic tone, saying, "Oh, Severus, how utterly tragic that Lily has been sorted into Gryffindor." Snape turned to him, surprisingly devoid of anger, yet his eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. Karan could only shrug helplessly, remarking, "3 of us for houses. The odds were never particularly favorable." Snape silently nodded in agreement. Next, Stephen Scamander. Stephen glanced back at Karan and mouthed, "Wish me luck." Karan gave him a thumbs up. "Aw, new child?" The sorting hat murmured to Stephen. "I know him. A very polite boy, though he regrettably left midway through his studies." Stephen had to admit that being referred to as the child of his father was indeed a peculiar experience. "I recall your mother, Porpentina Goldstein, graduated from Ilvermorny, correct?" "Indeed." "That is correct, Mr. Sorting Hat," Stephen replied, puzzled as to why the hat would inquire about this. "What is the sorting process like at that school?" The sorting hat suddenly asked. Stephen pondered before crafting a polished response. "I believe whatever the method, it cannot compare to your own. After all, this is Hogwarts, the finest magical school in the world." The sorting hat chuckled at his satisfactory answer. "A fine lad indeed. Remember, the Forbidden Forest is a perilous place. Do take care, understood? I shall keep your secret." "Thank you ever so much," Stephen replied, gratefully. "Hufflepuff." The sorting hat called out loudly at last. Steve immediately and cautiously removed the hat, his face alight with excitement as he dashed towards the Hufflepuff table. Ted Tonks, the seventh-year prefect, stood up to clasp his hands and welcomed him exuberantly. "Greetings, future magizoologist." Steve joyfully responded, clearly unperturbed by the title, and waved at Snape and Karan. Snape turned his head, feigning ignorance, and whispered to Karan, "The Hufflepuffs are merely a bunch of dullards, just an ordinary lot. You should not venture there." Karan chuckled softly and retorted, "At least dullards are better than trash cans." Snape shook his head in exasperation, clearly unable to comprehend Karan's perspective. Next, Jack Mulciber, Slytherin. Marv Wilkes, Slytherin. Evan Rosier, Slytherin. It seemed fate was playing a jest on Karan, as the next 3 students were all sorted into Slytherin. Snape cast a glance at Karan, who suddenly appeared lost in thought. Am I truly at Hogwarts, or in a second-generation Death Eater training academy? Fortunately, the tide turned as Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed closely by his companion Pandora. Watching Pandora happily settle beside Lovegood, Karan couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, youth is indeed wonderful." Peter Pettigrew, the stout little boy, approached nervously, flinching slightly when Professor McGonagall raised her hand, provoking a few snickers from the audience. "My child, you seem rather frightened." "Fear not. I am merely a hat. I shan't devour you. I wish to be in Gryffindor, if it pleases you." Peter mustered his courage to whisper. Gryffindor, you say? It hardly seems a fitting place for you. Yet it appears we have no other options, do we? Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. Peter seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Sweat was already beading on his forehead. But he stumbled towards the table where James and the others were seated. Remus Lupin, the pale-faced young Lupin, stepped forward, his anxious heart nearly bursting from his chest. However, upon noticing the encouraging smile from Professor Dumbledore, he pressed his lips together and donned the Sorting Hat. Remus Lupin, is it? The little werewolf, correct? Lower your voice. Remus silently pleaded, please keep it down. Rest assured, my child, the Sorting Hat comforted him. None shall hear our conversation. Professor Dumbledore has specifically instructed me to keep your secret. You are safe here at Hogwarts, child. But what about the others? Remus whispered back. What will happen to the other students? Rest assured, everything has been meticulously arranged in advance. Hogwarts will ensure the safety of all its students. And you will graduate without a hitch, dear child. Now, proceed to the house you are destined for. You shall forge friendships, indeed, without a doubt. The Sorting Hat is never mistaken. Amidst Remus's mixture of doubt and hope, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor, as Lupin made his way to the Gryffindor table. He cast a glance back at the Sorting Hat, which seemed to respond reassuringly, its fabric slightly wrinkling. The roll call continued. After a short while, as the Sorting Hat pondered the unusual number of Slytherin students this year, Professor McGonagall called out, Severus Snape. Snape glanced at Lily, who was anxiously watching him, then turned to Carla, who merely raised an eyebrow, wearing a helpless expression. The Sorting Hat was placed upon Snape's head, and he heard a voice whispering in his ear. Interesting, truly intriguing. Do you harbor dislike for Gryffindor? Yet there lies a desire to belong to it. And Slytherin, the very house you long to join. Yet your heart is ensnared in conflict. Snape remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Enough, child, cease your deliberations. This is inevitable. You will be sorted into the house most fitting for you. As Ollivander once stated, the house chooses the wizard, dear one. Slytherin, the Sorting Hat finally declared. Snape removed the hat, casting a glance at both Carla and Lily. Lily pouted in disapproval while Carla nodded in acknowledgement. Lily, clearly noticing Carla's demeanor, shot him a distant glare. Snape walked to the far side of the hall, where his fellow Slytherins welcomed him with cheers. Lucius Malfoy clapped him on the shoulder, though a twinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. The sorting ceremony continued, and Carla noticed that the number of first years beside him was dwindling. Yet his turn had not yet arrived. He squinted slightly, raising his gaze to Dumbledore, as if this was a deliberate arrangement on the headmaster's part. At long last, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Carla and announced his name. Carla Sanster. The sorting ceremony for first years always draws attention, and in this instance, aside from the first little wizard, the last one garners the most focus. The first signifies the official commencement of the ceremony, a thrilling moment for any house. Meanwhile, the last little wizard signals the wish for a swift conclusion. We are nearly starving. Thus, Carla made no delay, promptly stepping forward, drawing numerous kind gazes. However, not all students share this sentiment. In comparison to the concern of hunger, the question of which house Kalan will be assigned to is evidently of greater significance. Lucius squinted his eyes, recognizing that Kalan was the new student he had initially inspected in that compartment. He turned to Severus Snape beside him and inquired, "Are you friends?" Snape silently nodded. Lucius pondered aloud. "It seems that among those in your compartment, 3 individuals, apart from you, have already been sorted into Gryffindor." Although he had only cast a cursory glance at the time, Lucius still remembered the appearances of those new students. Snape let out a gentle sigh, affirming, indeed. Lucius discerned his disappointment and offered consolation. "Cheer up, Snape. This is Slytherin, and they will inevitably come to realize what they have missed." Snape silently nodded, refraining from further speech. In truth, apart from his interactions with Kalan and Lily, he always maintained a reticent demeanor in the presence of unfamiliar individuals, speaking very little. Of course, this did not apply to his jests at the expense of those he detested. Lily now found herself in such a predicament. Sirius lounged in his seat and posed a question to Lily. "He must be the leader of your little group, right? We are friends." Lily shot him a disdainful glance, evidently displeased with the label. "I suggest you choose your words carefully. There are others capable of magic besides Kalan." Sirius was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lily's assertiveness even when alone, while James let out a few merciless laughs, prompting Sirius to helplessly shrug his shoulders. "MacDonald, let us switch seats." Mary MacDonald, who had been surreptitiously glancing at Sirius, froze, only to be pushed by Lily to sit next to him, while Lily took her place on the other side. She cast an angry glare at James, who was inciting mischief, and then nervously turned her attention to Karan, who had just donned the sorting hat, hoping fervently that he would be sorted into the same house as her. At that moment, however, Karan, just having put on the hat, was somewhat taken aback. "What did you say? I'm a born what?" The voice of the sorting hat echoed in his ears, a born mental block. "A rarity akin to the natural legilimens and metamorphmagus, as Dumbledore informed me. That is why Professor McGonagall deliberately placed you at the end of the order. Did he not mention this to you?" "No." Karan reflected carefully. "When he visited my home, he took a bag of wine and left without saying a word." "Oh, that wine was given by you, and it was rather delightful," the sorting hat complimented. "You can drink." Karan was astonished once more. "Hey, I am indeed the illustrious sorting hat. Though lacking a belly, I can still savor the essence of my purpose," it murmured in dissatisfaction. "Apologies." Carlin observed that he had been wearing the sorting hat for an unusually prolonged period and hastily urged, "Please expedite my sorting." "I cannot," replied the sorting hat. "What?" Carlin inquired. "I cannot, my child," the hat reiterated. "You are inherently a closed-off intellect, and my method of sorting relies on a semblance of legilimency for discernment. Of course, it is not a complete legilimency, for no wizard would wish to divulge all their secrets merely for a child's admission." "What shall I do?" Carlin asked, a hint of anxiety in his tone, as the students in the hall clearly noted his extended duration in place. "If you wish, I can reiterate the characteristics of the 4 houses, and you may choose for yourself." Carlin frowned. "That would be rather time-consuming. Hence you have been placed last," the sorting hat remarked. "However, if you find it too bothersome, how about Slytherin?" Carlin's frown deepened. He nearly glanced back at Dumbledore to inquire if this was a deliberate arrangement, yet he restrained himself and silently replied, "No, really not at all." The sorting hat questioned, "Although I cannot sort you with the precision afforded to the other young wizards, I sense that you would thrive in Slytherin, perhaps even more so than any other." "I am of Muggle descent, a so-called mudblood," Carlin lamented. "Hey, child, mind your language." The sorting hat appeared quite agitated. "There is no need to belittle yourself. In Slytherin, you are destined for greatness and achievement. I can perceive it. Those young wizards are no match for you." "I know," Carlin suddenly interjected. "You know?" The sorting hat was taken aback. "Indeed, I know," Carlin reiterated. "My magical aptitude surpasses theirs, my eagerness to learn magic is stronger, and most importantly, I am more handsome than any of them, with only Sirius as a worthy rival, as he is the second year." "You make a valid point." The sorting hat conceded. "Even a hat prefers to adorn the heads of the most handsome." Yet, Carlin shifted his tone. "Frankly, after hearing the history of Hogwarts, I suspect that if not for the determination of that founder, wizards from Muggle backgrounds like mine would never have the chance to enter Hogwarts." "Indeed, that is true." The sorting hat seemed to drift into nostalgia, its tone contemplative. "That argument was indeed fierce. It is hard to imagine such a gentle lady turning so assertive." "I am here to teach many," Carlin declared, "and to treat them all equally." The sorting hat completed its assessment of Miss Helga S.'s perspective on selecting students. "It appears you have made your choice, child," it stated. "Indeed, it seems so," Karan replied. "And pure bloods make me feel nauseous." The sorting hat paused momentarily before declaring loudly for the entire faculty and student body to hear. Hufflepuff, the students, who had been whispering amongst themselves, were momentarily taken aback by the prolonged deliberation of Karan's sorting, even after the hat had announced its decision. After all, Hufflepuff was not a particularly difficult choice. "Applaud, children," the sorting hat called out exuberantly to alleviate Karan's embarrassment. However, Karan did not share this sentiment, seizing the fleeting chance amidst the resounding applause. He quickly inquired of the sorting hat, "Did Professor Dumbledore instruct you to place me in Slytherin?" "Certainly not," the sorting hat responded indignantly. "This is a grand sorting ceremony, and only I, the magnificent sorting hat, have the authority to decide. No headmaster may interfere. Will you relay our conversation to Professor Dumbledore?" Karan queried, casting an ingratiating glance at Professor McGonagall, buying himself a moment as the applause began to wane. "Perhaps," the sorting hat replied, seemingly aware of the dwindling time. "After all, he is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and even the great sorting hat must serve him. Do you have any more questions, child? You should hasten. Professor McGonagall can be quite fearsome when angered." "No, that will be all." Karan rose, handing the sorting hat to Professor McGonagall, who was glaring at him, and softly murmured, "Thank you, most splendid hat." The sorting hat appeared quite pleased. It offered Karan a slight bow as he hurried towards the Hufflepuff table. "At the feast, fantastic, Karan," exclaimed Steve Scamander, leaping up to make space and shouting excitedly. "We've been sorted into the same house. What a delight." After Karan took his seat, he glanced back at Snape and Lily. Lily pouted slightly, looking disheartened, while Snape regarded him with a complex expression, astonished that Karan had indeed been placed in Hufflepuff, which he had derisively labeled as a dunce house. Simultaneously, Karan noticed Dumbledore smiling and nodding at him, while Meadows watched him with a hint of resentment. Seizing the moment of eye contact, Karan quickly rolled his eyes at Meadows, lest he miss the opportunity. At that moment, Steves leaned closer to Karan and asked, "Why did you take so long just now?" The nearby Hufflepuff students gazed curiously, as Carlin's sorting took an unusually long time, far exceeding that of his peers. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence for a student to face such a sorting dilemma, with such instances arising only once in approximately 50 years. In fact, the diminutive Peter had also become a subject of this sorting conundrum. However, his timid demeanor hardly suggested he was a prodigious wizard. In contrast, Carlin not only took significantly longer than Peter, but also maintained a more composed demeanor. The sorting hat said I was too exceptional, making it difficult to choose. Carlin said half-jokingly, "Ultimately, I mentioned my desire to join Hufflepuff, which is why it took so long to reach a decision." "Well done," Steve praised. The Hufflepuff students who overheard this were somewhat moved, particularly the older students, as it was exceedingly rare for someone to proactively choose to join Hufflepuff. "A wise choice," remarked the friendly ghost Fat Friar, "for Hufflepuff is undeniably an underestimated house. After all, badgers are not creatures to be trifled with." After the commotion subsided, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students as he extended his arms, seemingly finding no greater joy than seeing them gathered together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to another academic year at Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I wish to say, dig in." Dumbledore's brief address was met with unanimous applause from the students, and, simultaneously, an abundance of delectable dishes appeared on the tables of each house. Carlin helped himself to a piece of roast and cast a glance towards the Slytherin table. Having just heard several familiar names and surnames, including many upperclassmen he had yet to know, it was likely that a casual splash of water could drench a few future second-generation Death Eaters. Slytherin was truly a house brimming with talent, rivaling even Azkaban in its formidable assembly. Gryffindor was equally fascinating, as many members of the original Order of the Phoenix were still in their formative years. The Longbottoms, the Bones family, and the McKinnons were presumably also studying within Gryffindor. Outside, the wizarding world was rife with undercurrents, yet Hogwarts appeared to remain remarkably tranquil. Especially in light of Voldemort's agitation, when ideologies clashed, students inevitably found themselves embroiled in various conflicts. Carlin sighed softly, realizing that the young wizards were not only concerned about the future of the magical realm, but also felt a twinge of pity for the Hogwarts faculty. "If only we could be assigned to the same dormitory," Steve mumbled with his mouth full, his words slightly garbled. "I heard my dad say that the Hufflepuff common room is the most comfortable among all the houses. I suspect the dormitory is equally pleasant. It's not just that." At this moment, a small boy seated to the right of Karan suddenly spoke up. He wore a pair of round-framed glasses, which lent him an air of seriousness. "I've also heard that the Hufflepuff basement is quite close to the school kitchen, and that the house elves there are particularly amiable towards Hufflepuff students, almost always willing to fulfill their requests. This must be related to the fact that Madame Hufflepuff took them in initially." Upon noticing that Steve and Karan were looking at him, the boy extended his hand, introducing himself, Guspad Densington, an inventor. "I know you," Steve exclaimed in surprise as he shook his hand. "Your parents have visited my home, and I've heard them speak of you. I thought you would be sorted into Ravenclaw." Karan cast a curious glance at Steve. He too recognized this individual as the future inventor of the automatic stirring cauldron. "I don't believe Ravenclaw suits me," Guspad replied, maintaining his serious demeanor. "They can sometimes come off as rather arrogant and self-absorbed, which is not the type of house I prefer." "You must be referring to your parents," Steve chuckled. "They certainly have a habit of criticizing my dad's methods of caring for magical creatures during meals, always convinced their opinions are the most valid." It was clear that Guspad harbored some discontent towards his own parents as well. They always appeared too self-involved. "You claim to be an inventor?" Karan interjected, taking a moment to inquire of Guspad. "Have you invented anything yet?" Guspad's lips twitched slightly, and, after a long pause, he reluctantly added, "A future inventor." Karan and Steve exchanged a peculiar glance. Was it possible that the sorting hat had made an error? Eventually, Karan took the initiative to ease the tension, saying, "That sounds promising. At least there is ample room for growth." Guspad gazed at Karan oddly, seemingly unable to discern whether this was a jest at his expense. Fortunately, at that moment, a curious girl from the neighboring seat interjected, "Is it true that Hogwarts has over 100 house elves in the kitchen?" Feeling a bit bashful under their scrutiny, she introduced herself. "I'm Greta Catchaloff." "I know you," Steve exclaimed once more, astonished. Your parents have also visited my home, and their cooking was simply exquisite. Karan's expression towards Steve grew increasingly strange. He recognized this girl as the future author of Enchanting Your Cheese. Gus Bad calmly replied, I've heard that there might even be more, perhaps over 200, because Hogwarts is quite vast, and if the number were too small, they might struggle to manage. Kalan observed that the individuals discussing the matter of house elves spoke with an air of assumption, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that Lily was not present. Otherwise, she would likely have continued to probe further, lamenting the inequitable treatment of house elves. After all, in her perception, Hogwarts ought to be a sanctified place, rather than a mere slave market. Eventually, all the desserts vanished, and Professor Dumbledore rose once more, restoring a profound silence within the hall. Now that everyone is satiated, I wish to impart a few words. As we commence the new term, I have several points of consideration to address. He directed his gaze toward the first-year students, cautioning them against entering the forested area on school grounds, a decree that older students should also heed. Dumbledore's bright eyes swept across the hall, seemingly surveying every house. It was evident that the current students of Hogwarts were rather mischievous. Moreover, the caretaker, Mr. Filch, requested that I remind everyone once again not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. This time, Dumbledore's attention was primarily directed at Slytherin and Gryffindor. The trials for Quidditch players will be conducted in the second week of this term. Any students aspiring to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I am delighted to welcome a new teacher to our ranks this term, Professor Meadows, who will be instructing in the defense against the dark arts. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in cheers, particularly from the male students, whose exuberance seemed to rattle the ceiling. Kalan felt a tremor beneath his feet. As for why Meadows appeared so youthful, no one seemed to care. After all, she would only be teaching for a year at most, but she was indeed striking. Meadows stood politely, offering a slight bow, and cast a glance in Kalan's direction, whether intentional or not. Kalan refrained from applauding, while Steve merely clapped lightly, mumbling, You'll understand her true nature once you attend her class. It was evident that Dumbledore had anticipated such a reaction, which is why he chose to announce Meadows' appointment last. Now, before we retire for the night, let us sing the school song together. Dumbledore proclaimed with enthusiasm. Kalan's expression stiffened, much like the other teachers, as he had not expected Dumbledore's spirits to be so high today. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that spiraled above the dining tables, inscribing lines of text like a serpent. Choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. Thus, all the teachers and students began to sing aloud in their chosen tunes. We shall strive to learn until we are reduced to dust. As everyone sang the school anthem in a disjointed manner, Carlin felt his toes curling in embarrassment. The melody was truly unbearable. The music seemed to evoke a hint of emotion in Dumbledore, who wiped his eyes and remarked, It possesses a charm far greater than anything we have accomplished here. It is now time for bed. Everyone, please return to your dormitories. In the Hufflepuff basement, the head of the 7th year, Ted Tonks, called out, First-year students, follow me. All the newcomers trailed behind him, weaving through the noisy throng. At that moment, he noticed a figure suddenly surge forth from the Gryffindor group and squeeze into the line behind him. Newcomers, return to your own house and do not lag behind, Tonks kindly advised. Just then, James, amidst Carlin's astonished gaze, hurried over to Steve and said, If you find yourself in the same dormitory as him, do remember not to disturb him while he sleeps. What did you say? Steve was taken aback. He had initially thought James was approaching Carlin, but was surprised to hear him mention Carlin instead. Carlin himself had not anticipated that the incident on the train would leave such a profound impression on James, who had even taken the trouble to relay the warning. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Steve, Carlin reluctantly explained, I was merely joking with them. You needn't take it to heart. What? That was just a joke? Now, it was James's turn to be astonished. All right, newcomers. Off you go, Tonks urged as he caught sight of the Gryffindor head approaching, promptly nudging the bewildered James forward. What was he just saying? Steve inquired curiously, glancing at Carlin, while Gus and Greta similarly turned their attention towards him. Carlin felt compelled to recount the earlier train incident in brief, but despite his attempts to downplay it, Greta exhibited a trace of fear. Who would think such a reaction was merely a jest? Steve looked at Carlin with a peculiar expression. Would you like to experience it for yourself? Carlin calmly shot him a glance, causing Steve to fall silent immediately. The Hufflepuff common room was located on the basement level, specifically Hogwarts lore ground. Relatively close to the Great Hall, a far more favorable arrangement than the distant towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw on the 8th floor. However, the Slytherin dormitories were also situated on the lower level, rumored to be even gloomier than Hufflepuff's environment. After exchanging a hasty farewell with Lily, The four houses parted ways completely, two ascending and two descending. Carlin caught sight of Snape from the adjacent group, who also noticed him. They exchanged places, and Snape, with a complex expression, addressed Carlin. "I never expected you would take so long to arrive, only to end up in Hufflepuff. Was this your choice?" Carlin nodded calmly in affirmation. Hufflepuff. Snape cast a glance at the team to which Karan belonged. "I would much prefer you were sorted into Gryffindor." Even though the relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor has always been contentious, there are still many who regard it as the finest house, worthy of you, rather than to become a. Snape pressed his lips together, refraining from uttering the words that followed. Karan raised an eyebrow and, patting Snape on the shoulder, remarked, "The choice of a house is akin to that of a wand. What truly matters is not the house itself, but the wizard within." Snape was taken aback. After a moment, he replied, "The Sorting Hat once told me that it is the house that chooses the wizard, yet it did not emphasize the wizard himself." "I truly appreciate your insight," Karan retorted with feigned annoyance. "To think you consider me superior to a mere hat. What a peculiar compliment." Snape felt a momentary fluster, but soon furrowed his brow, realizing Karan was jesting. At that moment, Lucius noticed the peculiar situation behind him and directed his words at Snape. "Return to the Slytherin team at once. Do not linger with this rabble." He cast a disdainful glance at the Hufflepuff students, adding, "Unless you wish to become one of them." For some reason, upon hearing this, Snape recalled Karan's earlier mention of a trash can, and a smile threatened to break through, yet the reality of his current position in Slytherin quelled it. Karan regarded Lucius coolly, but before he could utter any scornful retort, the prefect Andromeda Black unexpectedly interjected. "What would one call a person whose exam scores fall short even of a trash can?" Lucius shot a furious glare at Andromeda, and just then, Ted Tonks chimed in. "Perhaps a toilet would be more fitting." "Tonks." Lucius's patience with Ted had worn thin. He fixed a fierce stare upon him, his hand unconsciously slipping beneath his robe. Ted immediately assumed a defensive stance, far more decisive than Lucius, drawing his wand and pointing it directly at Lucius, while his female prefect companion mirrored his actions, showing no sign of retreat. 2 against 1. Your odds appear rather favorable, Malfoy, Andromeda remarked, clearly enjoying the spectacle. However, she chose not to draw her wand in support of Lucius, instead calmly stepping aside and continuing to lead the younger students away. Lucius shot a resentful glance at Ted and his companion, ultimately emitting a cold huff before pursuing them. Karan narrowed his eyes, observing the scene, while Ted politely expressed his gratitude to the prefect, who accepted it with poise. Finally, Ted addressed the young wizards trailing behind. "So you should now understand the fearsome nature of Mr. Fox. Even the prefects dare not cast spells in the corridors." He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that Lucius, not far ahead, would certainly hear it, though he merely suppressed the urge to turn back. "How incredibly cool!" Steve exclaimed with excitement. "I had no idea that Hufflepuff was so formidable, capable of sending the Slytherin prefect away. My father has never mentioned any of this to me." In his mind, Kalan silently mused, "Well, you didn't have a Slytherin prefect who secretly courted the Hufflepuff prefect during your father's time. Otherwise, these students would have clashed long ago." Nevertheless, this brave act of upholding the honor of the house made Kalan regard Ted with newfound respect. Truly, he must be a man worthy of the affection of a woman from the Black family. Soon, amidst the excited atmosphere of the young wizards, Ted led them to a cluster of wooden barrels. He briefly explained the method of entering the house dormitory. One must tap the bottom of the second barrel in the second row to the rhythm of Helga, Hufflepuff, and the lid would rotate open, revealing a passageway leading to the basement, suitable for crawling through. However, if one were to err, the lid of another barrel would burst, dousing the intruder in vinegar. With a sense of pride, he declared, "The Hufflepuff common room and dormitories have remained unseen by outsiders for over 1,000 years. Much like a badger, we know how to conceal ourselves. At the same time, like the badger, we are upright and loyal, resilient and honest, unafraid of adversity. Dear young wizards, we are Hufflepuff." His succinct speech elicited the most fervent cheers from the newcomers, for actions always speak louder than words. The first-year students followed the 2 prefects into the passage and beheld the circular common room of Hufflepuff. It was adorned with numerous yellow drapes, polished brass fixtures, and plush sofas and armchairs in hues of yellow and black. Through the circular windows, one could gaze upon the swaying grass and dandelions outside. A grand honey-colored wooden mantelpiece, intricately carved with the image of a badger, dominated the room. Our head of house, Professor Pomona Sprout, occasionally brings intriguing plant decorations for the common room. These plants can sing and dance, sometimes perched on the windowsill, at other times dangling from the ceiling. Therefore, our students are typically adept in herbology, Ted offered a brief introduction. Kalan was particularly captivated by a humanoid flower that swayed incessantly. Upon noticing Kalan's gaze, it began to dance even more exuberantly. The boys and girls then separated, with Ted guiding the young boys down the left passage to assign them their rooms, until only Kalan, Steve, and Gus remained. Lucky lads. Ted smiled at them. It seems the three of you can enjoy a dormitory meant for 5. He opened the door to reveal a room containing just 3 beds, which are noticeably larger and more lavishly adorned, clearly a step above the other first-year accommodations. Ted smiled at the 3 of them before departing. Steve, glancing at his companions, could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "This is truly marvelous." In this moment of comparison, Kalan's spirits lifted considerably. The trio entered the dormitory that would accompany them throughout their academic journey, and, almost synchronously, they strode towards their respective luggage. However, after just a few steps, they awkwardly halted, their intentions glaringly obvious. They exchanged silent glances for a brief moment, and then Kalan, with a hint of peculiarity, remarked, "This arrangement of the dormitories, could it be a deliberate act on their part?" Steve shot Kalan a bewildered look before directing a skeptical gaze towards Gus Bad. "It has seemed that way. What do you think?" Gus Bad narrowed his eyes. "I share your sentiment." The silence lingered for a few seconds, and then Steve decisively stated, "Regardless, let's first inspect our belongings, and, while I might need your assistance." The 3 promptly dispersed. Kalan hurried to his luggage, opened it, and felt a book nestled at the bottom of the trunk. Turning his back to them, he asked, "I'm fine. How about you?" Gus Bad's voice floated from his bed. "I'm good too, Steve. What about you?" An empty yet distant voice echoed from somewhere. Guys, I think I need a bit of your help over here." Kalan and Gus Bad turned simultaneously to find that Steve had mysteriously vanished. Before long, Kalan's eyes widened as he gazed at Steve's suitcase positioned at the foot of the bed. "Hey, can you hear me? Come in first." Steve's suitcase, a magical trunk reminiscent of Newt Scamander's, was well known to Kalan. This trunk was enchanted with an extraordinarily exaggerated, undetectable extension charm and weather charm, containing a plethora of magical creatures and their corresponding habitats. Yet, Kalan could hardly believe that Steve had the audacity to bring such a trunk to Hogwarts. Had it not been for the color difference, he might have thought that Steve had outright stolen Mr. Scamander's case. "Kalan, Gus Bad, can you hear me?" The 2 exchanged a peculiar glance. Kalan replied, "Just a moment, we'll be right in." He hurried to Steve's black suitcase, and Gus Bad quietly remarked beside him, "I suspect we are in for some serious trouble. Let us proceed cautiously." Kalan, somewhat at a loss for words regarding Steve's boldness, peered into the trunk and spotted a wooden staircase. He tentatively stepped inside, and although he felt no immediate change, his body began to shrink in accordance with the trunk's opening. Kalan descended the staircase, casting a glance around him. Gaspard was also making his way down. The space they occupied resembled a workshop, cluttered with an array of protective gear and an assortment of glass vials strewn across the countertop. Opposite the staircase stood a wooden door, beyond which lay a scene of stark contrast, reminiscent of an open-air environment. Cautiously, Kalan took a few steps forward, softly calling, "Steve? Where are you?" Steve's voice echoed from beyond the door. "Are you all inside? Just step outside, and you'll see me." Kalan ambled towards the door, and the first thing that met his eyes was a swarm of buzzing billywig insects. Below them, a stone formation constructed from giant dung beetles suggested it was their habitat. The area was a bamboo grove, adorned with numerous towering green stalks. Kalan also noticed a notably tall tree, upon which several tree guardians scuttled about. To the right of the bamboo grove lay a small burrow, filled with glimmering objects. A few palm-sized nifflers frolicked within, though they were securely locked behind a barred gate, preventing any stealthy escapes. To the left of the bamboo grove, a diminutive hill comprised of rocks was covered in grass and trees, where several mooncalves blinked their large, bewildered eyes. Kalan refrained from exploring further, as he noticed a peculiar patch above the hill where a fine drizzle had unexpectedly begun to fall, soaking the area. Steve, drenched in sweat, was hurriedly carrying a mooncalf baby to the side. Upon spotting Kalan and Gaspard, he wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "The weather charm has malfunctioned. You must help me relocate these mooncalves to the bamboo grove. Otherwise, they may fall ill." Gaspard promptly moved to assist, while Kalan circled around the hill to examine the troublesome patch. He drew out his wand and aimed it at the area. "Let me see if I can mend this." He murmured, "What? You can cast weather charms?" Steve asked, astonished. "Such extensive spells are beyond my capabilities, but I should be able to fix this minor issue." Kalan replied softly, whispering a few incantations. His wand began to tremble, and the incessant rain gradually diminished at a visible pace. Within less than half a minute, Kalan had fully restored the area. "You are merely a first-year student." "Merlin's beard," Steve exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You will surely excel in the charms class." Gaspard nudged his glasses, wearing an expression that conveyed his admiration for Kalan's abilities. "Indeed, a house of challenges," Kalan unabashedly praised himself. "It seems I possess some unique talents." "Remarkable." At this moment, Steve finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground and leaning against a mooncalf. "If it weren't for you, I'd probably have to find a way to secretly ask Meadows for help. I certainly can't cast advanced spells like the weather charm." Kalan finally had the chance to survey his surroundings, realizing that this place was essentially a smaller version of Mr. Nudest's box. Yet the overall space was considerably more confined, and the magical creatures within were of a lower grade. At least, no creatures above level 4 could be found here. While gently stroking the head of a mooncalf, Kalan inquired of Steve, "Didn't you say you didn't bring any pets with you?" "Pets?" Steve looked around in confusion. "I really didn't bring any pets. Are you referring to them? They are all my friends." Kalan and Gus were taken aback. And Kalan soon realized that for a child who had grown up alongside magical creatures, the concepts of pets and friends could easily become conflated. Although this did make Steve appear somewhat odd. Nevertheless, Kalan decided to abandon his contemplation on this point and turned to Steve, asking, "How did you come by this box? Surely, you didn't make it yourself? You can't even manage a weather charm, and your parents wouldn't assist you with such a task." "Of course not them." Steve scoffed, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. "My parents always thought it inappropriate, claiming I was too young to care for them. So, my aunt secretly helped me create one. She always knows what I'm thinking." At this juncture, a slight blush of embarrassment crept onto Steve's face. But her spellcasting ability isn't very high, and as a result, the weather charm went awry. If Meadows were to discover this, she would undoubtedly inform my parents about the multitude of magical creatures here. Steve cast a pleading glance at Gus and Kalan, to which Kalan nonchalantly replied, "I have no interest in being a snitch." "Neither do I," Gus chimed in. "But have you thought about how you're going to care for them? We still have classes to attend." "Rest assured," Steve said confidently, "I can manage by visiting them once every night. They are quite low maintenance." Just as Kalan was about to express his approval, he suddenly spotted something flying out from the bamboo grove, a creature resembling a bat, vividly colored and covered in spikes. Rapidly approaching them, it was a fully grown bowtruckle, the size of a basin. Kalan immediately drew his wand, his eyes wide with alarm as he questioned Steve. "What on earth did you bring this thing for?" "Calm down, Kalan, calm down," Steve shouted hastily. "Yes, just a baby. He won't harm us." "A baby?" Kalan exclaimed in disbelief. "You consider this size to be a baby? How enormous will it be when it grows up?" Even in this tense moment, Kalan did not forget to respect Steve's perspective, referring to the bowtruckle as he rather than it. Steve pondered. "I once saw a creature in my father's place that was approximately 4 times larger, reaching up to my chest. That must be its adult size, I suppose." At that moment, after circling above the 3 of them a few times, the curled-winged creature gently descended and affectionately rubbed its face against Steve's. "You see, I told you it poses no danger." Steve struggled to push the creature away, only to be pounced upon once more. Observing Steve's utterly unconvincing demeanor, Kalan furrowed his brow. "I recall that curled-winged creatures feed on human brains, correct?" Kalan anticipated that this statement would startle Gus. Yet a glimmer of interest flickered behind the reflective surface of his gaze. What is wrong with this person? Perhaps so. Upon seeing Kalan raise his wand once more, Steve hastily added, "But pudding is fine too. As long as it is shaped like a sphere, it can serve as food for the curled-winged creature. I can just periodically fetch some from the kitchen." "A spherical shape? Perhaps adding a few stripes would enhance its appeal?" Noticing Kalan's skeptical expression, Steve pouted. "I assure you, he absolutely loves strawberry-flavored pudding." Kalan suppressed his incredulity at sharing a similar taste and preferences with a curled-winged creature and sighed softly. "Very well. Let's finish up here before heading upstairs together. There isn't much to attend to." Steve approached a cabinet by the door. "As long as I occasionally feed it, it will suffice. Would you like to join me?" "Never mind. It's already quite late. Feeding one by one would be too tedious. I shall handle it myself," Kalan inexplicably remarked. And just then, Steve and Gus watched as the various compartments of the cabinet suddenly opened on their own, and an array of food inexplicably floated out, suspended in the air. "Wow," Steve exclaimed with wide eyes. "You can perform wandless magic." Gus, equally astonished, turned to Kalan, yet behind that reflective facade, he revealed an eager expression. "This person must certainly be peculiar." Kalan sighed. "All right, how much food do these magical creatures require?" "Speak quickly." Under Steve's guidance, the various foods swiftly floated to their designated spots, where the magical creatures devoured them. In the end, Steve patted the curled-winged creature's head. "Let us go. We can return now." As they ascended the stairs, Karan suddenly turned to glance at Gus and asked, "You haven't brought anything overly extravagant, have you?" Gus lowered his head, his expression unreadable. "Of course not. My luggage is quite ordinary." Karan scrutinized him for a moment, but ultimately continued up silently. "I truly appreciate it, Karan." Upon returning to the dormitory, Steve expressed his gratitude once more. "Whose bag of items is this?" As Karan was about to offer some words of comfort to Steve, Gaspar suddenly raised a bag and inquired about its contents. They were in a small lounge area, likely set up due to the available space. Yet the three of them had been preoccupied with hurriedly inspecting their luggage, thus failing to notice anything amiss. What could be inside? Karan approached and eagerly opened the bag, revealing a collection of treats such as Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs, seemingly the very items he had left in his compartment on the train. "Did Meadows bring these back for you?" Steve asked with curiosity. "It seems so," Karan replied, taken aback. He had assumed those delights had been devoured by her, not realizing Meadows had thoughtfully retrieved them and placed them in his dormitory. "What a peculiar person," Karan muttered. However, he quickly turned to Steve, who had just unwrapped a chocolate frog, and said, "By the way, may I borrow your invisibility cloak?" "It's only the first day," Steve replied, his words muffled. "Is there really a need to rush into a nocturnal exploration of Hogwarts?" Gaspar interjected, intrigued. Steve briefly explained to Gaspar about the cloak, then pressed a button near the handle of his suitcase. Upon opening it, everything appeared as usual, and he retrieved the cloak, handing it to Karan. "Here, take it. Just be cautious not to get caught. My family's invisibility beast has begun grooming its fur." Karan ultimately decided not to delve further into that topic. He simply inquired, "Are you two coming along?" Steve shook his head wearily, while Gaspar had already reclined on his bed, bidding them good night. "Very well then," Karan said, donning the invisibility cloak completely before quietly exiting the dormitory. Not long after, he emerged from the Hufflepuff common room, ventured into the corridor, and confidently pursued the staircase upward. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. The figures within the paintings had succumbed to slumber, and perhaps Peeves was somewhere conducting his nightly mischief. Nevertheless, Karan remained vigilant, successfully evading any disturbances. Of course, the constantly shifting staircases posed certain challenges, but through careful observation, Karan discerned some patterns and navigated through without incident. Along the way, he passed the statue of the One-Eyed Witch on the 4th floor, behind which lay the passage to Honeydukes. He then continued past a large mirror on the 5th floor, which concealed another secret route leading outside the school. Judging by the time, it seemed that this passage had not yet collapsed, though he was uncertain of its exact exit point in Hogsmeade. "Perhaps I shall explore it further when the opportunity arises," Karan mused, his steps unfaltering as he ascended. At last, he arrived on the 8th floor and beheld the magnificent tapestry depicting the giant striking the hapless Banaba, standing before the wall opposite this artwork. Finally, he was here. A subtle sigh of relief escaped Carlin's lips, though soon a wave of anxiety washed over him. He paced back and forth in front of the wall thrice, silently repeating to himself, "I require a hiding place." Upon completing this step, he immediately glanced at the wall before him, only to discover an unexpectedly smooth door had materialized. Success. An exhilarating thrill coursed through Carlin. He had initially feared that his innate gift for mental obstruction would thwart this endeavor. After all, the Room of Requirement seemed to possess abilities akin to those of mind reading, capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. Fortunately, he had triumphed. Could it be that ancient magic differed from contemporary sorcery? Or perhaps the creator of the Room of Requirement had grown powerful enough to circumvent such challenges? Carlin did not dwell on these questions. Instead, he cautiously pulled open the door, striving to make no sound, and stepped inside. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. What a colossal heap of refuse. He stood within a chamber as vast as a cathedral, surrounded by darkness. Yet within that shadow lay a city akin to towering walls. Its streets cluttered with precariously stacked broken furniture, thousands of books, perilous toys such as winged slingshots and wolf-toothed flying discs, shattered bottles containing congealed potions, hats, jewelry, cloaks, and objects resembling dragon egg shells. Several sealed bottles flickered with an ominous light, alongside a few rusted iron swords and a blood-stained axe. Carlin's gaze lingered on the books for a few moments before he deftly maneuvered away from the bizarre and potentially dangerous potion bottles and the axe, swiftly and cautiously searching through the vast array of discarded items. After countless circuits, he finally spotted an unsightly half-bust of an old male witch, and nearby, the fabled diadem of Ravenclaw, said to bestow wisdom. Yet, upon seeing the diadem, Carlin displayed no sign of surprise. He merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze, only to discover an intact cabinet nearby. Approaching the cabinet, he gently opened it to peer inside. It was empty. This was the fabled vanishing cabinet, still in perfect condition, while its counterpart resided in Borgin & Burke's at 13B in Nocturne Alley. After thoroughly confirming the existence of both items, Carlin hesitated not a moment longer and made his way towards the door of the room of requirement. The few short steps filled Karan with a sense of trepidation, as he feared any irregularity might occur behind him, or that a creature might suddenly emerge, calling his name. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed, and as he departed, the door reverted to its original state as part of the wall. He cast one last glance at the spot where the door had been, ultimately relinquishing any attempt to engage with the room of requirement at that moment. Without delay, he made his way back to the Hufflepuff common room and finally returned to his dormitory. Steve and Gasper were already deep in slumber as Karan quietly settled onto his bed, gently closing his eyes. No rush, he reassured himself. In the headmaster's office, the night wore on. The entire Hogwarts faculty and students had gradually succumbed to sleep, Karan included. Yet, in another corner, a clandestine conversation was unfolding. This was a spacious and beautifully circular room, where a long-legged table bore an array of peculiar silverware, rotating and emitting wisps of smoke. Fawkes the Phoenix perched upon a tall, gilded branch behind the door. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses adorned the walls, their expressions drowsy as they snored softly within their frames, though their occasionally twitching ears betrayed their eavesdropping. However, the two individuals in the room paid no heed to this. Albus Dumbledore sat pensively behind the table, while Minerva McGonagall crossed her long legs and delicately spooned strawberry pudding in her mouth, evidently prepared for a lengthy discussion. This was indeed the Hogwarts headmaster's office. After a brief pause, Dumbledore finally broke the silence, letting out a soft sigh. So, Orlum is still unwilling to assist us? At the sound of Dumbledore's voice, McGonagall hastily swallowed her pudding and replied with a newfound seriousness. Indeed, Madame Maxime politely declined our request. Furthermore, upon the mention of the word giant, she visibly displayed a sense of deep offense and graciously asked me to leave Beauxbatons Academy at once. She emphasized the terms polite and gracious, appearing quite dissatisfied. I suspect this cannot be her sole reason. Can it? Dumbledore inquired. Indeed not, McGonagall replied, shaking her head in disappointment. You cannot imagine her reaction when I uttered the name of that individual, a name that cannot even be spoken. Like many other witches and wizards, she was consumed by fear. It seems my student is progressing well in his endeavors, Dumbledore jested lightly. At least he understands fear and knows how to propagate it. Yet, McGonagall did not share in the humor. She continued with a solemn tone. If you so desire, I could certainly lead other members of the Phoenix Society to expel those giants once more, even to the extent of annihilating them. Particularly after their heinous actions against the Muggle community, I deem such measures absolutely necessary. Such actions cannot be taken, Meadows, Dumbledore patiently elucidated. This is where my student excels. The giants are merely tools for him to instill fear, their status hardly elevating them above those servitors known as Death Eaters, despite his constant endearment towards them as friends. Yet, no matter how affectionate the appellations, it does not alter the fact that Death Eaters are expendable to him, a reality that holds even truer for the giants. Should we resort to any extreme measures, we would fall into the trap he has meticulously devised, granting him the opportunity to portray us as akin to them, which would be exceedingly detrimental to our subsequent endeavors. After all, among his old acquaintances, those initial servitors, are figures like Abraxas Malfoy. These ancient pure-blood families have clandestinely amassed considerable power, and they are entirely capable of such feats. Shall we simply stand by and watch them commit their vile acts? Meadows momentarily lost control of her volume, eliciting a disgruntled huff from the portrait of Phineas. Yet she dismissed the disapproval of the least esteemed headmaster in history. Continuing to query Dumbledore, why can't I accompany Hagrid to converse with those giants? Even in the absence of Madame Maxime, I am more than capable of safeguarding our well-being. In response to Meadows' bewilderment, Dumbledore merely shook his head. I trust Hagrid, and of course you, Meadows. However, giants do not take kindly to humans intruding upon their domain. They would perceive such actions as provocation, and Hagrid is insufficiently equipped to bear this burden alone. Success is only plausible with all present. After all, giants have endured discrimination at the hands of wizards for far too long. Once they experience such reckless freedom, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to revert to their former selves. Surely we must take some action. Meadows exclaimed with indignation. First the giants. And who knows what dark creatures the Dark Lord will recruit next? A banshee? Vampires? Or even werewolves? Her tone grew more accusatory as she mentioned werewolves. Yet she persisted. Is your strategy truly to let a werewolf coexist with a group of oblivious young wizards, Professor Dumbledore? We have discussed this matter numerous times, Meadows. Dumbledore's voice suddenly sharpened. As long as those children's names are inscribed in the admission register as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I bear the responsibility to provide them with an education, regardless of whether they are werewolves or the offspring of Death Eaters. This does not alter the indisputable fact that they remain but children. Meadows unwillingly locked eyes with Dumbledore for several seconds, yet ultimately succumbed. You always act this way, willing to grant others a second chance, regardless of how much doubt you harbor towards them. At least for now, this approach seems rather suited to me. Dumbledore's tone softened once more, and he jested lightly. Unless you wish to witness the emergence of a second Voldemort or the birth of Grindelwald. For some inexplicable reason, Meadows suddenly sensed a tinge of bitterness in the elderly man's smile. Perhaps it is for the best. Meadows shook her head and remarked, merely a mysterious figure is already frightfully daunting. It is difficult to fathom what you, the world's most powerful white wizard, would become if you were to turn into a dark wizard. Oh, it is fortunate that it is darker here than during the day. Dumbledore smiled gently. It has been a long time since anyone has complimented me face to face in such a manner. Meadows seemed briefly amused. Yet she soon returned to her pudding with a slight frown. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, hidden behind crescent-shaped spectacles, studied Meadows for a moment before he suddenly spoke. It is getting late, Morcass. I trust you would not wish to doze off in front of your students on your first day of teaching. However, Meadows remained resolute in her seat. And after a moment of silence, she seized the opportunity to lower her gaze and utter the name, akin to a guilty child. Karan Sandster. What? Dumbledore feigned ignorance. Karan Sandster. Meadows mustered her courage and exclaimed, prompting Phineas to snort once more. Yet, even under Dumbledore's stern gaze, Meadows persisted. Do you not find this child eerily reminiscent of the mysterious figure? Similarly guarded, perpetually vigilant of his surroundings, skilled in the art of concealment. Yes, I can perceive it, and at this juncture, Meadows appeared quite agitated, her cheeks flushed as she raised 2 fingers. He has rolled his eyes at me twice. Twice. No one has ever dared to do such a thing to me. Morcass. Dumbledore chuckled softly, offering her comfort. If you have been attentive, you would have noticed that Mr. Sandster has been sorted into Hufflepuff House. I believe this sufficiently illustrates the distinctions inherent in him. I also trust that you understand what this signifies. Of course, I know what this signifies, Professor Dumbledore, Meadows replied. After all, I graduated from Hufflepuff myself. Yet I believe you should also be aware that a house does not define everything. Even Hufflepuff can produce a peculiar individual or two. Oh, if Pomona were to hear you describe your own house in such a way, she would certainly be disheartened. Dumbledore continued to smile lightly. What's the matter? Meadows remarked nonchalantly. After all, I have always considered myself a bit of an oddity. However, I believe Professor Sprout holds a certain fondness for me. She even invited me to visit the greenhouse to view the newly planted flora when I have the time. This indeed represented Pomona's most earnest expression of affection. Dumbledore chuckled. I strongly recommend the 3rd greenhouse. The plants there are thriving splendidly. I shall go. Meadows replied with a hint of discontent towards Dumbledore's demeanor. Yet she remained ensconced in her seat. Dumbledore cast a resigned glance at Meadows and ultimately feigned a yawn. My dear Ducas, if you would not mind. I believe we should all consider taking our rest, particularly for an elderly gentleman who has just celebrated his 90th birthday. This is undoubtedly of great significance. By the way, I must express my appreciation for the birthday gift you bestowed upon me. The ornament crafted from the scales of the Ukrainian ironbelly. It was truly an exquisite idea, surpassing the majority of birthday offerings I have received. I trust you understand precisely what I am referring to. Dumbledore winked at Meadows, who immediately gestured exaggeratedly. Books, books. An endless array of books. The two shared a quiet laugh. That one has vanished. Following their laughter, Meadows seemed to summon her courage and uttered this statement. Simultaneously, Dumbledore's expression grew stern. Ducas, believe me when I say, I've already warned you. The wand chooses the wizard, as Mr. Ollivander wisely stated, is a principle we must adhere to with utmost seriousness. But I have tried that wand, even though it did not select me, Meadows confessed, pouring forth her thoughts that had evidently been long contemplated. Before I arrived at Hogwarts, I visited Mr. Ollivander's wand shop once more, only to discover that wand was missing. And astonishingly, Mr. Ollivander seemed to have forgotten the entire matter. The perpetrator evidently did not anticipate that others would be aware of the wand's existence. leading to such a conspicuous oversight? After a brief pause, Meadows continued, I know that Callansaster resided at the Leaky Cauldron for an extended period. This is information Tom shared with me. He had ample opportunity to act, and do you not find it curious how he amassed such wealth? The cost of so many days' lodging is no trifling sum, and his robes are certainly not secondhand. So you were suggesting, Dumbledore questioned Meadows, that a young wizard, not yet enrolled, successfully cast a memory charm upon one of the most renowned wand makers without arousing the notice of anyone, including Mr. Ollivander himself? I feel it necessary to remind you that Mr. Ollivander is not merely a scholar who crafts wands. He is, in fact, a wizard who has thrived through the art of wandlore. I am confident that he possesses the ability to defend himself when required. Therefore, Mr. Ollivander must either be feigning vulnerability or has deliberately allowed himself to fall victim to the assailant. Meadows, undeterred by her thoughts, continued to contemplate further. He was acknowledged by that wand. Meadows widened her eyes, her incredulity evident as she spoke of this possibility. Abruptly turning her gaze to Dumbledore, he was indeed recognized by that wand. You must understand, Mr. Ollivander would never permit that wand to be destroyed in his presence. It was his greatest ambition and desire in his youth. As long as he could find the wand's rightful master, he would surely consider the loss of memory an acceptable sacrifice. Meadows reiterated this thought, then turned to the Sorting Hat, frowning as she inquired, why did the sorting ceremony for Sandster take so long? Professor McGonagall completed hers in merely 5.5 minutes. Why does it take so much longer? What could he possibly have said to the Sorting Hat? Enough, Meadows. Dumbledore replied with an air of authority that brooked no argument. Let us cease discussions regarding Mr. Sandster. I believe you should redirect your energies towards the defense against the dark arts curriculum. After all, this is a position that can only be experienced for a year. Meadows recognized this as Dumbledore's jest regarding the curse, yet she understood that their conversation must come to an end. He rolled his eyes at me. Twice. Meadows exclaimed in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Phineas, who was peering in from the portrait frame, before turning to exit the headmaster's office. Detestable students. As soon as Meadows departed, Phineas shouted in anger. Had it been in my time, I would have placed her in the harshest confinement. Silence, Black, spoke a silver-haired headmistress, Delilah Devant, who had originally been a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries before becoming the beloved headmistress of Hogwarts, passing away in 1768. A stark contrast to the insufferable patriarch of the Black family, Phineas. Phineas seemed poised to retort, but under the scrutinizing gazes of several other headmasters, he recoiled, as Delilah's popularity remained formidable. Thank you, Delilah. In that moment, Dumbledore's authoritative demeanor faded, replaced by a weary sigh. Did he truly say that? Dumbledore inquired softly. If you wish to hear it again, Dumbledore, the Sorting Hat reiterated the words once spoken to it by Kalan. Indeed, he did say so. The notion of pure blood filled him with revulsion. Such an extreme child, the Sorting Hat remarked, casting a glance at Phineas's portrait, who was already seething with rage. However, the other headmasters, evidently seasoned in such matters, swiftly intervened, rushing into his frame to prevent his furious outburst. I shall ensure that wretched boy pays dearly. Phineas could only utter this venomous remark. Dumbledore did not indulge in the spectacle. After a moment of silence, he inquired once more of the Sorting Hat, has Mr. Stansfield mentioned how to address the matter concerning the orphanage? If memory serves, it is referred to as Anthony House. No, Dumbledore, the Sorting Hat replied candidly. He has not uttered a word regarding Anthony House. Although this response seemed to fall short of Dumbledore's expectations, the Sorting Hat sensed a notable improvement in his demeanor. One intriguing child, Dumbledore softly reassured Fawkes, smiling gently. He then retrieved a bottle of wine, a gift from Kalan, and poured himself half a glass, asking the Sorting Hat, would you care for some? Indeed, a full glass, thank you, the Sorting Hat replied, smacking its lips. By the way, this wine could also be considered a birthday gift for you, although I did not mention it to Mr. Stansfield. It is merely a fortunate coincidence. Dumbledore raised his glass, taking a sip and exclaiming, what a delightful offering. 33. An unsettled breakfast. After a night of scaring himself with nocturnal wanderings, Kalan finally succumbed to a deep slumber, remaining oblivious even as sunlight graced his face. It was not until he heard a gentle call, accompanied by someone poking him repeatedly, that he began to awaken. Kalan, Kalan. Gradually, Kalan opened his eyes, and upon discerning the scene before him, he furrowed his brow and inquired, what are you doing? Steve stood at a considerable distance from his bed. He was the one who had called Kalan awake. Meanwhile, Gaspard wielded a long pole he had procured from somewhere, poking Kalan's arm from across two beds. Gaspard surveyed the surroundings, finally adjusting his glasses with a finger. Vocal tone normal, demeanor acceptable, expression somewhat irritated. Yet no floating objects present, safety confirmed. Thus, the first day's observations in Kalen's journal concluded. Steve appeared to exhale with relief. It was then that Kalen realized the peculiar antics of the two. He sighed, "I told you it was merely a joke. Back on the train, I was only trying to scare them a little." Steve's expression conveyed his belief, yet he remained rooted in place. Gaspar remained silent, yet an inexplicable glimmer of eerie reflection flickered across his lenses. "All right, let us proceed to breakfast," Carlin suggested as he stood up. "Do we have many classes today?" Steve glanced at the schedule. "Not too many. Our first class this morning is History of Magic, followed by a Charms lesson in the afternoon, and later, Astronomy in the evening." The trio organized themselves and prepared to head to the dining hall. Before they departed, Carlin turned to Steve and inquired, "Are your friends all right?" Steve responded with a reassuring expression, prompting Carlin to cast a doubtful glance at Gaspar. "You should be fine as well, right?" Gaspar exhibited a bewildered demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Carlin's inquiry. Before Carlin could ask further, Gaspar retorted, "What about you? Surely you have no issues?" Carlin soudainement adoptait de foolish visage, mumbling incohérently, "Abba, abba." As they frolicked their way to the dining hall, Steve unexpectedly remarked, "By the way, I still do not know what problems you two possess. It seems only my issues have been laid bare." Both Carlin and Gaspar shot him a knowing glance. "You are only just realizing this. This is unjust," Steve protested, feigning indignation. "What is unjust?" The trio halted, startled by the voice, and turned to see Matos, who had stealthily approached them, now standing in close proximity. Her attire was markedly more formal than the day before, and her hair was neatly styled. Despite the overall solemnity of her demeanor, her beauty remained undeniable, drawing the attention of several male classmates. However, the three boys exhibited no signs of being enamored. Gaspar immediately turned back to his breakfast upon seeing her, while Carlin was slightly slower, needing an extra moment to roll his eyes. "Speak. What is unjust?" Matos seethed. Her teeth gritted in frustration as yet another opportunity to retort against Carlin slipped away. Yet, Dumbledore was seated at the faculty table, his gaze occasionally directed towards them, clearly monitoring her. Consequently, she redirected her ire towards Steve. Observing the resolute stance of his two companions, Steve felt an inexplicable surge of courage. Although he refrained from mirroring Carlin's eye roll, opting instead to turn his head back like Gaspar, muttering under his breath, "This does not concern you, Professor Matos." "Very well," she replied, narrowing her eyes slightly. The trio felt as though needles were pricking the back of their heads. Carlin even sensed that Matos might unleash a curse upon him. Ultimately, she departed, leaving behind a chilling remark, "We shall meet tomorrow morning. By then, you will understand how to properly respect a professor." As soon as Matos departed, beads of cold sweat emerged on Steve's forehead. He could scarcely believe the actions he had just undertaken. In a flustered tone, he inquired, "What shall we do tomorrow?" "We can't possibly feign illness for the first lesson of defense against the dark arts. That's a ruse reserved for dire emergencies." Gaspar picked up a slice of pie and calmly replied, "What of it? Murder is a crime, regardless of whether the victim is a teacher." Kalen appeared even more nonchalant, reasoning that even without today's incident, Meadows had long set her sights on him. As long as he survived to the second year, that would be his triumph. Steve's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the two, ultimately exclaiming in indignation, "You are betraying me." Fortunately, Steve's grievances did not linger for long. Moments later, a small flock of owls swooped in, landing before each student. "Be careful." Kalen hastily lifted a cup filled with juice. "Watch out." He quickly snatched a plate of chips. "Thank you." Both Gaspar and Steve expressed their gratitude to Kalen simultaneously. Each of them was visited by an owl, yet rather than carrying packages, they bore letters instead. Letters from home? Kalen glanced around, noticing that both boys furrowed their brows in unison, their actions remarkably synchronized. "This is bad," Steve murmured. "My father has discovered that one of the nifflers is missing, the one from my trunk." "Indeed, there seems to be a bit of a predicament," Gaspar whispered in agreement. "What do you plan to do?" Kalen, curious, probed further. "With so many magical creatures, your father only noticed the absence of one niffler? The others are not a threat." Steve replied, still frowning. "Moreover, I took each of them out one by one without him noticing." Upon hearing this, Kalen felt a twinge of admiration for Steve. The number of magical creatures in his trunk was quite considerable. After pondering for a moment, Steve turned to the owl and, in a somewhat ingratiating manner, said, "Jackson, how do you like Hogwarts? Would you care to stay here for a while?" Jackson immediately took a few cautious steps back, nibbling on some chips that Kalen had passed him. At that moment, Steve conjured a jar of nuts, decorated with an illustration of a jubilant owl. He waved the jar in front of Jackson, stating, "Strawberry-flavored, your favorite. I bought this especially for you. Would you like some?" At this point, Karan began to question his own taste. Jackson seemed to hesitate for a few seconds, but soon joyfully lunged forward, unhesitatingly switching sides. "If I can keep this ruse going for a day, I shall," Steve thought. Steve opened the jar and passed it to Jackson. Nearby, Gus turned to observe the scene along with the owl before him, and after a moment of mutual gaze, Gus imitated Steve's manner and inquired, "Cecil, do you think Hogwarts is splendid?" Cecil promptly retreated a few steps, yet his expression was unmistakably one of anticipation. However, Gus was unable to perform any magic. He shrugged and declared, "If you find it unsatisfactory, then you may return home. I have no intention of writing a reply." Cecil froze, immediately darting forward to peck fiercely at Gus's fingers, clearly conveying the message, "I am quite easily swayed. Come, entice me." Witnessing this, Steve could only helplessly wave at Cecil, saying, "Come, let's eat together." "Oh, Jackson, do not peck at me. There are plenty of nuts left, sufficient for both of you." After soothing the two owls, Steve clutched his pocket with a pang of sympathy. His spending money was dwindling. He quietly turned to Gus, who responded with an expression of helplessness. "While I appreciate your assistance, inventors also find themselves in dire financial straits." Ultimately, both men turned their gaze to Karan, who calmly took a bite of his steak before slowly stating, "Feel free to reach out if you require anything. I cannot allow you both to be so impoverished that you cannot even afford to feed your owls." Steve found himself uncertain whether to thank Karan or perceive it as a mockery of his financial woes. However, his attention was soon captivated by another owl on the table. "Is this one here for you?" Karan, skeptical, regarded the owl for a few moments before confirming and retrieving the letter from its leg. "Karan, do you have many classes on your first day? Shall we gather sometime?" Awaiting your reply, Lily. 3 individuals, 3 houses. This method of correspondence was indeed inconvenient. Karan mused inwardly, realizing the need to devise some simpler means of communication. The galleons from Dumbledore's army seemed quite promising. "Did your parents send this? Is there trouble?" Steve asked nonchalantly. "Should we keep this owl as well?" "No need," Karan replied, shaking his head. "This should be the school's communal owl, sent by Lily." From a distance, Karan gestured towards Lily, who was also dining at the Gryffindor table. Upon recognizing her, Gus returned to his breakfast, merely commenting, "She is quite lovely." He appeared as an unsentimental evaluator, merely a consuming machine. Karan promptly relayed the day as plans, to which Lily responded with an okay gesture from afar. At that moment, Karan suddenly noticed a red letter rising into the air from a nearby spot, followed by a resounding roar that filled the entire hall, seemingly emanating from a woman's voice, startling Lily profoundly. "Sirius Black, how dare you be sorted into Gryffindor? You have utterly disgraced the family name." Sirius, appearing nonchalant, leisurely nibbled on his breakfast, clearly having anticipated this reaction. Simultaneously, Karan heard a chorus of hisses from the Slytherin table behind him. Just then, James, seated beside Sirius, suddenly raised his wand, pointing it at the gaping mouth formed by the letter, uttering a spell. The envelope exploded spectacularly, transforming into a brilliant firework display. "Well done," Sirius exclaimed, exchanging a high five with James, who bowed slightly to the surrounding audience as if he had just delivered a magnificent performance. Peter, sitting across from Remus, immediately cast him an admiring glance. Truly a performer at heart, Karan mused silently. Subsequently, he, along with Steve and Gasper, who had finished their breakfast, rose from their seats and made their way to the History of Magic classroom on the 2nd floor. The first class at Hogwarts was about to commence. Karan had anticipated a fondness for all things magical, but upon hearing Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor of History of Magic, utter his first words, he realized he was gravely mistaken. Professor Binns spoke in a wheezy, drawn-out manner that could undoubtedly lull listeners into a stupor within 10 minutes. Amid the dual-light snores of Steve and Gasper, Karan struggled to maintain his focus, diligently perusing the textbook History of Magic, hoping to glean some additional useful insights from Professor Binns' discourse. However, the content of the lecture mirrored the textbook almost verbatim, leading Karan to suspect that even a tape recorder would prove more beneficial than Professor Binns himself. Alternatively, one might require a device that could invigorate the audience. For Professor Binns' delivery resembled a 3D projection, offering no distinction from a mere playback machine. In the midst of this profound skepticism and self-doubt, Karan numbly walked to the designated meeting spot by the lake outside the castle after class, having completely forgotten to rouse Steve and Gasper. Upon encountering Lily and Snape, his first words were, "I want to skip class." Both Lily and Snape, who were about to greet him, froze in surprise, exchanging skeptical glances. Lily was the first to inquire, "You're joking, right?" This was entirely unlike the studious Karan she knew, completely out of character for him. "No." Karan seemed to snap back to reality, resolutely shaking his head. "I must skip class." "Lower your voice, Karan." Upon noticing the gazes directed towards him, Snape swiftly halted Kalan, for this was hardly a matter worthy of public proclamation. "How do you intend to tackle the history of magic exam?" Snape inquired, already privy to the specifics of Kalan's coursework from Lily's letter. "Just memorization," Kalan retorted, tightening his grip on the history of magic textbook before flinging it onto the grass. Spitting in disdain. "What a rubbish class. How can this even be called magic?" Snape and Lily chuckled at Kalan's antics. It was a rare sight to witness him floundering. All right. Lily soothed Kalan momentarily, though her demeanor shifted to one of caution as she glanced behind him, asking, "Scamander hasn't he accompanied you, has he?" Kalan cast a glance at the creature nestled in her arms, Balian, who was desperately trying to avoid looking at him. Clearly still haunted by the events of the previous day. "He didn't come. He is still dozing in the classroom," Kalan replied, pulling Balian close and inhaling deeply. The familiar scent was comforting. It seemed that even at school, the young girl was well cared for by Lily. Their brief exchange concluded swiftly, for it was merely the first day of school, with just one class attended. Nevertheless, Snape and Lily cast envious glances at Kalan's superior dormitory. This admiration only arose because Kalan had refrained from revealing the peculiarities of his two roommates. Once he subtly hinted at their oddities, their expressions shifted from envy to bewilderment, tinged with a hint of sympathy. "Be cautious," Lily expressed her concern. "It is surely your roommates who ought to be the most careful." Snape remarked with a uniquely innocent perspective, earning himself a dual glare from Lily and Kalan. He quickly turned away, pouting, and withdrew to a corner, retrieving his wand to practice the levitation charm on a stone, reminiscent of Kalan's previous endeavors. This was precisely the reason the trio had chosen to meet here. Both reading and practicing magic were splendid pastimes, complemented by the enchanting scenery that alleviated the tedium of the tasks. Since deciding to explore white magic, Snape's current objective was straightforward: to diligently practice the levitation charm and ascertain his own capabilities, especially since he had renounced dark magic due to Kalan's prowess, and now aimed to use Kalan as a benchmark for his practice. Kalan, however, had ceased practicing the levitation charm. Instead, he rummaged through his bag and finally extracted a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration, settling onto the grass to read quietly. Lily tilted her head, glancing at the title of the book, and curiously asked Kalan, "Have you already finished A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration?" That's meant to be covered in the second year, and we've only just begun our first. Beside them, Snape gazed over with curiosity as Kalan remarked, "I have indeed observed it, yet I have scarcely attempted to explore the magic contained within. My intention is merely to create a convenient means of communication, such as a coin, thereby alleviating our reliance on owls for correspondence and making things more convenient." Lily silently fixed her gaze upon Kalan, revealing an expression that suggested her expectations were met, while Snape, with an air of indifference, resumed his practice of the levitation charm. "By the way, why did you not inquire about the sorting hat conundrum?" Kalan asked Lily without lifting his head. "Has Severus told you?" "Severus merely mentioned that you chose to enter Hufflepuff." At this point, a hint of resentment flickered within Lily's heart. As for the sorting hat conundrum, she gestured towards the Intermediate Transfiguration text in Kalan's hand. "I would be more astonished if you did not become a candidate for the sorting hat. But why did you not opt for Gryffindor?" "I have heard they say that Headmaster Dumbledore was a student of Gryffindor." "I simply prefer Hufflepuff," Kalan replied, under Lily's persistent glare. He reluctantly set aside his book and added, "Isn't this arrangement rather splendid? 3 individuals, 3 houses, each showcasing their individuality." Lily continued to pout adorably, albeit with an air of irritation. Snape's wand wavered momentarily, causing a small stone to explode. At noon, the trio returned to the Great Hall for lunch. But as they approached the Hufflepuff table, Kalan inexplicably glanced back at the 2 trailing behind him and cleared his throat, suggesting, "If you do not mind being observed, dining at the Hufflepuff table would not be amiss." Lily's face flushed crimson, and she muttered that she was accustomed to it before hastily making her way to the Gryffindor table. Snape's face also tinged with a slight blush, but he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "The Slytherin table is in this direction as well." He then bypassed Kalan and strode forward confidently. Kalan chucked it softly, and as he settled into his seat, Steve and Gus appeared seemingly from nowhere. Gus ominously called out, "Kalan." Steve followed with, "You didn't even wake us." "Oh, it seems I didn't sleep well today," Kalan replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the two. Gus and Steve exchanged looks, and Steve, with a hint of indignation, exclaimed, "That's unfair. Why should you be able to threaten us at will?" "I can accept that," Gus said decisively as he took a seat. "After all, he is stronger than both of us." Steve stared at Gus in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by his swift defection. "But I still feed your owl." Gus calmly sipped his pumpkin juice, yet one must acknowledge that strength prevails. Aldikt, Kalan intergested. Kalan smiled as he watched the two engage in their playful banter. He reached out and pulled Steve into his seat, saying, "I was so muddled during class that I didn't wake you two up. Besides, I have no intention of attending future history of magic classes. After all, the exams will only cover what S in the book." "Really not going?" Both of them inquired simultaneously. "Indeed, I'm not," Kalan affirmed with a nod. "Then I won't go either," they echoed in agreement. Kalan was taken aback. "What about the regular assignments? Surely someone must know what homework has been assigned." The three fell silent, contemplating, before they simultaneously glanced to their right. The future author of Enchanting Your Cheese, Miss Greta Kachalov, inexplicably shivered. "Fine, I shall inform you of the history of magic assignments in the future." Greta conceded under the collective gaze of the trio. "Thank you so much, Greta." Steve expressed his gratitude enthusiastically. "I'll invite you to my box to play sometime." Greta, seemingly perplexed by this statement, subtly moved to a farther spot, indicating she did not perceive it as a compliment. "What is up with her?" Steve asked in confusion. Kalan exchanged a knowing glance with Gaspar, and then simultaneously patted Steve's shoulder in a comforting manner, which only deepened his bewilderment. After their meal, Kalan had already agreed with Lily and Snape not to gather in the afternoon, considering it was the beginning of the school year and they needed to adapt to their respective house lives. He simply returned to the dormitory with Steve and Gaspar, as the environment was sufficiently comfortable. However, once the door was closed, Kalan sat on the sofa and contemplated. He suddenly turned to Gaspar and asked, "You claim to be an inventor? Why do you ask that?" Gaspar sensed that Kalan was about to embark on one of those conversations that might be tinged with sarcasm. "Isn't it akin to being an alchemist?" Kalan continued. "In the magical realm, the terms were essentially synonymous, differing only in nomenclature." Gaspar adjusted his glasses, adopting an air of professionalism, though it would have been more convincing had he not been attempting to blow a supersized bubble at the same time. "Take a look at this." Kalan produced a blue ribbon from his pocket, the very snakeskin that Steve had previously given him. He tugged on the ribbon, demonstrating its unusual elasticity, and inquired of Gaspar, "Can we utilize this material to attempt crafting an extendable magical line? Ideally, it should be able to attach a wand to a suitable arm, thereby securing and connecting them." This idea had long been brewing in Kalan's mind. As a unique and potent tool for wizards, he was determined not to be rendered a magical cripple due to a mere disarming spell. Rather, he sought ways to preserve his wand. Though this matter may appear deceptively straightforward, it is in fact exceedingly complex. The myriad considerations and details involved are overwhelming, a truth that he had already grasped during his earlier conversation with Mr. Ollivander. For instance, the magical thread must be securely affixed to the tip of the wand, impervious to detachment, otherwise it would lose its intended efficacy. Furthermore, it would be ideal for this thread to allow for active length adjustment, even adapting spontaneously, to effectively alleviate force when confronted with a disarming spell, thereby preventing damage to the wand itself, or, worse yet, total breakage. Additionally, should the wand stray from his grasp, this thread should facilitate its immediate retrieval. Most critically, it is imperative that the thread does not interfere with the caster's technique. Any issues regarding its length or potential tangling must be diligently avoided. Should it hinder the casting process, it would be preferable to forego the thread entirely. For a deliberate act of violence would certainly seem more dignified than an accidental demise. "What is this?" Gaspar inquired, revealing an unusual interest as he accepted the blue satin ribbon, stretching it about like Kalan. "This is the shed skin of a thunderbird," Steve interjected, having observed their discussion and approaching to contribute. "Can a thunderbird truly shed its skin?" Gaspar asked skeptically. "This is not mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them." "Indeed, it is an exceptionally challenging feat," Steve explained, shaking his head. "Firstly, the thunderbird must reach a certain age, which is a daunting milestone as these creatures often succumb to the natural process of aging unless cared for with utmost diligence. Secondly, the act of shedding skin is a painful ordeal for them. Many thunderbirds lack the strength to complete the process and perish midway. My father has studied this issue for quite some time, and to my knowledge, there are merely a handful of successful cases, far from being universal and exceedingly rare. Moreover, the specific reasons for this phenomenon remain elusive, which is why he chose not to include it in his writings. In truth, There are numerous similar inquiries that have been temporarily set aside for various reasons, as my father wishes to avoid misleading other wizards with erroneous notions, preferring instead to engage in necessary discussions with a select few magizoologists. But what if a thunderbird successfully sheds its skin? Karan inquired with curiosity. Much like a phoenix, Steve exclaimed dramatically, gesturing with flair. A rebirth from the flames. However, his expression soon shifted to one of resignation. Yet, this too remains an unverified hypothesis, as it is still unknown whether there's a limit to the number of times a thunderbird can shed its skin. Those in my household have managed to do so only twice at most. And what instance is this? Gasper asked. This marks the second occurrence, Steve casually remarked. But this is no different from the first shedding. It's merely larger. Beyond that, there is nothing particularly special about it. To his surprise, Karan whispered, I didn't expect there to be these matters, before immediately turning to Guspa and asking, what do you think? Is my earlier proposal feasible? Guspa's small face bore an unprecedented seriousness. In truth, no wizard would underestimate the significance of a wand. Similar notions have been proposed long ago, yet they were abandoned due to their complexity. Fortunately, most of these challenges stem from the materials required. Creating ideal materials from nothing is exceedingly difficult. However, if we had this item, Guspa's countenance transformed, brimming with fervor. Perhaps there truly is a chance for success. After a moment of careful contemplation, Guspa abruptly inquired of Steve, what do you typically use the shedding for? Initially, it was a toy, but later it was repurposed as a handkerchief, Steve replied indifferently. After all, this shedding lacks the overt and universal utility of the venom of a slumbering beast, and my father is far more concerned with the survival of magical creatures. This can only be deemed a serendipitous byproduct. Upon hearing this, Guspa's face quivered with indignation. What a waste. It is truly a tremendous waste. Steve wore a helpless expression. He genuinely did not realize that the shedding of a serpent bird could be utilized in such a manner. Indeed, had it not been for Karan's suggestion, Guspa would have struggled to conceive of such an idea. It was like a flash of inspiration, a marvelous gift. Nevertheless, as a budding inventor, Guspa knew he must maintain a sense of decorum, and he had to express his strongest condemnation of such behavior. Of course, after going through the motions, they still needed to proceed with their tasks. Guspa approached his suitcase, unabashedly opening it before the curious gazes of Steve and Karan, from which he extracted a small bag. He poured the contents onto a small patch of ground, then raised his wand, uttering the incantation, stand and take shape. With a swift motion, the items immediately stood upright, autonomously forming a diminutive tent that appeared only capable of accommodating a few individuals standing closely together. Guspa opened the tent's entrance and beckoned the two. Come inside. Steve and Karan exchanged glances, and Steve, with a hint of pride, declared, a magical tent? It still pales in comparison to my magical suitcase. Let us see after you enter. Guspa's voice floated from within the tent, calm and unhurried, even though he was mentally prepared. Karan could not help but be astonished upon stepping inside. Is this yours? You didn't steal it directly from home, did you? The first sight that captured their attention was a multitude of meticulously arranged tables, encircling the expansive interior of the tent. Upon these tables lay an assortment of peculiar instruments, densely clustered together. There were magnifying glasses that flashed incessantly, crucibles of various sizes and qualities, smoke-emitting funnels, and an array of strangely shaped silverware, alongside countless objects of indeterminate origin, softly glowing and producing faint sounds. Most strikingly, at the very center of the tent stood 7 small, enclosed chambers, each numbered with ancient Roman numerals, 6 surrounding the perimeter and the largest, designated as Room 7, towering prominently in the middle. The entire space within the tent was considerably larger than Steve's suitcase. Moreover, Karan noticed that the tent's interior was also enchanted with a weather spell, seemingly intended to preserve these instruments. Guspa extended his arms in a welcoming gesture. Welcome to my alchemical workshop. Both Karan and Steve were taken aback, with Steve's mouth agape since their entry, his gaze fixated on the shimmering instruments. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I must ensure that Sniff doesn't come here. I need to check again. He dashed outside, only to return moments later, giving a reassuring thumbs up to the 2 guards at the entrance. Rest assured, the cage has been reinforced. Karan and Guspa breathed a sigh of relief, but Karan then pressed on with a question. You didn't actually steal all this from home, did you? Of course not. How could that be? Guspa replied, casting his gaze into the distance, a cryptic expression crossing his face. Family matters cannot be considered theft. At most, it could be deemed borrowing. Karan and Steve exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately deciding it best to remain silent, as they too harbored their own secrets. After a restrained sigh of relief, Guspa surveyed the surroundings and addressed them. "Perfect. You can assist me by retrieving something. Just go to—" He pondered for a moment before declaring, "Room 3 will suffice." Steve eagerly volunteered, "No problem." A minute later, he stood in place, looking somewhat puzzled. "What did you just say?" "Forget it," Guspa said with an air of resignation. Karan and Steve genuinely wished to help, but the names of these instruments were so bizarre that they barely recognized any of them. Ultimately, Karan stepped forward and said, "Just point out what you need, and I shall fetch it for you." Guspa immediately pointed to a large crucible that appeared quite heavy. With a flick of his wand, Karan made the crucible levitate effortlessly into the air. "What else?" Guspa inquired, his interest piqued as he gazed at the floating crucible, promptly indicating the largest one among them. Karan immediately realized what Gasper was up to. He feigned lowering the cauldron from the air to trap him inside, while somewhat irritatedly saying, "Quit fooling around, hurry up." Gasper adjusted his glasses and glanced at Karan with an enigmatic expression, as if to convey that this matter was far from concluded. With Kalan's assistance, all the instruments Gasper required soon floated in the air, while the unhelpful Steve wandered about, seemingly treating the place as an alchemical goods shop. Gasper gazed intently at the floating instruments, his interest visibly piqued. He turned to Karan and inquired, "Is this also your talent?" "Sort of." Karan replied nonchalantly as he placed the instruments in the appropriate locations in room 3, following Gasper's instructions. "But these are the results of continuous effort. I began attempting the levitation spell at a very young age." "And what about other magic?" Gasper pressed on. "It's decent, though it manifests more in the field of spellcraft. I haven't really tried much else." Karan seemed to grasp something and, without much hesitation, asked Gasper, "Is this related to alchemy?" Gasper nodded. "The process of creating alchemical items certainly requires the casting of spells. Your assistance will be greatly needed." Karan raised an eyebrow. "No problem. By the way, what do the numbers of these rooms signify?" "They primarily relate to their danger levels. The higher the number, the greater the peril. 7 is a number imbued with magical energy, which is why my parents created 7 rooms." As Gasper spoke, he entered room 3. "Would you like to come in and take a look?" Steve and Karan stepped into room 3, which appeared far more ordinary. Aside from some basic instruments, there was a large table already cluttered with the equipment Karan had brought in. Steve silently observed as Gasper carried out one step after another, then suddenly asked, "You can create alchemical items, and Karan can assist with the spells. What should I do?" Both turned to him simultaneously, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles. "The shedding of bird snakes. Do you have any left?" "Yes, I have over a dozen at home," Steve replied, bewildered. "Then why are you not hastening to write a letter to procure those items?" Karan suddenly shouted. Startled, Steve immediately retorted at a louder volume. "But my father just wrote to me this morning, inquiring about the coiled-winged beast. I can't dare to respond." "Just pretend you are unaware," Karan shrugged. "They have no knowledge that you have already received the letter." "Ah," Steve blinked. "That makes sense." With that, he dashed out, seemingly eager to write the letter. Karan called after him, "Remember, don't use Jackson. Any school as Common Owl will suffice." Steve paused, turned, and gestured an okay sign. Yet his expression conveyed a sense of having just thought of it. "Sigh." Both Karan and Gasper let out a simultaneous sigh, and it was Karan who, feeling somewhat weary, reminded him to proceed. The first day of the 36th had come to an end. The process of examining the shedding of feathers from the bird snake was monotonous and tedious. After a while, Karan decided not to squander any more time and retreated to his dormitory to continue studying intermediate transfiguration. Meanwhile, Steve, moving even more swiftly than Karan, had already made a stealthy trip to the kitchen, returning triumphantly with an armful of pudding. However, when Karan casually asked him for some, Steve cast him a peculiar glance, seemingly surprised that Karan shared the same taste as his own curled-winged creature. As Karan savored the pudding in small bites, he contemplated the intricacies of magical coins. He realized that the transfiguration skills required to create such an item were far beyond his initial expectations. After all, it was something Hermione had only accomplished in her 5th year. For Karan, still in his 1st year, the challenge felt rather daunting. Although he possessed an extraordinary magical talent, it primarily manifested in spell casting, akin to the study of charms. This aptitude had enabled him to rectify errors in weather spells previously, but even so, he could only reach a certain level of proficiency in a short span of time. Karan had attempted transfiguration before, but he quickly discovered that he lacked an innate gift for it. He suspected this was due to the fact that transfiguration was inherently more complex than charms, requiring a greater degree of precision and a more scientific approach. success necessitated complete accuracy. However, the solution to this dilemma was, in fact, quite straightforward. Persistent practice and relentless training would suffice. Just as with Kalen's levitation charm, which he had mastered to an impressive degree due to his early and deliberate use of wandless magic, allowing him to wield the spell with greater potency when using a wand. In other words, talent was merely a key. If left unused, it would rust. And only through diligent polishing could it shine brilliantly, unlocking the grandest of doors. Thus, Kalan retrieved a slender blade of grass from his pocket and aimed his white willow wand at it, commencing his transfiguration training. Bang! The blade of grass exploded. Kalan stood, dumbfounded, scratching his head in resignation. It seemed that too much magical power was not entirely beneficial. He then pulled out another blade of grass from his pocket, one he had casually picked from the field earlier. After all, compared to a matchstick, the explosive potential of grass was considerably less. And he certainly did not wish to end up hospitalized due to his transfiguration practice. In no time, a series of explosive bangs echoed throughout the dormitory. Steve, who was busy feeding his curled-winged creature from his suitcase, was taken aback. What was that sound? The alchemy workshop of Guspar has exploded. He cautiously peeked out from the box, only to discover that Kalan was enveloped in a mysterious green froth. The sunlight, streaming through the window, intensified his verdant appearance. With a swift motion, Kalan brandished his wand, clearing the area and banishing the green froth to the corners. Simultaneously, he picked up a successfully transformed dark green needle. Nodding in satisfaction, it was time to summon Guspar. They were due for their charms class. The morning's history of magic was attended alongside Ravenclaw, while the afternoon's charms class was to be with Gryffindor. Upon their arrival at the classroom, they found many students already gathered there. Lily was energetically waving at Kalan, with her roommate, Mary McDonald, standing beside her. The future quartet of marauders had also arrived early. As soon as Kalan and his companions appeared, James and Sirius directed a scrutinizing gaze towards Steve and Guspar. Steve greeted them enthusiastically, for the relationship between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor was not fraught with the jibes characteristic of Slytherin. Had nothing of note transpired this morning? James inquired skeptically, having discerned that these two were Kalan's roommates, and he was evidently not entirely convinced by Kalan's previous jest. Beside him, Sirius, as the original party involved, regarded them with a questioning look. Nothing at all, Steve replied. Guspar's response varied slightly. He adjusted his glasses and stated, "We are still observing." Evidently, James found Guspar's answer more satisfactory. He amiably patted Steve on the shoulder, offering him a look of good luck, while Sirius began to harbor doubts that Kalan might have indeed been jesting. Remus and Peter wore expressions of amusement, though Peter's countenance betrayed a hint of fear and envy. Kalan, disinterested in these matters, settled himself at a desk beside Lily. Upon realizing that Barian was absent, Lily slightly relaxed her vigilance towards Steve, then spoke to Kalan in a tone tinged with complexity. "The charms class is about to commence." "Indeed," Kalan replied, his demeanor untroubled as he observed Mary McDonald, who appeared to be somewhat infatuated, sneaking glances at Sirius. After Kalan approached, her expression grew increasingly flustered, her cheeks flushed crimson. "If only we weren't having charms class together," Lily lamented. "Sooner or later, you must face it. Lower-level magic is preferable to higher-level magic, as the blows dealt can be less severe," Kalan stated, unflinchingly articulating the harsh truth. Lily pouted in irritation, huffing softly before dismissing him entirely. Gradually, the classroom for the charms lesson became filled with students. The professor of this course, Phileas Flitwick, who also serves as the head of Ravenclaw House, entered. He was a rather diminutive figure, standing at a mere 1.07 meters, yet possessed extraordinary magical prowess. At that moment, a stack of books floated beside him, moving gracefully in tandem. This enchanting sight elicited gasps of awe from many young witches and wizards, though a few cast curious glances at Kalan, particularly Lily, who vividly recalled Kalan's initial appearance accompanied by 2 floating daffodils. "How many objects can you levitate now?" Lily inquired with curiosity. "Guess," Kalan replied with a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick had arranged the books behind the lectern and ascended to a position where he could clearly see all the young sorcerers. He warmly introduced himself and instructed everyone to turn to a specified page in the textbook, Standard Spellbook, Beginner Level. "Today, we will learn the levitation charm." Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the classroom. "The incantation for the levitation charm is Wingardium Leviosa." He articulated the spell with careful inflection. "Remember, it is Wingardium Leviosa. Pronouncing the incantation accurately is crucial. I do not wish to witness any of you experiencing unforeseen mishaps, nor do I want to see a wild bull standing atop one of you." Many young witches and wizards chuckled, but their expressions turned to apprehension upon realizing that Professor Flitwick was not jesting. "Now let's all repeat it together. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa." Listening to the uneven chorus of incantations, Kaylin could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her classmates. Professor Flitwick continued, "There is also a movement involved. Remember, it is a swish and a flick, particularly a subtle motion of the wrist, which is exceptionally important." He meticulously demonstrated the wand movement for them. Then with a flick of his wand, feathers soared from the lectern, settling before each student. "All right, you may begin." To properly cast a spell is, in truth, not as simple as it appears. Firstly, both the incantation and the movement must be executed flawlessly. This is the fundamental requirement, necessitating extensive practice to achieve proficiency. Moreover, this is merely the standard for basic magic. Higher-level spells demand that the caster possesses a profound understanding of the charm itself, sufficient magical power to invoke it, and a precise intention or concept in mind throughout the casting process. All these elements are indispensable. Furthermore, whether dealing with dark magic or light magic, the same prerequisites apply at advanced levels of sorcery. The levitation charm, as a rudimentary form of magic, is not particularly intricate. One merely needs to familiarize oneself with the incantation's execution to master it effortlessly. This simplicity is precisely why Kaylin opted to train in the levitation charm using wandless magic, as he wished to avoid any mishaps that could lead to his premature demise. However, for the novice wizards, the task proved far more challenging, especially in the absence of prior practice. "Wingardium Leviosa." Steve bellowed the incantation, seemingly believing that a louder utterance would lend it greater potency. His voice grew increasingly boisterous, and his gestures appeared less like the elegant movements of a wand-wielding magician and more akin to a playful tussle with a niffler. Unsurprisingly, the feather showed no inclination to rise. Instead, his wand inadvertently jabbed Gusbad on his right side, causing a small flame to erupt from Gusbad's robes with a soft whoosh. Steve was momentarily stunned. "Help!" Before he could fully articulate his alarm, Gusbad calmly extinguished the flame while casting a sidelong glance at Steve, as if mentally noting the incident in an invisible ledger. A chill ran down Steve's spine. Kaylin refrained from casting a spell immediately, choosing instead to correct Steve. "There is no need to shout the incantation so loudly. Accomplished wizards merely whisper the spell, and the same applies to your gestures." Steve endeavored to heed Kaylin's guidance, then surveyed his surroundings, curiously inquiring, "Why aren't you performing it? If you could be the first to cast the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick would likely award our house extra points, which should be an easy feat for you. I could teach you, and then you could be the first to succeed, thereby earning points for the house," Kaylin replied. Steve found merit in Kaylin's assertion, yet sensed an underlying inconsistency. Meanwhile, Kaylin had begun to correct Lily's mispronunciation. "Your enunciation is incorrect. Leviosa should be elongated, while D should be brief." Lily shot him a puzzled glance. Echoing Steve's earlier question, "Why aren't you doing it? And I am a Gryffindor. Are you referring to the House Cup?" Kaylin responded with a shake of his head and a smile. "If I were that eager for the House Cup, I would not have joined Hufflepuff." "What do you mean?" Lily inquired, clearly intrigued. "It seems you are not well-versed in Hufflepuff's history," Kaylin replied with a hint of resignation. "Hufflepuff has previously triumphed in the 4th House Cup." "And then?" Lily pressed, her curiosity piqued. Kaylin shrugged nonchalantly, "And then, nothing further." "Really?" Lily was now thoroughly captivated by this revelation, even forgetting her practice with the spell. "Indeed, and I suspect it was due to the formidable presence of the then head of Hufflepuff, who could not bear to see her students fail to strive for the House Cup. After all, the number 4 somewhat resembles Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, each having claimed the House Cup once, which left it to Hufflepuff. At that time, the founders of the school were still alive. It would have been rather awkward for them to withhold the opportunity entirely." Kaylin, with his fingers dancing, feigned an expression of embarrassment. The subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. Kaylin, still uninterested in claiming the fame of being the first to successfully cast a spell, continually offered guidance to Lily and Steve. For him, the significance of this lesson was minimal. It served merely as a means to occupy his time. "I recall that in the morning, Cypher was practicing the levitation charm on a stone, right?" Lily inquired skeptically as she observed the feather before her fluttering uncertainly. After all, the charm was not as simple in practice as Kaylin made it seem. "Indeed, that's correct," Kaylin affirmed, nodding without a hint of guilt. Moreover, not only did he choose the wrong target for the spell, but the charm itself was also ill-selected. "The levitation charm? That's my forte. No matter how long he practices, he won't catch up to me, unless we both begin learning a new spell simultaneously. Only then will he comprehend the true disparity between us and whether it pertains to talent. Then why didn't you inform him? Lily asked, a mixture of frustration and annoyance evident on her face. I didn't anticipate his urgency. He truly began with the stone, Karan replied with a resigned smile. Besides, by the time he attends the charm class, he should realize where he went astray. Lily remained somewhat disgruntled, while Karan chuckled nonchalantly, softly muttering aqua eructo and dousing Gusbad's robes. His attire had once again been ignited by Steve. Steve, he said, the glint behind his glasses enigmatic. Steve quickly hid behind Karan, repeatedly apologizing. It was not just their group causing chaos. The entire classroom was alive with noise and unexpected incidents. Professor Flitwick darted about, remedying the blunders created by the students. In the end, he lamented, next year, I shall not begin with spellcasting. Fortunately, by the lesson's conclusion, several students had successfully executed the levitation charm. Among the group of 4 troublemakers, aside from Peter, all had accomplished this feat, including Lily. The first to succeed, however, was unexpectedly Gusbad, suggesting he possessed some innate talent for charms. Otherwise, he could not aspire to be an inventor in the future. How are you so skilled as well? After class, Karan and the 2 others made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Steve, holding a pie, pressed Gusbad with a question. I can accept being outdone by Karan, but to think I can't even surpass you? Gusbad calmly replied, it's not that I'm impressive, it's merely that you're rather slow. Another round of playful banter ensued as the trio hurried to the astronomical tower for their final class of the day, astronomy. This subject, which studied the trajectories of stars and planets, did not require the use of any magic, meaning no wand were necessary. Fortunately, this course allows Karan to appreciate the stars in the night sky, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of skipping class. The primary reason, of course, is that the astronomy instructor is not merely a specter who reads from the textbook. After the astronomy lesson concluded, the trio returned to their dormitory and lay on their beds in silence, not wishing to utter a single word. They were acutely aware of the impending disaster. After a considerable pause, Karan finally inquired, which period is the dark arts defense class tomorrow? Steve, filled with trepidation, replied, the first period alongside the Slytherin students. He glanced around nervously and suggested, why don't we skip class tomorrow? Gus, too weary to respond to Steve's query, simply removed his glasses, donned his eye mask, and remarked, what is there to fear? Murder is illegal. No matter how deeply Karan slept, the next day inevitably arrived, heralded by familiar calls and sensations. With a composed expression and without uttering a word, he observed that no floating objects had appeared around him, marking the end of his observations for the day. Karan, disinterested in engaging with the other 2, completed his morning routine before the trio made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. What are we going to do? Steve lamented, increasingly regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Indeed, what shall we do? Just then, a familiar voice chimed from behind them. Meadow was smiling at them, clearly in high spirits. This time, Gus epitomized the essence of remaining unperturbed by praise or blame. He didn't even turn his body, continuing to eat his breakfast like a merciless machine. Karan, however, immediately turned around and rolled his eyes dramatically at Meadow, a final act of defiance before his demise. Meadow was nearly infuriated, as by the time she registered his reaction, Karan had already turned back. Sister Dorcas, Steve, perhaps oblivious to the unfolding drama, or perhaps intentionally distancing himself from the 2, had just managed to say something polite when Meadow shot him a fierce glare. You 3 are not allowed to leave after breakfast. You will accompany me to class. Steve, aghast, watched as his last chance for mercy slipped away, and then vigorously shook Karan's shoulder, exclaiming, did I not tell you how strong she is? Do you dare provoke her? Karan, with calm assurance, replied, fear not. I have self-studied some healing spells. I will surely manage until you are escorted to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey is quite formidable. Steve paused momentarily, then turned to devour his breakfast with vigor, his frantic consumption suggesting he was preparing for an extended period without sustenance. Until Gus suddenly remarked, eat slowly, don't vomit it back up later. Only then did Steve begrudgingly set down his knife. After breakfast, he ceased to contemplate skipping class, for Meadows had been watching the 3 of them throughout the meal, seemingly concerned that they might abscond. When Meadows approached them once more, Karan was the first to rise, and, judging by his demeanor, he appeared ready to roll his eyes again. However, Meadows did not grant him the opportunity, maintaining her back to the trio. As they passed the Slytherin table, many curious gazes fell upon them, though most were filled with malicious glee. At that moment, Snape had just finished his breakfast. He had intended to greet Karan, but, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, he abandoned the thought. "You come along as well," Meadows commanded, seemingly recognizing Snape as Kalen's acquaintance, and beckoned him over. A sense of foreboding crept into Snape's mind as he cast Kalen a questioning look. "What is happening?" Kalen returned a glance that conveyed, "How is the levitation spell coming along?" Snape's expression dimmed slightly. Progress is slow, but he quickly realized Kalen was deliberately shifting the topic. He cast another inquiring glance. "What on earth is going on?" Kalen shrugged, replying with a look of resignation. "I've already mentioned it. I must be under her scrutiny, and you've been dragged into this mess with me." Before Snape could react, the group arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, which was nearly filled with students. However, Meadows did not allow the four to return to their seats. Instead, she instructed them to stand beside her at the lectern. This inexplicable sense of public humiliation made Kalen feel as though he were being put on display. Once class officially commenced, Meadows disregarded the students' curious stares and solemnly declared, "Everyone, put away your textbooks. Such items are unnecessary in my class." Kalen blinked, sensing something amiss with this familiar opening line. Fortunately, Meadows retained a semblance of rationality, refraining from intimidating the first-year wizards with an unforgivable curse right from the start. Instead, she continued in a serious tone, "As your instructor in Defense Against the Dark Arts, it is imperative that I teach you to recognize all dark creatures, including the inherent dangers of certain dark magic." However, Meadows surveyed the room. Her striking appearance did nothing to mask her formidable presence, causing every student to instinctively hold their breath beneath her piercing gaze. The purpose of all this is to ensure that you can successfully defend yourselves or even counterattack when faced with peril. With a swift flick of her wand, all the desks automatically leaped apart, stacking upon one another to create a vast open space in the center. Thus, this course will officially transform into a class on dueling, and I shall impart to you some fundamental spells applicable in combat this semester. Naturally, considering your age, the number of spells will be limited. Meadows' voice suddenly took on a subtle, yet menacing tone. "Merely 4 spells shall suffice." Upon hearing this, not only the students in the center of the classroom, but even the quartet of Kalen discerned the underlying implication. They were to serve as targets. Severe as Snape. Beneath his greasy locks, Snape's visage paled slightly, yet he ultimately approached Meadow in silence. Meadow appeared to harbor no fondness for the Slytherin student and plainly articulated the rules of the duel to Snape. They then proceeded to the center of the classroom, where all students parted, leaving ample space between them. "First, grasp your wand in a dueling stance. At the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Mr. Snape, you may employ any spell you are capable of, while I will be demonstrating the first spell you will learn this semester, known as the Disarming Charm, with the incantation Expelliarmus. Are you prepared?" Snape seemed to hesitate for a moment, but eventually nodded silently. Then, Meadows swiftly raised her wand, while Snape's movements lagged slightly. However, no one mocked him, for Meadows' demeanor was not that of one facing a novice wizard, but rather an exceedingly formidable adversary. A palpable tension filled the room, and even Kalen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. 1, 2, 3 this time. Snape's actions did not falter. Both raised their wands with sudden vigor. Expelliarmus. Serpensortia. Meadows' wand tip emitted a brilliant red light, while Snape's wand erupted in a cloud of black mist, coalescing into the shape of a serpent. Regrettably, the serpent was swiftly pierced by the red light, dissipating back in a mist, while Snape was struck by the ensuing beam of red energy, propelling his wand high into the air. Kalen nearly believed it would explode. Simultaneously, Snape's body was violently hurled backward, crashing onto the hard floor with a thud. The entire room fell into stunned silence. Meadows' demonstration was far from a mere teaching moment. Though Snape did not sustain any serious injuries, he appeared quite worse for wear. Struggling to rise, he turned his head to Kalen, his lips silently moving. Kalen discerned that he was uttering "I hate you," but his mind was too preoccupied with the impending duel to dwell on such concerns, as he racked his brain for the appropriate spell to counterattack when his turn arrived. At this moment, Meadows had already reached out to seize the wand that had been flung from Snape's grasp. Her stern voice resonated through the hushed classroom. Disarmament is a highly practical spell when confronting a wizard. It can effectively dislodge an opponent's wand. Furthermore, this incantation possesses numerous extendable techniques, such as yielding unexpected results when the opponent is wielding a weapon or in similar scenarios. As Meadows spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Snape, who lay on the ground, causing a flicker of unease within him. Nearby, Kalen was equally taken aback, surprised that Snape had already mastered such a malevolent curse. Indeed, it was a dark magic. Meadows seemed to withhold a direct assessment for this reason, merely stating, "An intriguing curse, yet is merely that. intriguing. More commendable than the spell itself is Mr. Snape's audacity to retaliate. Snape's cheeks flushed slightly, uncertain whether it was in response to the former or latter part of her statement. Next, Meadows had no intention of comforting her students. Her gaze swept across the three of them. Karan suddenly realized that being later in the order might not be advantageous. However, he was not alone in this realization. Steve, trembling, took a tentative step forward, evidently lacking the courage to wait any longer. Very well, it is you, Steve Scamander. Scamander glanced back at the other two before attempting to stow his wand away, clearly deciding against a counterattack. Karan understood his reasoning well. Steve's talents lay not in spells, but in magical creatures, and perhaps this decision would spare him some suffering. Steve had indeed put himself to the test, prompting Karan and Gaspar to cast him a mournful look. Meadows regarded Steve with a wry smile, neither hindering him nor imposing any demands. The next spell I shall cast is the Barrier Charm, with the incantation Obstructus. Even though Steve had surrendered, Meadows adhered strictly to the rules of the duel. She raised her wand once more while Steve stood motionless across from her, and no one dared to mock him. They had all witnessed Snape's predicament. Now 1, 2, 3. Obstructus. A flash of turquoise light erupted, and in an instant, Steve was similarly propelled backward. Yet in the following moment, his body inexplicably experienced a stasis, his movements gradually slowing, as if he were floating backward. The Barrier Charm, Meadows explained without wasting time, pointing at Steve, who was caught in this bizarre state. This spell can temporarily decelerate an opponent's speed, halt them in their tracks, and even induce a simple levitation. The primary purpose of this spell is to buy time. For you, when confronted by a perilous adversary, it may be wise to consider casting this enchantment to afford yourself an opportunity to escape. Of course, Meadows continued ambiguously. The spell may yield varying effects under different circumstances. For instance, when utilized while on a flying broomstick, it could cause the opponent to plummet, or during the trajectory of being hurled away. Meadows suddenly waved his wand, seemingly dispelling the spell affecting Steve, yet he did not descend immediately. Instead, he continued along his previous course and crashed violently to the ground, letting out a pained cry that indicated he had fared far worse than Snape. He would indeed suffer greatly. Many could not contain their gasps, and Karan exchanged a knowing glance with Gaspard, realizing that even without retaliation, Meadows harbored no intentions of showing them mercy. Next was Gaspard Singerton. It was evident that Meadows had deliberately reserved Karan for last. Gaspard lightly patted Karan on the shoulder, adjusted his glasses, and stepped forward. My next incantation will be Petri Ficus Totalis. Unlike Steve, Gaspard did not relinquish his resistance. He raised his wand as well. 1, 2, 3. Petri Ficus Totalis. Wingardium Leviosa. At the crucial moment, Gaspard did not direct his wand at Meadows, but swiftly aimed it at the nearest chair, which soared toward him to serve as a barrier between the two. However, it was immediately sent flying by Meadows' spell, and Gaspard, too, could not escape the fate of being struck. His limbs snapped tightly against his sides, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, his body as rigid as stone. A splendid countermeasure. Meadows unusually praised Gaspard. The full body-bind curse can indeed be obstructed by barriers. If you can levitate a table, you might just evade it. But Meadows then pointed at Gaspard, now frozen in a petrified state, and explained, Petri Ficus Totalis does not truly turn opponent to stone, it merely incapacitates them, while the latter is a form of advanced dark magic that cannot be easily undone by a simple counter curse. When you wish to avoid inflicting excessive harm upon your adversary, this spell can be employed. After speaking, Meadows waved his hand to cast a counter curse, causing Gaspard to clutch his head in evident pain from the fall. Now, the next one. Meadows briefly cast a healing spell on the three, then turned her striking almond-shaped eyes toward Karan, her gaze both perilous and laden with an unnameable allure. Kalan Sanstev. Fourth, it is evident that Meadows, as a competent educator, harbored no genuine intention of inflicting harm upon her students. At most, she sought to instill a modicum of fear, subjecting them to a brief lesson in adversity, followed by the application of simple healing spells to mend minor injuries, such as abrasions. Thus, the matter was essentially resolved. Karan was indeed somewhat shaken, for it was his first encounter with spells capable of propelling him backward and binding him entirely. However, Karan was not fond of suffering. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the entire classroom, he silently approached his position opposite Meadows, firmly grasping his white waxwood wand. This time, Karan had no inclination to roll his eyes at Meadows, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Such a provocative act in front of an audience could potentially unravel the authority she had painstakingly cultivated. Nevertheless, The lesson in hardship was far from complete. This was already the fourth instance. The next incantation I am about to cast is Sleepy Collapse. Meadows uttered this phrase with a nonchalant air, yet her demeanor remained imposing. The two raised their wands slowly. Thus, 1. Karan clenched his right hand even tighter. 2. Meadows' gaze was fixed intently upon Karan. 3. No sooner had the word escaped her lips than Karan swung his wand forcefully, exclaiming, "Shield of armor." Sleepy Collapse. An invisible barrier materialized before him instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Karan perceived a flicker of surprise in Meadows' eyes, accompanied by a glimmer of hope that perhaps he could withstand the onslaught. Yet in the next heartbeat, that hope shattered. Amidst the crimson flashes, the transparent wall erupted with a resounding crash, and Karan felt a violent gust of wind rushing toward him, followed by the searing light striking him, causing him to lose consciousness as he was propelled backward, just before succumbing to oblivion. A singular thought lingered in his mind. This spell had undoubtedly been enhanced. Bang! Kalen's body hit the ground with a force far greater than that of the previous 3 students. As they beheld the motionless Karan, the entire class stood in stunned silence, including Meadows herself, who was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the depths of his closed eyes, Karan unexpectedly realized that he could still sense the hushed atmosphere of the classroom. Remarkably, he had awakened from his pain-induced stupor. In that instant, a wave of disorientation washed over him. Should I continue to feign unconsciousness, or should I awaken fully? Before he could deliberate further, he suddenly felt a warm sensation at the back of his head, accompanied by a somewhat familiar scent. It was blood. Only then did Karan comprehend that he had sustained a head injury. Well, it was not a significant issue. After all, this was the realm of magic, and such minor wounds were trifles. But why do I suddenly feel a sense of drowsiness once more? Is the stupor spell not yet completely lifted? Karan pondered in a daze, only to realize that he seemed to be cradled by someone, hurriedly being whisked away to an unknown destination. How fragrant! In the end, only a lingering scent remained, dancing at the tip of Kalen's nose. Subsequently, he succumbed to unconsciousness once again. In the infirmary on the 2nd floor of the castle, Madame Pomfrey was conducting her routine examinations of the patients occupying the beds. Their ailments ranged from mishaps incurred during class to the incessant pranks among one another and, in her view, the most troublesome of all, the conflicts between different houses. How much longer can I remain idle? Madame Pomfrey sighed to herself. Just then, she noticed Meadows rushing in, cradling a student in her arms, and most alarmingly, the student was bleeding profusely. Good heavens! Dorcas! Madame Pomfrey immediately took the child from her, placing him on an available bed, yet she still could not fathom the situation and asked Meadows incredulously, "What on earth happened?" Leaning in closer, she whispered, "Did those individuals come into the school?" No. Despite her usual stern demeanor towards students, Meadows felt a twinge of embarrassment. This was an unfortunate accident that occurred while I was teaching. What? Madame Pomfrey's eyes widened. Which year is this student from? 1st year, Meadows replied in a barely audible voice. 1st year. Madame Pomfrey's tone sharpened as she glanced down at Karan and then back at Meadows. 1st year. Meadows stood there, head bowed, resembling a child being reprimanded. Madame Pomfrey shot Meadows a final glare before refraining from further comment. After all, the priority was to tend to the injured. After meticulously examining the unconscious Karan, she carefully cleaned away the bloodstains and proceeded to bandage his head in silence, choosing not to elucidate the specifics of the situation to Meadows, seemingly intent on punishing her with his silence. As the process unfolded, Meadows grew increasingly anxious, fidgeting with her fingers, seemingly oblivious to her actions. Once Karan was attended to, Madame Pomfrey calmly stated, "It's nothing serious, merely a mild concussion. He should fully recover in a few hours." Only then did Meadows appear to exhale in relief. "I will report this incident to Professor Dumbledore in due course." After uttering this final remark, Madame Pomfrey turned and walked away, clearly still dissatisfied with Meadows' actions. It was not until Madame Pomfrey had completely departed that Meadows lifted her head, earnestly fixing her gaze upon Karan, who lay on the sickbed. Subsequently, she retrieved a wand from her robe, the very wand that had fallen to the ground when Karan lost consciousness, and she picked it up. Although she was uncertain of the wand's material composition, she could discern that it was not the wand she had been unable to wield. She gently placed the wand on Kalen's bedside, then turned her gaze back to Kalen's serene countenance, suddenly muttering under her breath, "That bothersome boy, merely enduring a little hardship. Yet he insists on using the shield charm for defense, only to find himself in misfortune." However, at such a young age, he had secretly mastered the shield charm, an extraordinary magical talent. After gazing at Kalen's face for a while, Meadows shifted her attention to the branches extending outside the window, her brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing again, lost in thought, like swaying green leaves, helplessly drifting in the wind. Finally, Meadows cast one last glance at the wand on the bedside. It better not be that kind of person. Her low murmur was uncertain whether it referred to herself or the unconscious Karan. Then, she turned and left the infirmary. Inside the infirmary, the air was thick with tension. This is outrageous. Even if she is a teacher, how could she injure Karan? Keep your voice down, Lily, or Madame Pomfrey will kick us out, came the warning. But she has gone too far. Lily's voice had notably softened, yet her tone remained unchanged with indignation. It was merely a demonstration of spell, but she clearly intended to hurt him. Hasn't Karan mentioned that she had her sights set on him since the train? Perhaps it is not entirely so, interjected Gaspard, his tone contemplative. What do you mean by that? Lily's voice took on an inquisitive edge. And what do you intend to do? Karan is still lying there. It seemed that this remark had an effect, for Karan finally stirred from his daze, slowly opening his eyes to find Lily, Snape, Gaspard, and Steve, who was indulging in pudding, gathered around his bedside. The moment Karan's eyes fluttered open, the four figures froze in place. Lily immediately stepped carefully behind Snape, who appeared visibly tense, yet managed to steady himself, not wanting to embarrass himself. In stark contrast, Gaspard and Steve instinctively recoiled several steps, seeking refuge behind Lily, causing Snape's complexion to pale further. Karan had clearly been awakened by their commotion, and no one could predict what might transpire next. However, Karan was not in the mood for jest. He stretched his body and realized he had enjoyed a rather refreshing slumber. What time is it? He yawned, inquiring. The second period of the morning class has not yet concluded, came the reply. Hiding at the back, Gaspard calmly remarked, if you were to recover now, you would not only make it in time for lunch, but you would also miss not a single class. It seemed somewhat regrettable, after all, as it was rare for him to be hospitalized. With a smile, Karan gently pressed the back of his head, confirming that he had indeed healed, and thus decisively began to unravel the bandage bit by bit. However, Lily immediately halted his actions, suggesting it would be prudent to allow Madame Pomfrey a final examination. Under Madame Pomfrey's slightly displeased gaze, Karan ultimately removed the bandage entirely, even though she had hoped he would remain for a further observation period. As they proceeded towards the hall, Lily could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, what is the rush to be discharged? And what do you plan to do about Professor Meadows? Naturally, I will leave once I am well, Karan replied nonchalantly, and being injured was merely an unfortunate accident. Indeed, it was merely a mishap, one that Karan had inadvertently caused himself. Initially, he suspected that Meadows had tampered with the spell, yet she would surely exercise restraint, never being foolish enough to seriously injure a student in plain sight. At most, she would ensure he experienced only minor discomfort. Thus, the cause of the mishap could only be attributed to his own iron armor spell, or rather, the shattered remnants of it. What was intended as a means of self-defense had inadvertently become the source of the incident, leaving Karan somewhat speechless. Of course, the principal blame lay with Meadows, a fact Karan would not forget. However, this did not imply that he would resort to such a despicable method of revenge as feigning injury. He was not a petty individual like Draco. In fact, he rather appreciated Meadows' teaching style. Hence, he resolved to leave the hospital as swiftly as possible, quelling any rumors before they could arise and preventing further complications. Indeed, the unfolding events did not exceed Karan's expectations. After a moment of hesitation, Snape addressed Karan. Lucius sought me out upon hearing this matter. He instructed me to convey that if you harbor any grievances, the Malfoy family would be willing to assist you in seeking justice. At this revelation, the group simultaneously halted, with Steve widening his eyes and asking, Lucius Malfoy? Is your Slytherin head willing to extend help to a Hufflepuff student? Lily, frowning from the side, interjected, I have heard he is not a good person. Severus. Surely you must have misunderstood? Snape's expression reflected some confusion. Yet Karan quickly elucidated, such pure-blood families largely inherit the beliefs of Salazar Slytherin, who insisted that only wizards of pure blood could qualify for admission to Hogwarts. Therefore, they are exceedingly dissatisfied with Dumbledore's educational approach and will seize any opportunity to undermine him. Lucius Malfoy likely intended to utilize the situation to undermine Dumbledore's authority, rather than genuinely wishing to assist me. Is such a thing even conceivable? Snape appeared somewhat incredulous. He was only acquainted with notions of pure-blood nobility, but remained oblivious to Salazar's exceedingly radical views on student selection. Moreover, should these pure-blood families succeed, not only would Karan and Lily be denied admission, but but even he himself would lose his eligibility. Amidst Snape's astonishment, Gasper suddenly inquired of Karan, was that truly the shield charm? Clearly, his focus diverged from that of the others. Karan had anticipated this reaction, as the fact that a first-year student could successfully cast the shield charm would invariably attract attention. He had concocted numerous justifications for it, such as sheer luck. However, Meadows' spell casting had inadvertently aided his cause. Of course not, Karan replied, amusement flickering in his gaze. Do you truly believe that a shield charm capable of being breached is authentic? Besides, I am merely a first year. How could I possibly master such advanced magic? Would anyone believe that? The four exchanged bewildered glances, then nodded in unison, affirming, of course we would. Karan faltered momentarily, muttering under his breath, ah, this is troublesome. It seems I must find a way to silence you all. The four immediately fled in terror, while Karan feigned a menacing demeanor as he pursued them down the corridor, drawing the attention of numerous students and portraits alike. Yet, it wasn't long before they all came to a halt. Before them stood Meadow, observing Karan with a complex expression. Karan surveyed the surrounding area and noted that several students had curiously paused, evidently having caught wind of some rumors. Thus, he boldly proclaimed, in comparison to facing peril after graduation, I believe it is far preferable to sustain injuries while attending classes. After all, not every place is fortunate enough to host an exceptional healer like Professor Pomfrey. Without heeding Meadows or the gathered crowd's reactions, Karan strode forward. However, as he passed by Meadow, he leaned in and whispered, Professor, you should be grateful I am an orphan. Otherwise, my parents would never let this matter rest upon discovering it. He had not forgotten that it was precisely his status as an orphan that had drawn Meadows' attention. While Karan had no intention of seeking revenge through other means, he would certainly seize the opportunity to pierce his adversary's heart at an opportune moment. This was not a matter to be resolved openly. It was merely a private grievance. As he spoke, Karan took a deep breath, once again inhaling that familiar fragrance. Fortunately, it was not Madame Pomfrey. With a slight sigh of relief, Kalan departed with the other four. Meadows cast a glance back at him, her eyes momentarily reflecting an inscrutable emotion, before she proceeded directly toward the headmaster's office. Inside the headmaster's office, Meadows occupied the chair opposite the desk, yet this time she exuded none of the previous nonchalance. Indeed, she appeared even more constrained than in the presence of Madame Pomfrey. With her head bowed deeply and her hands resting upon her knees, she assumed a demeanor of silence. Opposite her, Dumbledore evidently had heard of the matter from Madame Pomfrey, as he poured himself glass after glass of brandy obtained from Kalan, sipping deeply while occasionally letting out a soft sigh. Time passed unmeasured until Dumbledore finally lifted his gaze to Meadows, shaking his head in disappointment. He summoned another glass, filled it to the brim, and offered it to Meadows, inquiring gently, would you care for a drink? Meadows silently shook her head. Ducas, Dumbledore spoke softly. This bottle of wine was gifted to me by Mr. Sandster. At this, Meadows raised her head, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, nodding in response to her unspoken inquiry. Not only that, but had he desired, he could have effortlessly acquired a far greater fortune. Indeed, much more than he currently possesses. Yet, he chose not to pursue such a path. Dumbledore took another modest sip of his drink before continuing. He encountered a Muggle gentleman who recognized his uniqueness long before we did. This gentleman was, in many ways, Mr. Sandster's first teacher. It is precisely for this reason that Mr. Sandster opted not to act in such a manner, for he possesses principles. At this juncture, Dumbledore's gaze was fixed intently upon Meadows. I trust you understand what this signifies, Ducas, he stated. It is entirely different, profoundly so. Meadows murmured a few words under her breath. But Dumbledore did not afford her the opportunity to retort. He concluded simply, if possible, endeavor to refrain from viewing Mr. Sandster as merely an orphan. He once confided in me that for an orphan, even the simplest of suggestions can lead others to form certain preconceived notions. However, for Mr. Sandster, this is not something he would resent. On the contrary, it is something he welcomes. If you are willing, Meadows, he added, under the scrutiny of his piercing blue eyes. Meadows nodded silently before turning to leave. Dumbledore remained alone in his office, closing his eyes as he savored the last remnants of his drink, whispering softly to himself. Wait a moment. In the following days, news spread like wildfire throughout the school regarding a first-year student being gravely injured by a professor during a defense against the dark arts class. Fortunately, Kalan intervenit promptly, providing an explanation that alleviated the situation for Professor Meadows, which swiftly quelled the fervor within the school. As for Kalan's shield charm, he managed to dismiss the incident by claiming it had been easily breached, and aside from a few close acquaintances who remained skeptical, Most regarded it as a mere unfortunate accident. However, while the turmoil within the school subsided rapidly, the matters beyond its walls were beyond Kalen's influence. Karan, take a look at today's Daily Prophet. You're in the news again. During breakfast at the Hufflepuff table, Steve excitedly presented a copy of the Daily Prophet to Kalen. The front page boldly declaring, "Born of jealousy? Hogwarts' new professor gravely injures gifted student." The article exaggerated Kalen's shield charm and portrayed him as a prodigious wizard, while Meadows was depicted as a duplicitous villain, envious of Kalen's talents and deliberately injuring him in class, even suggesting malicious intent to preemptively quash his brilliance. The portrayal of Meadows was nothing short of sinister. As for the purported jealousy, the newspaper briefly mentioned that Meadows had once been a Hufflepuff student and a gifted scholar herself, asserting that her actions stemmed from a desire to maintain her title as the foremost talent, compounded by youthful impulsiveness, resulting in such dire consequences. From this, Kalen discerned a subtle attempt to tarnish Dumbledore's judgment in selecting faculty. This was not the first report on the incident involving student harm, and the author of these articles was consistently the same, Rita Skeeter. To be honest, upon first encountering her name, Kalen found himself questioning whether she was being deliberately guided by pure-blood families like the Malfoys to write such pieces, or if she was pursuing this narrative of her own volition. One might even speculate that before others could suggest otherwise, Rita had eagerly begun to pen her sensationalized accounts. After all, instances of teachers directly harming students have been exceedingly rare at Hogwarts over the past century. As the victim, Kalen inadvertently gained a surge of notoriety. Though he was not particularly fond of it, Kalen casually pushed the newspaper aside, continuing his breakfast with indifference, and remarked, "Where did you get the money to subscribe to the paper? Are those two owls no longer dependent on you?" Guspa nodded in agreement, considering that Cecil was still mooching off Steve's provisions. Unfazed, Steve continued with enthusiasm, "I didn't subscribe. It must have been sent to you for free by the newspaper. Look, there's even a letter." "Oh." Kalen, with a hint of disdain, opened the unsightly golden envelope, only to discover it contained an invitation for Rita Skeeter for an interview, accompanied by a modest remuneration. 10 galleons? Steve's eyes widened. While the sum appeared insignificant, its acquisition seemed effortlessly achievable through what was ostensibly a simple conversation, piquing even his own interest. Just 10 galleons? Guspa expressed his disdain with a faint smirk, for as an aspiring inventor, such trifling amounts held little value in his eyes. Amidst the onlookers, Kalen, the focal point of the situation, found himself hesitating, not about whether to accept the interview, but rather pondering Rita Skeeter's current status. Had she, perchance, become an illegal animagus? After a brief silence, Kalen ultimately abandoned the notion of issuing a threat. The risks were simply too great. He took up his quill and composed a reply, striving to maintain a courteous tone in his rejection while also reiterating his earlier sentiment expressed publicly, that enduring injuries at school was preferable to facing peril upon graduation. He was well aware that such a simple statement would not sway Skeeter's grand ambitions, yet he hoped it might alleviate any further harassment. Compared to this minor affair, he had far weightier matters to attend to. After breakfast, Kalen habitually strolled towards the castle exterior, while Steve and Guspa busied themselves with their respective tasks, one tending to the magical creatures in their crates, the other continuing his analysis of the shedding of the bird snake. Kalen's destination remained the grassy banks by the Great Lake, where Lily had already settled down with a book, and Snape was diligently practicing the levitation charm on a stone. Despite the challenges he had encountered in Charms class, he persisted in his endeavors. The assignments set by their professors posed no difficulty for any of them, and thus the trio frequently gathered in this spot, for soon the weather would turn cool, making such enjoyable moments rare. Upon noticing Kalen's approach, Lily waved at him from a distance, presenting him with a copy of the Daily Prophet and expressing with a touch of vindication, "Another report has surfaced." Clearly, Lily remained troubled by Kalen's injury, even after he had uttered those reassuring words, as the origins of this entire affair had begun on the train. Kalen smiled and shared the details of the interview invitation along with his response, comforting Lily by saying, "So this matter is essentially concluded. I'm unconcerned about your worries. Besides, the multitude of letters from parents should be enough to give her a headache for a while." This also reflects the role of the Daily Prophet, as Meadows received a plethora of complaint letters from concerned parents questioning his teaching methods. Concurrently, Dumbledore, in his capacity as headmaster, received numerous letters as well, though he appeared unfazed, often smilingly handing the letters to Meadows during meals, treating the matter as a source of amusement. "Well then," Lily pouted, playfully teasing Kalen. "Who asked you to be the little genius wizard?" This was the moniker used for Kalen in the reports, strikingly blunt and rather childish. Kalan shot a sidelong glance at Lily before snatching up Balrian, threateningly stating, "Your little master is provoking me again. What do you think I should do about it?" Balrian looked at Kalan in confusion, as if to say, "Meow? What does this have to do with me?" Just as Kalan was enthusiastically petting Balrian, causing it to dodge away, Snape suddenly interjected, "Professor Meadows' classes do indeed cover numerous dark arts." Kalan gave Snape a sidelong glance. In truth, Snape's comments were merely the tip of the iceberg. Aside from the disarming charm, the other 3 spells taught by Professor Meadows fell squarely within the realm of dark magic. Snape's remark was clearly not aimed at stating the obvious. Kalan recognized this as a rebuttal to his initial views on dark magic, which included the prohibition against Lily's exposure to it. In reality, Kalan had not anticipated the directness of Meadows' curriculum, yet he did not reject it. The practicality of those 3 spells was undeniably high and already within the scope of his intended studies. As for the so-called dark magic, Lily blinked, having lost the energy to intervene in their endless debate. The primary reason for her apathy was that she had never witnessed Snape win an argument, not once. Amidst a gentle breeze and under their scrutinizing gazes, Kalan finally spoke slowly. "Dark magic, yes, dark magic. I admit I am quite fond of Professor Meadows' course content, and I concede that my initial views were somewhat extreme." This immediate admission of fault made Snape uneasy, as Kalan had employed the same tactic when dealing with the Lily sisters. Kalan continued, "In fact, my perspectives on dark magic have shifted significantly. While vigilance regarding dark magic remains essential, my stance on acceptance has become less conservative." Upon hearing this, Snape felt an increasing sense of foreboding, sensing defeat was imminent. As expected, Kalan proceeded, "This vigilance can be primarily divided into 2 aspects. 1, the existence of certain specific dark magic itself, and 2, a boundary that all wizards share. This boundary can be described as reason, will, or the degree of self-control. However, to summarize, this boundary represents the critical threshold that can be altered by dark magic, an invisible line that varies among different wizards. Within this boundary, one may wield dark magic without incurring a transformation of the self. In other words, it permits the temporary mobilization of malevolent emotions when necessary, while allowing the wizard to remain their original self during ordinary times, rather than becoming an individual consumed by malice. Should one transcend this boundary? Karen's gaze swept over Snape and Lily. They would have been tainted by the malevolence demanded by dark magic, irrevocably transforming into a dark wizard. Lily, somewhat bewildered, listened intently, having had little exposure to dark magic. Snape, however, seemed to sense something amiss and inquired, "How does one discern this boundary?" "Impulsively," Karan replied. "The impulses engendered by malevolent influence, which lead to actions that appear exceedingly irrational, should serve as a warning sign." Admittedly, distinguishing this from the wizard's own emotions can be challenging, yet some abnormalities may still be discerned. In fact, it could be argued that there is no real distinction between the 2. Once the frequency of such impulses escalates, or one becomes accustomed to these so-called impulses, it likely indicates that the wizard has surpassed the boundary. Karan added, as a final note, "The concept of the second boundary must be founded upon the first, meaning that the unrestricted use of dark magic does not apply universally to all forms of dark magic. For instance, certain exceedingly malevolent spells, in my view, have become emblematic of dark wizards and should not be employed." Lily, in her confusion, asked, "If a person's will is sufficiently strong, does it imply that no form of dark magic could affect them?" She timidly added, "This includes those spells you consider characteristic of dark wizards?" "In theory, that is correct," Karan replied, his expression sobering slightly, as he realized that his previous statements might lead to misconceptions. He continued earnestly, "The existence of magic itself is absolutely neutral. However, humanity is divided between good and evil, and wizards are no exception, regardless of whether a wizard's self has been influenced by dark magic. Certain forms of dark magic are inherently designed for malevolence. We cannot claim that a wizard is not a dark wizard simply because they have not been affected, for they have already committed malevolent acts, even if those actions were intended to achieve a noble purpose. Ultimately, they opted to commit evil first. Both realities exist, and they cannot cancel each other out. This also relates to another boundary, whether the severity of the wizard's malevolence outweighs the good they have achieved, and whether this wizard is ultimately a dark wizard or a white wizard. The boundary in question is far more ambiguous than the first, making it difficult to discern. However, it is indisputable that such individuals are exceedingly terrifying, for they possess a clear awareness of their actions, yet they still choose to proceed. Kalan spoke at length, But upon noticing the bewildered expressions on the two small faces, he resignedly elaborated once more, treating it as a means to solidify his own understanding. Magic is not absolute, but there exists a distinction between good and evil among wizards. Only through comprehensive evaluation can one ascertain whether a person is a dark wizard or a white wizard. Karan, you possess remarkable insight, Lily exclaimed in astonishment. Severus was also taken aback. Karan's words completely upended his understanding of dark magic. On one hand, it suggested a possible relaxation of restrictions regarding dark magic, but on the other hand, it rendered dark magic even more perilous. The existence of specialized dark magic, along with the two boundaries, the boundary of corruption and the boundary of good and evil. And what about you? Severus suddenly inquired of Karan. Would you draw your boundary? Or rather, which boundary would you choose? Karan pondered earnestly for a moment, and then appeared somewhat indifferent as he replied. Why don't you share your thoughts first? I choose the first boundary. Lily immediately responded, I would rather remain forever within the confines of the first boundary. Severus fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. My answer is similar to Lily's, but his voice dropped even lower, if necessary. I believe I would opt for the second boundary. Severus, Lily exclaimed in surprise, evidently resistant to the notion of the second boundary, for in Karan's narrative, it did not seem like a wise choice. Severus lowered his head in silence, saying nothing, his face slightly flushed. The second boundary, you say? Karan mused while stroking his chin. Setting aside notions of good and evil, and black and white, this is indeed a path fraught with difficulties and controversies, Severus. And what about you? Seemingly to alleviate his own discomfort, Severus hastily redirected the conversation, asking Karan once more, what would you choose? As for me, Karan blinked innocently, adopting a rather naive demeanor. It would depend on the situation. What? Severus was taken aback. This isn't something that necessitates a preemptive choice, Karan shrugged. Moreover, these two boundaries are not fixed. Do you think I am as foolish as the two of you? Karan, Severus exclaimed in frustration, feeling as though he had been played. Yet his anger only intensified upon seeing Karan's nonchalant expression, for he knew he was no match for him. However, Lily detected a flaw in Karan's logic and quickly inquired. So are you suggesting that you might also choose the second boundary? Perhaps, Karan replied casually. The tone was reminiscent of a casual decision regarding lunch, effortlessly nonchalant. The Vice Principal, 43. In ensuing chapters, certain concepts will be introduced, along with the resolution of earlier foreshadowing. This point is quite significant. It may appear somewhat meticulous, yet such content is essential to present, if only to render the magical system less chaotic. Each branch should also be organized, contributing to a coherent logical closure surrounding the protagonist. The information presented herein is derived from the original work, the films, or the Harry Potter Wiki, which serves as an official supplementary source for the Harry Potter universe. It is important to clarify this to assure readers that my writing is not arbitrary. Although there may have been a semblance of randomness earlier, specifically regarding the system's information, due to my unavailability to certain content, resulting in some ambiguity. The entries on this website are numerous, with variations between the Chinese and English content. Thus, for precise information retrieval, I often resort to machine-translated English pages, and frequently cross-reference with the original English pages. In truth, I now predominantly consult the English pages, lamentably. As for any accusations of plagiarism, they are unfounded. Upon revisiting earlier content, I discovered that it merely appeared conceptually vague. However, I will indeed challenge some of the protagonist's assumptions, which could be interpreted as borrowing ideas. Nonetheless, this will be minimal, perhaps only 1 or 2 points. I intend to summarize and organize my thoughts once more, but this time with greater rigor. Let me reiterate, this is not filler. It is a necessary process before delving into the main storyline, primarily aimed at unraveling a series of plot threads, so that no one may claim there are inconsistencies in the earlier sections. There is no undertone of complaint. I simply wish to demonstrate to everyone that I am not writing haphazardly. What follows is the main text. Following a prior exchange, the three appear to part ways with some discontent. However, the true discord lay solely with Snape, as he was due to attend a joint transfiguration class with Hufflepuff and Gryffindor next. While walking back to the castle, Lily remained troubled by Kalen's earlier remarks, particularly after Snape echoed similar sentiments, deepening her confusion. Well then, observing Lily deliberately turning her head to ignore him, Kalan could only smile helplessly and say, "The boundaries I previously mentioned, as well as matters concerning dark magic, are merely my own beliefs and are not necessarily entirely correct. Moreover, if there were indeed such a phenomenon as crossing boundaries, wouldn't you be involved as well? What does that mean?" Lily finally broke her silence, turning to ask, "Emotion?" Karan directly pointed out that emotions hold significant importance in the realm of magic. Young wizards may inadvertently unleash unexpected magic due to emotional fluctuations. Additionally, when we cast spells, a certain emotional impetus is required, whether it be white magic or black magic. Similarly, emotions can sometimes serve as the final thread that maintains our sanity. As long as one does not willingly let go, Severus should not entirely succumb to the darkness of a dark wizard. Lily furrowed her brow slightly, a gesture that only enhanced her charm. She quickly noticed the ambiguity in Kalen's words. "What about you? Where do you fit in?" "Me?" Kalen suddenly burst into laughter, playfully swaying the body of Balian in his hands, and took a deep, contented breath. "As long as I have Balian, that is sufficient for me," Kalan jested. However, Balian was taken aback, and Lily was equally surprised. She promptly snatched Balian from Kalen's grasp, casting him a peculiar look. "EW." Lily's tone was tinged with playful sarcasm, having learned the essence of Kalen's teasing style when he jested about Severus. Kalan had never looked so darkly flustered before. He rolled his eyes dramatically at the pair, a person and a cat, while Lily erupted into unrestrained laughter. Upon entering the Transfiguration classroom, they found a considerable number of students already seated. Yet, many were still curiously eyeing Kalan, who had, to some extent, become a minor celebrity. Lily spotted Mary McDonald waving at her, but before approaching, she couldn't resist teasing Kalan. "I'll sit elsewhere, little genius." Kalan expertly rolled his eyes again, feeling that this skill was nearly rivaling his magical talents. He made his way to where Steve and Gaspard were seated. This time, however, Steve had learned his lesson. He discreetly shifted to Kalen's other side, separating himself from Gaspard to avoid a repeat of the disastrous incident in Charm's class. Kalan surveyed the classroom. While there were plenty of students, not a single cat was in sight. Indeed, the portrayals in movies can be deceiving. Professor McGonagall would never engage in the trivial act of transforming into a cat to monitor her students' boredom before class. Kalan silently secofud, retrieving his textbooks from his bag while turning to Gaspard and inquiring, "How is the research on the molting of the bird snake progressing?" Gaspard pushed his glasses up with his index finger, staring intently at Kalan with an oddly enigmatic gaze. "The research is proceeding quite smoothly." Kalan felt a shiver run down his spine under Gaspard's scrutinizing look, unsure if he was referring to the molting or to Kalan himself. Choosing not to dwell on it, Kalan turned away and asked Steve, "How are your little friends doing?" Steve imitated Gaspard's demeanor, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His companions were in a stable state, unaffected by any morning grumpiness. "Bang!" Carlin, in a fit of anger, promptly delivered a sharp flick to his forehead. Steve clutched his head, his expression a mix of disbelief and a touch of grievance. Gaspard said the same. "Why don't you strike him?" Gaspard calmly addressed Carlin's question. "I never mentioned the term morning grumpiness." The two engaged in a heated argument, one cold and the other warm, while Carlin remained composed, flipping through beginner's transfiguration, indifferent to the commotion. When class commenced, Professor McGonagall strode in with purpose, her serious gaze sweeping across the classroom, silencing all students involuntarily. However, Carlin noticed that her gaze lingered on him slightly longer, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to recent reports or his unique identity as a natural-born mind closer. Given that his sorting had been arranged specifically by Headmaster Dumbledore, it stood to reason that Professor McGonagall, as the presiding officer of the sorting ceremony, would have received some additional explanations. At the podium, Professor McGonagall began introducing herself. She was not only the head of Gryffindor, but had also ascended to the position of deputy headmistress at Hogwarts. This revelation stirred something within Carlin. If one were to consider the significance of the deputy headmaster, their primary duty was to assume the responsibilities of the headmaster in the event of incapacitation. Coupled with the backdrop of Voldemort's covert instigation of the First Wizarding War, the stern-faced professor exuded a sense of tragic gravity, even while teaching her students. Transfiguration. Despite Carlin's wandering thoughts, the lesson continued. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous of the subjects you will encounter at Hogwarts. Unlike charms, which affords you greater creative latitude, transfiguration demands absolute precision. You must exert yourselves diligently to succeed in casting transfiguration spells. Any slight misstep could result in harm to yourselves, potentially leading to irreversible consequences. Professor McGonagall issued a stern warning to the students on the very first day of class, prompting Carlin to straighten his posture. Even the notoriously carefree Sirius Black could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Satisfied with her assessment of the students, Professor McGonagall's expression remained grave. The study of transfiguration encompasses 4 primary branches: transformation, summoning, vanishing, and the counter spells designed to defend against these three branches. Within this realm, the art of transfiguration diverges significantly from the summoning spells of charms. In charms, summoning refers to the conjuring charm, utilized to call forth objects that already exist. Conversely, in transfiguration, summoning pertains more to the act of conjuring objects from thin air, even if they do not truly exist. However, the entities summoned through transfiguration are ephemeral, their duration hinging upon the caster's magical prowess. Furthermore, such conjured entities must adhere to the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. For instance, one cannot conjure food out of nothingness through transfiguration. As Professor McGonagall spoke, Kalan was suddenly reminded of the legend of the three brothers, in which the brothers conjured a bridge from the void. Yet, summoning spells will only be introduced to you in your later years. With a shift in her discourse, Professor McGonagall continued, "You shall commence your studies with the simplest yet most pivotal category of transfiguration. In this category, the process of casting spells bears no distinction from that of charms, with four crucial factors: the incantation, the wand movement, concentration, and intent. Among these, intent is of paramount importance." Professor McGonagall emphasized this point. Before executing transfiguration, you must vividly envision the form you wish to assume, with no room for error. When articulating the incantation and wielding your wand, decisiveness is essential, and you must maintain unwavering focus. Remember, the execution of transfiguration demands absolute precision. Once more, Professor McGonagall reiterated this message. Subsequently, she waved her wand towards the podium and pronounced, "Varies." Instantly, the podium transformed into a lively pig of similar stature, captivating the attention of all the students. After reverting the desk to its original form, the students could scarcely contain their eagerness to attempt transfiguration themselves. Regrettably, Professor McGonagall had her own agenda. She seemed determined to elucidate all critical knowledge before they formally engaged in transfiguration. A stark contrast to Professor Flitwick's immediate introduction of the levitation charm, yet wholly aligned with her unwavering commitment to thoroughness. "If you have been observant," she remarked, "you will notice that I did not amplify the pig size during the transfiguration. This is because, in transfiguration, we must constantly reference a vital formula. The expected transfiguration effect, T, is directly influenced by the object's weight, the degree of transformation, V, the wand's magical potency, W, concentration, C, and a fifth unknown element, Z. For instance, if one wishes to transform a substance into an animal, a statue of similar shape is far more suitable than an irregular stone." In the subsequent discourse, Professor McGonagall expounded upon numerous intricate aspects of transfiguration. Karan noted that many of these topics were beyond the scope of the textbooks, knowledge he had never encountered before. However, considering her frequent editorial contributions to transfiguration today, this revelation was hardly surprising. Professor McGonagall required them to memorize many concepts that were beyond their current comprehension, only permitting them to attempt a practical exercise afterward, providing each student with a matchstick. They were tasked with transforming this matchstick into a needle. She instructed them to remember the key points she had just articulated, to act decisively, and the incantation was Varies. Beside him, Steve and Gasper began their practice. Yet Karan felt no inclination to attempt the task. For him, it was a feat he could accomplish effortlessly, regardless of the length of the needle. However, certain insights shared by Professor McGonagall during her lecture subtly resonated with him. Although this branch of magic was designated as transfiguration, distinct from the field of charms, there were indeed overlaps between the two. Just as certain dark magical spells could simultaneously belong to curses and also be classified under other categories, such as jinxes or hexes, the boundaries of magic remained nebulous, with many branches intertwining. Consequently, numerous concepts were universally applicable, such as those pertaining to transfiguration, charms, and even dark arts. Furthermore, there were four essential factors that ensured the successful execution of a spell: wand movement, incantation, concentration, and intent. Karan found himself lost in thought, staring at the notes, his mind racing, until he was jolted back to reality by the nudges from his two companions. "What are you doing?" he instinctively inquired. "I am not asleep." His words were abruptly silenced as Professor McGonagall approached his desk, while Steve and Gasper bowed their heads in contrition. "May I inquire what you are currently engaged in, Mr. Sandster?" Professor McGonagall's tone was stern. "I." Karan blinked, suddenly uncertain whether Professor McGonagall was aware of his unique ability as a natural mind blocker. Thus, he decided to take a risk and probe cautiously. "If I may ask," Karan endeavored to maintain a sincere tone, posing a question that, while tangentially related to the lesson, subtly touched upon the concept of mind blocking. If the intent is flawed, yet the other three factors are executed correctly, what would be the outcome of the transfiguration, Professor? His voice was soft, yet his companions beside him were momentarily taken aback. Such a rudimentary question seemed uncharacteristic of Karan. It would result in failure. Professor McGonagall's tone had taken on a somewhat rigid quality. House Hufflepuff lost a point as a consequence of your inattentiveness during class. Upon hearing this, Kaylin inexplicably felt a sense of relief. What she did not know was that, even in the presence of her most trusted colleagues and friends, Dumbledore had never divulged anything regarding Kaylin's extraordinary talent. Not a single hint. After the arduous wait for class to conclude, Kaylin uttered not a word. Hastily gathering her belongings and departing, Steve attempted to intercept her, but Kaylin had already vanished from sight. What was the matter with her? Steve inquired of Gus Bad, puzzled by Kaylin's peculiar behavior throughout the lesson. At that moment, Lily approached. Although she had not overheard Kaylin's question to Professor McGonagall, the visible ire on the professor's face was unmistakable. Gus Bad gazed down at his notebook, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a peculiar glimmer. Perhaps he had uncovered the answer. What answer? Lily pressed, eager for clarification. Each individual harbors their own uncertainties, and Gus Bad's tone bore an air of enigmatic profundity. Yet not everyone desires their thoughts to be comprehended by others. Miss Evans, he kindly remarked to Lily. However, her confusion only deepened. Her beautiful, bright green eyes blinked, and she too dashed out of the classroom. What did you mean by that? Steve asked, his expression one of bewilderment. It means... Gus Bad effortlessly slung his bag over his shoulder, his tone exuding a sense of the obvious. I do not know. The Transfiguration classroom is situated on the first floor of Hogwarts Castle. After exiting the Transfiguration classroom, Kaylin swiftly ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, she traversed the crowded corridor and entered an exceedingly tranquil room. This was the Hogwarts library. Madame Pants, the librarian seated behind the circulation desk, glanced up at her, but, finding nothing amiss with Kaylin, allowed her entry without objection. Nonetheless, Kaylin's hurried demeanor prompted a gentle reminder from Madame Pants. Running is not permitted in the library. Be cautious not to damage those precious books. Kaylin nodded silently, gradually slowing her pace as she wove through the meticulously arranged shelves, her brown eyes reflecting a profound sense of inquiry. Her expression was one of unprecedented calmness, yet the thoughts racing through her mind were tumultuous and swift. Inherently a master of mental closure, endowed with the absence of a wand, formidable magical prowess, and a rare affinity for sorcery, Kaylin, while diligently intertwining these elements, finally unearthed the tome he had long sought in an exceedingly secluded locale, the art of mental closure. Gently, he extracted the book, which bore not a speck of dust, a testament to Mrs. Penn's unwavering efforts to maintain the integrity and cleanliness of her collection. Fortunately, it had not been relegated to the forbidden section, eliciting an inexplicable sigh of relief from Kaylin. He cautiously opened the volume and commenced his silent reading. The art of mental closure is an exceptionally obscure discipline, employed to seal one's thoughts and prevent them from being probed by the art of mind reading. Those who possess this ability are referred to as masters of mental closure. The most rudimentary form of this art involves emptying the mind of all thoughts, memories, and sensations, thereby obstructing mind readers from perceiving one's emotions and ideas. More advanced techniques of mental closure entail the selective sealing of specific thoughts, emotions, and memories, thus creating an impeccable illusion for mind readers, concealing the genuine thoughts and rendering it impossible to discern whether one is lying. Kaylin lingered momentarily on the term illusion before continuing his perusal. To master the art of mental closure, one requires formidable willpower alongside a heightened sense of psychological and emotional discipline. Thus, a sufficiently skilled master of mental closure can withstand the influences of soul-binding spells and truth serums, unless the sorcerer is devoid of caution at that moment. For further details regarding soul-binding spells and truth serums, please refer to additional resources. Kaylin briefly flipped through the subsequent pages, only to find them dedicated to the methodologies of mastering mental closure, prompting him to revisit the earlier explanations. This time, his gaze lingered on the term willpower. In the quartet of factors essential for the successful casting of spells, this correlates perfectly with focus, while also subtly intertwining with intention, providing a supportive role at the very least. The concept of illusion is even more closely linked to intention. A flawless simulation of illusion, coupled with a profound understanding of the magic itself, constitutes a perfect intention. After replacing the tome on the shelf, Karan sought out advanced texts concerning wandless magic, immersing himself in their contents for a time. Wandless magic refers to the practice of casting spells without the aid of a wand. This form of magic is typically challenging to execute, thereby necessitating that only the most powerful and adept sorcerers can reliably master its more complex aspects. Karan once believed he possessed an innate talent for wandless magic. However, thus far, he had only mastered the levitation charm and the movement charm. Even the movement charm was derived from his exploration of the levitation charm. Both of these spells are not particularly complex, being taught in the first year of charm classes. Nevertheless, Karan had intentionally honed these two spells since a young age, practicing them repeatedly over the years, which bestowed upon him remarkable skill. Yet, this does not imply that he genuinely possesses the gift of wandless casting. What he possesses is merely magical aptitude. Among the 4 essential factors for successfully casting a spell, concentration and intention are innate qualities he is due to his natural proficiency in mind closure. As for wand movements and incantations, these are relatively straightforward and can be mastered through persistent practice. They are, in fact, the least significant factors, particularly with the existence of wandless magic and silent spells. Hence, his rapid progress in learning magic and the multitude of spells he has acquired could be attributed solely to his being a natural master of mind closure. The strength of his magical power is even easier to comprehend. While magical power may correlate with age, it cannot be the sole determinant. Otherwise, figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort would not exist. With the assistance of mind closure, Karan has practiced magic for an extended period. He does not appear exceptionally powerful. Rather, his peers are simply too weak. Upon realizing these truths, Karan felt a sense of solace. Understanding the source of his peculiarities would not cost him anything. It would only bring him peace of mind. Presently, among the many uncertainties swirling in his mind, only 2 pressing matters remain to be resolved. The reason Professor Dumbledore perceives his talent and the Elder Wand. Before long, Karan discovered a book on legilimency, which was the only method he could conceive for Dumbledore to ascertain his abilities. He was initially astonished by the ease with which he found this book, but upon recalling that these texts were unrelated to dark magic, he felt reassured. Moreover, wandless magic, mind closure, and legilimency are all profoundly advanced forms of magic, typically beyond the scope of Hogwarts curriculum, not easily learned by everyone. Having wandered this corner for an extended period, Karan had encountered no other students aside from himself, indicating that this was not a frequently visited area. He decided to sit directly on the floor and gently open the book in his hands. The art of thought reading is a mystical ability that allows one to delve into the intricate layers of another's mind, thereby arriving at accurate interpretations. Those who possess this remarkable skill are referred to as masters of thought reading, much like the cerebral shielding technique that can defend against such invasions. The origins and inventors of thought reading remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is evident that this capability has existed for an extensive period, with compelling evidence found in the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, the world's most prestigious school of magic, which embodies a similar faculty bestowed by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. It appears that the author of this tome may also be an alumnus of Hogwarts. Karan smiled inwardly and continued to read. A formidable master of thought reading can penetrate another's thoughts merely through eye contact, while those of lesser skill typically resort to incantations to invoke the technique, a method that is generally considered more accessible. If the subject has not employed cerebral shielding, the master can discern whether the individual is lying and even explore their thoughts, emotions, and memories. For exceptionally adept practitioners of thought reading, there lies the potential to influence and alter the thoughts of the intruded mind. When the heart is wounded, one's thoughts become more susceptible to being read. Certain magical creatures, such as the leopard cat, also possess this thought-reading ability, classifying it as a creature of the highest danger level. One of the houses at Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is named after it. Karan gradually averted his gaze, having discerned how Dumbledore had gleaned insight into his talents. It was all too perfect. During their initial conversation, Dumbledore had exhibited an unfathomable level of perfection, devoid of any signs of concealment or wavering. His every thought aligned seamlessly with the facade he presented. So flawless, he seemed like a natural master of cerebral shielding. This was the sole explanation. Otherwise, Karan would have to concede that he was not entirely human. For someone of his muggle origins, the self-taught mastery of cerebral shielding was utterly implausible, both in terms of feasibility and ability. Reflecting on this, Karan's gaze took on an unusual quality. He suddenly recalled Dumbledore, consuming glass after glass, draining an entire bottle of whiskey. Could it be that he was at a loss for words? or perhaps delaying to devise a strategy? Was he striving to steady his emotions? Karan found each hypothesis equally plausible. As for the notion of Dumbledore employing thought reading on him, Karan did not dwell on that idea too much. Moreover, Karan harbored the belief that Dumbledore's actions were solely aimed at discerning whether he was lying. This particular magic had, during their eye contact, become instinctual for him, akin to how an ordinary person would keenly observe the fluctuations in another's expression. He trusted that Dumbledore possessed a formidable moral compass. Otherwise, during Voldemort's time at school, he would never have relinquished his intention to forcibly employ more advanced legitimacy upon him. It is worth noting that he had never wavered in his suspicion of Tom Riddle. Upon comprehending the reasons behind Professor Dumbledore's insight into his abilities, Karan rose to seek answers to his second point of inquiry, the Elder Wand. However, this time, the endeavor consumed far more time than he had anticipated, as the tomes concerning wands did not provide explicit information. Eventually, he chanced upon a rather antiquated book. The cover depicted a slightly curved, unidentified wood, with a singular, simple word emblazoned at its center, wandlore. Rather than a title, it resembled more of a name. With a skeptical gaze, Karan gradually opened the book. Wandlore is an ancient, intricate, and enigmatic branch of magic that encompasses the history and crafting of wands. The origins of this magic remain shrouded in mystery. Yet every wand maker must study it to create superior wands. However, no one has ever fully comprehended it. The content of this book appeared to be recorded from an observer's perspective. Karan swiftly flipped to the final page, where he indeed discovered a familiar name of the reviser, Garrick Ollivander. Upon confirming this, Karan wasted no further time and directly turned to the section on wand woods, successfully uncovering the entry concerning elderwood. This is the rarest wand wood, notorious for summoning great misfortune. The opening sentence nearly compelled Karan to close the book in haste, but after several deep breaths, he steeled himself to continue reading. Utilizing an elder wand is more challenging than wielding other wands. They possess immense magical power, yet disdain to accompany those who do not surpass the ordinary. Wizards bearing elder wands often attract global attention, regardless of how long they have possessed it. Many wand makers refrain from crafting wands from elderwood, not out of fear. Such superstitions are unfounded, but rather due to concerns over marketability. It appears that even in his youth, Mr. Ollivander had quite the temperament, as evidenced by this critique of his peers. A slight smirk graced Karan's lips as he continued reading, his initial anxieties gradually dissipating with the elucidation provided by the text. In truth, only those of extraordinary character can truly bond with an elder wand. In such rare instances, it is almost certain that the wizard will undertake a particular mission. A special mission? The smile on Karan's face faded. He meticulously recalled the history of the Elder Wand, which included a number of undocumented owners, among them some formidable dark wizards. However, Karan did not believe that these individuals had any missions to fulfill. Perhaps this was merely speculation regarding the Elder Wand's method of changing its master. The singular purpose of those owners was simply to perpetuate the legacy of the Elder Wand, or perhaps to bequeath it to its next rightful owner upon their downfall. Karan silently acknowledged this explanation within himself. After all, the only source of information regarding the master of the Elder Wand that Ollivander could access was the wand itself. He was the sole individual Ollivander had ever witnessed as the master of the Elder Wand, a natural master of cerebral closure, destined to stand out, destined to be an extraordinary wizard. In the hushed confines of the library, Karan rose and returned wand lore to the shelf. As he gradually untangled those logical sequences, his mood significantly lightened. The so-called magical talent was merely a byproduct of his inherent identity as a cerebral cloisterer. He even exhaled a sigh of satisfaction. However, as he turned the corner of the bookshelf, this sense of ease vanished in an instant. A tall figure appeared before him. The blue robes she wore harmonized with her eye color, accentuating the beauty of her almond-shaped eyes. It was Professor Meadows. At the moment of their encounter, both were momentarily taken aback. This was their first private meeting since the incident in the defense against the dark arts class. For a brief moment, the two figures, one tall and the other short, remained silent, simply gazing at one another. While assessing Professor Meadows, Karan noticed she was holding a book with a deep black cover, inscribed with the title curses and counter curses. Upon sensing Karan's shift in focus, Meadows instinctively covered the title of the book entirely. Karan scoffed and, after a prolonged stalemate, decided to break the silence himself. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Meadows's delicate features and, without hesitation, rolled his eyes dramatically at her, putting forth every effort to express his disdain. From a distance, one might have thought Karan was on the verge of losing breath. as he revealed every bit of the whites of his eyes, leaving nothing to waste. What a brat. Meadows appeared to recognize that they were in the library. Yet the hushed tone of her voice vividly conveyed the fury simmering within her. Karan felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. It seemed that this time things had spiraled out of control. Instinctively, he took a couple of steps back, but Meadows immediately advanced towards him, extending a hand. This was indeed a library. Karan glanced around, but not a single student was in sight. Her threats seemed futile. Meadows, too, perceived this reality, and a faint smile crept across her face. Beautiful, yet undeniably lethal. If my parents were to discover this matter, they would surely not spare you. Karan echoed the words he had once used to deliberately provoke Meadows, and, as expected, her movements came to an abrupt halt. However, just as Karan bent to escape her vicinity, he found himself thwarted. A sharp pain coursed through his back as he rubbed the sore spot, bewildered by Meadows' unexpected demeanor. He could not fathom why she suddenly seemed so indifferent to such matters. Even Professor Dumbledore has spoken to me about this. Meadows' ominous voice drew nearer, casting a long shadow in the sunlight that gradually enveloped Karan, whose expression shifted to one of confusion. For an orphan, it takes merely a simple hint to evoke certain entrenched perceptions in others. Yet, this would not be a source of resentment, but rather a matter of satisfaction. Meadows slowly reiterated Dumbledore's words, recalling how they had caused a peculiar stir within her at the time, much like Karen's own past experiences. "This as I once did," she said. Karan stood frozen, suddenly comprehending the reason behind Meadows' transformation. They were, in essence, kindred spirits. However, he had no time to dwell on such revelations. As he hurriedly retreated, his voice rose in a desperate cry for help. Yet, Meadows moved with swiftness beyond his expectations. Darting in front of him, and with a delicate flick of her wand, sealed his mouth shut. Karan hastily drew his own wand, intending to disrupt her with a non-verbal levitation spell, but every book on the nearby shelves was met with a counter-curse, remaining firmly in place. Unable to articulate his spells, he found himself at Meadows' mercy as she grasped his cheeks with both hands, forcefully pulling them apart, seemingly convinced that such a personal reprimand would alleviate the fury within her. Karan swung his head from side to side, yet he could not escape the grip of Meadows. Five times. Meadows appeared somewhat irked. Never had anyone dared to roll their eyes at me 5 times. Never. The fragrance emanating from Meadows wafted towards Karan, and in a moment of desperation, he seized the opportunity to roll his eyes once more, attempting to lower her guard. 6. Dare you roll again? Suddenly, he forcefully collided his head with Meadows. Bang! The impact left both their foreheads flushed, and Meadows, caught off guard by the unexpected assault, leaned back. Seizing the moment, Karan hastily extricated himself, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill from the pain, and defiantly rolled his eyes at Meadows once more before fleeing without a backward glance. 7. Meadows aimed her wand at Karen's retreating back, yet hesitated momentarily. By the time she regained her composure, Karan had vanished without trace. Why was he here? Meadows cast a dubious glance at the neatly arranged rows of bookshelves, each laden with hundreds of tomes on magic. No one could borrow freely. The texts in this section were far beyond the comprehension of a mere first-year student. The arcane knowledge contained within was profoundly intricate. After pondering quietly for a while, she raised her wand to her forehead and softly uttered a spell, instantly erasing the mark left by the collision. "That little brat," she muttered under her breath, still feeling somewhat vexed. Subsequently, she began to weave through the bookshelves, eventually pausing before one that Karan had previously lingered at. After a meticulous search, she extracted a particular tome. On its cover, a word was distinctly embossed: Mind Control Spell. This was precisely the extraordinary ability possessed by the Sorting Hat. A task in exchange for a moment of reckless abandon should be harmless enough. Meadows glanced at the 2 books in her hands, her heart fluttering with trepidation. However, this unease swiftly turned into dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you say anything? Since you chose silence, I shall uncover the truth myself." With that, Meadows clutched the 2 books and exited. At the same time that Meadows and Karan fortuitously crossed paths, Hogwarts welcomed a guest of unique distinction. This was a middle-aged man of understated demeanor, clad in a luxurious wizarding robe, unmistakably of an extraordinary lineage. Indeed, he was the patriarch of the Malfoy family, the master behind the curtain of power, an advocate of pure-blood supremacy, and a possessor of immense wealth. At the same time, he is Abraxas Malfoy, the father of Lucius Malfoy, currently seated opposite Headmaster Dumbledore in the office. His presence is attributed to another of his titles, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. With a serene expression, he gently placed a copy of the Daily Prophet on the desk, the headline prominently featuring the report on the incident involving Karan. It seems that despite Karan's refusal of the Malfoy family's assistance, Abraxas has seized this opportunity to exert pressure. "You should be aware of our responsibilities," Headmaster Dumbledore, Abraxas stated. Leaning on a staff adorned with precious gems, his gaze fixed intently on the equally composed Dumbledore. "As a member of the board, I hold the duty to oversee the school's operations," he continued in a calm tone. Regarding Professor Meadows' deliberate injury of a student, Dumbledore's voice was courteous yet resolute as he interrupted Abraxas without hesitation. "Had you taken the time to understand the facts, you would know that Mr. Sandster, whom you refer to as a victim, expressed no discontent with Professor Meadows' teaching methods. In fact, he proactively conveyed his understanding of the professor shortly after his recovery. Yet we cannot ascertain whether that was his voluntary choice," Abraxas retorted ominously, his tone laced with insidious intent. "Moreover, the numerous complaints from parents are not something the board can overlook. Admit it, Dumbledore, there are issues with your management of the school." Abraxas's tone suggested deeper implications, hinting at matters beyond the current discussion. As I have mentioned before, Dumbledore's voice grew, tinged with disappointment. "If you had truly understood the facts, you would realize that genuine pure-blood wizards no longer exist in this world. All wizards are of mixed heritage. Your proposal to expel those of Muggle descent contradicts the very purpose for which Hogwarts was established. Is this your response, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Abraxas's eyes narrowed slightly. "Even now, even after hearing those events, this remains your answer? Your methods of threatening others remain unchanged." Professor Dumbledore slowly shook his head. However, he soon provided his reply once more, his piercing blue eyes radiating a compelling brilliance, compelling Abraxas to avert his gaze. "As long as I remain the headmaster of Hogwarts, as long as there are students in this school who need me, even if it is but one." Abraxas furrowed his nostrils in anger, appearing as though he wished to articulate further, yet ultimately remained silent as he rose to his feet. Though his approach was consistent as ever, it proved effective nonetheless. Did it not? After leaving behind a statement laden with menace, he strode towards the door behind him. At the moment the door swung open, Professor McGonagall stood poised outside. The two exchanged a wordless gaze, imbued with a sense of confrontation, yet neither spoke, silently stepping aside to allow the other passage. "Oh, Minerva." The previously oppressive atmosphere seemed to dissipate as Headmaster Dumbledore remarked lightly. "Just returned from Hogsmeade, I presume?" He scrutinized Professor McGonagall's attire with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Madame Putafoot's tea shop, was it?" This, however, appeared inconsequential. Professor McGonagall seemed disinclined to linger on the subject, her expression grave as she stated, "I hurried back the moment I caught wind of the news. What brings Malfoy here? Is it related to the incident with Dorcas? Old grievances, unrealistic ideals, and impractical notions." Dumbledore poured himself another glass of wine, then posed a question to Professor McGonagall. "Would you care for some, or perhaps violet water?" "Violet water would suffice." Professor McGonagall seated herself at the headmaster's desk, looking somewhat anxious and indignant. "Do not fret, Minerva." Dumbledore extended the glass towards her, reassuringly smiling as he remarked, "This is a situation we anticipated. The blunder caused by Dorcas has merely expedited the circumstances we were destined to face. After all, Voldemort's current actions mirror his previous manipulation of giants, aiming to sow discord between us and all pure-blood supremacists. Some of his ideologies, it must be said, may not summon additional Death Eaters, but will certainly attract more supporters. Abraxas Malfoy would eventually lend his support, especially following the tragic events surrounding nobility. The first Muggle-born minister of magic in history. Although no evidence could be found, many were convinced that Abraxas Malfoy was involved in this nefarious scheme. Such individuals have stood in opposition to us from the very beginning." Professor McGonagall nodded silently, yet she indignantly muttered, "Only trouble will arise from pure-blood supremacy." "Hey!" Phineas in the portrait shouted in indignation, though many other portraits nodded in agreement. "By the way," Professor McGonagall suddenly inquired, "where has Dorcas gone?" "I sent her to the library to search for any means to counteract the curse afflicting the defense against the dark arts position." After Dumbledore set down his goblet, he remarked, "After all, Malfoy came to Hogwarts under her pretense, rather than allowing these two to meet. It would be wiser for her to find something to occupy her time." Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, questioning, is she capable of such a feat? Such advanced dark magic undoubtedly requires a corresponding counter-curse. Yet, Dumbledore dismissed it as merely an excuse, smiling as he lightened the atmosphere. "Regardless, even if I do not mention it, she would still endeavor to attempt it. You know her disposition." A rare, resigned smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's face as she replied, "Indeed, that is quite true. Dumbledore filled his goblet once more, stating, compared to the necessity of changing professors each year, I would prefer if Dorcas could never unravel this curse. It is not something to be celebrated. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, observing Dumbledore as he drank. Suddenly, she inquired, is this bottle of wine also a gift from Sansa? Indeed, Dumbledore replied, a hint of exasperation evident as he placed his goblet down. Speaking of which, perhaps I should consider abstaining from alcohol once again. He glanced at the bookshelf behind him, where a cabinet overflowing with bottles of wine sat in the corner. However, Mr. Sansa has truly gifted me far too much. At that moment, the Sorting Hat interjected, the Great Sorting Hat is willing to assist the headmaster. Dumbledore appeared to contemplate this possibility, yet ultimately shook his head. In any case, this is a heartfelt gesture from the students. By the way, I heard you deducted points from Mr. Sansa in Transfiguration? Dumbledore inquired with newfound interest, because he was not paying attention during the lesson. Professor McGonagall elaborated on the situation at that time. It is astonishing that he could even pose such a trivial question. She shook her head in disapproval. However, after a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore was struck by a realization. If I recall correctly, Transfiguration class should have been the previous lesson, right? Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively. Indeed. What of it? Dumbledore suddenly chuckled ruefully. Fate is indeed unpredictable. After continuing their conversation for a while longer, Professor McGonagall eventually rose to leave. Dumbledore gazed at the sleeping fox for a moment, falling into a prolonged silence. Sighing softly, he finally retrieved a hefty tome from his drawer and slowly turned to a blank page. It was only when an image began to materialize that Dumbledore spoke directly. I require your assistance, my old friend. Within the Hufflepuff dormitory, the incantation heal, as before, echoed repeatedly. Under the astonished gazes of Steve and Gus, Kalen waved his wand to erase the red marks on his cheek, afterward rubbing it with a hint of resentment. Who did this to you? Steve inquired, astonished. You can actually perform healing magic? Gus asked, intrigued. Kalen paid no heed to either of them. Instead, he directed his wand toward his forehead and continued to murmur. Heal as before. Heal as before. Heal as before. During his hurried escape, the silent spell cast by Meadows had long been lifted by Mrs. Pants. However, to prevent Meadows from recklessly pursuing him, Kalen chose to wait until he returned to the dormitory to commence his healing. Thankfully, these were mere flesh wounds, presenting little challenge for him to resolve. What a madwoman, Kalen muttered under his breath once he had completed his healing. At that moment, the other two understood who was responsible for his injuries. Dork has actually dared to hurt you, Steve remarked, suddenly sensing an underlying truth. For the marks on Kalen's face did not appear to be the result of magic. He refrained from probing further and instead offered a comforting pat on Kalen's shoulder. I told you long ago, she is not someone to be trifled with. This statement altered the way Kalen and Gus regarded him, as they scrutinized him with suspicion. Steve instinctively took a step back. What are you looking at me like that for? Kalen asked sharply. Could it be that you were switched? He added abruptly. That seems unlikely. Gus adjusted his glasses. We were together all the way back. Finally, Steve grasped the situation, indignantly exclaiming, What do you mean by that? You don't actually think I'm a fool, do you? The two immediately nodded in unison. How infuriating. Steve growled quietly, snatching a bag of snacks from the table, which Kalen had originally purchased. I'll eat you out of house and home. Watching Steve devour the snacks ravenously, Kalen genuinely began to worry for his wallet. At that moment, a knock sounded at the dormitory door, causing all three to freeze. Steve and Gus quickly dashed towards their respective luggage and tents, casting furtive glances at Kalen. He resolutely shook his head. Reluctantly, Steve shouted, Don't come in. I'm not dressed. The knocking outside abruptly ceased. After a lengthy pause, a faint voice called out, I'm looking for Kalen. Lily and Snape said they were waiting for you by the Black Lake, at the usual spot. The previous mention should have been Lake of the Great Lakes, but it has now been officially changed to Black Lake. The three of them immediately recognized the noise belonging to Greta Kachelov, the girl who had promised to inform them about the assignment for their History of Magic class. Subsequently, the individuals outside hastily fled, and it seemed there was more than one person, likely due to Greta's shyness, as she had brought along her roommates. Steve suddenly let out a cry, filled with indignation. How embarrassing. This is all your fault. He immediately redirected his ire towards Carlin, who was attempting to sneak away. I'll take you on, he exclaimed, charging at Carlin, while Guspa looked on in wide-eyed astonishment. Carlin did not disappoint. Objects in the room began to levitate, forming a barrier between the two, causing Steve's frustration to heighten. This is unfair. Just wait, he declared, intending to retreat to his suitcase, presumably to summon his companions for assistance. In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating, Carlin reluctantly offered, "You can have all the snacks. That should suffice." After all, Steve had consumed the most of them anyway. Thus, the matter was resolved, though Gusper remained somewhat unsatisfied, smacking his lips in mild disappointment. By the edge of Black Lake, Carlin effortlessly located Lily and Snape. "Why did you leave so quickly after class?" "I barely chased after you before you vanished," Lily immediately inquired, while Snape regarded her curiously. "I went to the library," Carlin replied without concealing his destination, though he withheld some truth. "Do you remember the enchanted coin I mentioned? That's what this is about." Instantly, their curiosity was quelled. "Who is that?" Just as Carlin intended to resume his reading, he spotted an individual who starkly contrasted with the Hogwarts ensemble emerging from the castle. "Do you know him?" Lily shook her head, while Snape squinted, assessing the newcomer before stating, "He is Abraxas Malfoy, the father of Lucius Malfoy, the head of Slytherin House. Lucius has mentioned him to us, stating that he is one of the 12 members of the school board." "A member of the board?" Carlin's expression turned contemplative, and he nodded with an inscrutable meaning. Slughorn. Carlin was not fond of drawing attention to himself. The incident with the Daily Prophet was an anomaly. Aside from that, he had intentionally endeavored to appear more ordinary. In these dark times, if a wizard were to exhibit excessive brilliance, they could easily receive a mysterious invitation for Voldemort. Even if he were merely a muggle-born, that outcome would remain unchanged. After all, in the original text, the Potter couple had indeed been deliberately courted by Voldemort, and Lily was likewise born of muggle lineage. Thus, Calin would not willingly raise his hand in class. Even if he would earn house points, it would scarcely affect Hufflepuff's standing. Moreover, the House Cup is merely an honorary title devoid of substantial reward, something Calin holds in little regard. However, this does not imply that Calin would exhibit boundless patience towards everyone, particularly the small serpents of Slytherin. "Did you cause those recent mishaps?" Snape inquired with a complex expression as they made their way back to the castle from the first greenhouse. At that moment, Hufflepuff had just concluded a herbology class. During the lesson, several brazen Slytherins had taken to mocking the Hufflepuff students, including Steve, who had been particularly awkward in front of the Hufflepuff girls ever since the shouting incident in the dormitory, resulting in a series of blunders throughout the class. Even the typically gentle Professor Sprout's demeanor had darkened, and before she could fully unleash her ire, a series of trellises supporting the devil's snare had inexplicably collapsed, delivering a well-deserved lesson to the insolent Slytherins, some of whom had even rolled their eyes in shock. Professor Sprout was compelled to terminate the lesson prematurely and escort them to the hospital wing. Having known of Caelin's magical talent for quite some time, Snape immediately associated the incident with him. Yet, as a Slytherin student, his feelings were undeniably conflicted. Caelin, however, paid little mind to Snape's thoughts. It seemed that herbology was not worthy of further in-depth study. He was meticulously reviewing the material covered in the first herbology class. Although the magical plants were intriguing, they ultimately did not captivate him. In other words, it was too devoid of magic. This course, which required little in the way of wands, failed to provide him with any sense of novelty and instead made him feel more akin to a muggle. As a student of Hufflepuff, Caelin felt a fleeting pang of guilt towards Professor Sprout, which dissipated in a mere second. "What are you staring at?" Caelin finally noticed Snape's unusual demeanor, his somewhat greasy black hair framing a pair of eyes brimming with anger and resentment. It was only after Snape brusquely repeated his question that Caelin could not help but chuckle. How could I possibly do such a thing? A professor was present. "Are you truly not the culprit?" Snape's gaze was filled with skepticism. "Professor Sprout is, after all, the head of Hufflepuff," Caelin remarked with a knowing undertone. However, Snape remained unconvinced by this implication, prompting Caelin to continue with a sense of resignation. "How could she possibly remain indifferent while your Slytherin students so brazenly insult our house? Especially in her own class? Professor Sprout surely cannot be that kind of person, can she?" Snape replied uncertainly. Caelin had not anticipated this either. At that moment, he had merely nudged the stand slightly, yet Professor Sprout inadvertently expanded the coverage of the devil's snare significantly, which consequently delayed matters considerably. Nevertheless, recalling Professor Sprout's demeanor towards young Harry during the Triwizard Tournament, such a possibility did not seem far-fetched, particularly in the ever-intensifying atmosphere of terror perpetuated by Voldemort. Such unspoken conflicts were exacerbated. After bidding farewell to Snape, Caelin proceeded alone to the potions classroom for his next lesson. Gaspar had to remain in the first greenhouse after herbology. He expressed an inexplicable interest in the devil's snare, claiming it bore some resemblance to the magical lines he was currently studying. Meanwhile, Steve mentioned he would take the opportunity to visit Hagrid. as the distance between the two locations was not considerable. Upon entering the potions classroom, Professor Slughorn was already seated at the lectern, his ample belly straining outward, while his walrus-like mustache quivered above his smiling mouth. Lily, meanwhile, was engrossed in a book titled Magical Potions and Elixirs, persistently inquiring about various questions. Very well done, my dear. Karan arrived just in time to catch the end of Lily's questioning, and Professor Slughorn lavished her with praise, evidently quite taken with the exceptional performance of this first-year student. My dear, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name? He inquired directly. Lily Evans, she replied, a touch embarrassed by the commendation, her cheeks flushing. Evans? Evans? Professor Slughorn appeared somewhat perplexed, as if no notable figure with the surname Evans came to mind. It was only when Lily revealed her Muggle-born status that he suddenly nodded in recognition. Yet, as the head of Slytherin, he showed no sign of disdain towards Lily. Gryffindor gains 5 points, he announced joyfully, as a reward for Miss Evans' exemplary preparation. The entire class turned their curious gazes towards Lily, and Sirius nudged James with his elbow, casually jesting, looks like she's stealing all the thunder. James, undeterred, retorted, it's just 5 points. I earned 10 in Transfiguration. Lily, passing by them, clearly overheard James' comment, and without deigning to glance their way, she walked away with an air of haughtiness. Sirius raised an eyebrow, patting James on the shoulder with a feigned air of consolation. Seems she doesn't see you as a rival. I never thought of her that way. James replied. James confidently remarked, his gaze brimming with self-assurance as he shifted his attention to Karan, who happened to pass by. Evidently, the commotion on the train had left a lasting impression on him. Karan cast a peculiar glance their way. It had been several days since the commencement of the school term, yet James still seemed preoccupied with that incident. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Karan's observational diary, dedicated to Gaspar, had not ceased its daily entries, while Steve had even resorted to stowing the long rod beneath his bed, thereby sparing himself the effort of retrieving it each morning. With a resigned shake of his head directed at James, Karan observed the look of bewilderment that spread across his face. Subsequently, Karan settled into a seat not far from Lily, across the aisle, and inquired, what questions were you asking just now? In potions class, just as Karan immersed himself in the crafting of magical coins, Snape incessantly practiced the levitation spell, seemingly eager to validate something. Lily, too, was not idly engaged. However, in contrast to the highly specialized pursuits of the two boys, she concentrated most of her efforts on the first-year curriculum. Awakening draft, Lily pointed to a page in the open textbook, Magical Potions and Elixirs, where the title was prominently displayed. Karan had previously perused this textbook. The Awakening draft is a potion designed to rouse sleepers, inebriates, or those rendered unconscious by injury. It also serves as an antidote to both the sleeping draft and the elixir of life. The sleeping draft is thoroughly documented in Magical Potions and Elixirs, while the elixir of life is a topic reserved for the 6th year, with detailed preparation methods recorded in advanced potion making. I wonder if the Awakening draft could remedy the drowsiness I experience while studying, or perhaps help me wake up more swiftly in the morning. Lily's suggestion was rather astonishing. And then, Karan asked, stifling a laugh. He had already surmised the answer upon witnessing Lily's dejected demeanor upon returning to her seat. Lily, perceiving Kalanesiist, shot him an irritated glare. Professor Slughorn said, it's not feasible. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. If the dosage is excessive, it can be highly toxic. And it certainly cannot be consumed casually as I had imagined. Karan wore an expression of resignation as Lily closed the book, propping her chin on her hands. After glancing back and forth between Karan and the door, she inquired, where are your two roommates? Aren't you usually together? Karan began to respond, but suddenly pointed toward the classroom door. Here they come. Gaspar and Steve entered simultaneously, both wearing an inexplicable smile that made Lily's skin crawl, causing her to hesitate in greeting them. How about the devil's snare? Karan turned to his left to address Gaspard, while Steve naturally squeezed in beside him on the right, seemingly resolved to no longer sit adjacent to Gaspard during class. Interesting, quite interesting, Gaspard replied, fixing his gaze on Karan, indicating that he had gleaned much from the first greenhouse. And you? How is Hagrid faring? After manually redirecting Gaspard's head to face forward, Karan inquired of Steve. A broad grin stretched across Steve's face. Couldn't he be more amusing? Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted him. Ouch! Steve exclaimed, clutching the red mark on his forehead, looking quite aggrieved. You hit me again, and only me. Karan expressionlessly retracted his reddened finger, while Gaspard calmly elucidated for him. Well, you insisted on mimicking me. With the professor present, Steve refrained from behaving as recklessly as he had before the Transfiguration class, while Lily observed the scene with amusement. "All right, children, it's time for class," Professor Slughorn announced with a smile as he stood from behind his desk, offering a particular nod to Lily, the outstanding new student. "In potions class, you will learn the proper methods for concocting potions, utilizing various magical ingredients according to specific recipes." Professor Slughorn elaborated on the curriculum, which encompassed timing, efficacy, stirring techniques, and bottling, emphasizing that magic always guided the potion-making process, and often the assistance of a wand was required. This is a direct quote from an interview with Rowling, and I personally find it quite agreeable. Otherwise, muggles could brew potions as well. As the lesson progressed, Professor Slughorn instructed them to begin with a potion for treating boils, requiring them to pair up. The moment grouping was announced, Gusbad and Karan simultaneously glanced towards Steve, who looked somewhat bewildered as he gazed back at them. An unsettling premonition inexplicably stirred within him. "Who do you plan to partner with?" Steve cautiously probed. However, neither of the two responded, as Karan silently turned his head to meet Gusbad's gaze. In unison, they extended their hands to clasp each other's, nodding affirmatively. "No." Upon realizing he was about to be left out, Steve immediately attempted to win back one of their affections. Yet, the pair had already organized their cauldron and ingredients, commencing their collaborative efforts with remarkable synergy. Karan occasionally assisted Gusbad in transporting alchemical equipment, making their partnership seamless as they resolutely ignored Steve's attempts to intervene. The potion for treating boils, if improperly brewed, could directly result in the very affliction they sought to remedy. Steve cast a pitiful glance towards Lily, who was seated beside him. "Why don't you seek out other girls from your house?" Lily could no longer tolerate the fragility reflected in his eyes and finally inquired. With a sorrowful expression, Steve shook his head, lamenting, "It's all Karen's fault." Despite having previously harbored animosity towards Steve due to his association with Balian, Lily reluctantly agreed to form a team with him, considering Karen's friendship. "Mary, don't look. You and Marlene should form a group," Lily called out to Mary MacDonald, who was surreptitiously gazing at Sirius and discontentedly nudged her towards the grinning Marlene McKinnon. "All right, let us begin," Lily said, observing Steve's evident unease. Although she felt an inexplicable sense of uncertainty, she mustered her resolve and encouraged him. "Let us start by handling the nettles." Unfortunately, her encouragement proved insufficient. In potions class, Steve completely lost the spark he usually exhibited when facing magical creatures, making numerous mistakes while Lily desperately sought to rectify them, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She even began to suspect that Karan had purposefully paired her with Steve to diminish her house's score. During the final assessment, Professor Slughorn looked at the cauldron before them, filled with an unknown concoction, and with a sorrowful expression, he patted the dazed Lily on the shoulder. He then turned to Karan and Gusbad's team, awarding them 10 points. "It seems the Daily Prophet has been quite sincere in its evaluation of you." Professor Slughorn mistakenly attributed all the credit to Karan, showering him with praise, just as he had done prior to the lesson with Lily. "I will never team up with you again," Lily exclaimed in anger after class, storming off with her friends. Steve turned to the other two for help, and they exchanged a silent glance, ultimately leading Gusbad to helplessly adjust his glasses. "Fine, you can be on my team from now on," Karan immediately offered him a dramatically mournful look. The daily narrative concludes here. It is time to gradually transition into the main storyline. "Remus, how have you been lately?" In the Gryffindor Tower dormitory, James rolled out of bed, concern evident in his eyes. Peter Pettigrew's bed was on the opposite side of Lupin's, where he sat cautiously consuming snacks sent by James's parents, seemingly anxious about overindulging and incurring disapproval. However, James was not concerned about this at all. He approached Remus's bedside, noticing that Remus looked frighteningly pale and significantly weaker than usual. "It's nothing." Remus averted his gaze from James, feeling guilty, and quickly added, "I probably just caught a chill. I will visit the hospital wing later." It seemed that James had more to say, but at that moment, the door to the dormitory swung open, capturing the attention of everyone inside. It was Sirius Black. "The flobberworm is absolutely dreadful," he exclaimed upon entering, his handsome features twisting into a grotesque expression as he gesticulated animatedly. "Soft and slimy. I truly cannot fathom the purpose of such a peculiar creature's existence." "Apologies, mate," James replied with a resigned shrug. "It was my fault during flying class that led you to assist." "Who is it again?" "Hagrid." Black vigorously wiped his palms with a towel, feeling as though the slime clinging to his hands had not been fully washed away. Without lifting his gaze, he reminded, "His name is Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at the school. You should really take a good look at his physique. He undoubtedly possesses giant blood." At this revelation, Peter Pettigrew's mouth gaped wide in disbelief, as if he could hardly comprehend Sirius's words. Be careful with your small stature. You wouldn't even be enough to fill his tooth gap, Sirius warned Peter, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, causing Peter's expression to morph into one of heightened alarm. However, this hardly qualifies as a burden. Sirius nonchalantly tossed the towel aside and arched an eyebrow at James, the first-year student who perfectly executed the Wronski feint. Congratulations. You've truly become renowned. It's a pity Professor McGonagall didn't witness that spectacle. James lamented. Not only did it cost our house a hefty sum of points, but we also ended up in detention. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly been selected for the Quidditch team. He appeared utterly convinced of this. It seems you'll have to wait until next year. Sirius clapped James on the shoulder, finally noticing Remus lying on the bed. Are you all right? Sirius was startled by Remus's pallid complexion. Why do you look so unwell? Remus quietly explained his earlier condition, and Sirius shook his head in exasperation. You really need to take better care of yourself. You ought to eat more. By the way, guess who I saw at Hagrid's hut? Sirius said mysteriously to James. Was it Snape or Evans? James immediately inquired, as these two had left a significant impression on him, one on the train and the other continuously overshadowing him in class. Snape? Sirius chuckled, shaking his head. Mate, let go of any infatuation you have for him. You've seen his usual performance, and he can hardly keep up with you in flying class. Forget about what happened on the train. But regardless, he did manage to successfully cast the armored charm. James remained unconvinced. The charm that was pierced. At that moment, Remus, lying on the bed, felt compelled to remind them that Professor Meadows employed the spell that rendered one unconscious, which was nearly inconceivable. It appeared that this discussion had transpired on more than one occasion. Remus then quietly inquired, sometimes I truly question the veracity of what you all claimed initially. This is a conscious display of wandless magic, a highly sophisticated skill that remains elusive even after graduation. Indeed, it is true, James retorted emphatically, noting Sirius's silence. It is something that both Sirius and I have witnessed firsthand. However, Sirius no longer exuded the same confidence as before, contemplating that perhaps he was merely experiencing a moment of grumpiness. Emotional fluctuations could indeed lead to unintentional manifestations of magic. Don't look at me like that. You must have had similar experiences in your childhood. We all did. All right. James decided not to pursue the matter further, considering that Karan had indeed behaved quite ordinarily in the ensuing days, even ceasing to attend history of magic classes altogether. So who did you see? Lily Evans? James asked. How could any girl possibly appreciate such a place, filthy and chaotic? Sirius expressed disdain for Hagrid's hut environment before replying. It was Scamander, you know, the one who was a roommate of Stan. Steve Scamander? James's interest waned slightly. What about him? Sirius did not respond directly, but rather with a hint of pride said, I happened to return with him, and unexpectedly, I made some discoveries. Perhaps I now know the whereabouts of the school's kitchen. Would you care to investigate? Of course. James immediately perked up, while Remus, cocooned in his blankets, softly reminded him, but you do have Professor McGonagall's detention tonight. That can wait until later, James replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Peter Pettigrew, observing the interaction between James and Sirius, harbored a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, but dared not voice his thoughts. Come along. James did not overlook this, and with a wave of his hand, Peter eagerly scampered after them. Thus, the dormitory was left with only Remus. It should be any day now, he thought sadly, gazing at the faint moonlight filtering through the window. Unavoidably, his hand tightened around the bed, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. After some time, he gradually released his grip, cautiously descended from the bed, and silently made his way out of the dormitory. Beside his bedside, he had intentionally left a note that he had written earlier. I just received a letter by Owl informing me that my mother is ill, and I must return to see her. I will be back in a few days. Remus Lupin in the infirmary on the second floor. Nurse Pomfrey had long awaited his arrival. As soon as Remus appeared, she discreetly guided him to avoid the gaze of others and hurriedly made their way outside the castle. Do not be anxious. Everything will turn out well, Mrs. Pomfrey reassured Remus with warmth, yet he remained silent, his head bowed, uttering not a word. Upon reaching the vicinity of a newly planted whomping willow from the previous year, she gently waved her wand, causing a stone to strike a knot on its trunk, rendering the tree motionless. Together, they traversed the gap between the roots, sliding down a steep incline into the depths of a low tunnel, moving steadily onward. Time became an abstraction as they continued forward, until the tunnel began to incline upwards. After turning a corner, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. They had reached the opening. It was a meticulously cleaned room, with wallpaper intact adorning the walls, and several pieces of brand new furniture arranged about, though the windows were boarded up. You must not let anyone discover your presence, Mrs. Pomfrey explained upon noticing Remus's gaze. This world can be more callous than we imagine at times, but it will not remain so forever. With Professor Dumbledore here, you will thrive at Hogwarts. Remus thought of James and his friends. Responding for the first time with a nod, Mrs. Pomfrey elaborated on the room, striving to maintain a cheerful tone to alleviate Remus's tension and unease. All right, dear. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, Mrs. Pomfrey kissed Remus's forehead and said, I shall return for you tomorrow. Everything will be all right. With that, she departed. Remus stood silently, watching her retreating figure for a long while. He exhaled slowly, feeling somewhat fatigued as he walked to the corner of the room, ignoring the inviting bed. He curled up on the floor, hugging his knees, his gaze fixed on the increasingly luminous moon beyond the wooden slats. When did it all begin? He pondered to himself. Was it 5 years old, or had he been this way since birth? Remus found it increasingly difficult to recall. For a child, 5 years is indeed a tender age. At times, it even marks the very beginning of their lives. Regardless of the humiliation endured, they are compelled to bear it for a lifetime. The moon continued to brighten, its clarity reflected in Remus's eyes, and suddenly, he was seized by an inexplicable fear. I do not wish to become like that, he mentally cried out, his limbs beginning to tremble. I do not want to become a monster. Why must it be me? His head elongated gradually, and his body grew taller as well. His shoulders began to hunch, and fur sprouted on his face and hands, his fingers curling into sharp claws. Why could he not utter a single word in the end? Perhaps it was too late. Or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to shout out loudly and be expelled from Hogwarts. Ack! The furry beast rose on its hind legs, its elongated mouth opening and closing, emitting a terrifying roar. It immediately began to wreak havoc upon everything within the room. Beneath the soft moonlight, it had completely forgotten its identity, with no opportunity to choose whether to transform. It could even find the chance to harm its dearest friend. And if no humans to attack were nearby, nor any other animals to keep it company, it would despondently turn its wrath upon itself. Then, upon waking the next day, it would painfully recall all that had transpired the night before. This was a curse, a tragic fate. This was Remus Lupin, a boy just shy of 11 years old, a werewolf forever destined to be scorned and reviled. Suddenly, Kalen's life became busier. Are you still dwelling on that magical coin? On the grassy bank of the Black Lake, Lily set down her potions and elixirs, casting a worried glance at Kalen, who lay sprawled on the ground, staring vacantly at the pale blue sky, his hair tousled and his demeanor indifferent. Kalen had maintained this state for nearly an hour, and his unusual condition had persisted for several days. He neither practiced magic nor read any spell books, merely lost in thought. But Lily knew in her heart that Kalen was not truly absent-minded. He was pondering some arcane knowledge gleaned from who knows where, or perhaps that handy magical coin. She had not anticipated that Kalen's offhand remark would indeed persist, for it required exceedingly advanced transfiguration skills to achieve. At that moment, Snape suddenly exclaimed, I did it. I succeeded. Lily quickly turned to see that the stone before Snape had finally floated steadily into the air. Previously, Snape had managed to levitate objects a few times, but never with such perfection. Snape looked at her with joy. Lily, I did it. Look, Kalen. Lily could not help but share in the excitement. Kalen gradually regained his composure, tilting his head slightly as the stone floated perfectly in the air. Severus's cheeks flushed slightly due to Lily's smile. Yet he looked at Kalen with a sense of pride. Such an expression was exceedingly rare on Severus's face. Congratulations, Karan remarked flatly, then shifted his position to continue lounging comfortably. Karan, Lily called out in dissatisfaction, clearly displeased with his attitude, causing even Severus's smile to momentarily falter. Oh dear! Kalen sighed, inexplicably, finally sitting up straight and making a resigned expression towards the two of them. It's merely a levitation charm. How else do you expect me to react? Moreover, Severus still has his wand in hand. This remark caused Severus's complexion to fluctuate between shades of blue and red, while Lily muttered in discontent, Do you think everyone is like you? The two rarely refrained from rebutting, knowing that no matter what they said, they could not outwit Kalen. However, they also sensed that Kalen had not finished speaking. As expected, Kalen continued. In the future, Severus refrained from practicing the levitation charm. No matter how long you practice, you will never surpass me. This is not mockery, but merely stating a fact, for I possess a certain talent. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I inherently have a gift for magic. Lily and Severus remained silent, though Severus's expression improved considerably. Meanwhile, Lily silently cradled Balian, her remarkably green almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, seemingly preparing to hurl Balian at Kalen should he fail to deliver something worthwhile. Kalan chuckled helplessly. But like me, you both possess talents. Every wizard has their own unique gift. The method of discovery is quite simple. The wand chooses the wizard. The characteristics of the wand reflect our individual talents. Are you referring to dark magic? Severus frowned, exchanging a glance with the apprehensive Lily and softly remarking, or to the glory of my impending demise. Certainly not. Kalan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Mr. Ollivander offers only 3 types of wand cores. If we were to follow your line of reasoning, wouldn't that result in a proliferation of dark wizards? Then why bring it up? Lily, feeling somewhat reassured, asked with confusion. It is merely a suggestion for an alternative. Kalan said, stretching lazily as he continued. Isn't this more straightforward? Moreover, this is not the only method. Hogwarts offers many courses. And surely there must be one that you both would enjoy. In a sense, this could also be considered your talent. Of course, we have already ruled out flying lessons. Karen's remark bore no trace of self-deprecation. Rather, it seemed to tease Snape, prompting Lily to recall a rather embarrassing moment of his, which made her stifle a laugh. Snape's face flushed with indignation. It's merely a tedious class, and what a Quidditch. It holds no significance whatsoever. After their light-hearted banter, Lily inquired of Karan, surely, you must be opting for Transfiguration class for that magical coin of yours? In truth, I've already roughly figured out how to craft it, Karan replied, casually tossing an open book towards Lily, who caught it deftly, while he took a deep, satisfying breath from the air around him. Curious, Snape approached, and he and Lily exchanged glances at the book's cover, which was embossed with the title Advanced Transfiguration. This was a textbook required only for 6th and 7th years. Lily gasped in disbelief, recalling that just a few days prior, Karan had been perusing Intermediate Transfiguration. Snape's gaze towards Karan grew increasingly complex. Having seen does not equate to having learned it, much less to being adept at it. Karen's words offered them no solace as they slowly turned to the page Karan had marked, the title at the top, reading Transfiguration Spell. What is this? Lily inquired, her and Snape's expressions reflecting their utter confusion as they struggled to comprehend the text before them. These are advanced techniques in Transfiguration, which are also part of the nude examination content. Our final assessment before graduation, Karan succinctly explained. So, this is material meant for 7th years? Snape's expression had become increasingly peculiar. More or less. At the very least, it is to be studied in 6th year, Karan shrugged, noticing the incredulous looks from the two. I had no inkling that crafting a magical coin would necessitate such advanced transfiguration skills. I had assumed it would only require 5th year knowledge. 5th year is still quite significant. Lily murmured softly. That is quite different, Karan stated, blissfully unaware of the discomfort he was causing. The magical knowledge to be acquired from 6th year onward is entirely distinct, far more challenging than what preceded it. Lily and Snape exchanged silent glances. Both resolved to cease discussing the matter of year levels. Such a feeling of being outclassed was rather unpleasant. You cannot be serious about learning this right now, can you? Snape's tone took on a cautious note. Or have you already mastered it? Not even close, Karan rolled his eyes at the two. No matter how great one's talent, there's no way to grasp it all at once. As the two of them inexplicably sighed in relief, Kalan suddenly wore a mischievous grin, clearly teasing them. However, we may regard Transfiguration as an intricate web, with my current position being a node within it, while the transformation charm resides at a more advanced terminus. Between these two, I merely need to identify the shortest route. Kalan deliberately raised an eyebrow at the two, who appeared somewhat dazed. Thus, before the conclusion of the first year, the magical coin may well be crafted. Transfiguration is a far more intricate magical discipline than Kalan had anticipated. The transformation charm, which he is currently endeavoring to master, represents the simplest yet most pivotal branch of Transfiguration. Although the transformation branch may seem straightforward, beginning with turning a matchstick into a needle, it encompasses advanced techniques such as human transformation, material conversion, and animagus transformations, rendering it exceedingly complex and vast in scope. Particularly with advanced techniques like the transformation charm, it is not entirely a matter of transfiguration, as it simultaneously incorporates aspects of charms. In other words, the transformation charm is a form of comprehensive magic. Nevertheless, Kalan had mentally prepared himself for this challenge, as this falls within the realm of the nude examination, colloquially known as the nastily exhausting wizarding test, whose difficulty is certainly not trivial. However, being mentally prepared does not guarantee a smooth journey. Why have I failed again? Kalan Musit, seated on a couch in the Hufflepuff common room, his brow furrowed as he stared at a gold galleon in his hand. He had intended to emulate Hermione's method of using the coin as the medium for performing transfiguration, yet he could not succeed, even with basic transfiguration spells. At that moment, Gus Bad emerged from the magic tent, having clapped his hands, holding a piece of parchment, and a rare smile gracing his face. "What is the matter? Practicing transfiguration?" He settled onto the couch beside Kalan, munching on a chocolate frog while inquiring. Kalan silently nodded and handed him a package. "The shed skins of those birds and snake from Steve's home have all been delivered today. Did his parents not inquire about the winged serpent?" Gus Spad deftly unwrapped the package while questioning Kalan. "Perhaps they did. The package was handed to me by Steve, and I'm uncertain if there is a letter enclosed." Kalan glanced around, noting that Steve was not present in the common room. "Where has he gone? Why have I not seen him lately?" Kalan pondered aloud. "Is he not in the box?" Gus Spad retorted, looking up in surprise. The two individuals exchanged a glance at Steve's tightly locked suitcase, then silently regarded each other for a brief moment. "Perhaps he has gone to Hagrid's again?" A flicker of uncertainty passed across Gus Spad's glasses. He seemed to frequently visit there for various reasons. Kalan silently reminisced about Hagrid's eccentric personality. Indeed, the two might share a mutual understanding over magical creatures. But he hoped that their camaraderie would not lead to any troublesome predicaments. "What about you?" Gus Spad inquired, his mouth full of chocolate frogs, his words somewhat muffled. "Have you encountered any difficulties with your transfiguration practice? That is uncommon for you." His gaze revealed an unusual intrigue. Kalan casually tossed a gold galleon into his hand, remarking, "It's precisely because of this." He picked up a half-eaten bowl of pudding and added, somewhat disinterestedly, "It feels considerably more challenging to perform transfiguration on this." Gus Spad scrutinized the galleon Kalan had thrown, his expression growing increasingly peculiar as he examined both it and Kalan several times. Only after Kalan impatiently prompted him did he ask, "Is this a galleon? A galleon made by goblins?" Upon hearing this, Kalan suddenly had an epiphany. However, Gus Spad was not inclined to let this mocking opportunity slip away. Having remembered Kalan's sardonic remarks during the opening feast, goblins possess their unique magic, reluctant to allow wizards insight into their craft, rendering their creations all the more enigmatic. Much like their silverware, Gus Spad tossed the coin back, appraising Kalan as he said, "Attempting to perform transfiguration on a galleon is utterly impossible unless you master the goblin's magic." It seemed, then, that there was ample room for improvement on your part. He echoed Kalan's previous words verbatim, prompting Kalan to twitch his lips as he pocketed the coin. "Don't rush off," Gus Spad called out leisurely, halting Kalan's departure and handing him a piece of parchment. "Practice the spell written on it. You will need it sooner or later." "Have you made any progress on your research into the shedding of the avian serpent?" Kalan asked, somewhat surprised. During this time, Gus Spad had been frequently immersing himself in Kalan's alchemy lab. Yet this was the first instance he requested Kalan to practice an additional spell. This spell would only be utilized at the stage of casting on the avian serpent shedding. Under Kalan's attentive gaze, Gus Spad silently turned his head away, avoiding his scrutiny. "To be precise, there's always been progress." He paused, then added without looking back, though it varies in magnitude. Kalan's expression gradually shifted to skepticism. Yet Gus Spad seemed to anticipate Kalan's reaction, resolutely refusing to turn around. With no other option, Kalan began to scrutinize the content inscribed on the parchment meticulously. The copying spell, the illusion spell, the levitation spell, the softening spell, the exorcism spell, the cloaking spell, the restoration spell, and the bat transformation spell. Kalan looked up at Gasper, who seemed suddenly captivated by the art of bubble blowing, a bubble larger than his own head floating before him. The joy spell, the dance spell, the expansion spell, the freezing spell, the hypnosis spell, the bubble head spell, the wrinkle ear spell, the color flash spell, the digging spell, the hair loss spell, the antler spell, the hovering spell, the multi-shot spell, the cleansing spell, the shock spell, the transmutation torture spell, the unmarkable spell. The further Kalan read, the more peculiar his expression became. The parchment was densely inscribed with a plethora of spells, some of which he had encountered before, while others were entirely foreign to him. These encompassed, but were not limited to, transformation spells, curses, poisons, hexes, counterspells, and healing spells. Essentially, all varieties of charms and incantations. "Tell me." Kalan's voice was low as he addressed Gasper, who was engrossed in inflating a bubble larger than himself. "What is the nature of this beauty spell? As a commodity, it must possess sufficient allure to entice buyers." Gasper replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by the ballooning bubble as he spoke. "But the beauty spell is intended for use on individuals." Kalan exclaimed, slapping the parchment against the back of Gasper's head, causing the lightweight material to bounce off and disrupt him. "Rewrite it," Kalan insisted, his annoyance palpable. Yet, after scrutinizing the parchment for a moment, Gasper's interest appeared to be rekindled. "How did you achieve that just now? Was it a repulsion spell?" "In Hagrid's cottage, After an extended discussion with Gasper, Kalan managed to eliminate the irrelevant dark curses and healing spells, leaving only a selection of transformation spells, charms, and alchemical incantations specifically designed for testing the molting of birds and snakes. However, Kalan perceived that many of the charms remained superfluous. Eventually, they will all be utilized. Gasper remarked nonchalantly. Kalan regarded him with skepticism, resolving to discreetly remove some of the spells, as he suspected Gasper was subjecting him to yet another test. Incidentally, Kalan's observational journal was still ongoing. Nightfall arrived. The two made their way to the dining hall for dinner, where professors from various disciplines filled the faculty seats. Yet Dumbledore's absence was noticeable. As a wizard of numerous esteemed titles, Dumbledore often missed ordinary mealtimes, likely occupied with some meetings. However, McGonagall had never been absent. After the incident involving Kalan and the subsequent influx of complaint letters from numerous parents, coupled with the visit from Abraxas Malfoy, Professor Meadows finally made some modifications to the defense against the dark arts class. While the dueling content was not entirely eliminated, explanations regarding dark creatures were incorporated. In the previous lesson, they had studied the characteristics of banshees. Kalan squinted as he scrutinized the slender figure before him. Meadows noticed his gaze, but merely met his eyes for a fleeting second before redirecting her attention to the food on her plate, denying him any opportunity to roll his eyes at her. However, Kalan was not in the mood to do so. Furthermore, since the incident in the library, the two had ceased their deliberate antagonism, conducting their lessons and attending classes as if nothing had transpired, with no excessive exchanges between them. Kalan slowly withdrew his gaze just as Steve hurriedly rushed in from the hall and sat between them, stuffing a syrup-filled pie into his mouth with an eager fervor. Hagrid's rock cakes were indeed exceedingly tough. After gulping down a few sips of pumpkin juice, he complained, "I nearly chipped a tooth." "Did your parents inquire about the winged serpent?" Gus asked calmly from his side. "Oh, they did," Steve sighed, but quickly regained his spirits. "Anyway, all the molted skin from the bird snake has been sent, so I won't be writing any more letters." Gus, equally troubled by the same issue, nodded in agreement. "Why do you keep going?" Hagrid asked. Kalan could not help but ask, as he hoped a fire dragon would not unexpectedly emerge from the Forbidden Forest one day. "Of course, it's about the Forbidden Forest," Steve whispered mysteriously, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was violating school regulations. Hagrid was the gamekeeper of the school, the one most knowledgeable about the Forbidden Forest, second only to Professor Kettleburn. Professor Kettleburn taught the Care of Magical Creatures course, which was an elective that only began in the third year. This professor was as reckless as Hagrid, if not more so. Before his official retirement in 1993, he had undergone at least 62 probationary periods. He had lost all but one arm and half a leg, the rest replaced with magical wooden limbs. "So how about it? Shall we go together later?" Steve proposed, "as long as we return before curfew." "The Forbidden Forest?" Gus showed a flicker of interest. "It's Hagrid's hut." Steve shook his head. "I still don't know what exactly lies within the Forbidden Forest. I plan to wait a while before attempting to venture in." Gus promptly declined, stating that if it were a direct trip to the Forbidden Forest, he might consider it, but the time of an inventor was indeed quite precious. However, Karan nodded in agreement. Both the crafting of magical wands and coins was no trifling matter. He could not devote all his time to this endeavor. There must be moments reserved for other pursuits. After partaking in dinner, Karan and Steve hastily departed from the castle to save time, while Fairchild cast a fierce glare at them from behind, intending to keep a close watch on the two before the castle doors closed. Hagrid's modest cabin was situated on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Steve approached and knocked firmly on the door twice, while Karan surveyed the dim surroundings and heard the sound of heavy footsteps from within the cabin. The wooden door swung open to reveal Hagrid's bearded visage. "What brings you here again?" Hagrid exclaimed, spotting Steve at the threshold with evident agitation. "I've told you, I can take care of Yaya myself." "Has Yaya had dinner?" Steve replied nonchalantly, his demeanor transforming entirely at the mention of magical creatures. "Yeah." Hagrid opened his mouth, then resignedly waved his hand. "Come in. Yaya refuses to eat again." Steve exchanged a triumphant smile with Karan, who suddenly became exceedingly polite. Steve blinked in skepticism. This was a stark contrast to Karen's usual demeanor when dealing with him. "I remember you, the first year who performed the sweeping spell. Such talent is rare," Hagrid said warmly once he regained his composure, his large hands seemingly poised to pat him amiably. However, Karan promptly stepped into the cabin, wishing to avoid any mishap upon arrival. The cabin contained but a single room, with hams and game hens hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water in the hearth, and a large bed made of patched blankets in the corner. Nestled at the foot of the bed was a makeshift basket, wherein a small black dog lay, surrounded by numerous crushed biscuit crumbs. "Oh, by the way, regarding the Daily Prophet," Hagrid said with a smile as he welcomed the two inside. "If it weren't for your words, Dorcas might have been dismissed, and then Professor Dumbledore would have had to find a new defense against the dark arts teacher." "That was my duty," Karan replied politely, while Steve regarded him with an increasingly peculiar expression, fully aware of the tension between the two. Karan discreetly shot a glare at Steve, who promptly walked over to Yaya's basket to inspect it carefully. "What is wrong with Yaya?" Hagrid inquired anxiously, inadvertently shattering a plate of pastries in his fluster. Repairing as good as new, Karan uttered a spell over the scattered shards, and Hagrid managed a faint smile of gratitude. "Yaya as well." Steve, after hearing a few soft whimpers, sighed and remarked, "It's merely that he has had his fill. Moreover, I have already advised against feeding him rock cakes." Hagrid, relieved, soon burst into a hearty laugh. "What is wrong with rock cakes? I absolutely adore them. Would you care for some?" Steve, exasperated, began to argue with him. Yet Hagrid jovially brushed it off, indicating that such exchanges had occurred on numerous occasions before. Just as Steve was forcefully shoving aside the rock cakes Hagrid offered, Karan suddenly noticed two dark figures moving towards the whomping willow outside. They would have gone unnoticed had one not paid close attention. He glanced up at the sky and quietly calculated the time in his mind, realizing that the first full moon of the month at Hogwarts was imminent. Werewolves. Karan silently recalled the characteristics of werewolves and the life of Remus Lupin. In this era, the potion to counteract lycanthropy had yet to be invented, leaving poor young Remus to silently endure it all. The revelation of Remus Lupin's first day at the Shrieking Shack was but a minor episode in the life at Hogwarts. Yet it heralded an unending conflict that followed. Gryffindor and Slytherin had finally clashed. In a mere 2 weeks, the two houses could no longer tolerate each other, leading to surreptitious skirmishes throughout the castle. At times, these assaults were brazenly overt. Stupefy, Petri Ficus, Totalis, Bubblegigs, Itchiness, Sticking Shoes. The three of them, having just completed their defense against the dark arts class, stared in disbelief at the chaos unfolding in the second-floor corridor. The Slytherin fifth-year prefects, the Carrows, were in the midst of it, seeking opportunities to launch red spells at their Gryffindor counterparts, Frank Longbottom and Alice. The latter two were continuously retaliating. Meanwhile, Slytherin's sixth-year prefect, Rabaston Lestrange, was locked in combat with the Bone siblings, but he appeared to be in dire straits, as the Gryffindor prefects were adept duelists, especially in a 2-on-1 scenario. Observing this, Lucius Malfoy rushed to provide support. Additionally, many others had infiltrated the fray. Narcissa Black, August Lockwood, Delacour, and Stodgy Bode, including their own Hufflepuff 7th-year prefect, Ted Tonks, who stood alongside Andromeda Black, valiantly resisting fellow Slytherin students. "You are nothing but a disgrace to the family," Narcissa roared in fury, relentlessly casting poisonous curses toward Andromeda, declaring that Bella would not spare her. With a grim expression, Andromeda deflected the attacks, while Ted silently bore the brunt of more extensive malevolent spells. Had they lost their minds? Steve exclaimed in disbelief, immediately bracing his backpack against his chest as figures in the corridor portraits rushed about, shouting loudly. This was Hogwarts Castle. Karan had discerned the unfolding situation. Andromeda's romance with Tonks had been exposed. As a member of the forever pure Black family, her relationship with a Muggleborn would result in her disownment. "We must leave quickly and take another route. This is not our affair," Karan stated calmly. The combatants were all upperclassmen, and the level and volume of spells exchanged were beyond their capacity to withstand. Xenophilius, who had just attended class with them, nodded hastily, shielding Pandora as they swiftly departed. Just as Karan and the others attempted to retreat, Lucius noticed the boy who had previously spurned his family's kindness. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a vicious curse at him, intending to impart a lesson. However, Karan had been vigilant, having anticipated this very moment, primarily due to that earlier kindness. For someone of his Muggle lineage, the malice of pure-blood supremacists was pervasive, especially after outrightly rejecting their overtures. Petri Ficus Totalis. He deftly evaded Lucius's curse and immediately countered. Lucius, caught off guard, found himself immobilized, his limbs tightly bound to his sides, rigidly collapsing to the ground. Tooth like a club, fire burns fiercely, all spells unleashed, a ceaseless flow. Seizing the opportunity unnoticed, Karan swiftly executed several dark curses, all learned from Snape's tomes. Lucius, sprawled on the floor, was soon covered in a multitude of small welts, his front teeth grotesquely protruding, his face bruised and smeared with vile mucus, while his eyes darted about in fury, yet his body remained immobile. Lucius's predicament quickly drew the attention of others. Narcissa hastily cast the counterspell for Petri Ficus Totalis, and he sprang to his feet, yet at that moment he could utter no words, his oversized teeth pressing painfully against his chest. "Damn it! Who did this?" Narcissa shouted in rage, her gaze filled with hatred directed toward the source of the spell. At that moment, Frank Lombard discreetly stepped aside, effectively blocking the few individuals on the staircase behind him, and silently raised his left thumb in a gesture of approval. It appeared that even the esteemed Malfoy family had moments when they relied on women. His tone was laced with sarcasm as he unwaveringly met Narcissa's gaze. Alice stood resolutely by his side, her wand still engaged in a relentless assault against the Caro siblings. "What on earth are you doing here?" A furious shout erupted from behind the trio, startling them. Meadows' eyes blazed with fury. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual self during lessons, exuding an oppressive aura akin to facing a dragon. Ignoring the three in front of her, she strode down the staircase with conviction, her wand striking out like a rapier. All spells cease. In an instant, every incantation that filled the corridor dissipated into thin air, rendering the wands in everyone's hands as useless as mere sticks, flailing aimlessly. "All of you freeze." Another flash of blue light enveloped the scene, and suddenly, everyone inexplicably became immobilized, even the frantic waving of wands ceased. For a moment, this relatively young woman radiated an indescribable force, instilling awe and trepidation among all present, who dared not raise their eyes to challenge her. "Do you think you know where you are?" Meadows admonished in a lowered voice, her words resonating clearly in the ears of each individual, evoking an unsettling tremor within. "This is Hogwarts." Despite her declaration, her gaze remained fixed toward the Slytherin direction, the bias unmistakable. Lucius, in a disheveled state, met her wrathful glare, while Meadows regarded him with disdain and contempt. Narcissa nearly attempted to raise her wand once more, but Lucius firmly grasped her hand, preventing any action. Just then, Slughorn and Professor McGonagall rushed in upon receiving the news, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of numerous injured students sprawled on the ground. They swiftly apprehended Meadows, who stood alone against the Slytherin students. It was unclear whether they feared the students might impulsively attack a professor or were concerned about Meadows' unpredictable behavior. "My dear, leave the rest to us," Slughorn urged gently, while McGonagall remained silent, her eyes ablaze with fury. "All of you will be confined for 3 months." With McGonagall's wrathful proclamation, Meadows finally departed. Before leaving, she ensured to take along the stunned Caro trio lingering on the staircase. They followed silently behind her, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of perilous relief. Especially Karan. The recent counterattack was commendable. Meadows' footsteps abruptly halted, and the three of them came to a simultaneous stop, only to hear her poignant remark. In the next moment, Steve and Gasper instinctively stepped aside, maintaining a respectful distance from Karan, thereby exposing him entirely while disregarding his piercing glares. Meadows slowly turned her body, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she gazed down at Karan, who was silently meeting her stare. This time, Karan dared not roll his eyes again. There are far more perilous ways to seek one's demise, especially after witnessing Meadows' formidable prowess. "That little rascal." Karan pouted, but refrained from uttering further words. "You should hurry to class." After delivering a final warning glare to the other two, Professor Meadows departed alone. The trio walked in silence for a while, until Steve, with a tone of lament, broke the quiet. "I told you she was formidable, yet you refused to believe. But in the end, she hasn't killed anyone, has she?" Gasper echoed his earlier sentiment, though he had not appeared so composed moments ago. "Let us be quick," Karan urged, continually rubbing his earlobe with his fingers, puzzled by the lingering pain that he suspected might be the result of a subtle hex cast by Meadows. The current lesson was potions, attended by both Hufflepuff and Slytherin together. Upon entering the classroom, Professor Slughorn was likely still preoccupied with addressing student misconduct, having not arrived early. However, the atmosphere among the students of the two houses was palpably tense as they huddled in their respective groups, casting unfriendly glances at one another. It seemed that the brawl in the corridor had spread like wildfire. Snape occupied a position at the edge of Slytherin, and after Karan greeted him with a neutral expression, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. This was not a deliberate attempt to feign anything. Rather, Snape was always reticent in Lily's absence. The Hufflepuff students were accustomed to this dynamic. Yet, for some Slytherin students, the scene was somewhat jarring. A waste of space who got himself hospitalized in the first class, Snape. "And you still associate with such a person?" The words came from Evan Rosier, dripping with derision, looking down upon Karan's Muggle heritage and Hufflepuff affiliation. Karan recognized him, later to become a Death Eater, who met his demise during a confrontation with Aurors when he refused to surrender before Voldemort's first downfall. As for Rogier's derisive remarks, they were undeniably a colossal failure, drawing peculiar glances from numerous onlookers, including a scant few from the Slytherin students who chose not to support him. It is worth noting that the initial defense against the dark arts lesson had been attended by both Hufflepuff and Slytherin, and the ordeal that Karan had endured was evident to all. Many had even presumed he had perished after collapsing. In any light, this was hardly a matter deserving of mockery. Observing the futility of his taunts, Rogier twisted his grotesque lips and muttered under his breath, "Just a Hufflepuff loser." At that moment, he had incited the wrath of the crowd. Nearly all the Hufflepuff newcomers rose in unison, glaring furiously at Rogier. Meanwhile, the Slytherin side, after the initial few responses, fell into a profound silence. Each student resolved to avoid the folly that only a fool would provoke. Severus Snape, in particular, was taken aback, casting several incredulous glances at Rogier, seemingly unable to believe the words that had escaped his lips. Such an affront, enraging an entire house, should remain a matter whispered in private, not brazenly acted upon. With swift efficiency, he tidied his desk and, without a backward glance, settled himself into an empty seat. Rogier stood frozen, utterly at a loss for words. Karan shook his head in quiet amusement. The benefits of maintaining a low profile were shining through at this moment, rendering any attempts at provocation futile. Clearly, these so-called purebloods were indeed evolving toward a state of folly, just as the situation threatened to escalate into another brawl. Professor Slughorn burst in, drenched in sweat. "What on earth is happening here?" he inquired incredulously, having just managed to resolve a similar incident. Evan Rogier, adhering to the principle of the aggressor crying foul, promptly relayed his grievances to the head of his house. Yet at this juncture, his words held little weight. 10 points from Slytherin. After comprehensively grasping the entirety of the situation, Professor Slughorn, unusually irate, delivered a merciless punishment to Rogier. At this, Rogier dared not utter another word, merely casting a venomous glare at Karan. Unfazed, Karan opened his textbook, set up his cauldron, and discreetly switched the potion ingredients before Rogier during the ensuing potions class. As fate would have it, at the most inopportune moment for Rogier, his cauldron toppled, spilling its contents all over him and several other students who had supported him, leaving their skin riddled with painful, pus-filled blisters at the slightest touch. "What have you done? Hurry to the hospital," Professor Slughorn exclaimed in a fit of exasperation, pinching his nose and leaving the others to make their way to the infirmary without his assistance. It was simply too revolting. The unfortunate incident unfolded smoothly, and no one suspected Callan or any other Hufflepuff students. In an effort to appear more plausible, several potions were also sprinkled on the unsuspecting Slytherin students. Yet, Callan distinctly remembered their expressions. Steve and Gasper, in perfect unison, refrained from glancing at Callan, but beneath the table, they exchanged a silent high five. After class, Snape approached Callan in silence. "Shall we head to the library? The potion homework is rather extensive," Callan inquired in a casual tone. Snape opened his mouth, then quietly remarked, "Fortunately, I changed my seat at the beginning, didn't I?" Callan raised an eyebrow and smiled, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, Severus." This rare term of endearment sent an inexplicable shiver down Snape's spine. Subsequently, he accompanied Callan to the library. After all, he had indeed changed his seat, and he actually quite enjoyed potion classes. After an early dinner in the Great Hall, Callan and Steve made their way once more to Hagrid's hut. As they exited the castle, Filch scrutinized them with palpable suspicion. The last time, they had returned just in time before curfew, leaving him in vain anticipation. However, he immediately turned to the group of Slytherin students, revealing a malicious grin. These students had been punished for their involvement in the recent brawl and were to be confined that night, missing even dinner. Lucius Malfoy trailed behind Filch, his expression grim, followed by several others, including Narcissa Black and the Carrows, all of whom were Slytherins. Only Andromeda Black was absent. "Damn it," Narcissa hissed, her voice low with anger. "All because of a mudblood. She dares to do such a thing. She will certainly be disowned by the family." Her complexion appeared worse than the recently healed Lucius, and as she regained her composure, her eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears. Bella would never let this go. As she uttered this, her voice trembled slightly. To dare forsake the honor of pure blood, all of this was her own doing. Lucius's tone was chillingly indifferent, yet laced with simmering anger. Narcissa's gaze flickered with unease as Lucius silently tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes conveying a depth of meaning. The next course of action would be to deal with these traitors of pure blood. He spoke in a hushed tone, while the Caro siblings behind him erupted in cruel laughter. No, Narcissa suddenly became fierce, locking her gaze with Lucius. We still have a chance. Lucius narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silent exchange with Narcissa, he nodded imperceptibly. Indeed, we have a chance. Filch led them to a girls' restroom on the second floor, clearly long abandoned and in use for quite some time. At the entrance stood Professor Meadows, exuding an air of authority. Professor Meadows. Filch once more flashed a sinister smile at the students behind him, nodding towards Meadows. These detestable students are already here. Thank you, Filch. Filch chuckled softly as he departed. Meadows scrutinized the group of upperclassmen, her gaze revealing unabashed disdain and contempt. All of you are to clean this abandoned restroom tonight. After a pause, she added in a frigid tone, no one is permitted to use wands. This must be done by hand. She surveyed the students for a while, seemingly assessing who might dare to express dissatisfaction with her decree. However, they all kept their heads bowed, showing no signs of defiance, not even the typically impulsive Caro siblings. It appeared they had received some forewarnings before arriving. Get to work. Meadows' tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. At the edge of the forbidden forest, within Hagrid's hut, these students are truly mad, daring to engage in a brawl inside the castle. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Otherwise, it would have caused trouble for Professor Dumbledore. While brewing tea, Hagrid remarked to Karan and Steve, "It's the first time I've seen 3 houses lose so many points simultaneously. This year's House Cup is likely to go to Ravenclaw." "Not necessarily," Steve replied, meticulously checking for any abnormalities on Yaya, without turning his head. "The Quidditch matches haven't started yet, and I've heard Ravenclaw's team isn't the strongest. But that Malfoy fellow outfitted their team with the latest Nimbus 1001s. Hagrid expressed some irritation at this point. "I truly hope Frank and Alice can give them a good thrashing in the Quidditch match." Karan politely accepted the tea Hagrid offered, but did not touch the rock cakes on the table. Hagrid appeared quite disappointed upon noticing this. "My baking skills are quite good. Why not give it a try?" At this moment, Steve timely came to Karen's aid. Yaya's health remained robust, and it wouldn't be long before it could walk again, provided that it was not fed rock cakes. Hagrid opened his mouth to speak, but Steve promptly handed him a parchment filled with dense text. This was Yaya's future diet plan, beneficial for its growth. Under Hagrid's skeptical gaze, Steve quickly added, "I acquired this from my father, who is an expert in magical creatures." Surely, you wouldn't doubt him, would you? At last, Hagrid accepted the parchment with a smile, intending to give Steve a playful pat, but Steve deftly evaded it. Karan was surprised to discover Steve's agility. "Did Mr. Newt truly give you this?" she whispered while Hagrid was distracted. "Of course not," Steve quietly replied. "If I didn't say that, how could he possibly believe me?" Observing this suddenly astute version of Steve, Karan began to suspect he had been swapped. "I haven't been swapped." Steve, perceiving Karan's gaze, retorted indignantly, "I am destined to be a future expert in magical creatures. You should stop underestimating me." "You didn't say so in potions class," Karan remarked nonchalantly, causing Steve's expression to freeze. During that time in potions, had it not been for Gasper's assistance, he would have lost countless points. Magical creatures, Steve weakly protested. "I wasn't referring to potions class." Karan laughed heartily, noting that even in other subjects, Steve had frequently relied on the aid of others. Steve fell silent, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "All right, you two little ones should head back," Hagrid said, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Otherwise, the castle will close, and I assume you wouldn't want to be caught by that fellow, Filch." "Now," Steve queried, somewhat perplexed, "the castle isn't closing yet. Why the urgency?" "It's due to the matter of detention," Hagrid replied, donning his heavy coat and peering out the window toward the castle. "There are too many students being punished. They can't all be assigned to one professor. Almost all Slytherin students are under Dorcas's supervision, and I've been assigned 2 extras, likely to prevent any altercations during detention. In any case, I must take these 2 students to the Forbidden Forest shortly, so I can't look after you any longer. Off you go." "What is happening in the Forbidden Forest?" Steve asked curiously as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Unclear," Hagrid replied. Hagrid appeared somewhat apprehensive. The creatures within were growing increasingly agitated, though the reason remained a mystery. Just as Steve was about to inquire further, Hagrid sternly intervened, asserting, "This is not a matter for your curiosity. You ought to depart at once." He urged the 2 to leave hastily, and as the wooden door swung open, 2 students were already waiting outside, Ted Tonks and Andromeda Black. Upon encountering one another, both parties were momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you're here as well." Ted Tonks greeted them amicably upon recognizing the duo. Meanwhile, Andromeda offered no additional words, but cast a few curious glances at Karan, likely due to the earlier news from the Daily Prophet. "So, are you headed to the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid?" Ted observed Hagrid's relaxed attire, noting that he bore no signs of distress regarding the confinement. "Indeed, Ted," Hagrid replied, picking up a large crossbow and slinging a quiver full of arrows over his shoulder. After a thorough inspection, he continued, "There is something unusual in the Forbidden Forest. The creatures are quite restless." "Why haven't you left yet?" Steve and Karan, who had been stealthily lingering, were discovered. Ted kindly cautioned them. "The Forbidden Forest is far too perilous for you. It is not a matter for your curiosity." With no other recourse, the two began to retreat toward Hogwarts Castle under Hagrid's stern gaze. The moonlight shone brightly that night, and on their way back, Karan found himself unable to resist glancing back at Hagrid's hut, filled with confusion and curiosity about the disturbances in the Forbidden Forest. Are the creatures agitated because Remus Lupin has transformed into a werewolf and fled from the Shrieking Shack? This thought nagged at him. "Do you have any idea what is happening in the Forbidden Forest?" Karan inquired of Steve as he turned to look beside him. Yet, inexplicably, there was no response. "Steve? Steve?" Karan called out, quickly glancing to his side. However, he realized, to his dismay, that he was alone on the grassy expanse. Steve had vanished. "Let us go see what is happening." Suddenly, Steve's voice echoed from a short distance away, yet the area remained empty. Then, Karan's vision began to shift, as Steve's legs gradually became visible, followed by his face, which bore an excited smile. "I've been wanting to explore the Forbidden Forest for ages. Come on in." It was the invisibility cloak. Karan immediately understood, hastening towards Steve. As Steve lowered the cloak once more, Karan noticed that Steve's backpack had been unzipped. "I have been carrying my invisibility cloak with me for quite some time." As the two stealthily made their way back, Steve excitedly explained, "Initially, I intended for Hagrid to lead me directly into the Forbidden Forest, but he refused without exception. Entering alone would be far too perilous. Thus, I decided to keep the cloak with me at all times, waiting for an opportunity to sneak in behind him. This way, I avoid danger while maintaining secrecy." "Quite impressive, don't you think?" Steve beamed at him with pride. Karan clicked his tongue in realization. "No wonder you frequently visit Hagrid for no apparent reason." "Well, it's unavoidable," Steve replied, oblivious to the fact that he was flouting school regulations. "I've heard that the Forbidden Forest is home to numerous magical creatures, and there's even a centaur tribe. I can't afford to wait until third year to explore. That would be a waste of time. It's a pity Guspa isn't here. He's missing out on this opportunity," Steve lamented, while Kalen's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Steve asked cautiously, sensing Karan was concocting some odd thoughts, always poised to mock him. "Indeed, your friends ought to fall ill more often, so you can excel in potions," Karan suddenly mused, linking it to the prowess of Newt Scamander, which was likely due to his love for magical creatures, much like the transformed Steve before him. "You might also excel in healing charms," Karan added after a pause. "Illness? I'm a bit puzzled. What does that have to do with potions or healing charms? Aren't those your and Guspa's specialties? I could just approach you both directly," Steve replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Karan finally shook his head with a smile. "True enough. Let us hurry." In the Forbidden Forest, the trio slowly navigated through a dense grove of oak trees, surrounded by darkness and silence. "So, your affair was indeed discovered, wasn't it?" Hagrid inquired, holding his crossbow, striving to adopt a friendly tone. "This is all my fault," Ted Tonks said, gripping his wand, subtly shielding himself near Andromeda to avert threats lurking in the shadows. He appeared somewhat remorseful. "This is not your concern," Andromeda declared proudly. "I have long been weary of their pure-blood supremacy ideology, and I have never cared for pure-blood lineage, especially after my sister chose to marry a man she never loved solely due to the Black family's bloodline. I wish to choose whom I love. This has never been your fault, Ted." Ted smiled at him gratefully, and Andromeda's gaze was equally fervent. The two appeared on the brink of a kiss. "Ahem, children, we are still under restriction," Hagrid felt compelled to remind them, causing their faces to flush a deep crimson, even under the faint moonlight. How could they overlook Hagrid's imposing figure? Their hearts suddenly began to race, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. "So, what do you plan to do moving forward?" Hagrid sought to ease the palpable tension by inquiring. After graduation, the Blacks may not let you off so easily, especially your sister." At this point, Hagrid's expression grew somber, as if he were contemplating something ominous. "She is nothing short of a lunatic," Andromeda bluntly asserted, tinged with both regret and resentment. "You all know precisely what I mean. She has allied herself with the Dark One." "What?" Ted appeared somewhat taken aback. "You mean Vold?" "Do not utter that name," Hagrid suddenly interjected, startling the pair. Meanwhile, a branch fell in the distance, unnoticed by the three. "Oh, my apologies." But Hagrid shook his head. "Do not speak that name. It feels as though something dreadful will ensue. You must have encountered these matters to some extent, correct?" He suddenly realized he may have slipped up and hastily added, "Even if the Ministry of Magic is intent on concealing it." Ted nodded gravely. "Yes, we are aware of the devastation in the Muggle community. And not just us," Andromeda interjected. "The serpents may know even more." Serpents? Upon hearing this term, Karan and Steve froze momentarily. However, Hagrid inadvertently provided clarity. "Serpents?" Hagrid's attention was piqued. "You mean that gang from Slytherin?" "Exactly," Andromeda affirmed. "It is an organization concocted by those purebloods, many of whom are currently led by Lucius Malfoy. They are likely connected to the Dark One, just as my sister Bella is. After all, some of his ideologies are rather alluring to these blood supremacists." Upon noticing Hagrid's inquisitive look, Andromeda shook her head. "Although I was once a serpent myself, that was years ago. After Bella's graduation, my communication with them dwindled significantly, leaving me uncertain about their current pursuits, save for Narcissa." A tender diminutive for Narcissa. Upon mentioning this, her expression turned somber. I had not anticipated her opposition. I had presumed that witnessing the events befalling Bella would elicit her support. After all, she is my sister. Ted silently embraced her, murmuring, "This is not Narcissa's fault. All blame lies with Malfoy. If it weren't for him, Narcissa would never act this way. Damn bastard." Andromeda could not help but mutter under her breath. The atmosphere grew momentarily somber as the trio continued their silent journey through the woods. After a while, Ted suddenly recalled something amusing and, with a light-hearted chuckle, reassured. "At least Malfoy received his comeuppance, didn't he? He endured quite a few hexes today." The thought of Malfoy's disheveled state made Andromeda laugh, as well. But her curiosity soon piqued. Was it truly Longbottom who did that? I remember he was engaged in combat with the Carrows. Surely he had no time to spare for Malfoy? At least that's what Frank claimed, Ted replied, shrugging. Perhaps he was deliberately holding back. Or maybe it was due to Alice. You know, she consistently tops the class in charms, and dealing with the Carrows shouldn't be overly taxing. From a distance, concealed beneath an invisibility cloak, Carlin and Steve exchanged silent glances. At that time, Steve and Gus were by Carlin's side, fully aware of the true source of those hexes. This prompted Gus to add a plethora of new dark curses to the parchment for Carlin to study. However, Steve was taken aback by Frank Longbottom's willingness to shoulder this matter. Carlin, on the other hand, had a vague understanding of the underlying reason, Andromeda. Because she is a black. It was as simple as that. Pure blood supremacists regarded families like the Longbottoms as traitors to pure blood. And Frank would certainly not place his complete trust in them. Even if that person were Andromeda, she remains, after all, a black. Forever pure. Does not seem like a benevolent family motto. To spare Carlin from unnecessary trouble, Frank kindly chose to keep the entire matter under wraps. What on earth is going on? Steve still could not comprehend, and he quietly inquired. Just a kind act, Carlin replied nonchalantly. As Steve blinked in confusion, he silently added in his mind, or perhaps, a complication. At this moment, Hagrid, curious, inquired from distance, how on earth did you two little ones get discovered? Hadn't you been hiding rather well until now? He seemed to have known about the romance between the two for quite some time. Despite the considerable distance, Karan noticed that Andromeda's face flushed instantly. Our rendezvous does not always take place in the Forbidden Forest, Ted said somewhat bashfully. During the day, I went to the Gryffindor Tower to find Edgar Bones, and coincidentally, Andromeda was just exiting Professor Flitwick's office. There are still a few empty classrooms on the 8th floor. As he spoke, Andromeda nudged Ted twice in a hurry, prompting Hagrid to chuckle. Ahem. Ted quickly shifted the subject. In any case, for some reason, Lucius Malfoy happened to be on the 8th floor as well. And that is how our affair was discovered. The Slytherins, upon hearing about this, intended to teach me a lesson. But fortunately, Edgar arrived just in time, accompanied by many Gryffindor students. The rivalry between the two houses has always been palpable, resulting in a brawl in the school corridors. I'm grateful they were there. Ted sighed, or Andromeda, and I would have indeed been in peril. Those people were utterly deranged. Their ideology is radical, exceedingly radical. Andromeda shook her head, stating, I have even been granted special permission by the school to reside in Hogsmeade, to prevent those individuals from finding opportunities to ensnare me. Especially Malfoy. There was a distinct bitterness in Andromeda's tone. Hogsmeade? Hagrid asked in astonishment. Can you still access the Black family's vault in Gringotts? After they learned of this matter, they certainly wouldn't allow me to touch even a single bronze canute from the vault, Andromeda replied. Yet, she seemed unfazed by this predicament. It is my uncle, Alfred Black, my father's brother, and also the maternal uncle of Sirius Black, who is that member of the Black family sorted into Gryffindor this year. The genealogy of the Black family is indeed convoluted. She continued, he was aware of my relationship with Ted long before, as I confided in him voluntarily. Indeed, I was the one who approached him with this news. Upon seeing Hagrid's astonished expression, Andromeda smiled, saying he is unlike many members of the Black family. He is neither cold-blooded nor a proponent of blood purity superiority. Each generation of the Black family tends to have a few individuals like him. It sounds rather remarkable, doesn't it? In any case, after learning about Ted and me, he expressed a keen willingness to assist us discreetly. The house I rent in Hogsmeade was paid for with his help. However, he still insisted that I keep this matter confidential. Alpha had no intention of completely severing ties with the Black family. After all, there was a blood connection between the siblings. As he spoke, they paused before a particularly lush grove. After instructing Ted and Andromeda to remain in place, Hagrid ventured a few steps deeper into the woods. What were they doing? Steve, witnessing the scene from a distance, inquired with confusion. Why did they suddenly stop? Karan, gazing at the faint shadows emerging from the darkness, pondered Hagrid's earlier conversation. It's a thestral, he remarked. Thestrals are a breed of winged horses, resembling reptiles, emaciated with dragon-like faces and bat-like expansive wings. Upon Kalen's recounting of the features he had barely observed, Steve could hardly contain his excitement, his youthful face flushing with enthusiasm. Thestrals! It's truly thestrals! He exclaimed in a hushed, trembling voice. At last, I've encountered a magical creature, and one that has never graced my home. As Karan continued his silent observation, Steve became increasingly loquacious. The carriages at school, which refer to the mode of transportation into the castle after the second year, are pulled by thestrals from the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid is their caretaker and the only one in all of Britain who has successfully tamed a large number of thestrals. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that their rarity plays a significant role in this. Otherwise, my father would surely be able to achieve such a feat. Perhaps even I could. Karan found little reason to doubt this, given Steve's talent for communicating with magical creatures. It was not surprising that he could accomplish such things with ease. A peculiar glint sparkled in Steve's eyes as he continued to reflect. Thestrals are carnivorous and are attracted by the scent of blood. However, we need not worry about being discovered for this reason. Moreover, thestrals are classified as XXXX level dangerous creatures, but the tamed ones are quite safe, loyal, and gentle, at least towards students like us, provided we do not provoke them intentionally. In truth, I suspect the high danger rating of thestrals largely stems from their notorious reputation. Only those who have witnessed death firsthand and fully accepted and understood it can see thestrals. As he spoke, Steve's voice suddenly lowered. He glanced at Hagrid, who was now flapping his arms in the air, and then cautiously looked at Karan. Are there any other characteristics of thestrals? Karan asked, his expression calm, revealing no signs of concern. They possess remarkable speed, faster than any flying broomstick, and they also have extraordinary senses of smell and direction, much like owls. Steve spoke softly, his words encompassing both confirmed facts and lingering speculations. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on Karan, scrutinizing him intently. Karan, noticing Steve's curious yet hesitant demeanor, couldn't help but shake his head and smile faintly. I'm an orphan, he revealed. Steve was taken aback. He and Gus had never been privy to Kalen's background, merely perceiving him as a remarkably gifted muggle-born, and had never contemplated this aspect of his existence. I'm so sorry, Steve stammered, looking utterly flustered. It's nothing, you needn't apologize. Karan replied with a nonchalant smile. However, upon witnessing Kalen's comforting expression, Steve felt an even deeper pang of guilt. He fell silent, hesitant to say anything further, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Meanwhile, Hagrid had once again patted the lead nightmare, returning it to its place. This one is you. The first nightmare born in the woods, and my favorite, he introduced to the bewildered Ted and Andromeda. Oh, I forgot you can't see it. He waved his hand, guiding them to walk around from the other side of the woods. Come on, it seems that the restless creatures do not include the nightmare, which is good news. Karan and Steve continued to follow the trio silently. As they passed through the area inhabited by the Nightmares, Yu suddenly lifted its head and gazed in their direction, its pupil-less white eyes strikingly visible against the inky darkness of the night. Karan and Steve froze in place. It shouldn't be able to see us, right? Kalan yispirit sikiptikali. I don't recall Nightmares having the ability to see through invisibility cloaks, Steve replied uncertainly. Perhaps it's due to smell? Their sense of scent is quite developed. He sniffed the air a couple of times, prompting Karan to ask, is there a particular scent? Steve shot him an odd look. Why are you asking me? I'm on a nightmare. Yet, his expression quickly shifted to one of guilt, changing so swiftly that Karan barely noticed. "I'm sorry," he said, his tone laden with remorse. Karan rolled his eyes in exasperation and gave Steve a gentle shove. "I told you it's nothing. Let us move, or we'll fall behind." The two proceeded cautiously, Yu's head following their movements, evidently sensing something amiss. This made both of them feel somewhat anxious. Thankfully, after they moved a bit farther, the dense oak trees completely obscured their line of sight. Karan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he still turned to Steve and inquired, "It surely won't pursue us any further, will it?" "That should not be the case," Steve replied, his tone infused with a touch of confidence. He gestured to their surroundings, where a luminous silver glow permeated the air, a gift from the moon. Night steeds favored the embrace of darkness. They preferred the dimly lit forests to this place. Indeed, as they journeyed onward, no night steeds approached them. Hagrid and the two continued to delve deeper into the forbidden forest, where the trees grew increasingly dense, strewn with stumps and vines. This compelled Karan and Steve to cautiously slow their pace, lest they be snagged by the invisibility cloak. After traversing a moss-covered stump, Karan faintly heard the gentle sound of flowing water, indicating that a stream lay nearby. "Wait a moment." Hagrid suddenly halted them with an outstretched hand, his expression alert as he raised his crossbow, aimed at a vague shadow ahead. "Who goes there?" "Step forward." The figure gradually emerged. Above the waist, it appeared human, adorned with red hair and a beard, while below, it bore the gleaming brown body of a horse, trailing a long red tail behind. Steve excitedly grasped Kalen's arm and whispered, "It's a centaur." "Ah, it is you, Ronan," Hagrid exhaled in relief. "How are things in the Forbidden Forest of late?" He approached to shake Ronan's hand, who also nodded at Ted and Andromeda. "Good evening, Hagrid," Ronan replied, his voice deep and melancholic. "Do you intend to harm me?" "Apologies, but vigilance is necessary." Hagrid lowered his crossbow. "The atmosphere in the Forbidden Forest feels peculiar. Do you know anything about it?" Ronan remained silent, scrutinizing Ted and Andromeda with an inquisitive gaze. "Greetings, Ronan." Ted observed the formalities customary when addressing a centaur, adopting a tone less casual than Hagrid's. He expressed with some resignation, "Andromeda and I may not frequent the Forbidden Forest much anymore. Our romance has been discovered." Ronan nodded silently, while Hagrid grew somewhat impatient. "I ask again, have you noticed anything amiss near our home?" Sighing, Ronan tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. "Mars shines brightly tonight." Karan, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, squinted slightly upon hearing this. "Incentaua divination, mas significa." Mas? Hagrid also glanced up at the sky, though his knowledge of astronomy seemed lacking, as his gaze drifted to an entirely different direction. Ted quietly pointed in another direction, and Hagrid, with an awkward expression, nodded, saying, "Indeed, Mars is quite bright. However, my inquiry pertains to the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid continued, "Deer, foxes, and, He abruptly ceased his speech as Ronan fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. In short, these creatures have become increasingly agitated. Avoiding Ronan's stare, Hagrid awkwardly remarked, "Do you know why that is?" After a prolonged silence, Ronan finally replied, "The forest harbors many secrets." All right. Hagrid, growing impatient, added, "If you make any discoveries in the future, do remember to inform me or Professor Kettleburn. He occasionally ventures into the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid then departed with Ted and Andromeda, while Ronan slowly meandered back into the woods. "Those are centaurs," Steve whispered excitedly as they intentionally circled around the spot where the previous conversation took place. "It's my first time seeing a centaur. You can't possibly be interested in them too, can you?" Kalan asked peculiarly, "Like you are with magical creatures?" "Of course not," Steve immediately retorted. Although the Ministry of Magic classifies centaurs as beasts and rates them as XXXX level magical creatures, this is merely because they refuse to share the human designation with certain beings, such as banshees and vampires. Centaurs voluntarily requested to be categorized as beasts. They're exceedingly proud and take great pride in their heritage. I'm simply curious about their abilities. They do not require wands yet excel in magical healing, divination, and astronomy, which is quite rare. Suddenly, Hagrid's exclamation interrupted Steve's musings, and the two quickly turned their attention toward Hagrid's direction. Hagrid was sprinting forward, brandishing a massive crossbow, while Ted and Andromeda exchanged anxious glances. Ahead, in an exceptionally dense thicket, the path had narrowed considerably as Hagrid recklessly pushed aside branches. In a small clearing further ahead, a radiant white object shimmered on the ground. It was a unicorn, lying with its eyes closed, its elongated legs maintaining the posture from its fall, unnaturally extended. Its mane lay across the dark leaves. emitting a faint white glow in the dim night. Upon witnessing this hauntingly familiar scene, Kalen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned grave as he gripped his wand tightly, scanning the surroundings warily. He feared that a figure cloaked in black might emerge from the shadowy underbrush. Meanwhile, Steve remained oblivious to Kalen's unease, utterly astonished by the sight before him, his hand instinctively covering his mouth as he murmured, "No, please don't." What is Larry's current condition? The inquirer is Ted, who appears to have some familiarity with the unicorn. Meanwhile, Andromeda is far from composed. She has already drawn her wand in anger, her gaze fiercely scanning the surroundings, ready to strike at anything that dares to show itself. It must be that despicable group of snakebloods, Andromeda asserted with conviction. They would undoubtedly regard Larry as their token, a means of gaining acceptance from the mysterious figure. Calm down. Ted immediately attempted to soothe her. Andromeda, please remain calm. Those individuals are confined by Professor Meadows tonight. There's no way they could escape prematurely. How is that even possible? Andromeda retorted. Professor Meadows is so young. Surely one or two of them could find a way to deceive her. It seemed she was resolute in her belief, her expression shifting between hope and despair under Ted's bewildered gaze. The blood of the unicorn. She finally intoned in a somber voice. Before I completely severed ties with the snakebloods, they had discussed this. Unicorn blood can prolong a person's life, even when they are on the brink of death. As for the curses that may ensue, they entirely disregarded them. They have never shied away from dark magic, even seeking to attain higher realms. This miraculous substance that can extend life has led them to contemplate an even more enigmatic existence. Ted, after a moment of contemplation, grasped what Andromeda was implying. Are you referring to the Philosopher's Stone? He gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, Andromeda nodded gravely. It is the stone that can transmute any metal into pure gold and create the elixir of life. They suspect that unicorn blood might be one of the crucial ingredients for the Philosopher's Stone. How can that be possible? Ted instinctively retorted. This is a unicorn we're talking about. How could the Nickerlame dare to do such a thing? But Nickerlame was born in 1327, Andromeda lamented, shaking her head sorrowfully. Back then, there was no statute of secrecy. Even the unforgivable curses were not officially defined by the Ministry of Magic until 1717. It was a time entirely different from our own. The boundaries of dark magic and dark wizards were far more lenient and ambiguous than they are now. Moreover, the moral standards of wizards, or rather, people, were significantly lower. That cannot be. Ted slowly shook his head, his brow deeply furrowed. It cannot be like that. Andromeda fell silent, seemingly too weary to continue the argument. We encountered Larry in our 4th year, after his mind had been thoroughly tormented. Ted suddenly turned sharply to Andromeda and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" I initially believed that they were incapable of accomplishing such a feat. Much like many other absurd proposals, merely baseless conjectures. Andromeda averted her gaze from Ted, sorrowfully lowering her head to behold Larry, who lay upon the ground, her tone imbued with profound guilt and regret. The one who posited this conjecture was none other than the leader of the Serpent Clan at that time. My sister, Bella. Ted's complexion darkened, his expression turning ashen. It seemed he yearned to unleash his anger in a furious shout, yet ultimately, his tone became one of immense suppression. Larry trusted you so completely. He pointed at the unblemished, white form on the ground. It would not even permit me to touch it, preferring only your company. It trusts you. Andromeda kept her head bowed deeply, her body trembling slightly as tears cascaded down her cheeks, silently falling to the earth. Silence, silence. At that moment, Hagrid, who had been helplessly examining Larry, suddenly interjected loudly to halt the quarrel. Hush, quiet. Hagrid slowly pressed his head against Larry's side, even holding his breath entirely. The abrupt shift in atmosphere tightened every heart present. Was it possible that Larry had not perished? After a considerable pause, Hagrid uttered this bewildering statement. What does that mean? Ted inquired, perplexed. Not only was Ted confused, but even Kalan from a distance shared the same sentiment. He was firmly tugging at Steve's side, striving to remain utterly silent. Steve was on the verge of desperation. Let me go, release me. I am certain I can save Larry, he whispered anxiously, already convinced of Larry's survival. Do not rush. Let's wait a moment longer. Hagrid will surely find a way. Kalen's tone was remarkably calm. Until the true assailants of the unicorn appeared, he would not allow himself and Steve to be exposed outside the cloak. If you don't let go of me. In a fit of impulsiveness, Steve began to directly threaten Kalen. I will shout it out. Silence ensues. Kalan, unfazit. Cast a charm that Meadows had once used on himself, and Steve's mouth was immediately sealed shut. Ugh, how could you do this? Steve's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. Karan made a shushing gesture, signaling him to look towards Hagrid. Quickly, go find Professor Ketterburn. Hagrid finally realized what needed to be done, exclaiming hastily, and also Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall? Ted looked at Hagrid in astonishment. Professor Ketterburn, as the esteemed instructor of the Care of Magical Creatures course, was a most logical choice to consult regarding Larry's situation. Yet, one might ponder the relationship this had with transfiguration. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming sense of guilt that Andromeda's actions proved to be far more decisive than his own. I shall seek out Professor McGonagall, she declared, deliberately choosing the sternest professor, and swiftly departed. Then I will approach Professor Ketterburn, Ted remarked, trailing slightly behind her as he too exited. Hagrid, meanwhile, did not remain idle. Instead, hoisting Larry effortlessly into his arms, cradling the creature's pristine white limbs tightly against his chest, its body draped around his neck. This rather brutish display caused Carla's lips to twitch in concern. Will this truly be all right? He couldn't help but inquire of the still silent Steve. Following Hagrid's judicious choice, Steve had gradually begun to regain his composure. He and Carla carefully veered away from the path the trio had taken, shaking their heads in unison. The unicorn is an XXXX level magical creature, possessing a vibrant vitality. As long as it lives, it shall be fine. Carla nodded in understanding. Then let us depart. Tonight shall conclude here, Steve affirmed with a subtle nod. All right. At that moment, a sudden, urgent growl erupted from deep within the woods, accompanied by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Carla noticed Hagrid, who had not ventured far, pause momentarily, a troubled expression crossing his features. The timing could not have been worse. Carla's gaze fixated on the source of the commotion, her grip on her wand tightening instinctively. With a crash, a massive three-headed dog burst forth, its size rivaling Hagrid's, drool cascading from its gaping mouths. It was Fluffy. Though it appeared not yet fully grown, it was still considerably larger than both Carla and Steve combined. Hagrid, what sort of beast have you raised? Ted, who had fortuitously turned back, was rendered speechless, even drawing his wand in alarm. Do not harm Fluffy, Hagrid implored. He has resided in the Forbidden Forest for quite some time. His temperament is gentle, and he has never harmed anyone, yet to the eyes of an ordinary person, the three gaping maws of Fluffy hardly exuded an air of gentleness. Just as Carla intended to clear a path for Fluffy, Steve suddenly began to vigorously tap his shoulder, an urgent expression on his face. What is it? Carla inquired, dispelling the silence charm with her wand, immediately directing her attention to Steve. Fluffy. Fluffy may very well be coming for us, Steve exclaimed hastily. What? Karan once again observed Lu Wei's running path and realized that it was indeed the case. Hurry. He swiftly grasped Steve's arm, pulling him along as they ran with great speed. What on earth is happening? Karan inquired with a furrowed brow. When Hagrid first acquired Lu Wei, he had consulted my father about the care of three-headed dogs. Steve gasped, struggling for breath, unable to control his volume. In truth, he need not exert such effort, as Lu Wei's roaring drowned out all other sounds. At that moment, Lu Wei remembered my scent. It must have recognized it again. Steve finally clarified. But why is it so intent on pursuing you? Karan asked, glancing back. Hagrid, visibly anxious, was attempting to intercept Lu Wei, though the weight of Larry hanging from his shoulder hindered his movements. I am far more favored by magical creatures than Hagrid, Steve boasted, a hint of pride emerging even amidst his fatigue. You have no idea what Hagrid fed Lu Wei before. He had no understanding of how to care for a three-headed dog. When I tried feeding it some buzzing bee candy, Lu Wei immediately took a liking to me. He huffed triumphantly. Do you have any buzzing bee candy now? Karan inquired, his expression impassive. No, why? Steve responded, puzzled. Are you craving some? Craving what nonsense? Karan retorted, playfully flicking Steve's forehead, causing him to stumble slightly. You know to run faster without it. The two soon outpaced the hesitating Hagrid and successfully bypassed Ted, who wished to assist. However, due to their dwindling stamina, they were compelled to gradually reduce their speed. Are you saying it's the scent? Just as Lu Wei was about to reach Hagrid, the two concealed beneath the invisibility cloak were on the verge of being discovered. Karan suddenly queried Steve. Does Lu Wei identify you by scent? We're cloaked, after all. Steve, still rubbing his forehead, sounded quite aggrieved. If not by scent, then what else could it be? Scent, scent. Karan abruptly raised his wand, aiming it directly at Steve without hesitation. What are you doing? No. Before Steve's cries could expose them, Karan swiftly cast the silencing charm and then chanted a cleaning charm, directing it towards the fidgeting Steve. Freshen up. Steve was momentarily taken aback, and Karan explained, This is a cleansing charm. Let's see if it can disperse your scent. With that, he resumed casting spells, interspersing them with several Scourgify incantations. It appeared that the cleansing charm truly held its efficacy. After distancing themselves from their previous location, Karan observed as Rue sniffed the air vigorously, his 3 pairs of eyes growing momentarily bewildered, before he joyfully dashed towards Hagrid. Obstacles loomed. Fortunately, Ted intervened just in time to halt Rue, and Hagrid promptly entrusted Larry to Ted, instructing him to levitate Larry with his wand, allowing him to move in tandem with Hagrid. Although this slowed Ted considerably, it at least afforded Hagrid the freedom to manage Rue. After silently observing for a brief moment, Karan remarked to Steve, "We ought to hasten our departure. The cleansing charm is temporary. Soon, the scent on you will resurface, and Rue will resume his pursuit." Steve nodded in agreement. Okay. The two resumed their flight towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with Karan lagging slightly behind, his gaze lingering on the depths of the forest. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Steve inexplicably tilted backward, collapsing onto Karan, and the two tumbled to the ground. Steve initially wished to cry out in pain, but Karan swiftly covered his mouth, reinforcing the silencing charm's effect. Confused, Steve looked at Karan, who narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene before them. Nothing was visible. It was akin to how others perceived Karan and Steve at that moment. Either they had collided with an invisible wall or encountered another invisibility cloak. In the dimly lit path of the Forbidden Forest, moonlight spilled across the clearing. After an inexplicable sound of collision resonated, silence enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, Rue's roars continued, masking the peculiar sounds emanating from the area. Under the invisibility cloak, Karan maintained his grip over Steve's mouth. Lying on the ground, Steve blinked rapidly, and after a brief contemplation, he finally grasped Karan's rationale. Besides himself, was there indeed another invisibility cloak? He swiftly signaled Karan with a glance. What shall we do next? Karan, his eyes slightly squinted, delayed his reply. James Potter and Sirius Black? What were these two doing in the Forbidden Forest? In that instant of collision, Karan had linked these two individuals to the legendary invisibility cloak, an heirloom of the Potter family that had never diminished in its magical potency. However, he had no time to delve further into the reasons behind this. Even the slightest probing toward the other party was beyond his reach. Ted and Andromeda's figures had already begun to fade into the depths of Hogwarts Castle. It is likely that Professor McGonagall will soon venture into the Forbidden Forest to conduct a thorough inspection, ensuring the safety of the school. Should he happen to be discovered in the forest at that time, it would certainly pose a dilemma. Kalan has always maintained a nonchalant attitude towards the House Cup, and even a deduction of points does not overly trouble him. However, the real concern lies with an individual who has taken an interest in him long before he officially commenced his studies. This individual is not Albus Dumbledore, but rather Dorcas Meadows. Following a series of previous conflicts, a temporary state of tranquility does not guarantee the permanence of such a relationship. Kalan is apprehensive that this may lead to further complications. A mere suspicion could easily evolve into a lasting doubt. This is not a notion conjured by Kalan himself, but rather a lesson learned from Tom Riddle. Kalan requires time, regardless of the context, and whether he genuinely wishes to take action or not. Time is of the essence. Having contemplated all of this, Kalan quietly calculated the approximate distance between himself and the other party while awaiting the opportune moment. When the roar of the beast echoed once more with ferocity, the moment had finally arrived. Kalan swiftly gestured to Steve, indicating the path to the left, and after helping him to his feet with a firm grip, he hurriedly pulled the dazed Steve away from the Forbidden Forest, in a bid to facilitate their rapid escape. Kalan even cast a nonverbal levitation charm on Steve, rendering him weightless. Fortunately, they did not collide with the adversary again, suggesting that Kalan's judgment of the route was indeed accurate. With a resounding clap, Steve began to strike Kalan's arm with urgency. He seemed eager to inquire about something, yet his mouth remained tightly sealed, unable to part. The effects of the previous silencing charm had not yet completely faded. Kalan casually dispelled the charm, yet the levitation charm still lingered on Steve. This peculiar sensation of lightness made Steve feel akin to a kite, being maneuvered effortlessly by Kalan. "Why did you suddenly run away?" Steve whispered hastily. Kalan's earlier gesture had taken him by surprise, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "Are we to remain here and wait for the school to catch us?" Kalan replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "It is already past curfew. You surely do not wish to have points deducted from your house, do you? At that point, even your invisibility cloak could be confiscated." "But that is a different invisibility cloak," Steve exclaimed, his excitement ignited by the sudden appearance of fellow enthusiasts. "Don't you want to know who we just collided with? Moreover, that invisibility cloak, if you ask me, it surely pales in comparison to the one we possess." The cloak crafted from the fur of invisible beasts is indeed of the highest quality. Indeed, Karan replied casually, yet urged, let us hasten, for we may have the opportunity to encounter it again in the future. Steve pouted, but ultimately quelled his thoughts. Just moments prior, he had overheard Hagrid mention notifying Professor McGonagall, the very professor he dreaded, particularly given his less-than-stellar performance in Transfiguration. The mere thought of being caught by her sent shivers down his spine. As they continued on their journey, the duo encountered no further troubles and returned to the castle unscathed. Upon cautiously confirming that Filch was not on the first floor, they descended the staircase towards the dungeons of Hogwarts. The stone corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room was adorned with torches, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Cheerful illustrations depicting an array of delectable foods embellished the walls. I am quite famished, Karan remarked with a stoic expression as he glanced at Steve, who, somewhat awkwardly, rubbed his stomach and confessed, I hardly had much dinner earlier, as I was in a rush to see Hagrid. And after running for so long, shall we venture to the kitchen together? Karan invited. You do have quite the appetite, he teased softly. Do bring me some pudding. Strawberry flavor, I presume? Steve retorted with disdain. Karan nodded, his expression darkening. The two then parted at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, with Steve donning the invisibility cloak and heading toward the painting of a large silver bowl brimming with fruit. Meanwhile, Karan entered through the entrance, stifling a yawn. The events of the evening had indeed left him weary. Upon stepping into the dormitory, Karan was greeted by a rather indifferent inquiry. Why are you so late returning? The room was shrouded in darkness, save for a solitary candle flickering on the coffee table. The wavering flame cast a shadow that danced around Karan. It was Gaspar, seated on the sofa with his back to the door, and Karan could even discern the motion of him adjusting his glasses through the outline of his figure. This peculiar atmosphere, coupled with Gaspar's enigmatic demeanor, evoked an unsettling sensation within Karan, an indescribable feeling of strangeness. Whatever it was certainly out of the ordinary. Thus, Karan chose to remain silent. He quietly approached his bed and lay down sideways, stretching out comfortably. Before the magical lines are successfully crafted, you must not encounter any mishaps. The second remark was equally strange. Karan casually opened Advanced Transfiguration, silently perusing the section on transformation spells. Regarding the incantations inscribed on the parchment, I believe, well. This time, without allowing Gaspar's slightly frosty words to conclude, Karan resignedly sat up. However, just as he was about to recount the events that transpired in the Forbidden Forest, Steve suddenly entered the room. He silently placed a mound of food on the coffee table, appearing to have brought an extra portion for Gaspar. Yet, Steve's demeanor seemed somewhat peculiar. He appeared oblivious to the changes within the dormitory. Furrowing his brow deeply, his face was etched with skepticism. As I just emerged from the kitchen, I believe I saw two individuals in the corridor. The two interrupted in their conversation, exchanged silent glances, and Steve continued, somewhat uncertainly. It was James Potter from Gryffindor, and Sirius Black, the professor. What has transpired? On the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, after a knock resounded at the door of the Gryffindor headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall stepped out. She did not scold Andromeda for disturbing her during her break, and her robes were impeccably worn, indicating that her work for the day was not yet concluded. Has that group of Slytherin students been causing you trouble again? McGonagall inquired with a furrowed brow. Andromeda's relationship with Ted had already been exposed during the day, and as the professor responsible for addressing the altercation, McGonagall was well aware of the incident's origins, even having approved the stipulations regarding Andromeda's residence in Hogsmeade. As the deputy headmistress, she held this authority in Dumbledore's absence. It is not about that, Professor. Andromeda hastily recounted the peculiar occurrences in the Forbidden Forest, including the injury of a unicorn, Larry. Hagrid sent me specifically to inform you, she concluded breathlessly. McGonagall's frown deepened further. Let us go, she stated decisively, wasting no more time. As they passed the abandoned restroom located on the same floor, Professor Meadows unexpectedly emerged from within. Where are you going? Without waiting for the two to respond, upon noticing McGonagall's slightly off expression, she approached with a resolute gaze. I will accompany you. McGonagall did not decline, and Andromeda noted that the abandoned restroom appeared much tidier than before, but at that moment, she lacked the inclination to concern herself with such details. Larry's safety was of utmost importance. The three hurried through the silent castle, with many portraits along the corridor waking from their slumber, gathering to whisper among themselves, speculating about the unfolding events. During his patrol, Filch noticed them, yet Professor McGonagall offered him little explanation, merely advising him to ensure the students did not wander aimlessly at night. There was a commotion in the trophy room on the 4th floor. Filch muttered resentfully, "It is exceedingly difficult for me to capture them all alone. This cunning group of students. You might consider acquiring a Kneasel. They are astute creatures and would assist you," Meadows suggested. After this exchange, the trio departed, leaving Filch lost in thought, and made their way outside the castle, ultimately arriving at Hagrid's hut, situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Ted and Professor Kettleburn had already arrived ahead of them. On the grass at the hut's entrance lay Larry, turned on his side, appearing faint and indistinct, teetering between life and death. "What has happened to you?" Meadows asked, surprised at the sight of Hagrid. Hagrid looked utterly disheveled, covered in dirt, with bits of grass stuck in his hair, resembling someone who had just endured an assault. Meadows even drew her wand, casting a wary glance toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest. "Is it those centaurs?" Meadows inquired, furrowing her brow. "Their usual rhetoric. The Forbidden Forest belongs to them, and wizards are forbidden to tread upon it." "No, no," Hagrid replied awkwardly, shaking his head, yet he struggled to articulate anything substantial. This only deepened the skepticism in Meadows' gaze, and even Professor McGonagall regarded him with suspicion. Ted, aware that Hagrid was reluctant to disclose any information about Lovey, understood the reason behind Hagrid's hesitation. At that time, Andromeda had fled quickly, oblivious to the events transpiring within the Forbidden Forest. It was only due to the proximity of Professor Kettleburn's residence that Ted was able to arrive here ahead of schedule. The only individuals present who were aware of the existence of the three-headed dog, Lovey, were Ted and Hagrid. After a brief, internal struggle, Ted resolved to assist Hagrid in his predicament. When he and Andromeda had clandestinely met in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid had been a significant ally. It was a thestral, Ted explained, forcing himself to continue. "I could not see the thestral and inadvertently angered them. Hagrid transformed into this state to rescue me." Andromeda paused momentarily, fully aware that this incident had never occurred. However, she ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts, opting to inquire further with Ted at a later time. The atmosphere of suspicion did not dissipate due to this clumsy excuse, especially given Hagrid's appearance, which left him utterly frozen and devoid of credibility. Fortunately, Professor Kettleburn timely broke the silence that enveloped them. "Larry's vitality is exceedingly faint. After an extensive examination, he concluded, if it were not a unicorn, it likely would have perished already, or, at the very least, would not have survived long enough to be discovered." "What now?" Andromeda anxiously inquired. "Is Larry going to be all right?" Professor Kettleburn, noticing Andromeda's address, glanced at her with a hint of bewilderment. Yet he did not dwell on it for long. "Rest assured, Larry will be fine. He can be rescued. He is a unicorn. After all, with a vitality surpassing even that of this old man, he will undoubtedly be unharmed." Perhaps due to his overwhelming concern, Professor Kettleburn had not yet donned his magical prosthetics, leaving him with merely one arm and half a leg, his face marred by scars from a dragon's fire. As he spoke, his demeanor appeared far more credible than Hagrid's had moments ago. Andromeda nodded at him gratefully. "You two should return now." With Larry seemingly out of danger, Professor McGonagall issued a directive. Ted and Andromeda understood that this was not a matter to be defied, especially under McGonagall's stern gaze, and reluctantly made their exit. "Thank you for your efforts, Sylvanus." McGonagall expressed her gratitude to Professor Kettleburn, who waved it off dismissively. However, he requested Hagrid to accompany him, as his current mobility was quite limited. "I must seek Pomona and Horace," he said before departing. "They might have a way to expedite Larry's recovery." Ultimately, only Meadows and McGonagall remained near the hut. "Hagrid is as reckless as ever," Meadows complained somewhat discontentedly. "He must have adopted some bizarre magical creature in the Forbidden Forest again, without any thought to the danger it poses to the students." "Hagrid means no harm," McGonagall responded, shaking her head, though she rubbed her brow in exasperation. "He is simply born this way, possessing a kind heart, yet somewhat misguided in his judgment of magical creatures." "A kind heart?" Meadows suddenly laughed. "Professor, you are beginning to sound increasingly like the headmaster." McGonagall, too, allowed a rare smile to grace her lips. "Teachers invariably influence their students, just as you and I and Albus Dumbledore do." Their conversation came to a halt, and they exhibited no eagerness to venture into the Forbidden Forest, instead seeming to await someone's arrival in silence. Gradually, a shadow darker than the dim sky began to drift towards them. It was a thestral, and upon its back was a figure they recognized well, their former teacher and the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. "Night conversations." To his surprise, Dumbledore remarked, "I never anticipated so many would come to greet me at such a time." He smiled at the two, effortlessly leaping from the thestral, displaying a nimbleness that belied his years. Sometimes, when I wish to embark on a long journey without resorting to apparition, I choose to ride the nightmare. He gently patted the creature's back, guiding it back into the forbidden forest. Their swiftness makes them excellent companions for travel. He glanced at the two individuals before turning his gaze towards the breathtakingly beautiful unicorn, still lying on the ground, its azure eyes shimmering brightly behind half-moon spectacles. What transpired during my absence from the school? Professor McGonagall promptly recounted the peculiar incident involving the unicorn, Larry, while Dumbledore listened intently, drawing forth his wand to cast a series of vibrant healing spells in an attempt to awaken Larry. Yet, without exception, these healing charms proved futile. Even you cannot bring it back? Meadows inquired, astonished. It seems that some targeted treatment is required. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Much like dark magic, a specific countercurse is needed to unravel this. McGonagall and Meadows exchanged a silent glance, both aware of the implication behind Dumbledore's words. There were no traces of injury on Larry, none whatsoever. This peculiarity immediately led Meadows to contemplate the existence of some formidable force. Could it be the killing curse? Meadows furrowed her brow tightly. Has a dark wizard infiltrated the school? Or perhaps a Death Eater? However, in response to Meadows' bewilderment, Dumbledore slowly shook his head. The likelihood is quite low, he stated. Whether it be Death Eaters or the killing curse, it seems improbable. He elucidated. The school is protected by powerful enchantments, and the killing curse would not merely diminish the unicorn's life signs. A weaker killing curse would leave marks of injury, while a stronger one would not allow it to survive, even if it were a unicorn. Dumbledore thus dismissed the doubts raised by Catterburn's earlier remarks regarding the killing curse's effects and its relation to vitality. What could it be, then? Professor McGonagall asked, perplexed. Dumbledore's gaze shifted towards a forest's edge, filled with an inquisitive light. The Forbidden Forest harbors many secrets, he echoed Ronan's words. It is said that the original Forbidden Forest was cultivated from saplings by a group of centaurs, which is why it is often said to belong to them. Moreover, throughout the centuries since the school's inception, numerous students have vanished within the Forbidden Forest, never to reappear. Professor Kettleburn had also devoted considerable time to exploring the Forbidden Forest. But after losing a leg in the process, I intervened to put an end to such reckless pursuits. He recounted various tales and conjectures regarding the forest. Yet his words only deepened the confusion of the others, leaving them bewildered as to his true intent. It was reminiscent of Hogwarts itself. Suddenly, Dumbledore's discourse shifted, and he began to narrate the origins of the school. According to legend, one of the four founders, Rowena Ravenclaw, dreamt of a wild boar leading her to a cliff by a lake, which ultimately inspired her to choose the location of Hogwarts and bestow upon it its name. Additionally, there are whispers that during the deliberation over the school site, the founders stumbled upon a half-buried pensieve, which may have solidified their decision regarding this particular locale. That pensieve now resides in the headmaster's office. It is indeed an ancient artifact, traceable to the time of the four founders, if not even earlier. Dumbledore smiled at the two, remarking that they had encountered it before. The atmosphere briefly became rather peculiar, but fortunately, Hagrid returned at that moment. "Oh, Headmaster, you're back." At this time, Hagrid appeared both surprised and somewhat perplexed, for the sky had turned completely dark. "Were you discussing the Forbidden Forest?" Upon receiving an affirmative response, Hagrid elaborated on some of the comments Andromeda had made regarding the serpent-blooded. His words came out in fits and starts, yet he managed to convey all the essential points. Serpent-blooded. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, casting an inquiring glance at McGonagall and Meadows. It couldn't possibly be their doing. After carefully inquiring about the timing of the incident, Meadows shook his head and stated they were all in detention, cleaning the abandoned washroom on the second floor. It would have been impossible for them to have tampered with the unicorn before you arrived. They had only just finished. The washroom on the second floor? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Why choose that location? In the 18th century, Hogwarts' plumbing system became increasingly intricate. Meadows explained gravely at that time. A student named Corvinus Gaunt was involved in part of the design work. The rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets originated from the Gaunt family, who were always unable to resist boasting about their knowledge. The Chamber of Secrets? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Are you referring to Slytherin's chamber? But that is merely a legend. Not necessarily, Meadows countered, shaking his head. I have uncovered some deeply hidden evidence. The chamber may have been opened at some point, although I can only speculate for now. I have meticulously examined the school's plumbing diagram and intend to take those restless Slytherins on a tour during the upcoming detention. Perhaps it will lead them to inadvertently reveal something that could uncover the Chamber of Secrets. This declaration left the other three momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, Dumbledore suddenly inquired, "How have you fared with the curse regarding the defense against the dark arts position?" At a loss, Meadows sighed in frustration, her expression one of helplessness. Yet, upon witnessing her demeanor, the other three inexplicably exhaled in relief. "What do you mean by that?" Meadows asked, puzzled. "You truly cannot sit still, can you?" Professor McGonagall remarked with a resigned smile. "After all, I have merely a year," Meadows retorted indignantly, "perhaps even less than a year. These matters must be addressed by someone." She even expressed a desire to teach those Slytherins a stern lesson. Slytherins? Listen to that term. It reveals their ambition. Dumbledore slowly shook his head, stating, regarding the students, "I prefer not to revisit this discussion. We cannot impose punishment on others merely based on suspicion. Once we cross that line, we will be indistinguishable from them. And that is a terrifying prospect." Dumbledore shook his head, his expression resolute. "Indeed, it is quite alarming." Very well, Meadows replied with a hint of gloom. "But how shall we resolve the matter of the Forbidden Forest?" And her expression was uncertain. "What about the Philosopher's Stone? Is it truly made from unicorn blood? They do sound remarkably similar." "I have known Nick for a long time," Dumbledore suddenly remarked. "Even during my school days, I maintained regular correspondence with him, later becoming his partner in alchemy. As for the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore once more gazed into the distance at the shadowy figures. "Necessary patrols can be implemented, but the Forbidden Forest is not the crux of the matter." He turned his gaze toward Meadows, speaking with implication. "It never has been." In the Hufflepuff dormitory, Steve exclaimed, "Are you saying that the other invisibility cloak we encountered in the Forbidden Forest belonged to James Potter and Sirius Black?" His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Gaspard. At that moment, the dormitory lights had been rekindled, and Gaspard remained seated on the expansive sofa, his face adorned with a thoughtful expression. He gently adjusted his glasses. "It is quite possible," he replied, turning to Steve. "When you frequently visited Hagrid's hut, did you happen to encounter Sirius Black, who was coincidentally serving detention?" Steve nodded eagerly. "As you made your way back to the castle, did you both return together?" Steve nodded once more. "Ultimately, did you also take a detour to the kitchen?" "Indeed," Steve replied. "That settles it," Gusper remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "The location of the kitchen is deemed one of the secrets of Hogwarts Castle, known only to a select few. He may have gleaned something from your words and subsequently followed you discreetly to uncover the kitchen's whereabouts. This evening, he and James Potter likely intended to observe how you entered and exited the kitchen. After waiting in vain, they decided to head towards Hagrid's hut, curious if you had ventured there as usual, only to chance upon you. Moreover, this may not have been their first such encounter. Previously, when you visited the kitchen after curfew, you always donned your invisibility cloak. They might have already witnessed your clandestine excursions and were aware of your possession of an invisibility cloak. Thus, at the moment of your collision, they had likely deduced your identity. Based on your direction at that time, they surmised you were heading towards the castle and decided to follow you at a distance. Of course, due to the cloak's concealment, they could not see you precisely. Ultimately, it led to you inadvertently discovering them as you emerged from the kitchen. Furthermore, it was already past curfew, and without the cloak, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to navigate to the dungeons of Hogwarts. Considering Gryffindor Tower is situated on the 8th floor, that encapsulates the entire sequence of events. After articulating this extensive deduction, Guspa took a sip of the pumpkin juice Steve had brought back, appearing rather nonchalant. Meanwhile, Steve was left in a state of disbelief. "Is this for real?" he exclaimed incredulously. "If they wanted to know the kitchen's location, they could have simply asked me. Was it necessary to go through such elaborate lengths?" Carlin, who was in the midst of eating a syrup pie, was also taken aback. Throughout the discussion, he had remained silent, entirely reliant on Guspa's conjectures. Indeed, it was evident that an alchemist and a magical creature expert are of a different caliber. Perhaps that is what renders it so intriguing. Gryffindor House has always possessed a robust spirit of adventure. Guspa set down his cup and slowly shifted his gaze towards Carlin. "Or perhaps it is because of you, considering Steve is your roommate." Carlin nodded silently, fully aware of what Guspa was alluding to, the little debacle on the train. Of course, other possibilities existed. Guspa casually picked up a syrup pie and remarked, "It is entirely possible that the ones you encountered were not them, but rather the culprits harming unicorns." "What?" Steve was utterly astonished. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over him, prompting him to lean slightly closer to the two companions. He cast a skeptical glance around, wondering if the murderer had perhaps followed them inside. "Perhaps," Kalen chimed in, taking a generous mouthful of mashed potatoes. "We should take turns keeping watch tonight." Guspa added in a tacit understanding. "You can go first, Steve." At this moment, Steve realized that the two were merely jesting at his expense. Pouting, he indignantly declared, "Fine, I'll just sleep in the suitcase." "Oh no," Canon finit de surprise. The murderer could hear everything you just said. Get out of here, Steve grumbled, taking a seat with a huff. He transformed his indignation into appetite, devouring cake with fervor. Yet, the other two continued to eat with a sense of unbothered calm, showing no intention of explaining anything to him. What was going on? Unable to contain his curiosity, Steve finally inquired. Karan and Guspa exchanged glances. Vital signs are minimal, they stated in unison, but there are no wounds. What does that mean? Steve asked, still confused. Once again, they exchanged looks, and then both shook their heads simultaneously. We don't know. Steve's expression shifted to one of perplexity, suspecting that the two were still teasing him. However, perhaps another foray into the Forbidden Forest would yield answers. Guspa absent-mindedly wiped crumbs from the corner of his mouth. His gaze inexplicably peaked. I've never seen a three-headed dog. Remember to call me next time. After finishing his meal, Karan stretched, rationally advising, let us wait a bit longer. Let us see if the school has any further announcements. Although the likelihood is quite low. He continued, after all, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students. Discussing this matter is essentially the same as remaining silent. Observing the serious demeanor of the two, Steve suddenly blurted out, that was my invisibility cloak, right? Once again, they exchanged glances before both turned to Steve with cheerful smiles. Potions class? Guspa adjusted his glasses with a flick. All treats? Karan produced a gold galleon, perfectly flipping it into the air with ease. Ugh, Steve grimaced, catching the galleon, and dissatisfied, retorted to Guspa, Cecil is still under my care. A smile crept onto Guspa's lips as he solemnly addressed Karan. Thank you for the galleon. Karan responded with a mock seriousness. You're welcome. Steve, now fuming, felt his face tremble with frustration and in a fit reminiscent of Karan's past antics. He rolled his eyes dramatically at the two. The following day unfolded. Once again, a familiar sensation enveloped him. His breathing was steady, and his expression was somewhat vacant, likely a consequence of his late-night slumber. Nevertheless, there was a conspicuous absence of any floating objects around him. Karan sensed a hint of disappointment in this realization. With impatience, he pushed aside the head that had inched too close to him. Gaspard had been growing increasingly audacious lately, the distance between them shrinking with each passing morning, leading him to suspect that Gaspard was deliberately provoking him. On another bed, Steve sat up, bleary-eyed, mechanically prodding Karan with a long rod. A book flew towards Steve, striking him forcefully and sending him tumbling back on his bed. Let us go, Karan urged, pulling him up with determination. After a brief wash-up, he forcibly dragged Gaspard along as they exited. As they departed from the Hufflepuff common room, Karan noted the absence of any new notices on the bulletin board. Even the content on the wooden board outside the FERC office remained unchanged. It appears to align with my suspicions, Karan murmured to the two of them. Regardless of whether we speak of it, the Forbidden Forest is inherently off-limits to students. Perhaps the issue had already been resolved. Gaspard contemplated other possibilities, exhibiting a readiness for action. Just remember to invite me next time we go. That's my invisibility cloak, Steve weakly interjected, yet was met with unified disregard from the others. As they approached the Great Hall for breakfast, the trio abruptly halted. On the opposite side of the Great Hall doors, they unexpectedly encountered another quartet. Gryffindor House, future marauders, it seemed. James Potter yawned, his disheveled hair standing on end, embodying the visage of one just roused from slumber. Sirius, with a bag slung over one shoulder, had his dark hair cascading into his eyes, inadvertently exuding an air of elegance. Though he bore a similar tired expression, it lent him an enigmatic allure. In stark contrast, Remus, positioned behind them, appeared exceptionally pale and fragile, keeping his head bowed, obscuring any discernible expression. Peter, at the rear of the trio, appeared unremarkable in his short, round stature, blending into the background. In truth, most gazes were already fixated upon Sirius, with several girls' affections evident in their glances. Although Karan too attracted some similar attention, he maintained an air of polite distance, perpetually keeping others at bay. At the moment when Karan and his companions halted, as if guided by an unspoken connection, James and Sirius, walking in tandem, also came to a standstill, gazing intently across the way. Remus finally lifted his head, a look of uncertainty flashing across his features, yet his complexion remained pallid. Peter exhibited a similar demeanor, albeit with a greater air of compliance. The two parties silently regarded one another for a few moments. Karan and Gaspard wore expressions devoid of emotion, exuding a certain coolness. Meanwhile, Steve feigned profundity, shaking his head knowingly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Adopting Gaspard's tone from the previous night, He pretended to dismiss the matter lightly, saying, "If you wish to know, why not simply ask? I'm more than willing to tell you." Just then, Lily and her group approached. As they passed James and Sirius, she instantly raised her head with pride, tightly gripping the suddenly blushing Mary McDonald's hand, striding past with the giggling Marlene McKinnon. "Let us go," she commanded sharply, tugging Mary along forcefully, which only intensified Marlene's laughter. Nonetheless, Lily did not forget to greet Karan amiably. "We are leaving too." Karan echoed Lily's tone, tossing his head back, provoking Lily to cast a glare over her shoulder at him. What does this mean? James, still in a daze, finally regained his composure, his voice laced with confusion. "I believe he is suggesting that our late-night efforts over the past few days have been in vain," Sirius replied, shaking his head in discontent with a slight scoff. I was merely asking." "Never mind," he concluded dismissively, raising his hands in resignation. "Let us hurry to breakfast." Upon arriving at the Hufflepuff table, Karan instinctively reached for the knife and fork, but Steve promptly tapped both him and Gaspard, signaling them to look towards the staff table. "Dumbledore has returned," Steve announced. As the three turned in unison, Dumbledore smiled and nodded in their direction. "Could it be that the headmaster returned last night?" Steve whispered curiously. Regardless of whether it was last night or this morning, Dumbledore ought to have been informed about the Forbidden Forest incident, Gaspard calmly conjectured. "Let us see if he has anything to say shortly," Karan added. He also noticed that Professor Meadows was absent from the staff table, suggesting she either chose not to partake in breakfast in the Great Hall or was preoccupied with other matters. However, by the time the group finished their meal, Dumbledore had not made any announcements, and he departed the hall even before Karan and his friends. "Does this imply that the Forbidden Forest issue has been resolved?" Steve remarked with inexplicable excitement, continuously raising his eyebrows at the others, his eagerness palpable. However, it had only been a single night. Kalen's tone was tinged with uncertainty, as he harbored doubts about the true safety of the Forbidden Forest. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the forest had never truly been secure. "Let us walk together, Severus." As they passed by the Slytherin long table, Karan casually beckoned to Severus, who sat alone. His situation was not a result of exclusion, but rather a consequence of being overlooked by others, rendering him somewhat inconspicuous. Coupled with his naturally taciturn demeanor, Severus had become the only one among the trio without any new acquaintances. As Severus rose to join them, Lucius, not far away, suddenly cast a dubious glance in Kalen's direction. Nevertheless, Kalen maintained a serene expression, betraying no signs of discomfort. During the previous scuffle, the chaos had been overwhelming, and Kalen's timing had been impeccable. Aside from a select few, no one knew who had truly attacked Lucius. The skepticism in Lucius's gaze likely stemmed from the fact that Karan had emerged unscathed, despite having been targeted by several dark curses. This thought cast a shadow over Kalen's mood early that day. Thus, when an owl soared overhead, inadvertently releasing its droppings upon the eyes of old Goyle, he accidentally dropped his bowl filled to the brim with tomato soup, which splattered all over Lucius. Not a single drop of the soup was spared. "Damn it." Lucius immediately averted his gaze, glaring furiously at Goyle. "Look at what you've done." Meanwhile, Goyle, still rubbing his sore eyes, inadvertently knocked over a cup brimming with pumpkin juice, which collided forcefully with Lucius's forehead, drenching him in the sticky liquid and rendering him utterly disheveled. "What on earth is wrong with you today?" Lucius erupted in a furious roar, while Goyle stood frozen, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Steve and Gaspar exchanged curious glances, before synchronously turning their heads back. Steve struggled to contain his laughter, while Gaspar became increasingly intrigued by the string of coincidences, a peculiar glimmer flashing across his lenses. As for Severus, he did not even turn to look, already guessing the commotion occurring behind him. Deliberately slowing his pace, he whispered to Karan, "Are you not concerned about being discovered? We are in the school hall, and there are quite a few professors at the table. Is it not the same in potions class?" Karan spoke with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, remarking, "And all of this is merely a fortuitous coincidence. Who would suspect me? Would you, Severus?" Whenever Karan referred to himself in this manner, Snape felt certain that it boded ill. Particularly in Kalen's gaze, he sensed an eagerness to provoke. "Do you believe I would fall for such tricks?" Snape retorted, his disdain palpable. "Of course not." "What a pity," Karan replied, shaking his head. There was no need for Snape to guess. A mere glance at Kalen's face revealed his disappointment. "Indeed, what a pity," Steve chimed in, mimicking Kalen's tone. Yet before Snape could express any displeasure, Karan swiftly flicked him on the forehead. Gus, standing nearby, calmly interjected, "This time, you have no reason to complain. You simply brought it upon yourself." Snape silently observed the playful exchange among the trio. Behind his slightly greasy hair, his dark eyes underwent a fleeting transformation. A glimmer of an emotion that vanished as quickly as it appeared, unnoticed by anyone else. Yet he alone understood what it was, an all-too common feeling known as envy. In the classroom for the Dark Arts Defense course, Professor Meadows, who was notably absent from the auditorium, still graced this space. Karan and his three companions lowered their heads, quietly passing by her, and after finding suitable seats, they settled in. The other students remained silent under Meadows' scrutinizing gaze. It was unavoidable. The stern impression she left during the first lesson was indelible, and no one dared to disrupt the class. Even though the Dark Arts Defense course had evolved beyond mere dueling, it did not imply that her temperament had softened. After retrieving the book titled Dark Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense, Karan discreetly glanced at Meadows, only to find her gaze fixed upon him. In that moment of eye contact, he inexplicably found her pale blue almond-shaped eyes particularly captivating. Meadows narrowed her eyes slightly. Fortunately, Karan refrained from rolling his eyes at her again, for had he done so, she would have surely imposed a detention on him. Today's lesson did not follow the dueling format. Instead, it focused on teaching them how to identify and deal with a category of dark creatures known as the undead. The undead encompass various beings, including vampires and zombies. Among these, zombies are easily recognizable, their skin a ghastly gray, perpetually emanating a foul odor. However, vampires are somewhat distinct. Firstly, they belong to the same biological category as humans. Secondly, apart from their pallid and haggard appearance, it is challenging to recognize them unless one can see the sharp fangs within their mouths. Unlike zombies, vampires are not a species that must be eradicated, akin to werewolves. They may face discrimination, yet the hunting of vampires and werewolves remains illegal, as explicitly stated in the Ministry of Magic's guidelines for the treatment of half-breeds among non-wizards. However, if you can master the spells I taught you in the first lesson, you will at least not find yourselves in a most undignified predicament when confronting the undead, Professor Meadows explained. In fact, it is possible to defeat them outright. While her assertion was indeed accurate, the students seated below displayed nothing but a lack of confidence. The difficulty of mastering those 4 spells was exceedingly great. In the occasional dueling classes, no one had yet succeeded in casting them. Professor Meadows observed all of this keenly and cast a casual glance at Karan, who merely maintained a composed demeanor, appearing studious and earnest. What a pretender, Meadows silently scoffed. Although Karan consistently claimed that his initial success with the shield charm was merely a fluke and could only be deemed a rudimentary attempt, the fact remained that it was Meadows herself who had been on the receiving end of his attack. She was well aware that the shield charm was no fabrication. Simultaneously, she recognized that Karan possessed considerable magical talent. Karan was acutely aware of this as well. He could discern her thoughts when she glanced his way, reflecting on his rather lackluster performance in dueling class, where he often spent more time instructing Steve on mastering those 4 spells. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, even offering a shy smile, appearing somewhat bashful. As Steve and Gasper observed him, one cast a peculiar look, while the other suddenly became intrigued. Meanwhile, Meadows had long ceased to look at him, fearing that Karan would drive her to exasperation in class. Aside from these 4 spells, you can also seek help through some simpler means. Professor Meadows did not press the students too hard. She understood their limitations, for not everyone possessed the same level of magical aptitude. Vermilius. Professor Meadows suddenly raised her wand and uttered the incantation towards the ceiling. 2 sparks shot forth from the tip of her wand, one red and the other green. This is the spark spell. She lowered her wand and continued her explanation. The incantation is Vermilius. Typically, red sparks signify an urgent signal and a plea for assistance, while green sparks may denote specific prearranged events. In moments of peril, one may employ red sparks, regardless of whether the threat arises from the undead. In the subsequent lesson, Professor Meadows intentionally allocated time for them to practice the spark spells. The classroom soon became enveloped in a haze of smoke, a consequence of various failed incantations. Yet Meadows effortlessly dispelled it with a wave of her hand, continuously providing corrections to her students. As an educator, had it not been for the unexpected incident during the first lesson, she could have been deemed quite diligent, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's style. However, whether intentionally or not, she seemed to overlook the positions of Karan and his companions, which could be interpreted as a peculiar form of favoritism. Steve, glancing at Meadows from a distance, remarked softly, "A wish come true." Karan, while speaking, adjusted Steve's wand movements. This simple spell was something he had mastered long ago. having thoroughly studied the numerous magical tomes in the Snape household. After class, students whose robes had inevitably suffered wear and tear filed out of the classroom. But just as Karan intended to leave with them, Meadows suddenly called him from behind the podium. "Mr. Karan, please stay." Karan was taken aback. He could not recall having offended Meadows in any discernible way. However, the reactions of the other three were swifter than his, as they exited the classroom without a backward glance, hastening their pace as if eager to vacate the premises. "What a bunch of fools," Karan scoffed, setting his bag down once more and returning to his seat. Once all the students had departed, the classroom door closed automatically. Karan exchanged a silent gaze with Professor Meadows, and an unsettling apprehension began to stir within him. Following a similar silence in the past, his experience had not been favorable. Both of his cheeks had been pinched and swollen. "Professor Meadows, if you have no further matters to discuss, I shall be on my way to the library." Karan broke the silence. Meadows' teaching style was akin to that of Professor McGonagall, and her assignments were similarly structured. The parchment was counted by the sheet rather than by inches. After a moment of silence, Meadows finally spoke. "It seems I still owe you an apology." "What?" "Kalan bilinkit in dispedief." "What did you say?" This was not the turn of events he had anticipated. After all, whether it was merely an accident or not, it was I who caused you harm, Meadows continued. "Such behavior is unbecoming of an educator." "Which incident are you referring to?" "Kalan instingivel invidet." Meadows' complexion visibly darkened, the first time. She spoke in a curt tone, "Indeed." "It is so." Karan decided to observe the situation quietly. "You do indeed owe me an apology, Professor." In that instant, he almost anticipated that Meadows might unleash another curse upon him. However, after a moment, she unexpectedly chuckled softly. "I apologize," she said. Karan narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the unfolding events becoming increasingly peculiar. He subtly shifted his position, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, Meadows did not take any further action. She merely retrieved a moderately sized package from the podium and let it gently float before Karan. Through the open pocket, Karan caught a glimpse of what seemed to be filled with items that Steve would undoubtedly cherish. "These treats are from the Honeydew shop in Hogsmeade, which I purchased this morning," Meadows explained. "A first year, like you can only visit there on weekends once you reach your third year. It is the only village in all of England inhabited entirely by wizards. The sweets from Honeydukes are quite delightful. I adore them during my time at Hogwarts." "Third year?" "That remains to be seen," Karan mused silently. After completing her tasks, Meadows prepared to depart. Karan silently observed her retreating figure and suddenly inquired, "Did Professor Dumbledore send you to do this?" It was difficult for him not to entertain that suspicion. Professor Meadows did not halt her stride. Yet Karan detected a hint of amusement in her response. "Don't think so poorly of me, you little rascal." "In the library. Did Professor Meadows give you all these treats?" Upon merely glancing at Karan's backpack, Lily's green eyes widened in astonishment. How could she suddenly be so benevolent? Meadows' abrupt change left Lily momentarily bewildered, her impression of Meadows still lingering on the incident where she had harmed Karan. Snape quickly surveyed the surroundings and hurriedly cautioned Lily. "Keep your voice down. Madam Pants will be here soon." Lily immediately covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes anxiously darting about like a frightened little rabbit. Snape stared at her, and upon realizing his own unusual reaction, he bashfully lowered his gaze. "I'm not quite certain," Karan pondered aloud. "Perhaps it is simply that we know too little about her. All along, she has merely been this kind of person." Lily listened, somewhat perplexed. "What does that mean?" she asked. Karan shook his head and spoke in a nonchalant tone, suggesting that perhaps, in her heart, there existed a faint twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, such matters were inconsequential now. A broad smile spread across his face. "As for these snacks," he declared, "come, let everyone partake." He swiftly seized a generous handful of treats and stuffed them into the two backpacks before they could even react. Lily's hand reached out into the air, seemingly attempting to push them away. Amused, she regarded Karan with a smirk. "Thank you, perhaps I could send him a penny." "That's entirely your affair," Karan replied indifferently, raising an eyebrow as he rested his arm on Snape's shoulder. "You certainly ran quite swiftly at the end of class," he jested, his tone laden with implication. Snape, initially grateful for Karan's generosity, immediately adopted a sardonic expression upon hearing this remark. "Otherwise, would I have been waiting to endure another curse alongside you?" he retorted, curling his lip. In Professor Meadows' first class, he was the only one among them who had not provoked Meadows. Kalan chaklet heartily, seemingly unfazit. At that moment, Lily suddenly noticed that the book in front of Karan appeared to have changed. The cover subtly revealed the word potions. "Have you given up on crafting magical coins?" Her tone carried a hint of disappointment, as she had secretly hoped Karan could indeed succeed in creating them. "Of course not, but one cannot solely focus on transfiguration. Kalan Ripyat Shuruth. There are 7 subjects in the first year, and with flying lessons, it amounts to 8. Then were you studying? Snape inquired with a hint of curiosity, as potions was one of the few subjects he enjoyed. Mainly this, Kalan said, opening the book and pointing to a title on a page. The Draft of Living Death. Snape exchanged a glance with Lily before directing a question at Kalan. What potion is this? I've never heard of it. Quite normal. Kalan raised an eyebrow. This is material covered in 6th year. At this, both Snape and Lily fell silent. Kalan, with a mischievous grin, voiced their unspoken thoughts. With advanced transfiguration and such sophisticated potions, the gap between us is widening. Indeed, Lily sighed, resting her head on her arm, her voice lacking energy. Snape, on the other hand, took the book and began to read it intently, while Kalan offered no objection. The Draft of Living Death, also known as the Elixir of Life and Death, possesses a far more potent hypnotic effect than the sleeping draft, potentially allowing such slumber to continue indefinitely. Only through an awakening potion or a stimulant can one rouse the sleeper from their deep trance. Snape's voice gradually diminished. His brow furrowed deeply. The potion appeared to be quite perilous. He raised his gaze towards Kalan, his eyes filled with inquiry. Of course, it is dangerous. Kalan replied with a smile, reiterating, after all, this is material we only study in our 6th year. Then why are you looking at this? Lily asked, blinking in confusion. Perhaps it might come in handy someday, just like many other advanced potions, such as the Polyjuice potion and the Felix Felicis. Faced with the increasingly peculiar expressions from the two, Kalan shrugged nonchalantly. Do not regard me in such a manner. It is merely a potent sleeping draft. Hardly something to be alarmed about. Besides, I may very well require your assistance in the future. He retrieved the book once more and placed it before him. After all, my performance in potions is nowhere near as commendable as yours. Upon leaving the library, Kalan made his way directly back to the dormitory. He had anticipated finding Steve and Gasper there, but to his surprise, both were absent. Where could they have gone? Kalan blinked in bewilderment. The pair had separated from Snape after class, and hadn't even ventured to the library. After a while, the dormitory door swung open from the outside, and Steve and Gasper finally returned. Kalan was seated on the sofa, indulging in some buzzing honeycomb candy, causing him to rise several inches above the seat. As soon as Steve caught sight of him, he exclaimed indignantly, "You've been sneaking snacks behind our backs." Sneaking? Nonsense. Kalan retorted, playfully giving him a light smack on the head. Once the situation regarding Meadow's detention was clarified, the two finally learned the origin of the snacks. If I had known, I would have feigned injury a bit longer, Steve remarked enviously. After all, it only takes half a day to recuperate. Yet, I have not seen you refrain from eating. Kalan shot him a glare, then turned to Gasper and inquired, "Where on earth have you two been? Why did it take you so long to return?" Gasper wore an expression of delight as he casually picked up a blow pop and began to chew. "We ventured into the Forbidden Forest. After Kalan was inexplicably detained, the duo decided to seize the opportunity to sneak into the Forbidden Forest once more, bringing along Steve's invisibility cloak. After all, the school had yet to report on the peculiarities from the previous night, perhaps indicating that the Forbidden Forest was not as perilous as before. But it's daytime now. Kalan frowned and questioned, "Are you not afraid of being caught? The invisibility cloak cannot conceal the traces you leave behind. At least it's clearer during the day and somewhat safer," Steve replied, his mouth full of snacks, speaking in a muffled tone. "Moreover, we did not dare to venture too far. Our path was roughly the same as last night." "Did you discover anything?" Kalan inquired eagerly upon hearing this. "Nothing." Steve shook his head. The wondrous creatures encountered along the way were much like those of the previous night, and even Louis had not made an appearance. "Can you see the night steed?" Gus asked suddenly, evidently having been informed by Steve about his conversation with Kalan from the night before. Indeed, Kalan nodded, his demeanor composed. "I apologize," Gus earnestly expressed, a sincerity that marked the first time Kalan had witnessed such earnestness in him. Just as Kalan was about to offer him some words of comfort, Gus, intrigued, proposed, "But what do you think of the night steed? If we could incorporate its invisibility into our spell work, all you would need to learn is an additional disillusionment charm." Kalan blinked, then suddenly interjected, "I recall that when I was left behind, you two were quite swift, weren't you?" Gus promptly fell silent, and Steve, holding his licorice wand, froze mid-motion. "I still have some tests to complete," Gus stated calmly as he stepped into the magical tent, although his pace quickened. I must go feed the moonstruck beast," Steve said, his steps faltering momentarily before he hurriedly dove into a suitcase and promptly closed it. Kalan comfortably resumed his seat on the sofa, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. October. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, October had quietly arrived. The weather began to turn slightly cooler, and students no longer immersed their legs in the Black Lake, causing ripples to dance across its surface. The Slytherin common room gradually grew colder, being the least comfortable of all the school's 4 houses. A circular lamp, glowing green, hung from a ceiling by a chain. Ornately carved chairs were scattered about for students to rest upon, some adorned with skulls as decoration. While this lent an eerie ambience, it also exuded an air of nobility. Furthermore, the Slytherin dungeon offered its own unique views, with part of its space extending beneath the lake, where students often glimpsed fascinating creatures from the lake bed, including the languid passage of a giant squid. Accompanied by the gentle lapping of the water, Severus Snape began to awaken in a dimly lit dormitory. Another day had dawned. He half opened his eyes, groggily pondering. The previous night, Snape had been plagued by that haunting nightmare, an inescapable torment. In Spinner's End, the dream was perpetually filled with scorn and indifference. Now, as the dream abruptly ended and he gradually became aware of his reality, a sense of disorientation enveloped him, blurring the lines between what was true and what was illusion. Yet ultimately, all that remained within him was a profound sense of relief. He finally departed from that hell and arrived at Hogwarts, a place that felt like paradise to him. He slowly rose, sitting up and vigorously rubbing his cheeks with his hands, silently praying that he could reside here a while longer. Hogwarts surpassed his wildest dreams, offering him unfettered access to the study of magical knowledge without the fear of being discovered by the ignorant muggles. He no longer had to endure hunger, for every meal in the Great Hall was far more delectable than those at home. Most importantly, Lily and Karan were here. Primarily, it was Lily's presence that brought him joy. The unbidden smile that crept upon his lips betrayed his innermost feelings and fluttering heart, and upon realizing this, he hastily reverted to his usual, slightly sullen expression, as he wished to conceal this from others, especially his roommates, Evan Rosier, Mulcibo, Avery, and Wilkes. 4 purebloods, and simultaneously, for proponents of pure blood supremacy. Though he had been sorted into Slytherin, his half-blood status rendered him less than welcome among the others. In the hierarchy of pure blood elitism, half-bloods were tolerated solely because the magical community needed their support. Thus, purebloods did not regard them as entities to be expelled or persecuted, akin to muggleborns. In simpler terms, within Slytherin House, he occupied the lowest rung of the social ladder. These were truths that Karan had imparted to him, and indeed, Karan was not mistaken. This was precisely the predicament in which Severus Snape found himself. As he quietly organized the books on his bedside, the other 4 in the dormitory laughed and chatted, treating him as if he were invisible. Their conversations frequently revolved around terms such as dark magic and muggleborn, and occasionally mudblood. Snape had never been able to integrate with them, or perhaps he was deliberately distancing himself. Kalen's words lingered, also due to Lily. After packing his bag, Snape pinched the greasy strands of his black hair that were beginning to glisten, contemplating whether he should wash it. In the past, no one had ever dictated how he should conduct himself, nor had he ever deemed such matters important, for he did not care. Yet, a seemingly trivial remark from Karan had altered his perspective. What girl would fancy a filthy boy? They had just passed a group of girls who were surreptitiously eyeing Karan when he had whispered, "You don't intend to remain single for life, do you, Snape?" The memory of Kalen's slightly mocking expression made Snape's cheeks twitch involuntarily. It is truly infuriating. Accompanied by an inner turmoil, Severus Snape walked stiffly to the boys' lavatory, vigorously rubbing his temples. After cleansing himself, he carelessly toweled his hair and gazed vacantly at his reflection in the mirror. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Should he change into another set of clothes? This notion inevitably brought to mind Karan, who always appeared impeccably neat, his garments seemingly untouched by dirt. Snape furrowed his brow. Though he harbored a desire to emulate that tidiness, he possessed insufficient attire for such an endeavor. The reason was painfully simple. He lacked the means. He was impoverished. Gradually, Snape lowered his gaze, beginning to loathe the face that stared back at him. It was a mixture of shame and insecurity. Silently, he returned to his dormitory, picked up his backpack, and prepared to venture out as usual. Just then, the other 4 in the dorm were also preparing to leave. Avery, who lingered at the back, suddenly called out to him, "Snape, take a look at this book." He casually shoved a tome inscribed with the words curses and hexes into Snape's backpack, adding nonchalantly, "I've marked the pages. Make sure you study the leg-locking curse, and teach me when we return tonight." Before Snape could voice his refusal, the others departed in succession. Snape frowned at his backpack. From the moment he met Avery, he was aware of Avery's insatiable obsession with dark magic, much like most Slytherin students, and indeed, like his former self. Simultaneously, It mirrored the present him. Within the curriculum at Hogwarts, while he held an interest in potions, his true passion remained the much-maligned dark arts. A fact that had not changed even after his pact with Lily. Dark magic captivated him, just as Carlin had remarked. He was irresistibly drawn to it, and therein lay his genuine talent. Dark magic resonated harmoniously with his essence. He even believed that, even now, he possessed a greater understanding of curses and hexes than most seventh-year students. Perhaps this was the sole area where he could surpass Carlin. He understood that Avery sought his assistance for a straightforward reason. His performance in the first defense against the dark arts class had drawn attention, particularly after that blunder with the creature. Yet, he did not care overly much. He had matters of genuine concern, a personal inner world that belonged solely to him. Within that realm, dark magic had never truly departed. Rather, it lay in deep, dormant anticipation. It was a force both elusive and indestructible. It possesses its own unique methods to captivate individuals like Snape. In the present day, the head of this monster has emerged once again, more ferocious and cunning than ever before, and even more mesmerizing.